It seems as if a Marine ship is coming to try and cut them off. Blackbeard has decided that he's going to end the era of the old people. He's going to get rid of Garp and Sengoku. He's saying, can you stop me now? And he's going crazy with his new earthquake ability. And he admits to it not being, he doesn't have mastery of it yet. And his own crew is concerned that he's going to destroy their foothold. And come to find out, all the earthquakes he's been causing have caused a tsunami warning for the Shibundi archipelago. And it's funny because whenever they give the warning, they say, you know, we're warning you, expecting panic, and then in the scene they're all panicking and running away, and then the announcer's like, hey everyone, don't panic. You know, it's funny. At least to me it is, I don't know. And apparently the pacifistas can fly or jump or something because they're attacking the Whitebeard pirates. They jumped over the fissure that Whitebeard created on the island of Marineford and are laser attacking the Whitebeard pirates. We hadn't seen them in a while, so I guess it's good to know because people are always wondering where people are. And like it kind of makes me mad when people are speculating. They're like, where's Kizaru? Where's Crocodile? If they ain't there for a few episodes. Oda knows what he's doing, and he lets it show up, and he keeps, you know, he's pretty consistent with keeping track of things, you know, during as many plot holes as there are in some things. And now we get Koby, and something's happening to him, and is this like a hint that Koby has mantra, or how you want to say it? Because he says, from inside my head, a single voice, a single one disappeared, and he's crying and he's like upset. And this reminds me of that little girl from Skypiea. I can't remember her name right now. And she would, when they were all fighting, like she could hear everybody alive around her, and when they were getting defeated, the voices were quiet in her head. So does this hinting for Koby has more power than we thought he did? My only thing was, with that, it seemed like she had essence. She was born, and I mean, she was a little bitty kid, or maybe it just develops differently in different people. And we're just trying to give, and there's a lot of speculation, is Haki and Mantra and all that shit related, or is it different? You know, we'll see down the road. I guess Oda has to give Koby something to try to help him keep up. And then, of course, we haven't seen them in a while either. Tashigi and Smoker are both there. And Tashigi seems to be concerned that the Marines don't care about the Fallen anymore because one of the Vice Admirals pretty much tells him, leave him, and we have to finish off the job, you know. And Smoker doesn't seem to like this either. Smoker's sense of justice is different than the hardline justice that other people seek sometimes. And that's what separates him different from a lot of the Marines. And then we go back to Buggy trying to drop off Luffy and Jinbei with Trafalgar Law, but who shows up but Kizaru, and he's telling Law just to leave Straw Hat behind. They want Luffy bad right now. Aki Inu and Blackbeard seem to be acting the same way, but for different reasons. Like Aki Inu wants to destroy all the pirates, and Blackbeard's like he wants to destroy everything. Well, finally, Buggy throws Jinbei and Luffy down to Trafalgar Law's submarine. And John Bart catches him. And I noticed this. It seems like John Bart must be huge because he catches him like in one arm. And I thought Jinbei was a pretty big fella. So I don't know. Is it a problem with Oda and his perspectives? Or is John Bart really that large compared to Jinbei? I don't know. And Beppo grabs Luffy up and is trying to take him in the submarine, and he is wondering, he's like, these injuries, is he even still alive? And Kizaru's about to attack Trafalgar Law when Koby screams super loud that everyone on the battlefield can hear him. He says, that's enough. And everybody takes notice, and you get some panels with different people saying, what is it? What's going on? Is it a Haki burst thing, or is it just Koby so loud that everybody can hear him? I don't know. So that's kind of strange. and Helmeppo's crying, and Kobe steps in front of Aki Inu, saying, "No more fighting. Let's end this." He's pretty much saying, "Why are we wasting Marine lives on the Whitebeard pirates when we pretty much accomplished what we wanted to here, and they're trying to retreat, and we're still losing lives. These people have families." But guess, surprise, surprise, Aki Inu doesn't really agree with this, and he says, "Who the hell are you?" And Kobe's kind of having a rehash of the first time where he stood up and said what he wanted to. That he learned from Luffy. He's like, "I have no regrets," and he's about to be magma fisted by Aki Inu. But no, what happens? Who happens? Shanks shows up, stops Aki Inu with his sword with no problem. Everybody's shocked, all the Marines and everybody, and Shanks says, "Well done, young Marine," to Kobe. "The seconds of courage you bet your life on, creating for good or bad, have just now greatly changed the fate of the world." And it seems like Shanks is using a lot of his ambition or haki or will or whatever in his fight with Aki Inu, because it looks like Kobe passed out and he's like foaming at the mouth, and it seems to be similar to the way when other people passed out when haki was used. Which is kind of funny that if he's going to be a strong person down the road, he shouldn't be knocked out by haki. Yeah, because, I mean, not even Usopp was knocked out by it. I don't know if it's, so we'll see. Or, hell, who knows, maybe it's just from almost getting magma punched. That would probably scare the shit out of me, and I would pass out as well. Okay, now Shanks is here. A lot of people have been saying Shanks was going to show up. I never thought Shanks was going to show up. I really didn't, because I didn't think it was time for him and Luffy to meet. But Oda did it smartly, because Luffy is out of it right now. Luffy is comatose and being taken away by Trafalgar Law if Kizaru doesn't kill him first. And so he can show up and do something without ruining that. At least that's the way I see it. And Kizaru is going to see if he can stop Luffy. But Shanks didn't show up by himself, of course. Shanks has one of the badassest crew, or at least we all think they're badass. We really haven't seen much from them except for them partying and originally when they were fighting the bandits, and that's about it. But who should show up but Ben Beckman, and he pulls a gun on Kizaru and he tells him not to move a muscle, and Kizaru's like, "Oh my, Ben Beckman." But oh my, Ben Beckman, but is he really serious? Is he scared of Ben Beckman? Like Ben Beckman can do something? People are speculating that he has haki bullets or he has sea stone bullets, so he could do something, and Kizaru knows this. Or is Kizaru just playing up his own normal self? I could go either way, because I want, Ben Beckman to be a badass and can kill Kizaru, Or is he just like, "Oh, I'm not really worried," but he's pretending to be scared? Like when he was fighting that supernova that turned into the voodoo doll, and he was like, "Oh my, a monster," and he's kind of like feigning like fear, but not really scared. And now everybody's pretty much noticed, the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines, they all noticed Shanks' ship, and they're all shocked. And they're wondering why one of the 4 emperors is there. And he says why he's there. In the last panel, he picks up the straw hat, which was his hat, but it's Luffy's hat now. And he says, "I've come to end this war." Now, how's he going to end the war? Is he going to fight? Is he going to try to talk to people? What's going to happen? Whitebeard was supposedly the strongest person in the world, and he didn't. But Shanks has a different way of doing things now. Whitebeard had to take a lot of injuries just to try and save Ace. Now it's pretty much get the hell out of there and stop this. Is he going to fight Aki Inu? Is he going to try to fight Blackbeard? I mean, what's he going to do? I mean, obviously he's been pretty badass so far. He stopped Aki Inu's attack in his tracks. But he doesn't seem to be scared of Aki Inu in any way. So hopefully he can fight on par with Aki Inu and stop him. And who knows what else will happen. But maybe they'll all the admirals will attack Shanks because they'll be afraid of him. I don't know. But apparently Shanks' crew is kind of powerful too, so they're going to back him up. We haven't even seen Yasopp or Lucky LaRue, so what are they going to do? They're on par with how Luffy's crew is. Luffy and Zoro and Sanji are all pretty strong and can fight with pretty good par people, so Shanks' crew being above them, maybe his top 3 or 4 guys can, fight with admirals. So that's how it ends. And I want to talk about the theories on how Blackbeard was able to get 2 fruits, because for over 12 years we've only ever heard that you could only ever have 1 fruit at one time. Now there might be a couple of ways around this loophole things, because it doesn't seem like that Blackbeard ate the fruit. He seemed to somehow take the power of the fruit out of Whitebeard, so maybe that's the reason. Or as I thought, and I kind of think it's got something to do with his darkness fruit, because if he had that power all along, why would he need the darkness fruit to be as powerful as he is? If he could take 2 devil fruits, or he could take a devil fruit out of somebody, I don't know, but I guess he's always yearned for the darkness fruit, so I don't know. A lot of people are speculating that it's because he's a D and there's something there. And a couple of chapters ago, Marco said something about his body being different, and a lot of people think that Blackbeard has chimerism, or that Blackbeard has like a conjoined twin we can't see, and that's why he can have 2 devil fruits. I don't really lean on that much. I think it's the darkness fruit. However, when I notice something, a lot of people have noticed it. Sometimes when Oda's drawing Blackbeard, he's missing teeth, like 3 or 4 teeth, or 2 or 3 teeth in like the front, and when he's laughing. And then in some panels, he's got all of his teeth, it seems. So is this like a mistake by Oda, or is this maybe showing like the duality of Blackbeard, like he is kind of 2 people somehow, and like one has all his teeth and one doesn't, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a stretch, but with like small things like that, Oda puts in like the Vivre card that you didn't learn about for like 300 chapters or something, like Ace just gives him a paper, doesn't explain it, but then Luffy figures it out down the road when Lola talks about her mom. I mean, is it something on those lines? So what's going to happen next? A lot of people think a time skip's coming. If one does, I hope it's not a long one like with Dragon Ball and stuff like that. I don't want to see Luffy 30 years old. If it skips ahead, like out of the war, if it just comes back to like a couple months or something after he's been operated on by Trafalgar Law and resting up from all the stuff that he's encountered, because it's, a lot of his fights have taken him, 3 days of straight sleep to get over. This one's like his worst one ever, and it's been going on since he left Shibundi. I mean, he hasn't rested, and it's only been like 2 days, and just kept going and going, so it's going to take a while. So I can see him being out for like a month or 2, and then waking up from that. Or is he going to finish the war and show us what Shanks is going to do to stop this war? It could go either way. A lot of reason people think time skip's coming is because Oda said something in an interview about the movie 10 being Luffy's last adventure as a 17-year-old. I'm hoping that it's just Luffy, he's going to make Luffy's birthday come around and like he'll be 18 and it ain't going to be like a big amount of time. Because even though I could see it, because realistically Luffy seems too young to be Pirate King if it's on this level. He needs some more time to mature. But by not showing us that, it's kind of crazy, but I guess Oda could flashback it. I don't know. You don't want to mess up something that's good. And after the last few chapters, it's been awesome because there's been so many surprises and crazy stuff going on. So we'll have to see, and we'll have to just believe in what Oda can do, because after all these 12 years, if you like it, you know how good it is. And yep, we'll see next time. And I'm probably going to start doing more recaps on the manga, because I just can't help but not talk about this, because it's the most exciting stuff. But I'll try to keep doing the anime as well for those people. So yeah, make sure to comment on, talk about anything that you want to talk about on this chapter, or your speculations or whatever in the comments. Get a conversation started, and I'll be curious to know. And subscribe if you're interested in more stuff like this, and rating the videos and all that good junk. You got to do all that stuff. Alright, thanks for watching, and enjoy some more One Piece.
This is a rap about fan service, and it's the thing that serves us. Anime animated boobs are what soothes. An episode devoted to tits and asses. What can give any anime or manga true class? Whether or not you like it, to me and many others, it's the shit. From Dragon Ball showing Bulma with no breast, Tsunami the Thief's bigger breast. Hate it or like it, don't bitch to the rest. This is my fantastic fan service, and all you deserve is Lucy and Urza in Fairy Tail. Make our noses bleed, so all hail the mangaka who bring us these over the top, out of proportion, bigger than life, sexy animated women, breast size contortions. Many more than fan service. Show us that the mangaka love us. Sultry animated boobs, it's all for the news. Can High School of the Dead make it quicker for us to get into bed? All we need is Kubo to give us some fan service love with Orihime and Rengaku in a tub. I know my rhyme's like a crime, but at least it's better than Soulja Boy trying to rap about anime. This may be bad, but at least it's not crap. Fan service shows us what the mangaka loves us. Now you heard my fan service rap, now time for you to go and fap. Fan service, it shows the mangaka loves us. Fan service, fan service, fantastic fan service. Shows the mangaka loves us. Fantastic fan service. Shows us the mangaka loves us. Fan service. Shows us the mangaka loves us. Fantastic fan service. Fantastic fan service.
Lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto. Hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate, bitch, you can fucking fight me.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains, I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain, I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto. Hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate, bitch, you can fucking fight me.
Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself
580, End of the War. And I think we all knew it was coming, especially after the last episode, and this one, or last chapter. And this one's not as action-packed or exciting. There's a few things we learn that progress the story along, but it's not anything. A lot of people were bitching and moaning about how it sucks so bad, but I mean, it's just like, after what already happened, I mean, it's kind of hard to compete with that. The thing for me was the weirdest thing is the cover. I mean, the cover page. It isn't real. I don't think it's a cover story. Like he has cover stories sometimes, because there's no text or nothing, or not. It's not called that. It's just cover art, like he usually does with the Straw Hats and animals or whatever. But this time it has Tashigi, Kobe, and Helmeppo on it, and Tashigi's got her sword and she's talking to Kobe, and it looks like Kobe's writing something down, I don't know, and Helmeppo's in the background acting like a fool. But it's weird because it's the Marines are on there, and it's not a cover story, but I guess it's because they're friends of the Straw Hats, Smoker's not in it, which is strange to see that. And it might be foreshadowing something where these three are going to work together, maybe with Smoker or under Smoker or something, or under Garp in the future, and they're more the Marines who are not for absolute justice like Akainu and other ones. Right, and then we go, and you got Garp and Sengoku, and they finally acknowledge that Shanks is there, and Garp is kind of pissed. He's like, Red Harry's the one that got Luffy into all this, and so Garp holds a grudge against him still for that, so is he going to attack him or anything? I don't know. Guess he could if he wanted. And you got it just, everybody's like, what's he doing here? And so Shanks calls out to Buggy he tells him to take the Straw Hat back to Luffy because it isn't time for them to meet now, and he doesn't want to do it. And Lucky Lou or Lucky Roo or LaRue, or however how you say it, I've heard many things. I never read the SBS where Oda named him, so I don't know. I know it's Lucky. I thought it was Lucky LaRue, but some people were saying his name's Lucky Lou, the big fat guy always eating meat with the bandana on his head. And one thing in this, like in the old ones, he seemed to be like the same size. He was fat, but he seemed to be like the same height or around the same height as Shanks and Ben Betham and Yasopp. But in this, they've made him almost like a size of like Whitebeard or something, like being a bigger normal human in height. So did he grow, or did Oda change the design, or what? It's weird. It's been a while since we've seen him, so I guess anything's possible. And he don't you want to meet Luffy? And he's like, it's been 10 years, but he's like, no, it's not time for that yet. Because he wants to meet Luffy when Luffy's strong, not when Luffy's about ready to die, And he flashes back to giving him the Straw Hat, and he doesn't want to break the promise. Buggy gives the hat to Trafalgar Law, and they take it in, and you can see Luffy laying on the table, and he's still got that same face that he's had since Ace died, pretty much. And you see him on the table, and he's not looking good, and Jinbei's there with him. And you get Akainu and Aokiji, and they're like, we're going to stop him. Oh, yeah, Akahinu's pissed, and he's mad at Shanks for stopping him because he wants to stop Dragon's son. He's got to have a grudge. A lot of people speculated, does Akainu have like a grudge against Dragon? You know what I'm saying? I think he has a grudge against him more than just the whole justice thing. I think Dragon did something to Akainu when he was a kid or some shit. He stole his rose bush or something. He always wears his rose petal. Or he beat him in something back when they were kids or something like that, because he's got a grudge and a half. And it seems to be a lot about Dragon. It seems to be beyond just the whole justice thing, but that's just me. And, well, then Kizaru does this crazy move where he just like spams the hell out of laser attacks on the sub, and they're telling it to submerge, and Ben's upset. He's like, damn, I didn't know you had those moves in you. And pretty much he tells him, he says, if he survived that, then luck's on their side today. So he's given up. He can't do any more because they went underwater. If the attack didn't hit them, then it didn't hit them. And then we finally get to see Hancock again, and she's like, I know they're alive, 'cause she's still in love with Luffy, and she wants to find him. And she pretty much commandeers a Marine ship and tells them to go, look, we're going after Straw Hat, and she gives them an excuse that she's a Shibakai and she's going to destroy him, and to tell the Marines that. And they're all like, okay, you're crazy, but you're so beautiful. So they follow after her. So anything that this woman tells them to do, they're going to do, no matter what. And then Buggy comes back, and he's yelling at Shanks, because Shanks told him if he took the hat to Luffy, he'd give him a treasure map. And Shanks is like, well, it was just something I said at the spur of the moment. And Shanks is like, I still hold a grudge against you for what happened, you know that. And Shanks is just pretty much his same old self as he always is. And of course, the Buggy followers from Impel Down are like, oh, Buggy, talking to a Yonkou like that, we love you, we'll follow you forever, It's just, they're like fangirling over Buggy over this. And it's funny, and it's a little comedy in this, what's been really serious the last few chapters, with everybody dying and shit. But then Buggy realizes, and that's a smart move, he's like, maybe I should stay with Shanks, because if I do, I can probably get out of here alive. Alright, and Mihawk goes to leave, and the Marines are like, where are you going, Mihawk? And Mihawk's like, I talk like a Valley kid. Mihawk's like, oh my god, I'm not fighting Shanks. I agreed to the war with Whitebeard, but oh my god, I'm not going to fight Shanks. And a lot of people are speculating, is Mihawk scared? Mihawk's a pussy. Philhawk, he doesn't want to fight Shanks. What I look at it is, I think it comes back to his whole, maybe it's like he doesn't, it's kind of his excuse. Like, him and Shanks are really buddies, but he doesn't really want to fight Shanks, but his honor, makes him want to, but he's using the whole, oh, you lost your arm, it's not worth my time anymore, kind of, because he's a whole honorable thing. And that's how I see it. I don't see him as being scared of Shanks. If he wasn't scared of Whitebeard, he wouldn't be scared of Shanks. Although, a lot of people have been talking about, why the hell are the Marines and everybody's so damn scared of Shanks, but they were willing to fight Whitebeard? My ideas on that are, well, we all knew Whitebeard was old, and he was already on, life support, it looked like. And plus, they'd already been fighting like crazy, and Whitebeard just took so many attacks that he probably shouldn't have took, and all that good stuff. So, he was already at half power. So fighting him wasn't as much. You got Shanks showing up with his badass crew, and they're fresh, and you've already been fighting and everything else, and already sustained losses and damage. Of course you don't want to fight him. But Shanks says, if there's anybody else that wants to go wild and fight, then you can fight me. And then there's a cool spread of his crew, and this is when you can kind of see, Lucky LaRue or whatever his name, he's taller than Shanks, and he looks quite a bit bigger, height-wise, than he was previously. But maybe it's not. It doesn't look as big as I thought, but he looks a lot taller than I remember. I remember him being almost shorter. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. It's been a long time. And Yasop looks a lot different than he did. And a lot of people talk about the bandana and a tattoo. And I think the anime messed it up one time and made it look like a tattoo on his head, but it was always a bandana that said his name on his head when in the manga. But I'm not 100% sure on that. But he looks a little bit different, and you got a badass crew. And there's there's Bentham and Shanks and Yasop and Lucky LaRue, and those are ones you know. And then there's 1, 2, 3 other ones, maybe 4, that it's I don't remember them standing out. There's a dude with the skull on his hat thing, and there's a dude with a scar with the monkey, and somebody went back, and the monkey is in one of the first chapters when Shanks is in the flashback with Luffy. So I guess it's that same monkey. Then you got this big old dude with his dragon tattoo on him, and he's huge. And you got some dude who looks kind of like a lion type kind of guy or something. So that's his crew, and they look pretty badass. And he says, we'll take on anybody. We don't care if you want to fight. He's pretty much saying, either in this war or if you want to fight somebody, you're going to fight me. And nobody's willing to do that so far. He even says Teach, Blackbeard, if you want to fight, we'll fight you now. But Blackbeard's like, no, it's not time for us to fight, so they're gonna fight in the future, or Blackbeard knows he's gonna have to fight him eventually. But Blackbeard, either is he not confident enough to fight Shanks now, which is kind of weird because he was willing to fight Sengoku and Garp at the same time while ago, but he won't take on the Shanks crew. So, I mean, that's crazy. And he's like, we're leaving. He's like, let's get the hell out of here. And and then the Blackbeard's leaving. Which, and a lot of people were talking like, how are the Marines even going to they're just going to let him leave? You know, it's like, what the hell? But maybe they're like, maybe they finally decided that they're just going to be done with it. And then Shanks tells everybody, listen to me pretty much and don't embarrass me. We're just going to end this and everybody quit fighting and let's get out of here with what we can, because if we don't, more people are going to end up getting fucked up. And it just shows over everybody from the Whitebeard commanders, and they're all sad. Some of the vice admirals and Smoker and Tashigi, and it's just like, how Oda does. And then you see Don Flamingo, and Kobe's still passed out, foaming at the mouth. You see Oars Jr. lying. I guess he's dead. He's laying face down dead. We don't know what's going to happen with him. You see Gecko Moria, and you see the Pacifistas and Santa Maru. And I'm guessing there's one, like, Pacifista, like, separate from the others, like, in one panel, and I'm guessing that's probably the Kuma one. And then you get all the admirals, and, of course, Crocodile looking all badass. And Shanks says that they'll take care of Ace and Whitebeard's body. And Sengoku finally agrees, and he says, since it's you... Well, the translation that they have up doesn't include this, but what somebody else translated on AP forums was that Sengoku said something, because it's you, red hair, and then people were speculating, is that some sort of something? In this translation, all it says is, fine, red hair, I'll take responsibility for this, and he says, and he's pretty much saying, alright, everybody, let's get the Marines that are hurt and fix this up and be done with it. And so, I guess the war is over, and you officially get it over because the narration at the bottom is the greatest war since the Great Pirate Age is finally ended. The war on Marineford closed, and it left a deep mark on history. So the war is, I'm guessing, finally over. So now a lot of people are speculating. Is there going to be a time skip? What's coming next? Because next week, we don't got a chapter for anybody that was curious. There's not going to be a chapter of One Piece in Jump next week. So we're going to have to wait a couple of weeks to find out about what happened. Is Oda going to do a time skip? Is he going to go straight to Luffy getting better? What's he going to do? Personally, I hope it's not a big time skip. If there's one, I really don't. I mean, it makes sense either way, because you got to look at it. Look at this. Luffy's got to... he's got to grow a lot, and he don't think of really that young a crew and that, can make it. They need a little time, but I mean, Luffy's supposed to be beyond extraordinary, so I mean, that's supposed to be what's so great about it. And I wish he would just let it pass time more quickly instead of the way it does, is what I would think, so we can see the journey. I just don't want it to be skipped ahead like 10 years, and then you got to think all the other people are going to be even older, and you don't want to miss them. And he's got to, of course, meet back up with Rayleigh and all that, and in 10 more years or something, Rayleigh might be dead. He's pretty old already, so maybe he won't do the time skip until after they get into the New World, or maybe there won't be a time skip, I hope, or if it is, it'll be like a month or two, not anything major. But that's my opinion. Whatever you think. You think there's going to be a time skip? Let me know. I'm curious how many people really think there's going to be a time skip. I think a problem with this whole Japanese to English translation is that there's a lot of problems that happen with that. Like that whole thing where Oda said his last adventure is a 17-year-old. And then like this, the different translation between different people who do the translations. There's always the old one about the Pirate Summit and stuff like that. There's just been a lot of confusion all the time with this. So yeah, next week there won't be a One Piece in Jump, so I probably won't be doing a review. I might do something else, although my work schedule's weird, so I don't know. And it's a different style. I'm laying down in my bed doing this one and doing all kinds of weird stuff and looking at my computer screen a little bit because I can't remember it. Alright. Take care, and if you like these reviews or you want to hear more or you're interested in interaction or whatever, Make sure you subscribe to wherever the button is, because YouTube's changed the button. It used to be like over there, now it's up here, it's over there, wherever the hell it is. Check out the links and stuff. Follow me on Twitter. I always retweeting when I find out there's spoilers if you're interested in that. And also, whenever a chapter comes out, I'll retweet that so that people know about that. And other One Piece stuff, I'll make sure to put that on there. Alright, take care.
Alright. This is about One Piece, chapter 581. I'll try to do this one take because I've been busy today. Haven't had a chance to do this. My internet's been messed up, so woo. I'm gonna talk about it now. It ain't that much to talk about, so it should be a short video, and I can probably just upload it. It's not gonna be edited or anything, so bear with me. It starts out with a cool title page with Shanks and Buggy having some sake together, and Buggy's pouring in a glass with his hands shot off and everything. Not shot off, but chopped, using his power. And then we go to a scene with them talking about Bulletin, talking about Whitebeard being defeated and the Marines winning, and we come to find out that all the supernovas actually did show up at Marineford. They were just a little bit late. The only one who made it when, besides Luffy, of course, the only one who made it when stuff was still going on was Trafalgar Law, and he has Luffy, and we don't know what's going on with Luffy yet. We'll find out in this episode, I think, at least a little bit. And it goes through all the supernovas, and they're all talking. Drake talks about the Marines are going to have to change after this. Capone talks about how the seas are going to be messed up now that Whitebeard's gone. There's going to be a lot more fighting. Uroge just talks about Blackbeard and him being in the eye of the hurricane. And Apu is just was curious why Trafalgar Law would do what he did. And he says he's infamous for his cruelty. Why would he help Luffy? He doesn't understand. And my thought on this is, and like a lot of people have been thinking, is maybe he's not as bad as his rumors get about, because how the Marines are, they like to say somebody's so great or so evil when they're not. Like Luffy, I'm sure they think he's the worst person on the planet, and he's not a bad guy at all, we all know. And then Bonnie she says something which is confusing in the translation, and the other translation I read from the spoiler translation by somebody else was that in the one I'm reading, it says, "We must find him at once. Off we go to the new world." And in the spoiler translation, the person said that it was an ambiguous him or her, like it's some Japanese thing. I don't speak Japanese, so I don't know. So I guess it's like they have a word that's neither him nor her, but could be either way. This translator decides to say him. So is it really him, or is it her, or who's she wanting to look for? You would think Blackbeard, she's upset about the Whitebeard stuff and everything, but would she be that dumb to try to fight Blackbeard, knowing what he just did? I mean, I don't know. And then you get Hawkins, and he's doing his magic cards, and he's saying that no matter what, Luffy's survival rate will never become 0. So that means that I'm guessing, at least the way I interpret it, means that according to Hawkins, that he isn't gonna die no matter what. So that's pretty much what we knew. And apparently Hawkins has like somebody that's like a cat or something in his crew. So it kind of fits in with Beppo and then Chopper and Luffy and Trafalgar Law's crew. But what is this? I thought there's only one devil fruit. That maybe there are people who ate a cat fruit and they had a bear fruit. I don't understand what's up with that. Maybe we'll learn about Beppo someday. I hope so. Then it goes to Kid last. He gets like a whole page. And he names out the last Yonko, who is Big Mom. So we finally get the last name. We haven't seen Kaido or her. We've seen the other two, and Whitebeard's dead now, so it's only 3 instead of 4. So are they going to change the name, or are they going to count Blackbeard as one? What do y'all think? Y'all think Blackbeard is going to be counted as a Yonko now, or he's just going to be feared, but he ain't really going to be a Yonko yet? So we'll see. And he says, it begins now, a new age, like nothing anyone's ever seen before. And that seems like that's going to be true. And you got some pirate people who are inspired because they heard Whitebeard say there is a One Piece. and you got some people who are dancing for the Marines' victory and Whitebeard's death. You got some new Marines being inspired who want to make it someday. And then you cut to this island that was apparently under Whitebeard's protection. And it was called Food Valton. I don't know, that's the way it's spelled. And these people are attacking it. And now they're like, Whitebeard's dead. Ha ha ha. We don't care anymore. We're going to take over. And we're introduced to a new character named Brownbeard who is taking over this island here. So we've had a Whitebeard, a Blackbeard, and now a Brownbeard. So what's coming next? I think I know there's really, I don't know if there's really a pirate called Brownbeard. I know there's like a Bluebeard and a Blackbeard and a Redbeard maybe. I don't know if there was a Whitebeard pirate or not, like a real pirate, so I'm not sure. He looks pretty big. He don't really show much more than that, and his crew is pretty much kicking their asses, but that doesn't mean he's that badass. Obviously, he's not anywhere near Whitebeard. If he was, he would have tried to stop, he wouldn't have waited his Whitebeard to die. So, a lot of speculation in this. I'm guessing this is going to be somebody Luffy's going to kick his ass when Luffy gets better. That's just my guess. And then you go and you see the Marine ship that Hancock had, and all the Marines have been turned to stone, of course. And she has found Trafalgar Law's ship, and Beppo dares to talk to her. He says, "Good job figuring out where we'd merge." And she tells she used the snake Solemn to, or Salome, however you say it, to search for him on the bottom of the ocean. And then she scolds Beppo, and he's like, "Sorry." And we're finally actually getting some mild humor back in here again with the way Beppo's interaction with Hancock, and it's so funny. And then Trafalgar Law comes out, I guess out of surgery, wiping the blood off of his hands. He says he did all he could. By this category of operation, his life is currently still being preserved, but he's accumulated an unbelievable amount of damage. There's no proof that he will be able to come back to life. And Hancock just looks sad. But then who shows up but Ivankov? And seems to be no worse than aware. I was worried. I thought it got shot by Akinu, but I guess it wasn't that bad, or she healed herself or whatever. And she jumps down, and they're all like, "Oh, Luffy's great. He's going to make it. It doesn't matter." You know, they're going to go to New Kama Land. So is this where they're going to pick up Sanji? What's going to happen with that? Anybody got any ideas? Are they going to meet up before this? Are they going to take Luffy when he gets better? How's it going to go? Don't know. And one thing I'm worried about is Inazuma, because I don't think you see her at all. So hopefully she's all right. And Ivankov doesn't say anything. Jumps over to the Trafalgar Law ship, and then we see Hancock, and she's like, "I would trade places with Luffy in a minute." And man, it must be nice being doted on by the Pirate Empress. And Ivankov's asking Trafalgar Law if he's friends with Luffy, and he's like, "Nope." And Trafalgar Law is like, "I have no obligation to save him either, but if kindness makes you uncomfortable, shall I make you some reason?" And then Ivankov's, "No. There are times when instincts moves our bodies after all." I think this comes from the whole Luffy, he kind of inspires people no matter who they are. Look at Crocodile. I mean, he helped Luffy out, you know. So even if you're his worst enemy, he might, you still might help him. And Jinbei's alive, not as bad a shape as Luffy, but he's pretty messed up. And he comes up out of bed, and he thanks Trafalgar Law for saving his life. They tell him he needs to go to sleep, but he can't because his heart won't settle down because of, Whitebeard's dead, Ace is dead. I mean, everything's fucked. At least he kind of saved Luffy. And then we get a cut of Luffy, and he is like hooked up to like this, looks like, almost like life support. It looks similar to what Whitebeard was hooked up to a little bit. People were speculating about Trafalgar Law having something to do with Whitebeard or something like that. And so hopefully this isn't going to be some permanent thing where he's going to be screwed up like Whitebeard and can't fight as strong. I don't think so. Maybe down the road when he gets older, it might be something that comes back to haunt him. But right now, I think it's just going to take him a while to get better from this. With Trafalgar Law's help, it's going to help him out. And then there's more comedy when Hancock asked Beppo for a Den Den Mushi. She's like, "Beast, do you have a Den Den Mushi?" And he's like, "Ah, yes, ma'am, we do, ma'am. Sorry." And then the other Trafalgar Law crew, which I didn't see John Bart in this one at all, but some of the other crew members like, "Oh, that's not fair. You're like the Empress's slave or something." So, I mean, it's some more comedy. And she's going to call the Kuja fleet.
and she doesn't want the government to know Luffy survived because they'll come after him, and they're taking him to Nyoga Island. I don't know, that's not Fishman Island, is it? That's got to be her island, right? That's Amazon Lily. Maybe that's Amazon Lily's a town, and that's the name of the island. I don't know. And as long as she's still a Shichibukai, she can be able to treat him safely. So maybe she isn't, maybe she is. In the end, we're going to find out something crazy about the Shichibukai. Shichibukai, however how you say it. Now we cut back to the Marine headquarters, and Sengoku's there, and somebody, whatever, he's got a real name, but I can't remember it. And he was in, when Luffy got his major bounty in East Blue, he was the guy that said it. And he kind of pops back in now, which is kind of strange. And he's talking about there's a report from Impel Down, and Magellan. He asked Sengoku asked if Magellan's still alive, and he says yes, and but he's almost near death, and he's really upset about it, and he takes all responsibility for it. And this is another translation problem that I'm having with what I read in the spoiler translation. What's here, the way the spoiler guy said it was that it was Magellan was going to commit suicide over this. And the way this guy does it, he says he's in a mental state where moving could very well end up killing him. So is it just that he's so messed up that if he did get up and try to move, it would be killing himself and would be suicide? Or is it more on the line of he really wants to kill himself because he failed? And Sengoku says, don't let him do anything stupid. So, I mean, it's off a little bit, but it's not that bad. I mean, it's, it's kind of the same thing going to happen. And he talks about, then he tells him what happened at level 6. Apparently, Blackbeard, once he got to level 6, he just went down there and he told all the people in level 6 to fight it out. Never who won, who was left alive, he would take it part of his crew. And so that's how he got those 4 people in his crew. But they're not all dead, and there's a lot of them missing apparently. And at first I thought was Brownbeard one of them, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think he was somebody who was biding his time, waiting for Whitebeard to die. He's a kind of a good pirate, but not as big as Whitebeard. Because he seemed to already be pretty, set up, so he couldn't have just got out of jail. All right, and then this worries Sengoku a lot, knowing about this. So he's saying, Sengoku says, but the government doesn't want any of this let out. And I don't think this translation is one of them. Sengoku just screams. He said, are you fucking kidding me? Now, does Sengoku really say fucking kidding me? I don't know. I mean, he could be like, are you serious or something like that. That's one of them translation things where, you get a lot of people like to curse a lot in the translations for no reason. But I can imagine he seems pretty pissed, so he could probably say something like that. Yeah, but the government doesn't want to know about the 6 escaping because they don't want to lose face. That's all the government cares about. You're starting to find out that even the Marines should start realizing how screwed up the higher ups are. And then the last page is the back streets of Marineford, and it's Moria, and he's bleeding, and he's laying on the ground with like 4 or 5 pacifistas, and Doflamingo standing around him. And Doflamingo saying, "You're too weak to continue being a Shichibukai, or Shishibukai." And he says, "Don't you think it'd be better if we just let you die? Say you died in the battle, instead of just getting killed." And then Moria's like, "Who's responsible for this? Sengoku?" And then Doflamingo was like, "Nope, try higher." And he points up, and that was kind of cool. So who is it? The Gurusai, I guess? The world government? Is there somebody else there? So are they going to eliminate all the other Shishibukai? I mean, there ain't many left. You got Kuma and you got Doflamingo, who seem to still be following orders, and Moria's getting his ass kicked and maybe dead. Is Moria going to die? Let me know. What do y'all think? Are they going to kill Moria, or is Moria going to get away somehow, come back up later, maybe even to help Luffy or something down the road? Let me know what y'all think. I'm unsure. It could go either way at this point. Or we might not find out. That could be a thing. There might not be a definite thing. Is he dead? Is he not? And a lot of people are speculating that Mr. 2 might not be dead somehow because of what happened to Magellan. Maybe when he was going to kill him, he didn't get a chance to because of such and such. And he got to escape because he got hurt and everything else. So he was still able to get out of there somehow. I don't know. That's just some wishful thinking. We didn't see him dead. He's not confirmed dead. So, same thing with Moria so far. Maybe next chapter will say something, maybe it won't. That's about it. Next week there's going to be a chapter with a color page, apparently a color spread, and then there's going to be another break. It's called a double chapter, but I don't think it's like 2 chapters in one or nothing. I don't understand it. It's something Jump does. They're taking a whole break. Jump is not just One Piece. The whole Jump will be not next week, but the week after next. So we'll get one more, and then we'll have another break, and then we'll be back. So is the time skip coming, or we're going to see him going to Amazon Lily? What's going to happen next? I really don't want a time skip. A lot of people do, but I don't want a time skip. And if there is a time skip, please don't let it be super long. Like Dragon Ball Z was like, just skip like 15 years, you know? A year, 6 months, 2 months, 3 months, fine. If Luffy's in a coma for that long, which is possible with how fucked up he is. So, let me know what y'all think if you want, and don't forget to subscribe and all that, and liking and favoriting and all that good stuff on the videos. Yep, can't wait for more One Piece. It's getting really good and exciting, but things are a-changing for sure. Alright, so this is going to be a quick One Piece update review thing. And because not much really happens, there's some cool stuff we learned in this one, but it's not that much happening. A lot of the pages are just the same thing, so it should be kind of quick. And I've been busy today, so I ain't going to have time to put the music and stuff in here, so it'll probably just be this. This episode, or this chapter, is 582, and it's entitled Luffy and Ace. And you don't have like a cover story thing this week because it has a color spread, which is kind of cool. It's like it's called Pirates Iron Soccer, and it's like all the team playing soccer together. And it starts with it saying approximately 2 weeks after the war, and then there's been a pirate ship spotted somewhere in the West Blue, and you see the Marines supposedly coming to help, and there's a pirate. Seems like a generic pirate. It seems like they're starting to pillage and plunder, and they're saying, we're going to the Grand Line. And the effects of the war have already been noticed, is what it's saying. Then we go back to Amazon Lily, where Ivankov and the rest of them have all been for 2 weeks. And Ivankov said he's leaving. His mission to protect Luffy is over, and he's going to go to Kambaka Kingdom and ask Jinbei if he'll be alright. And Jinbei says, I still can't swim too well. So he's going to wait on Luffy and see how Luffy's doing. And then you see Law and Hancock, and then the Okamas all say goodbye and tell Luffy to do his best and wake up. And they say if fate may have it, then we'll let us meet again. Which probably they will. A lot of people are speculating this might be how Sanji gets reintroduced, because he landed on the Kambaka Island or whatever it's called, and so they think Ivankov's going to show up there and maybe tell Luffy or tell Sanji about where Luffy is, and we'll see. Or maybe Luffy will go there next, and that's how he'll find him. Who knows? And they're on the island, and Luffy's awake, and he's asking. They were treated as a special exception due to Luffy's medical treatment. Law and them were able to anchor their sub on the coast of Amazon Lily. And Luffy's running around, and he's screaming, "Where's Ace?" And Jinbei and Law, and the Heart Pirates are trying to chase him, it looks like. And Luffy and Law and Jinbei are sitting down talking. He's completely beyond our control. That's what the Heart Pirates are saying. And Jinbei asks what'll happen if they let him go, and Law tells him it's simple. His wounds will open back up, and he might die this time. So Jinbei's like, shit, what am I going to do? And then we get news in the Kuja Castle to Hancock that Luffy's awake, and all the other Kuja on the island want to see him. But Hancock really does. Apparently she hadn't been eating for those 2 weeks, and what's her name, Niyu, the old empress, is bitching at her for letting them in on the island and stuff, and she's saying, whatever. She's like, you don't dare tell me I'm the empress. And Hancock still seems to be smitten with Luffy as ever. And she tells them to prepare a mountain of finest cuisine for Luffy. He'll be hungry. And all of the Kuja women say yes, because they all like Luffy now, too. And Hancock's like, oh, she's like, pretty much, I'll take care of Luffy. And she's got the, the little smiley thing. Oh, Luffy, I love you. And then Nayu is talking about how powerful the virus Hancock has gotten infected with. So it isn't something that's ended easily, because it's been 2 weeks and she still seems to be as smitten as she was from when she first got the bite of the love bug, if you will. And so, I mean, this also fuels more speculation that she's going to join. I don't think Hancock's going to join. I don't think she's going to be able to. My personal thing is, I think Marguerite is going to join, and I've thought that from the not the moment we met her, but after a while with her interaction with Luffy and kind of being curious about the world outside of Amazon Lily, I could see her going, and I could see Hancock giving her permission so she can watch Luffy, because Hancock still has her duties to take care of, and Hancock might show up some other time, of course, since she's in love with Luffy, but who knows, maybe she will join. I just don't think she will. And Nayu talks about how it's amazing how Luffy survived that, and are the gods watching after him, and what does heaven plan for him? So she's speculating on his future. I mean, we all know he's probably going to be Pirate King. So, I mean, this is just seeing how people are reacting, and they're seeing his potential right here. And then he cuts back to the Heart Pirates, and they got like a barrier up, kind of like the barrier they put around the castle when Hancock takes a bath. And they're all like, we want to see the women of Amazon Lily. And this is like the funniest part of the whole damn episode. And because half of the episode is like heartbreaking, and half of it, like not half of it, but half of it's heartbreaking, and part of it's got a good humor to it. And Oda's always good about that. He can make you laugh and cry in the same chapter. And it's got 2 of the Heart Pirates. One of them that's got the penguin hat on, one of them says, I'd really love to take a peek inside the all-female country. You'll die, what an idiot you are. But they're all like Sanji, like with the blushing and like hearts and stuff. And then Beppo is like, the funniest thing of the whole episode. I wish I could do a Beppo voice. I wonder what he sounds like. Think there's any female bears? That's my Beppo. Think there's any female bears? And then they all scream at him, it's a country of women. And then, of course, he goes, sorry, and lowers his head down. The funniest part of the whole thing. So, what is Beppo? Is he a bear? There's been a lot of speculation. It doesn't seem like he's a man that ate his own bear fruit. It seems like he's a bear that can somehow talk. And there's a starfish that could talk, so, okay, anything's possible. Maybe even going back to that last chapter, that cat person we seen in, what's his name, Hawkins' crew, maybe he's a cat person, for real. Who knows? And then you see Trafalgar Law's just there, and he's staring at Luffy's straw hat, and he cuts back to Luffy, and he's breathing real heavy, and he's screaming and punching stuff, and there's like blood still dripping out of his nose and his mouth. You got another scene, he's just destroying the forest and just breathing real hard, and there's still blood. He's bandaged up. Right here, the picture of him reminds me of when Bon Clay, or Bon Curry, however you want to say it, was bandaged up when he was in Impel Down. He looks a lot like Luffy did, or Luffy looks a lot like him, because like head to toe bandages, and he's still like bleeding, and just the way he's standing, his whole body looks a lot like that. And he's like, where am I? Was I really dreaming? Was it a dream? He's wondering if it was a dream, the whole thing. And he's just breathing real hard, and he's trying not to remember. And he sees the flash of Ace dead at Marineford, and he just screams. And he has a flashback of Ace telling him he's sorry he's sorry that Luffy wasn't able to save him. And then he just sees Ace's blood. And he's pretty much just wants that memory out of his head, and he's telling it to disappear, and he's just punching and breaking more stuff and screaming and breathing hard. And he sees Akainu with his magma punch, and he's flashing Luffy with Ace getting punched by him, and he just screams and punches out like a gum rocket, not a rocket, but like a pistol or something, and destroys some trees, and just screams in anguish. And he keeps saying, disappear, disappear. He wants to wake up. He thinks it's a dream, and he's destroying more and more stuff. And finally, Jinbei shows up because he knows he's got to do something, or Luffy's going to end up killing himself. And we all know that Jinbei is, you know, he promised to make sure Luffy was all right now because he decided that he had to since he lost Ace. And then he sees Jinbei, and Jinbei has a flashback about when Ace asked him to take care of Luffy if he died. So there's more. It goes more onto the whole. Jinbei, is he going to join? And because he promised Ace, or he might not have promised him at that point, but he grew to like Luffy and wants to live up to what Ace asked of him. So is he going to stick with Luffy for a long time, just a little while, or what? I don't know. I could see him joining more than anybody because he seems to be more out of place right now. He doesn't really have a crew. He's not a Shibukai anymore. And they go to Fishman Island and they might fix it because you know it's going to be chaotic as hell because it was Whitebeard's domain and you already seen what happened on that one island last week. So I can see that, but maybe he could stay there to make sure things go good. And since, you know, and everybody is speculating that Blackbeard's the final boss, so you need a crew that lives up to the Blackbeard crew. And all we already know, the original Straw Hats, you know, they could probably match up and are growing with the original Blackbeards, but Blackbeard's gained some super crew members from level 6, ones that killed all the other level 6 people pretty much. So you know there's some badass and stuff like that. And of course Zoro and Sanji could probably match up, and maybe even Frankie with one of them or something. But I think Jinbei, that he needs to get stronger people in his crew, and I think Jinbei could fit that bill a little bit better than Hancock in my opinion. And you're pretty much getting Luffy, and he said he tried to pinch his cheek so hard, and he still couldn't wake up. And he says, if this was a dream, I would have woken up by now. And he asked Jinbei, this isn't one, is it? And Luffy flashes back to when Ace told him he's gotten strong, and Luffy says, I'm going to surpass you one day. And Luffy's like, Ace died, didn't he? And he's just tears, just like, you know, Oda's crazy crying, looks kind of like Kobe, were just tears and snot, everything in his face. And then Jinbei's like, yes, he died. And Luffy just breaks down on the ground, and he's just crying. And then we got to Luffy having a flashback when he first meets Ace. And Luffy just screams out in pain and anguish and all this. And this bring a tear to your eyes. This made me tear up more than when Ace actually died. Like, this is more heart-wrenching seeing all this than it did when Ace actually died. I think because that was more of a shocker than anything, and I was more shocked than I was sad at that point. And you don't have a heart or emotions if you've read like all of these mangas and watched all the animes and you haven't teared up at least once in watching all of these. I mean, there's like the whole Water 7 Enies Lobby arc. There's like at least 4 things that will make you cry. And, you know, other than that, other parts of it, Arlong, Nami, and all that. I mean, if you haven't teared up a little bit, I'm not saying bawling like this, but you got no heart. I mean, that's just the way it is. And here we go. Then this is the most telling of the things. 10 years ago, East Blue Mountain Path to Mount Corbo behind Fuchsia Village or Windmill Village. And Garp's dragging Luffy along, telling him, Luffy's like, I'm going to be Pirate King. And Garp's like, no, you're going to be the strongest Marine, blah, blah, blah. And it's showing some more stuff where he's pinching Luffy. This is after Luffy ate the gum fruit. And he's saying, why does it hurt when you pinch my cheek, even though I'm rubber? So obviously Garp has some haki or something that can help stop it. And then we meet Dadan, who we learned about after Water 7 and maybe even before that. Somebody important to Luffy and Ace especially. And come to find out, it's Mount Corbo Mountain Tribe, boss of the Dadan family, Curly Dadan, Ace and Luffy's foster mother. So I'm guessing the Dadan they're talking about was her. And these pants match up from a previous chapter. They're like checkerboard kind of. And a lot of people, everybody thought it was going to be a man, but it turned out it's a woman. And it's one ugly cigarette-smoking woman. And there's 2 other people there, and I'm sure we might learn some more about them as well. And apparently she's the one to help raise Ace and Luffy. And she's like, why are you bringing me another one? It turns out she was like a criminal or something, and Garp pretty much blackmailed her to raise them, or he would turn them in because they had so many crimes. Which a lot of people have been talking about. It's kind of funny. If Garp, what makes you think that these 2 kids are going to grow up to be Marines when one is Gold D. Roger's son, the other has already been influenced by Shanks, And then you let them get raised by mountain bandits, for fuck's sakes. I mean, come on. What did you expect, Garp? I mean, was he just talking all that? And, you know, like you're going to be Marines and he knew better the whole time or what? And she's bitching about how Ace is a little monster. And Ace spits on Luffy's face. And they say, Ace, you came home. And it's got this cool little spot of Ace 10 years ago. And he's sitting there with like a staff all bloody. He's got a bandage on his head. And he looks kind of badass for like a 10-year-old or whatever he is. But Ace is officially 3 years older than Luffy. I guess we already knew that. And Garp tells him he's gonna be his brother, his new brother, and y'all need to get along. And I guess it's Garp saying I'm guessing he's saying it to Dan, but he might be saying it to Ace. I'm entrusting him to you. So, and then at the end it says their first meeting. Also, there's a note. There isn't really going to be a chapter next week because Jump's on break because of Golden Week. Some people speculate there might be an early chapter release, but even if there is next week somehow, then the next week there won't be one. So there will be a point where there won't be a chapter. So unfortunately, we have to look forward to that, or not look forward to it, dread it, I guess. There's something else I want to talk about. Shit. So we finally found out who Dan is, and that's cool. So maybe next chapter is going to be more of a flashback. A lot of people were bitching. They thought the time skip was coming. And it's 2 weeks, and a lot of people are like, it's time skip, and I don't know. I don't hope the time skip doesn't come at all, but maybe it's not the time skip, the big one that everybody's anticipating. Maybe he did 2 weeks later because of the whole 2 week off from thing. I don't know. And it's just Luffy just crying his eyes out. There's something else I wanted to talk about, though. Shit. Pisses me off. And I'm not going to edit this, so it's going to be kind of choppy. So next week, maybe we'll get some normal time and some future time. Because, and you know, Luffy's awful upset because he didn't ask for food right away. He was worried about Ace more than anything. So, I know what I was going to talk about. A lot of people were speculating, is this going to change Luffy a lot? Is Luffy going to become some little emo kid and all he does is cry about Ace? Well, this chapter kind of puts that a little to rest because, yes, he knows and it's hard, it's horrible for him. And the anguish and everything's there and you can see that. And we'd expect him to go so far and to go through so much and not to succeed. And you know, Luffy has never lost anybody like this. And a lot of people are saying, well, he's finally going to be like the rest of the Straw Hats because they've all lost somebody dear to them. So is this going to just make his motivation even greater? Because he already knows he has the weight of Ace wanting him to be Pirate King. And even Whitebeard kind of gave him his go-ahead. And Shanks, of course, on him. So he's even going to have more drive, even losing Ace. Yeah, it might take him a little bit of time, but I don't think it's going to be no crazy. And just the way he reacted, he will face the truth. He didn't want to, but it didn't go on for like a year or a month or something like that. You know, he came to the realization he's dead. There's nothing he can do about it except fight on. And I think that's what Luffy's going to do. And, you know, so what do y'all think? Do you think Jinbei is going to join? Do you think Hancock will join? Marguerite? Somebody else? Nobody? I mean, I don't know. I think Jinbei might join, maybe not permanently. I don't see Hancock joining permanently. I see Marguerite maybe joining permanently, like under Hancock's supervision to tell her to watch Luffy. Because I don't see her letting him leave without somebody to help him or to watch him or something like that. But I could see her meeting the rest of the Straw Hats, and I would love to see that. That'd be hilarious. And see what happened with Sanji. I could just see Sanji. He just turned to stone. She wouldn't even have to use her powers, you know. So that's that for 582, Luffy and Ace. Maybe next week we'll have a more flashback of how they got to be brothers, really, and maybe a little more story progression. I'd say in the next 2 or 3 chapters, maybe we'll start having some beginning to a Straw Hat reunion, which everybody I know is looking forward to. And actually, maybe Oda will give us a little bit of where the other Straw Hats are, because, you know, it's been 2 weeks now, so they could be moving on their own or something right now. Alright, so thanks for watching, and don't forget to rate and favorite and comment and subscribe if you like this kind of thing. I welcome all discussion, you know, comments on anything you want to talk about One Piece, or answer questions I had, whatever floats your boat. Alright, and I know a lot of people that watch this probably like Japanese, and then they click and they think they're going to get the comic or something, and then it's like, oh, it's some white dude, it's some, what is it, Gaijin or some shit, and they're like, fuck you, you know, so whatever. So, hey, Japanese people, hello. and I know you don't watch this far, so you won't even get to see that. But if you're Japanese and you can understand me, why don't you type me a little kanji or something so I know that you actually watch the videos. Alright, thanks. Take it easy. Oh, you gotta turn the camera off. Alright, welcome to One Piece review of Chapter 583, entitled The Final Destination for the Unknown, Gray Terminal. And I'm unsure about that because one translation has it as just Gray Terminal, another has it as that whole thing. I don't know if it's like, it means that, like, destination of the unknown, literally, but it translates definitively to Gray Terminal, or it's just both, because some have Gray Terminal in parentheses, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And we'll find out what the Gray Terminal is once we get into it. Okay, to begin with, the cover chapter is Hogback and Absalom, and they're at some sort of resort where there's a bunch of women pampering them and stuff. But one of them has covered up Absalom's eyes, and it's like a boar-like creature, kind of like Lola was. So, and he doesn't seem to know. So, I'm guessing I'll be surprised when he finds that out. I don't think it's a cover story. A lot of people were speculating it was like a cover story, you know, like what's happening now to them. I just think it's a cover image thing because Oda's been doing random people who's had encounters with the Straw Hats lately. So, that's that. Alright, it starts with Luffy at the Mountain Bandits with Daden, and he's telling them how much he hates Mountain Bandits, and it shows in like a little background of when the Mountain Bandit that tried to kill him that time and who caused Shanks to lose his arm, and then the Mountain Bandit's like, I don't care if you hate Mountain Bandits, blah blah blah. There's a lot of dialogue in this one, so I'm not going to go over it completely. But, so she pretty much tells him that she's going to give him a cup of water and a bowl of rice, and that's all he gets. And Ace has a bunch of meat, and the bandits have a bunch of meat because Ace goes and kills it and brings it into them and shares it with them. And Luffy's like, I don't care, I can go in the jungle and eat worms and snakes and stuff like that because my grandpa taught me because he threw me in the jungle when I was a little kid, which we can remember happened before another flashback where we talk about how Garp started training Luffy at a young age. To become a great Marine, according to Garp, but it didn't work out that way now, did it? So, they're all surprised, and they're like, damn Garp's grandkids, they're all too much to handle. And Ace goes out to do who knows what, and Luffy decides he's going to come after him. He wants to follow Ace and be friends, but Ace is having none of it. Ace is just like, it's like some little kid bothering you. I don't know if you, when you were younger, if you had like a little brother or just other little kids around, you were trying to do stuff and they would follow you and try to bother you. It gets annoying, and it looks like Ace is annoyed by all this. And Luffy has another little flashback to Shanks where, yeah, I know, it's funny, a flashback in a flashback, because this whole chapter is a flashback. And he's flashing back to when Shanks got the beer poured on him by the bandits, and he tells Luffy, don't worry about it. So Luffy tells Ace that he isn't mad anymore about the spitting on him, because that doesn't matter. He wants to be friends with Ace, and he's going to follow him. And Ace kicks down a huge tree that comes rolling at Luffy to try and stop him. So Ace is obviously really strong even at the age of 10. So that's what age he is when this is going on, and Luffy's 7. But that doesn't stop Luffy. Luffy follows him some more, and Ace throws him in off a cliff into like a canyon, and then Ace comes back the next day to Daden's, and they're like, where's Luffy? And they're like, how the hell should I know, is what Ace says. And then the one with the turban of the Daden Mountain Bandit clan, I guess if you will, is trying to explain to Daden that how we're going to explain to Garp we lose him in one day, and she's pretty much like, whatever, if he doesn't make it, well, I'll just tell him the accident happened, and I'll just tell Garp, they're too much to handle anyway. And Ace overhears this, and hears how Daden talks about Ace being a demon, and if the Marines ever found out who he was, that they would all be in trouble. And then 1 week later, Luffy comes back all beat up and tattered, and his clothes are ripped, and he's bleeding and stuff like that. And he's bruised, and I don't know how he's bruised, because he's already rubber, and I don't know if he can get bruised. I don't know if it's, whatever. He's been fucked up. And so they tell him to come in and just go to sleep. And Ace overhears it or whatever, And they're telling him that he's going to start working hard for them tomorrow and doing all this stuff because they told him earlier that he's going to be thieving and conning and murdering and shining their shoes and their weapons and doing everything for them. But Ace gets up the next day and he's going to leave. And once again, Luffy's like, please take me with you. Let's be friends. So Ace sits off again and Luffy sets off following him. And the turban guy says again that to Dad, and shouldn't we stop him? She's like, I don't care. Where are you going? You need to do your chores. And Luffy falls in a river with crocodiles coming to eat him. There's Ace causes a avalanche on him after 10 days. He's still chasing him day after day. A giant snake tries to eat Luffy, and Luffy's still hunting Ace and looking for him. Some giant birds look like vultures are trying to eat him after a month. He falls in a lake, and the turban guy saves him. And then there's a giant tiger that tries to eat Luffy, and Luffy's like, ah! His reaction's hilarious. And it's been going on for 3 months. He's been chasing him. And finally, Luffy's coming to be outside of the forest. And this is when we come upon this giant trash heap that's outside of the mountains where the mountain bandits live. And it's it's on fire from the sunlight. And it's just a bunch of nasty, stinky shit. And it's stuff where things are not wanted go is kind of what they're trying to give you here. And this is Ace is here. He's followed Ace here, and all the rubbish is on fire, and it's called The Final Destination for the Unknown Gray Terminal. So that's where the title of the chapter comes from. It's a lawless zone, and just unwanted everything. People and things are there. And we come to find out Ace has a friend named Sabo. Sabo has a hat with some weird little goggle things on, which is kind of cool, and a lot of people have been talking about how that... When it first came out, a lot of people were saying that was Ace's hat that he had, but it's not. Maybe it's a similar hat. There's some theories going out that's why he has a smiley and a sad face on it. Is this something to do with honoring Sabo? And if you can remember, in chapter 574, I think, when Ace was dying, he told Luffy, he said he wouldn't want him to live if it wasn't for Luffy and the Sabo thing. Or the Sabo, or Sabo. I don't know what, because like when that happened, there were a lot of people having problems with the translation of that, like being a name or whatever. So, now we do find out Sabo is a person. We actually meet somebody like really quickly after we heard about them in comparison to how long it took us to find out about Dad. And Oda must have had this planned out for a while because he showed like small amounts, but not really show you who Dadden was. And apparently Sabo and Ace have something going on. And it turns out they're both robbing people and saving up money so they can buy a pirate ship because they both want to be pirates. And Sabo actually lives in the Gray Terminal, and he's 10 years old, so he's the same age as Ace at this point. But they have a lot of money, but they still don't think they got enough yet to buy a pirate ship, so I guess they're going to have to keep doing it. And Luffy has made it, and he overhears them, and he's like, pirate ship? He's like, I want to be a pirate too. And this pisses Ace and Sabo off, and they're like, can't believe you made it through this mountain training, what Ace called it, like him traveling every day to the Gray Terminals, mountain training, and Luffy made it. So this kind of also is kind of like showing how Luffy got stronger as well, and he's behind Ace, of course, because Ace is already strong when he shows up because he's been doing this. And this training is probably what made Ace as strong as he is, and it's probably what helps make Luffy as strong as he becomes too. So they decide they have to kill him to stop him from telling everything. And he's like, no, I don't want to be killed. I want to be friends. And they tie him up to a tree, and they're going to kill him. And Ace tells Sabo to kill him, and Sabo tells Ace to kill him, and they both say, well, I've never killed anybody. So they don't end up killing him. And then they hear somebody coming, and it turns out it's a pirate crew, or part of a pirate crew, led by Polchimi. And he's a member of the Blue Jam Pirates, and he's obviously a vicious pirate because he is rumored to, if he defeats someone in battle, to skin them alive or scalp them alive. And it turns out that Ace had robbed Blue Jam's crew. And there's a dude that shows up who got robbed, and he looks a lot like Rockstar, who was on Shanks' crew. But I don't know if it is because he doesn't really get a name. But it'd be funny if it was. And you know how he was bragging to Whitebeard about how strong he was, and I got my $50 million Rook of Pirate or whatever he was. And they got beat by Ace when Ace was only 10 years old. Kind of shows how weak he really is. But I can't imagine that Shanks would have somebody that was in a crew like that anyway, so I don't know. But it might not be him. It might just look like him a little bit. Like the face looks a little bit like him, and the hairstyle looks a lot like him. I can't remember if he had a sword in that or not, but this guy has a sword. but this Polchimi guy is a really big old, huge man with a long sword, and he hears Luffy, and Ace and Sabo go to hide, and he goes and he finds Luffy, and he picks him up, and he asks him about Ace, and he tells Ace to save him, and he's like, you know Ace, and he's like, yes, he's my friend, but he just tried to kill me. And then Ace and Sabo are both pissed. They're like, what are we going to do now? He's got Luffy. Luffy's going to tell him. But he asks him where he is, and Luffy lies poorly about where he is. He says, I don't know. And Polchimi is like, poor liar. He's like, fine, if you don't know, I'm going to make you know. He's like, I'm going to take you out. And he takes him away with the other two members of the Blue Jam pirate crew who's leaving. And then Sabo and Ace both see this, and they're both shocked. And the little caption is, help him or leave him to die. So, next chapter, I guess we're going to find out what happens. Do they go after Luffy to try and stop him from telling, or do they go after him to save him, or do they not go after him at all, and somehow Luffy gets out of this? I'm guessing that they're going to go after him, and something's going to happen. A lot of people have been speculating about this, because a lot of people think Sabo is going to die, and that's going to be one of the turning points for Ace, because he's going to have his best friend die in front of him, and it's going to help Ace, be what he is, and actually see Luffy as a friend, as a brother, and what makes them grow closer together. And I think Luffy's going to do something to show Ace that by like trying to defend him or stepping in the way and keeping him from getting killed somehow. And also, Ace, there was a part of them talked about when Ace died, like Luffy thought Ace was dead and stuff like that in a flashback. So could that be this instance when this is going to happen, or is that down the road? Because obviously they were together for at least 8 more years after this, so that's when the brotherly bond grows stronger, I can assume. And this might have been the first case where Ace finally lets Luffy in, and if Sabo dies, then Ace has nobody. Where they might, another people thinking, what I really thought is that Sabo's going to turn on him somehow, with the Blue Jam Pirates or whatever, and he's not going to stick with Ace. But after thinking about that, I don't know if that's going to happen either, because a lot of people are speculating Sabo might still be alive, Luffy's going to run into him down the road, but it didn't seem like Ace thought he was still alive. So I think Sabo's going to end up sacrificing himself for Ace at some point, and he's going to see what true friendship is, and that's really going to make Ace what he becomes later down the road, because right now he's just like a brat kid who's causing all kinds of trouble and stuff. A lot of people have been complaining, like not a lot of people, but some people complain on the forums and stuff about how is a flashback and we want to move on with the story. Of course we want to move on with the story. We want to see what it is. But we all know Oda is a flashback king. Every time he does a flashback, it brings us so much more information on the characters, on Luffy, on Ace even though Ace is dead, we're probably still going to learn some things about Ace. And Luffy's not dead, so we need to learn more about Luffy. And we only got like a small portion of Luffy's story, and he's the main protagonist. And every other Straw Hat's had major heartache flashbacks, is what a lot of other people have been talking about. And was Luffy's when Shanks lost his arm saving him? That was kind of part of it, but maybe this shows Luffy had more than that. Maybe the loss of Sabo is that, and that's Ace's backstory thing, what motivated him more. I don't know. I like the flashback. I think it's good. I like to see that. I'm glad that Oda showed us who Sabo is right now, and hopefully we can find out what happened to him. I would hope the flashback doesn't last more than like 1 or 2 more chapters at most, because I could see it lasting 1 more chapter just about this whole incident and what happens there, and then maybe the next chapter is like skipped ahead, like after 3 years or this, and Ace helps Luffy and vice versa and things like that, and then at the end of that, Ace goes off and Luffy's like, I'll see you in 3 years, and then we'd be pretty much what we already knew and be back to where it is. And then back on to what's going to happen with the present time storyline. Everybody thinks, flashbacks are always sad. Somebody's got to die, so Sabo's going to die. Some people make funny joke theories like Ace and Luffy are both dead in this, and it's the end of the manga, and that's that. But, I don't think they were that serious when they made that, and I don't think any of that's going to happen over that. All right. Hello? Just sitting here. All right, everybody. Today's video is about chapter 584 called The Polchimi Incident. I'm going to try to do it a little different. I'm going to try to be a lot quicker. Terribly quick. You would think it's my first time doing it. But, no. The main reason I'm trying to be a little quicker is because I didn't get to make the video yesterday. Because my car was messed up and I had to be in the shop all day, so I was stuck there waiting on it to be fixed. And nobody cares. Okay, move on. This starts off where the other one ended up pretty much. Luffy's been captured by Polchimi. Polchimi tortures Luffy. Polchimi beats the crap out of Luffy. Luffy still won't tell Polchimi where the money is that Ace and Sabo have. Cut to Ace and Sabo. They change where their loot's located. They hide it somewhere else because they're worried that the Blue Jam pirates are going to come in and take the money or find it or whatever. And they move that and they get it done. And Luffy's been beaten the whole time. Polchimi has these gloves that have like spikes on them. He beats the crap out of Luffy. Luffy's bleeding and stuff like that and screaming and crying. And he still won't talk. And Ace asks Sabo if anyone come looking for the loot yet. And Sabo's like, no, that damn Luffy must not have cracked yet. So at this point, Polchimi has... No, wait. There's one other thing. These people notice that Polchimi, what he's doing, that's like, should we call the police? And they're like, no, they won't come down here anyway. They won't do nothing because the Blue Jam pirates make donations to the elite. They give offerings to the elite so they can get away with whatever the hell they want. Well, at this point, Polchimi's finally fed up, and he's about to kill Luffy. When Ace and Sabo run in with their pipe staffs, as I'm calling them. Made out of old pipes and their staffs, okay? One thing, if you watch the anime, that episode where Ace is being taken away and he ends up fighting all the guards with his staff, maybe that kind of shows how he was real good with his staff, because I never seen him fight with anything other than, before, except his powers. He used his staff. Maybe that's where that came from, because he had to have something before he had his powers. Who knows? Whatever. I don't think that was in the manga, but just anime, okay? Yeah. Alright. So, we finally get to see Blue Jam and Blue Jam's ship. And I don't see a pirate flag on Blue Jam's ship. It's got a front piece, a bust of like a skull, and the skull kind of resembles Blue Jam's face, in my opinion. But there's a marking on the sail, but you can only see part of it, and because it's furled, not unfurled, furled, not unfurled, or if I got it backwards, it's furled down and unfurled up. I'm not a nautical person. Okay. And he's like, where's that Polchimi? Did he run off with our money? And they're like, no, he's not that stupid. Okay, so Ace won't leave. Ace and Sabo come to rescue Luffy right as he's about to be killed by Polchimi. And Sabo rescues Luffy and says, let's run, Ace. And Ace says, no, I will not run once I've started a fight. I must finish it. And Polchimi says, ha 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 ha. If I lose to a brat like you, I will quit being a pirate. Well, now cut to Polchimi being defeated, laying on the ground by Ace. And Blue Jam shows up, and Blue Jam calls him pathetic and shoots him in the head. He says, don't even look at me, you're too pathetic. Pow! And he is dead, I guess. Most likely. 98%. Okay. Now, cut to Ace and Sabo and Luffy afterwards. And Sabo's like, why can't you just run? You should do that. That's gonna get you in trouble someday. Maybe so. Maybe you should learn to listen to that, Sabo. Out of these three, Sabo seems to be the brightest one at this point. Okay. Continuing on. Luffy's still crying and whining. He's glad that Ace saved him. And Ace says, I hate crybabies. Quit crying. He's like, I'm only 7. He's like, when I was 7, I never cried. Don't compare me to you. He's like, I will be stronger. And he's kind of motivating Luffy. It seems like a lot of these people motivated Luffy when he was younger. Shanks and Ace, and it's kind of making him stronger. It's kind of his whole goal. That's why he keeps doing it. And he asked Luffy, why didn't you say anything? You could have been killed. He's like, if I had said something, I wouldn't be your friends anymore. And Ace is like, why would you want to be our friend? Don't you have anybody else? And Luffy's like, no, I don't have anybody but my grandpa. I hate mountain bandits. Can't go back to Windmill Village, all that. He's got nobody. He says being alone is more painful than anything. So he wants Ace to be alive. And Ace says, so you want me to live? And this kind of is, the whole thing. I see where they're starting to bond more. And Ace is, and it's motivating Ace why he would want him to live. Ace has a little flashback of people talking about how he's a demon, he's Goldie Roger's son, and nobody would want him to live. And this probably gives Ace a little motivation. Him, you know, because Ace doesn't really have many friends either. He has Sabo and now Luffy, and he's going to grow to understand that, and it's going to make him, you know, want to continue on as much as he can. And there's like, what's going to happen to Sabo? We don't know. A lot of people think he's going to die. I can see that happening. I can see Sabo sacrificing himself to save Ace. Once again, even showing Ace that people want him to live, that people can care about him. And there. But it's not over yet. After all that, Sabo comes to live with Dadan at the house. So it's kind of like all three of them are going to be staying together. And Dadan's like, who the hell are you? He's like, you're going to have to do stuff. You're going to live here. And he's like, whatever. And they pretty much, all three of them run around and they're beating up people and jungle animals and fighting with pirates and all that stuff. So those three become like infamous in that kingdom, which is called Goa Kingdom for some reason, but I didn't know that, but that's what it's called. First I heard of it. Okay. And then that goes to Dadan's reading newspaper, but Dan doesn't read newspaper most of the time. Is it Dadan or Dadan? I like to say Dadan, you know. But never mind. Okay. And somebody's coming to the kingdom. Who is it? It's the Celestial Dragons, the World Nobles, the Tenryuubiotos that I can't pronounce in Japanese. They're coming to Goa Kingdom, or they're coming to that area, whatever it says exactly. Things just got a bit interesting, don't you think? The Celestial Dragons, the World Nobles, coming to a small area in East Blue. What are they doing there? Because it was already insinuated when it said elites in the thing where it says the Blue Gems pay homage or donations, not donation, tribute, that's what I'm thinking. Give them some of their money and stuff. So maybe some of that money Ace and them stole was Royal Noble money. But still, nonetheless, why would they show up themselves? I don't know. Speculation going on. They think, a lot of people think, that maybe Sabo doesn't get killed, but he becomes a slave. And that's what that is. But it seems like from the way Ace was talking in that earlier chapter when he was dying, that Sabo was probably dead. At least it seemed more like that. But it could have just been a sad moment. Him getting kidnapped by them would seem real sad. Or maybe they just think he's dead. Because a lot of people want Sabo to show back up. And it could happen. I don't know. But the craziest theory about that is, you remember when, I can't remember if it was Carlos, I think it's Carlos, whatever you want to call him, was riding around on that human slave. A lot of people were speculating that that is Sabo right there, and to me, I think that's too far-fetched. I don't think that's who that would be. I think Sabo, he seems kind of strong-willed, that unless he got broke down, that he would rather just get killed than do something like that personally, or do whatever. But another theory, which is still crazy-ish, but actually very interesting, is that maybe Sabo is some sort of lost royal noble, celestial dragon's child or something somehow. They got thrown in the gray terminal. I don't know how that would happen. Maybe there was a power structure even in the celestial dragons, and maybe there was some sort of, this child would be the next one, so the other one got rid of it somehow, and he thought he killed it, but he didn't. Maybe he had a Blue Jam do it, and they couldn't, or one of their crew members rescued him, something like that, and threw him in the trash heap, or they thought he was dead, who knows. But that would be very interesting to see that, if that was that, and that's why that Royal Noble's showing up to either find or to finish off the job. I don't know that happening. I'm really leaning towards Sabo's going to sacrifice himself for Ace and die. And I think what's going to happen is Ace is going to end up defeating Blue Jam, and this is going to be the incident where he almost dies. And that Luffy, we've seen in previous flashbacks where Luffy's like, I thought you were going to die. It's like, oh, I'm never going to die. Stuff like that. And, in that point, you didn't see Sabo there. And so Sabo's probably already gone at that point. The next crazy theory of the week that I saw was somebody posted a picture of Moria going, ah, and a picture of Pochima going, ah, and they're saying, oh, it's Moria, that's what happened to him. No, it's not, you idiots. If you read Chapter 0, you know Moria was pretty much Moria 20 years ago when Roger was getting executed. He didn't look that different, and this is 10 years before, not 20. And Pochimi is obviously not even close to being as good as Moria. So don't even give him a shot. Hopefully that was a joke thing. It just kind of comes down to Oda drawing similar reaction, similar shaped people, kind of like alike. But that doesn't mean everybody. This is what happens when people get into theorizing and stuff. It happens with Lost stuff all the time. You just connect small little dots that are inconsequential, and then you try to draw them out into something more than they are. Just because every once in a while there'll be some small little thing that comes back in a big way. Doesn't mean every little small little thing will come back in a big way. I remember on Lost this season where there was like a missed date or everything that's this shit's more detailed than the people who make the show know about it, because you listen to the podcast and they're like, it was just a production error. It wasn't some super secret thing we put in there, but yet you all get in this mindset. It's why conspiracy theorists get going on, because little things. It's like, the number 23 is connected to the world, you know. It's like, every character in One Piece is connected. 7 degrees of Moria. But, yeah, that's about what happened. And so if you want things to be more detailed, where I kind of go through it, like read over the chapter and go through it more, let me know. If you prefer me to kind of just do like a vague, summary of it, and then talk about what I think and talk about interesting things that I saw and crazy theory of the week, which I'm going to maybe when I'm not so lazy and tired, because I got a real job, people. Making internet videos is not my living, and I have to work, so I don't feel like editing super cool shit, which I could do some. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I can do some. Maybe I'll do a little. But okay, so let me know what you think. Let me know what you expect in the future. Are any of those theories cool? Do you get your own theories? Rate, down, thumbing, up and down and thumbing. Just so it's cool. And subscribe if you don't know, just because I got to do all this shit. I got to promote myself somewhat so I can get some viewers and everything. Oh, another thing is that, because I can put up a screen middle picture thing to draw attention to my videos, I've been using like a page from a chapter or whatever, and I feel that's kind of cheap, but whatever. But I'm still doing it, so I'm a hypocrite. But I would prefer if any of y'all watch, any of y'all actually are artist type people, drawing people who like to draw, you could draw like a cover thing, like a picture, maybe relating to a chapter, relating to One Piece for sure, and I can use that for my center image to draw attention. And of course, if you do, I will mention you in the videos, and I will have your link up wherever, in every video that I use it in, and maybe even I'll put it on my channel if you have a YouTube or whatever. If you have like a DeviantArt or some blog or something, let me know. Send me a personal message about that or whatever, if that's anything that you're interested in doing. Because I know a lot of people like to do fan art and stuff, and it will be mutually beneficial for everyone. I just have to make sure I get your permission to use it, and I'll credit you and all that good stuff. All right, thanks, and have a great day, or night, or morning, or weekend, or year.
All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of One Piece Reviews, or whatever I want to call it, I don't know. Today, we're going to talk about Chapter 586, A Fetid Town. And for those who don't know what fetid means, it means a stench, a real nasty, bad smell. And as we go through the chapter, we'll learn where that comes from, pretty much. I think a lot of people already have an idea. The cover story, or not cover story, but the cover page this time is Hina and Smoker, and they're going out to like a bar or something, and she's pulling him along, and he seems like he wants to leave. It's pretty good, and it's funny, and a lot of people are having fangasms about seeing it. A lot of, I don't know, ooh, Hina and Smoker together people, if you're into that sort of thing. I have no problem with it personally. Some people overdo it, and some people have problem with it completely. But me, I'm like, whatever happens, happens. Alright, and we start off with Blue Jam telling about his dream. He is talking about how he wants to be a noble, and that's been his dream in life. as he's wanted to be a noble his whole life. And he's surprised that one of the three ruffians was a noble this whole time. And he says something like, the way he looks at it is that Sabo came down to make fun of the people from Trash Mountain, and Luffy and Ace are like, no, he's not like that. But instead of killing them like you might thought he would try to do, he decides, well, I like strong guys, so you two can help me, because he has something to do that the nobles or the king actually wanted him to do. And supposedly, if he gets to do this, if he does it right, he'll get to be a noble himself. He's going to be promoted to a noble somehow. So they're carrying these boxes out to somewhere on Trash Mountain. They're supposed to place them in certain spots. And you don't know why at first, but we'll learn shortly. And Sabo's father is having to take him to, I guess, some sort of policeman or something. I don't know exactly what this is. It seems like a trial or a deposition. And the dude's his father's trying to convince him to put on record that Sabo didn't do any of that stuff on his own, that Luffy and Ace forced him, and he's trying to tell Sabo if he doesn't do what he says, pretty much he can get rid of Luffy and Ace like that. But Sabo still he refuses to say that Luffy and Ace coerced him into doing it, and he says, I take responsibility for it. And that pisses off his dad, and his dad smacks him down. He has a flashback of them becoming brothers, and I guess he doesn't want to betray them anymore by saying it was their fault when he knows that he did it on his own. But, of course, with the whole corrupt society thing going on in Hightown, Sabo's father just pays the guy, officer, whatever he is, off with a stack of money, and he says, I'm grateful for all your sacrifices, sir. I will do something about the paperwork. And now we get to see Sabo's home, and Sabo's coming back, and Sabo's mom's there, and there's some other little kid. Huh? Apparently Sabo has a brother, but this isn't a blood brother either. This is some adopted brother that his family adopted after he ran away, and his name is Stelly. And he is, I mean, Oda just draws these asshole people with this weird, like his haircut and his whole face and his lips. I mean, it just like, it reminds me of course, Helmeppo when he was there. His haircut's similar. It's just like, Oda's like, I hate this haircut. It's an asshole haircut. If you're an asshole, this is the kind of haircut you would have. He's Stelly, and he's 8 years old. And he's all trying to be, nice to meet you, big brother, and all polite and everything. And Sabo's asking his father what happened, where the fuck did this kid come from? And his father tells him, we picked him up after something, he's a noble of a nice family or whatever, but they gave up their parenting responsibilities, so we're rearing him now. What gets me is, like, you wouldn't think a noble would give up a kid, but I mean, I don't understand that. I wonder if that'll be touched on in the future. Is Stelly just here for one chapter or 2 chapters, or is he going to play a role more? So we'll see. And then he goes in there to talk to Sabo, and we find out that he is an asshole. He's one of those kids who's all nice in front of the parents, but behind the parents, he's like an asshole to Sabo. And he's telling him about Flammable Trash Day. And Sabo's like, what the hell is that? And Sabo's beating him up. And apparently they're going to set Gray Terminal on fire because of the I'm talking like I'm slow because of the, that's probably not the best for a video. It's not exciting or whatever. But apparently the World Government Inspection Unit is going around East Blue, and they're finally coming to Goa Kingdom in 3 days, it says. And this time the Celestial Dragons are going to be with the inspection. So this is why the Celestial Dragon, or one, apparently, I guess there will be it says World Nobles, so there will be more than one possibly, and this is why they're coming. Apparently they're in this whole inspection thing for some reason. I don't know. I'm surprised, because I wouldn't think they would even care about that, but maybe they want to get rid of filth and trash too, and they just get rid of Goa Kingdom. off of this. And Stelly's like, if it wasn't for Trash Mountain, this I'm trying to think how Stelly would sound. He'd sound like a little asshole kid. If it wasn't for Trash, no, that's kind of a nerd. Let's see, what would Stelly sound like? If it wasn't for Trash Mountain, this kingdom would be beautiful. Yeah, something like that. That's how I imagine Stelly would sound. And Sabo's like, there's people there. There are homes and everything. And he says, I said they're going to burn all the filth in this kingdom. And Sabo's like, the humans do. So Sabo runs out to go and see if Stelly's fucking with him or if it's true. And he overhears them talking about the plans, these like guard people. And somebody pointed out in the forums, and I had to agree, I thought the same thing. They uniforms they're wearing, it looks a lot similar to what they were wearing in Impel Down. And if I can remember, no, I don't. They got like masks and like guns and like the whole outfits look the same. So I mean, I guess it's maybe a world government outfit thing they got going on. It looks like that, or it's just Oda draws shit that way. I don't know. And now we cut to Ace and Luffy trying to go to sleep, and it's kind of neat because they have the cups. They saved them in like a net and they nailed them to their treehouse. And Luffy's like, I wonder what Sabo's up to. And then Ace is like, shut up. Well, we promised to temporarily forget about him. Remember, this may be his happiness. So Ace is trying to be mature about it and thinking that maybe Sabo wants to do this, and maybe he'd realize he doesn't, but he understands why he did it. But Luffy, he doesn't want to burden that on Luffy right now. So they're going to just temporarily forget about him. And it's funny because a lot of people have been speculating, well, if Sabo does make it out alive, how's Luffy, was he never to mention him? And Luffy said, Ace is the only brother I got. But, in like a somewhat joke thing, they could have just Luffy just be like, oh, we temporarily forgot about him. Okay, it's I remember now. You know what I'm saying? Like, doing something like that. It doesn't have to be as well-rounded as a lot of people are speculating, I think, personally, they probably just think he died or there's something like that. Especially with all this fire stuff about to go on. And then Sabo notices that nobody seems to give a shit about this whole fire stuff going on. And we see the king, and he says, it may be easy for accidents to happen as well. Be careful of fires. And it doesn't show the king, so is that something to mean something, or did he just put the speech bubble right there? Apparently the wind is strong today. We'll discuss that later, too. And Sabo's ran out, and Sabo's asking all the other nobles what they know about the fire and all that. And it just pisses him off that nobody gives a shit. They don't care about these humans in Trash Mountain at all. To them, it's nothing. And Sabo's seeing what the real, how the nobles really act. And then finally, Blue Jam tells Ace and Luffy what's about to happen. They have a similar, if not exact same reaction to the way Sabo did. He's like, what? You can't kill these people. And since they were screaming, Blue Jam's like, we gotta tie you up. We're gonna have to kill you too. Because nothing will mess I will be a world noble because I'm already an asshole and I want to be world noble so I can be cooler, I guess. But would they really let someone like him be a world noble if they think the people on Trash Mountain are trash? Really? I think he's been a bit naive here. Alright. And then he tells him pretty much, he asks him, where's all your loot at? Next thing you know, we're going back to Sabo running around. And then you notice, no, we're not going back to Sabo running around. Dude. Seeing more wind coming, and then you notice it's seeing different places where you can see Trash Mountain's on fire. And Dadden's like, it shows them the Gray Terminal's on fire. And the people in the middle of the town are seeing the mountain burning. Town Center it's called. And then the guards are pretending like, oh, we'll rescue people, don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. And the people, goes to the people who are in Trash Mountain. They're all trying to run and escape. But there's no way out because the fire is like surrounding them on all sides. And they're just freaking out. Like, who wouldn't be? I mean, your whole town, Trash Mountain's pretty much their town. It's burning to the ground with hot fire. I mean, what are you going to do? And then Blue Jam's like, ha ha ha, we've done it. Now it's time to head out to Hightown and become a noble. Oh, but guess what, Blue Jam? They fucked you. What did you think? I mean, he goes there, and now he's freaking out. He's like, open the gates, King. You son of a bitches set us up. Of course they did. You're trash, too. Do you think they want the world to know? You want to be there when The Celestial Dragons show up? Yeah, whatever. Come on. They'd probably make a slave out of you, and you could be in the captain's collection of that one Celestial Dragon. Boy. But it's funny. I guess it's kind of satisfying, too, so maybe Blue Jam will get what he deserves here, because he's been such an asshole. So him having that happen to him, it doesn't really suck. But who knows, 10 years from now, Oda could throw it back on us and make us feel sympathy for him. Alright, so Ace and Luffy are finally trying to escape. They cut their ropes and they're running. Luffy's crying like he has been. Ace is like, shut up, don't do that. Whiners get left behind. And there's this kind of funny scene where Luffy's like, it's hot. No, it's not hot. It's hot. No, it's hot. It's not hot. You know, he's just trying to convince himself not to be that. And then they're in town talking about that it's been blamed on Blue Jam. It seems it caused accidents to keep the world's government inspection unit from coming in. But that's not the real thing. That's just what they told you. And that's a good conspiracy theorist. People would love that. You know. Oh, no, it wasn't the pirates, really. It was the king at order. No, not the king. He wouldn't do anything like that, you know. So Sabo's trying to get out so he can go warn Lace and Luffy, but the guards are there and they kick him back. And a mysterious figure in a dark cloak shows up. Who could it be? And Sabo talks about him. Mister, the ones who started this fire, the royal nobles, and the royal family and the nobles. It's true. And he talks about how this town gives off such a stench worse than Trash Mountain. It stinks horribly of rotten humans. As long as I stay here, I'll never be free. Is that foreshadowing? Sabo's gonna leave? I think so. He says, I'm ashamed of being born a noble. And then we find out who the black cloaked figure is. And it's none other than Monkey D. Dragon. You know, and that was a surprise to me because I didn't think nothing about him showing up. But it makes a lot of sense. This whole corrupt kingdom, the Celestial Dragon showing up. He's a revolutionary. I mean, he's showing a little bit of his backstory in there because we haven't really got too much Dragon. It's been little snippets over the years. So maybe we'll get a little bit more from this and then show that. And he says, so you finally force your own children to say things like this. And we find out that Dragon was born in Goa Kingdom. And he says, and since this was like 10 years ago, he's like, still don't have enough power to change it yet. So this is before he got as badass as he is today. And then you see Luffy and Ace, and they're trying to run away from the fire. And then a voice shows up, and it says, Dragon, preparations have been made, babe. And Dragon says, alright. And they put this in, will they survive? I don't know. A lot of people have been talking about that. Like, well, yeah, they're going to die. They're all alive in the current time, so I doubt they're going to die. Unless they mean like Sabo, because, you know, people are speculating if he's going to die or not. Alright. And I want to clarify something. The person who shows up at the end to tell Dragon the preparations have been made, that is Ivankov. Yes, it only shows a foot and it looks like a female foot, but Ivankov can change forms, as we all know. But from the person who translated some of the spoiler text in Japanese, apparently in Japanese, Ivankov has a particular speech pattern which only he talks like. So that's why it is. That's how we know who it is. Okay? And a lot of people say, oh, it's Luffy's mom. It's not Luffy's mom, it's Ivankov. Deal with it. Okay, good. Now, what's the preparations for? What's he planning on doing? He's obviously planning on doing something. Was he going to try to take out the Celestial Dragons or something like that? Maybe that's what made him such a threat, is doing something like that. Because you know how they frown upon anything. If you punch one Celestial Dragon, you're going to get attacked by a damn Admiral. You know, so what if he killed one? What the hell will they do? Also, will there be an Admiral show up with the Celestial Dragon, you think? I would imagine they would, like, if they're traveling around, they would make sure to have somebody with them. Maybe it's an Admiral we haven't seen before. That'd be cool. Maybe Dragon kills him or something. Who knows? But what do you think the preparations are? Leave me a comment, speculate, whatever. How cool do you think it's Dragon that showed up? That was pretty badass. And a lot of speculation, and this is going into crazy theories, and somewhat not so crazy theories, is that Sabo is going to join the revolutionaries, and that's where he goes, and that's why they can't find him, and they think he died in a fire or something. I could see that definitely happen. It kind of makes it the way his speech he gave, where he's like, I can't stand this, I can't be free when I live here. And he's how horrified these people are. So I can see him wanting to overthrow it. And crazy-ish theory, in Robin's Separation series cover page, there's this dude that shows up to like rescue Robin. So not necessarily rescue Robin, but he's trying to, the Wolf, whatever the name of that place was, he's trying to free all the people there in South Blue. And a lot of people said that's Sabo growing up. And could be not. I don't know. But I mean, everybody speculates that everybody is everybody. I mean, they were speculating he was this slave one time and all kinds of stupid shit. Another thing is maybe what'll happen is Stelly will get killed, and they'll hear Luffy, Sabo's father say, "Oh, my son's dead," and they might think that they meant Sabo, so that's why they don't find him. Another thing is, if Sabo's alive, why didn't he come try to help Ace? Well, I'm sure if it happened, Oda can figure some reason out why not. What's next? Oh, another crazy theory is that Stelly is the son of Don Flamingo. That's the craziest theory I can remember from this week that I can think about. It makes no sense. And this is a theory that I had at first, which I guess technically is a crazy theory now. I was thinking that somehow this will be when Ace gets his flame devil fruit, since, you know, all the fire and all that stuff's around him. And it would make some sense that maybe in Trash Mountain somebody threw a devil fruit around that didn't matter. But then I'm thinking, why would it be there? I mean, you know, it was just a crazy moment off my head. But apparently, Ace didn't get the devil fruit until after he'd left on his journey to become a pirate. And I didn't know that, but I went back and I found the chapter, and that is what Luffy says. He was surprised when he saw Ace had the flame fruit. And, yep, that was that. Let's see. What else? So, oh, another thing I want to talk about. What the fuck is wrong with all the hate for flashbacks? Flashbacks are awesome. Oda's always great job on flashbacks. Story. Very heavy. I don't know, a lot of you want just action shit. Then go read damn Naruto or Bleach or some crazy, just all they do is fighting. This is a story as well as action. It's not all about action. This has action and story, coolness, all that good shit. So, people with a problem with the flashbacks, just, I don't understand. Yes, we're all a little frustrated. It's been probably almost a year now since the Straw Hats have been separated. We want to get to that. But, the story's still really good. We need to learn it, obviously, or Oda wouldn't put it here. Okay? Learn to respect Oda. You like this, you love it like we do, like I do, then you got to kind of agree with him on most things. Because if he's already done this, he's the one writing this story, so you got to kind of respect him in this. And I don't always say that, but with him I will, because I really, you know, it's a really good overall story. What else? Oh yeah, yeah. Make sure to thumbs in and down in and all that good stuff, and subscribe if you haven't. If you're interested in more recaps and reviews and crazy theories, like I said, there wasn't that many crazy this week. That I saw. Like I said, I have my own little minor crazy one. I sent a couple other people who said the similar thing, and I almost posted it, but I was like, no, people will say you're an idiot, and I'm glad I didn't, because I forgot about Ace not having the fruit until after he left Luffy. So what? They said 3 more days till Celestial Dragons show up, so I'm assuming we'll get to see that. So we'll have to see them get out of this. So I don't like Oda would end the flashback here. I'd say 3 more chapters and we'll be back to normal. Or not normal, but we'll be back to present time. And then we'll find out, is Sabo alive? Is he with Dragon? What's going to happen? Is Luffy going to meet Dragon soon? Is that why Oda put this in here? I don't know. Yeah. Also, like I said in the last video, if anybody does fan art, let me know. Send me a DM, personal message on YouTube, if you would like me to use something in my videos. Because if I can get your permission, then I can use it, and I'll make sure to credit you every time I use it. All that good stuff. Alright, take it easy and keep on reading One Piece. Oh boy, the new chapter of One Piece is out. I'm going to check it out. Oh. It's a flashback again? Golly gee willikers.
Where are all these flashbacks? I want the Straw Hats to get back together. What's taking them so long?
Stop bitching about flashbacks! I won't allow it anymore!
What?
Well, now that's finished, let's get on with the review. This week's chapter of One Piece is 587, entitled, I Will Not Run. The cover page is badass because we get to see Dragon, like, in some shorts, and you get to see his tattoos just on his face because his arm, he isn't all cloaked in mystery, and Ivankov is on there with him. And they're watering Den Den Mushis. That's probably, I guess they grow. I don't know. I thought they were an animal, but apparently they're a plant. I don't know. Well, it starts off with Blue Jam having a sort of mini flashback in a flashback. Yes, flashback and a flashback. I'm sure that other guy would have a major problem with that. And it comes to find out what the flashback that he's having inside the flashback is the king calling him and telling him what he wants him to do, burn the trash mountain down. And if he does it, the king will grant Blue Jam nobility, and that's what Blue Jam wants. And then we go back to the normal flashback time. Blue Jam's cursing at him and promising he'll get him for this. But it's funny how Blue Jam is such a fucking idiot. He really thought the king was going to allow him nobility. He's a pirate. He's infamous for being a pirate. It's one thing to let him get away with stuff when you're doing stuff, but to bring that person into nobility, you think that would go over well with the other nobles? No. And their ship is on fire and they can't escape either. All the Blue Jam crew are like, Captain Blue Jam, our ship is on fire. What are we going to do? So then we go to the king in his bedroom trying to go to sleep, and he says to his guards, My, even though it's night out, it's very bright. So they're like, sure, king, we'll close the windows for you. It's showing how much of an asshole he is. He knows what's going on, but he just ignoring it. He don't care. He's like, oh, the lights bother me. That bothers him, but all the people dying and all the fires and stuff, that's, you know, it's inconsequential to him. And then we get another display of how the nobles act, even at young age, with this little girl asking her dad about the fire and the burning at the trash mountain. He tells her it's their fault for not being born nobles. Come on, can Oda make these any bigger assholes? Even the little girl's like, yeah, I understand, Dad. Don't worry about those nasty trash people, they're not humans. This is how the nobility in Goa Kingdom thinks, and how the nobility in a lot of places think from One Piece. They don't give a shit about nobody else but themselves, and if you're not a noble, then you're trash, garbage, nothing. It just makes you want someday when Dragon finally wins and destroys it, that it's going to make you feel good. So it's kind of why he's got to set it up. A lot of people have been arguing in forums and stuff about, he always makes the nobles assholes and all this. Yes, but that's because they're supposed to be the villain, and that way, the more you hate the villain, the greater it is when the villain gets defeated. Do you remember when Luffy punched out St. Charlos after he shot Hachan? That was satisfying as hell because of that. A good writer can make great villains and great heroes at the same time. And Oda even blurs that line with people like Crocodile and other people sometimes. And another part of this, when you see how ugly that little girl is, I think that's kind of a metaphor for how Oda wants them to be perceived as physically ugly, because inside they're ugly people for being assholes like that, not caring about anybody. Now we go to Ace and Luffy trying to escape, and the people of Trash Mountain trying to escape, but they're all surrounded by fire, and they're all freaking out, and they're trying to get out of there. And Blue Jam shows up, and he says, who said it's alright for you two to escape? They're surprised to see Blue Jam crew still there. They're like, Luffy asks, why are you not gone? You know, you're the ones that started the fire. We're all going to die together. This is what I think Blue Jam's thinking in his head. I'm an idiot for trusting the king. You know, I think that's what he's really thinking. Either that or he's like, the damn king. But this leads to the other thing, because I think that's what he's really feeling. He's insecure. He got tricked by the king because the king used what he wanted against him. And he's supposed to be this badass, cruel pirate. And he gets screwed over by some noble who probably couldn't beat him up in a fight if he had to. And he pretty much says, if I'm going to die, I'm going to take both of y'all with me. Because that's the kind of person Blue Jam is. And then we go to the next scene is Blue Jam wants to know where the treasure that Ace and Sabo have been collecting all these years is gone. And Ace is like, what? Our fucking lives are worth more than the treasure. So he finally gives up and he tells them what the treasure is so that they can let him escape. And Luffy's like, no, don't do it. That's the treasure you and Sabo worked so hard on. But Ace is like, no, the treasure's not worth our lives. Or at first he says your life, but it makes him want to live also. I think this is kind of showing where Ace is maturing and growing up and finally realizing that he deserves to live too, as well for himself and others like Luffy and Sabo. This moment when he makes this decision, I think this is a changing point in his life, from him being the little kid who's angry at the world and all that, to him being just wanting to have a good life and live freedom and all that stuff. Even though Ace tells him where the treasure is, he won't let them escape because in case they're lying. Blue Jam is projecting all his own mistakes onto Sabo and Luffy and Ace here, because he's telling them that noble, your friend, he's just a noble from the nobility and he come down here to make fun of you and blah blah blah. He didn't really care about you and all that. When in reality, that's what happened to Blue Jam. So he's thinking that's the way they all are. But in this instance, Sabo is not like the other nobility. He is sickened by it as much as Dragon or any other person would be. But Blue Jam can't admit this, so he thinks that he doesn't want anybody else to be able to trust him. So he feels like, if they can trick me, they're tricking you too. It's not real. And this pisses Ace off. Not all of the nobles are going to be douchebags. You got Sabo, and he's not. And if you think back to Vivi and Cobra and Nefertari, they're both nobles reality-wise, and they weren't really assholes. So they're not all like that, but it's a vast majority of them in this One Piece universe that are like that. And then we get the penultimate controversy of this chapter. Luffy's trying to escape, and he bites one of the Blue Jam pirates, and then the Blue Jam pirate's, I'm going to kill you, and he cuts him with a sword, like really bad, but he doesn't kill him, of course. Then Ace says, don't lay a finger on Luffy. And as Haki awakens, and he knocks out all the Blue Jam pirates, except for Blue Jam, of course. And Blue Jam's like, what the hell's wrong with you? What the hell was that, kid? Apparently, Blue Jam doesn't know about Haki, and he doesn't know what the hell just happened. And I don't think Ace knows either. So apparently Ace has Haki, and is shown by the foaming of the mouth, and knocking everybody out except for some of the stronger-willed people. Like, I don't think it knocked Luffy out or Blue Jam. But a lot of people in the forums and stuff are all like, why the hell didn't he use it against Teach? Or why didn't he use it at Marineford? And all this stuff, if he had that, is it the same King's Haki? Is it just normal Haki? What's the difference? Why? And I don't know. My only thing I can think of, and what the theory that I came up with, when it's in a very desperate situation, it will manifest in that way. That hard, just raw Haki blast that comes out. Like, just like in the case in Amazon Lily, when Luffy was in dire straits, it came out when he was fighting the Boa sisters. And then at Marineford, once again, where it was like a last-ditch thing. It was like a reflex more than a conscious decision. And that's what separates it. Maybe Ace couldn't ever get it under control. I mean, it's hard to believe, but then some people speculating, well, Ace kind of got what he wanted, so maybe he lost some of his will and determination, and that's where it comes from. And we all know Luffy still has a lot of will and determination, especially to rescue Ace and to be the Pirate King. So it should be a lot stronger in him. So the age doesn't matter, but I think it comes with learning of it and using it, it comes with using it, but not in a raw form, using it with thought behind it as opposed to just the raw instinctual use of it. And it came out in Ace when Luffy was about to get killed and he couldn't do anything else. So it just happened. It was like an instinct to him. Well, now Blue Jam's about to kill Ace when who should arrive but da-dun. She wields a long staffed axe and stops Blue Jam in the middle. And this comes to show you how, and it makes sense now why Ace was caring about Dadan and everything like that, and when he was dying asked Luffy about it, and when
Yeah, on Fuchsia Village, they were asking about Dedan. Does she know about Luffy's bounty and stuff like that? Because even though when the first flashback started, Dedan didn't really care about him or didn't want to care about him, but she did. She grew to love him, and maybe not love. I'm guessing love, but she cares about him enough to risk her life to save him. And I think it's more than just being afraid of what might happen to her if Garp finds out. And she has become a real foster mother to them. So Dogora, apparently that's the little guy with the turban. That's his name. I don't know if it's been revealed before. It might be in another chapter, but I didn't mention it. So that's his name, Dogora. And he goes to check on Luffy, and he's amazed at how damaged up he is and has wounds and everything. And Luffy, not even worried about himself like normal, he's like, "Is Sabo okay?" And Dogora tells him he's safe, but he's not here right now. And the funniest thing in the whole chapter happens is when Dedan, after she stopped Blue Jam, and she's like, and they got Luffy, she's running in the face on her pressure, but run, let's get out of here now. And this is where Ace breaks the fourth wall and declares the title of the chapter, "I will not run." No, I'm just kidding about that, but you know, it's kind of funny. It always comes from that. And Dedan is shocked by Ace's conviction, and Dogora tells Ace that Blue Jam is infamous, not the type of guy for a kid to be messing with. But Dedan tells him to go and take Luffy. She'll stay with Ace and make sure he gets home. But Luffy wants to stay and fight, but she won't let him. As they're running away, they're like, "Please, boss, return." Blue Jam tells Ace this: "The only ones who survive on the battlefield are the strong and the cowardly. It's a fact of nature. All heroes die." But what he does say has some merit to it in reality, but in One Piece, not as much, because we all know strong wills can overcome great odds, as when Luffy beat Crocodile, and he probably shouldn't have, because he never gave up. And then it cuts to the Trash Mountain people, and they notice something. One dude goes, "Huh?" And next thing, some sort of explosion comes through and clears a path in the fire at Trash Mountain. And they see a ship in the distance. Whose ship it is? It's Dragon's ship. And you don't really get to see that much of it. You kind of get this from a distance. And Ivankov comments on Dragon being able to sense this thing going on here, and he asked him, like he did before in the one flashback, "Do you have a home towards the east or whatever?" He asked him if he had some connection with this island. So apparently either Dragon didn't want to tell Ivankov or something, and so he never knew about it. But that's not even the coolest part. And then we see Kuma is on his ship. Yes, we all knew he was probably a revolutionary who was a friend of Ivankov and Dragon's from when they were in Thriller Bark. Kuma was talking about Dragon in a reverence, respectful way, not like an enemy or anything, about his, and he knew Luffy was his son. And then when Marineford came around, we knew Ivankov and Kuma knew each other, although Kuma didn't remember anymore because he'd been pacifisted. So, I mean, this is 100%, definitive thing. So it's not any speculation anymore. He's definitely a revolutionary. But okay, then there's talk about what caused the thing to happen. Did Kuma use his power? Did Ivankov use a death wink? Was it some power of Dragons? It kind of looked like it might have been wind, kind of blew it away, but who knows? And then he remembers what Sabo said to him, and he talks about how what's happening on this one island is a microcosm of everything that's happening in the whole world. And he tells the people of Trash Mountain, if you want to fight for freedom, to get on his ship. And then they do, and he sails away. So I'm guessing Dragon's done in this flashback. It's just showing him how he's getting started. And maybe some of them people we've seen in his other flashes to him that are working with him in the Revolutionaries, there might be some of the people from Trash Mountain. And you can see the Mountain Clan looking worried about Ace and Dadan. And then the caption on the thing says, Ace and Dadan remained in the blaze and did not return. And then you cut to, I guess, a couple of days later, or at least a day later, and you got Luffy laying there, bandaged up, trying to heal up, and he's wanting to go look for Dadan and Ace, but the bandits are saying, no, you can't go, your injuries are too severe. He talks about, he says, I wonder if Sabo's worried. But then they tell him he can't go because the guards are cleaning up Trash Mountain. If he goes, he'll be killed. And one of the guards speculates is, well, there's not as many bodies as I thought we'd find. And one of the other guards is like, well, it's probably because the fire was so hot it burned up their bones and all that junk. Duh. But what we all know is that a lot or some were at least rescued by dragon. We go to Goa Kingdom once again, where the people are speculating about what happened, and they find out that Blue Jam's ship burned up, and he was the one behind it, and they're all like, ha ha ha, we don't care, you know. That'd be funny now to see Blue Jam be alive and hear him say that and just kill him, because I could like to see them get killed, even if it was by Blue Jam. And we get Sabo again, looking worried, but still confident that he knows Luffy and Ace are strong enough to make it, and just contemplating on what freedom is, and he ain't gonna be able to stay in here for this anymore. And of course you get the little asshat Stelly shows up. Oh, Dad, I'm here. You don't have to worry about me. If Sabo lets you down, I'm here. And so Sabo's dad's like, oh, Stelly, you're so great. I'll go buy you some new clothes for the Celestial Dragons event that are coming today. Oh. And so I guess they go and do that. Now we cut to the day of the arrival for the Celestial Dragons. Da-da-dum. Apparently it's been 2 days since the fire, and it's because we were told 3 days they'd be here the night before the fire. So you can say 2 days later, then it's time for them to arrive, of course. And the kingdom's prepared an elaborate celebration to welcome them in their main port. But out on the water, they see a small fishing boat, and they're like, what's that? Who's that? They're going to ruin everything. And they're like, that's a kid. What family is that kid from? Of course, that's what they care about, because it's all about, you know, image. And your kid's out there ruining stuff. Your family's... So hopefully, maybe they'll get them in trouble, too. It's Sabo. And he's going without Luffy and Ace because he just has to be free, because he can't escape his father if he stays in the kingdom. He's got to go. And we see his pirate flag, and it's a big S with a skull and crossbones. And a lot of people are speculating, and probably is true, because it does look like that. If you know, Ace has a tattoo that says A-S-C-E on it with like the S crossed out. And I don't know if this is true or not, but there's been a lot of rumors talking about that Oda said it in the SBS, that was because the tattoo artist made a mistake, and that's why it's crossed out. But it does look awful similar to Sabo's pirate flag. Is that coincidence, foreshadowing, what, or just convenience sake that Oda said, oh, I'll make his flag look like that, or did he make the tattoo look like the flag, like he'd had this planned out all along? I don't know. The only person that really would know that would be Oda. So if somebody could ask him in SBS, maybe he'll answer someday, but I doubt it. He's always cryptic about that stuff. And so overall, this chapter is really good because it confirms a lot of things. Kuma's a revolutionary. Dragon wants to change the world for the better, because a lot of people were still unsure if he was a bad guy or a good guy, or what his motives were, but it seems like he genuinely wants to make the world a better place. We know the nobles aren't really noble, because they're just assholes who are ugly on the outside and the inside, and just want to treat everyone like crap. And this goes to, okay, if Ace knew about Sabo, and the tattoo is related to his flag, then why didn't Sabo come rescue him, or try to rescue him in Marineford? Why didn't Ace tell Luffy Sabo's alive? What's the deal with that? Does Sabo get away and nobody knows and they think he's dead because something else happens? Because I'm sure we got at least one more flashback chapter. I know you people hate it. Maybe two. So we might find out the reason behind that, because a lot of people were getting pissed. Like, well, you should have came, blah, blah, blah. Well, Oda hasn't finished it yet. Let him explain it first, then. You can speculate, but don't get upset about it yet. And even if Sabo did live, I'm sure Oda could write something to explain why he couldn't make it. But one of my things is, and some other people have thought this, well, he's leaving right out where the Celestial Dragon's supposed to come. He's flying a pirate flag. Well, I'm sure the Celestial Dragons are coming in with Marines and maybe even an Admiral. They might just see that and just sink that ship right away, no questions asked, take Sabo out. Or a lot of people saying he's going to get captured as a slave or something like that. Definitely if he's alive and get captured as a slave. And maybe Ace and Daden saw it happen. And maybe Ace saw the pirate flag that he created then. And he tells Luffy what happened. But they think he's dead and he's not. That could happen too. And then Luffy finds him down the road, which would be awesome. Because I'd love to see Sabo come back again. Because this whole flashback has made me love Sabo. And even somebody you didn't know existed. You knew Daden existed because they mentioned him, it thought it was him first, her before. So, you know. Now it's time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And there wasn't all that many, and a couple of them have already been said before. One of them is that Sabo's alive, and he's Trafalgar Law, and that's why he helped Luffy. I seen that one once, I think. but that's not likely because he doesn't look like Sabo at all. He's from another place, another name. Why would he change all that stuff? Why wouldn't he just tell Luffy who he is? You know, really. That's people mentioned that already before. And then also, people were speculating that Sabo's the fourth Yonkou, or is a Yonkou. Somebody said Kaido, which that's for sure not him because they showed a picture of Kaido, and he's some little fat-looking, goofy-haired dude, and he looks nothing like Sabo, so that's not him. And then the fourth Yonkou's name has been revealed to be Big Mom. So, what, did Sabo get a gender bender from Ivankov and become a woman, and now it's Big Mom? Plus, I think Sabo's too young to be there right now. You know, look where Ace was. He was high up. Sabo could be on one of those crews. I heard that theory, and that's actually a believable theory, but not Anyoku himself, I don't think. Oh, and this is another wildest theory that I think somebody said before, that Ace died, but Sabo doesn't, but then Sabo comes back and pretends to be Ace, so then when Ace really dies, it's really Sabo. Duh. Luffy's stupid, but he ain't that fucking stupid. You can tell the difference between the two, and the older Ace that's drawn in the manga looks like the younger Ace. So it's not like he had some big difference of looks in between there. So obviously, Luffy's not that stupid, and neither are we, so quit it with the crazy theories. Okay. And this is pretty much summing up what my thoughts are, or might be my little theories are going to be. I wonder if maybe if Sabo is alive, I hope he's alive, I don't know, that after this flashback we'll see a flash to Sabo who maybe be reading the paper or something. He's like, what happened? You know, he's like, damn it, why couldn't I have been there to do that? Or if he is a slave, maybe he finds a paper, blows in, and he's like, what happened? Oh, I can't believe it, blah, blah, blah. And that gives him maybe the conviction to escape, and Luffy will run into him. But that's only if he lives, which is not 100% yet. I'd say 50-50. That's mine. He lives or he dies. 50-50 on that. And then we'll get explanations why, and there could be different ones. Why he didn't show up, why he was there, why they didn't know he was dead or alive, stuff like that. So that's my thing. Another thing about this, and a lot of people have been talking about, is so far they showed the king twice speaking of Goa Kingdom, and both times he had his face covered with a speech bubble. Now, is that because we've seen this person before, or is just Oda just messing with us? My crazy theory of the week that I didn't see anybody else post, but I'm sure somebody else has. What if the world nobles are so impressed by this when they came to Goa Kingdom and it's so clean and beautiful, maybe somehow the king of Goa Kingdom now becomes one of the 5 elder stars, you know, the Gurusei. And maybe he's one of them, and that's why Oda hadn't showed it to us yet. That could be, you know, it makes sense. He's a king of this here, and stuff like that happens. Another thing I would consider the theory, which I would like, would be if the Celestial Dragons show up and they're like, oh, this place is terrible, or they do something, and so the Celestial Dragons just say, blow it up, destroy it, and the Celestial Dragons just destroy Goa Kingdom. That would be hilarious. Because that would get what they wanted, because they think these people are trash, these normal people. Then you get the Celestial Dragons who think everybody's trash, including the nobles. You know, they don't really think that they're anywhere even close to them, you know. So it would be some of their own just desserts, in my opinion. But I don't know if that'll happen. We'll see. That's just my kind of crazy theories. So, yeah, I know this video is probably long, but I've edited it, and I got the little thing. So tell me what you think about the new stuff. And like I said, don't forget to rate and comment and all that good junk. And like I said, still, if anybody can draw, let me know. I would love to use your fan art in my videos. And as my thumbnail thing, I will give you plenty of credit. So, check it out and have a nice day and keep reading One Piece. Flashbacks rock. Screw all them bitching. Y'all have a nice day. Take it easy. Okie dokie, guys, it's time for One Piece chapter 588 entitled Sabo's Ocean. Doo-doo-doo. And this week on Jump, Luffy was on the cover, pretty much him and some other mangas that I don't know nothing about. And then we had, instead of a regular cover page, we had a color spread with all the straw hats. And to me, it looks like a Alice in Wonderland theme. There's a caterpillar and a cat, and they're drinking tea, and all that stuff. So that's cool, so check that out if you're interested in that sort of thing. So we start off again in the flashback. I know for all you flashback haters, but I have a feeling that it won't be very much longer until the flashback is over.
And we start off where we ended last week. Sabo's leaving, and he's coming in front of the Celestial Dragons, and the townspeople see him, and they're like, he's going to ruin it. Duggar is there, and he sees Sabo on the ship, because everybody's like, who's this on the ship? It's a little kid. And he's like, is that Sabo? And at that point, the Celestial Dragon's giant world government ship arrives. Sabo is amazed by it, and he says, I hope to one day be a captain of a ship that large. Maybe you will, Sabo. Maybe you will. And we get to see the Celestial Dragon, and apparently they do wear something over their heads even when they're outside of Shibundi. It's like a square thing, and it's not the bubble, of course, because we already know they can't wear the bubbles outside of Shibundi because it has to be in that certain environment. The Celestial Dragon's like, what is that? So how fucking stupid are they? It's a ship, dumbass. Come on, you're a Celestial Dragon, but you don't know what a ship is. So the Celestial Dragon decides that, oh, it's in my way, how dare it? So shoots it. Yes, it shoots the ship with Sabo on it, and it's a hit. We don't know exactly what happened to Sabo just yet. So we cut to Luffy trying to go out and get Daden and Ace again. And he's like, Ace is not dead. And the others are like, you have to calm down, Luffy. You can't go yet. Duggar is checking on it right now. We cut back to the bottom of the panel, and it says the boat was shot, and Duggar is screaming, Sabo! Some of the people seem to worry if the child's alright. And one dude says, he must have irritated the Celestial Dragons. Of course, because a little boat in your way is something you should destroy, especially with a little kid on it. Asshole. So Sabo's trying to put the fire out on his ship with his coat, and it cuts back to this Celestial Dragon's name is Saint Jalmac, and he says, if they have a pirate flag up, then they're a pirate, plain and simple. More importantly, a commoner cut in front of my ship. Of course. The bodyguard guy was like, there was a child on that ship, but of course the Celestial Dragon didn't give a shit. Then we cut to Sabo, and then there's a close-up shot of his eye, and another shot, and the ship is destroyed, and all we see is Sabo's hat, which has been kind of halfway destroyed, and his flag just in the corner, just destroyed. And then we come back to the townspeople, and they're like, he must have upset the Celestial Dragon. And Duggar is like, just shock-faced. And they're saying, then they're worried about, they don't care about Sabo, obviously. They're worried about moving the rubble so that the Celestial Dragon can get into town. Whatever. And then we see another cut of Sabo's ship pretty messed up, destroyed, and sinking. And his hat just floating there, and his flag. And we cut back. Ace and Daden are alive, which we already fucking knew, but we come to find out what happened. Apparently Ace and Daden defeated Blue Jam, but then they were stuck in the fire because it got out of control after that. And so Ace and Daden hid near the riverbank, but Daden got severely burned, and Ace went and stole some medical supplies to try and keep her alive. And then he carried her back, and she's huge compared to him, and he's got her all on his back coming back, and everybody's excited that they're back. And of course Luffy immediately jumps on Ace and hugs him, and he says, Luffy, you idiot, you really thought I was dead? And I thought this was going to be the moment maybe where he says, I'm not going to die, but maybe this is a little bit later it's going to happen, the other flashbacks we saw. But I think this is that scenario where Luffy's worried about Ace being dead and stuff like that. And he tells, he says, what are you crying for? Don't just kill people, dumbass. And then we get a scene of the Celestial Dragon and his entourage entering the town. Apparently there's some other important people there, and then bodyguards, and then of course the Celestial Dragon's riding around on top of a human slave with guards flanking him. So Daden asks Ace why he didn't run, and Ace replies with this. Sometimes blood rushes into my head, and I get scared that if I run, I'll end up losing something big. And at that specific moment, behind me was Luffy. I don't really know, but I think that's why. So that's the reason Ace didn't want to run, is because he was worried about the others. Maybe a lot of people bitching about Ace not running away at the war and all that, and because of he insulted Whitebeard. And it's not that Ace doesn't know when to retreat. I think Ace just worried about if he didn't stop them, then they were going to get somebody else. They were going to get Luffy this time. And he knew if he couldn't stop him, Luffy sure as hell couldn't, and he cared about Luffy. And this is the moments when he starts really
caring for Luffy so much. So if he would do it when he's a kid, why wouldn't he do it when he's grown and Akaino's about to kill Luffy? It just didn't work out this time as well for him, or that time. And now we get the flashback in a flashback. I know, this is always good. Where Daden is having a talk with Garp. And I'm probably going to just read most of all this because it's important. And this is Garp talking. Even in front of a huge enemy army that he had no chance of winning against, Roger stood tall and didn't run. Daden: does he have a death wish or something? To run is also to fight. Garp: that's true, but the reason he didn't run was because behind him were the ones he loved. Running together means danger will also befall them. To put it more accurately, it's not that he didn't run, it's that he didn't let the enemy run so as to keep the foes in front of him from chasing his allies. So this is a characteristic trait that Roger and Ace are sharing here, that they care about their allies and their comrades and their friends so much they're willing to sacrifice themselves and not run and fight any battle so that they can save their friends. And this is what we learn about Ace, and Daden comments on, even though you hate that man, you can tell his blood runs through your veins. Pretty much gives this is why Garp respects him. He talks about he destroyed countries, entire armies, just because he spoke badly about his friends. Stuff like that, and that's something I don't see being something that Ace would do, or Luffy necessarily. Maybe get upset, but they're not going to go that far. Roger was a childish, short-tempered, selfish, is pretty much what Garp says. But his actions were always pure. And he's saying that's why he hated losing a loved one. And because of all of this, that's why he ended up becoming a Pirate King. And even though the world called him a demon, the trust he received from his allies was tremendous. So that not even Garp could hate him for this. And that's why he took on the raising of Ace. But when he says this, it's funny because Daden's there and she's like, I'm the one who's doing that, you know, with the shock face. And then Dogger is coming back after what's happened. And he tells him that, and Luffy's outside playing around, and he tells Dogger that Ace and Daden are safe, and Dogger is excited about that. But then Dogger tells them what has happened with Sabo, and Ace is about to beat him up. He says, don't joke about this, I'll kill you. And he's like, no, it's not a joke. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Then he tells him what happened. Then they have a flashback and a flashback of a flashback that we've already had. Confusing, yes. Where Ace tells Luffy that they need to forget about him for right now because it may be his happiness. And so Luffy's crying. He's like, Sabo wasn't really happy. Ace is second guessing himself. Why didn't they go back and try to save Sabo? Because he thinks back now and he realizes that Sabo wasn't going to be happy going. He was doing it to protect them like Ace would have done, or even Luffy at this point. Ace goes into a rage. I think a lot to do with him blaming himself for it. And he's like, who's this? Who did it? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to avenge Sabo. And Daden just flat out stops him and just knocks him the fuck out. And this reminds me of the scene where Sengoku is holding Garp down in the war after Akainu has just killed Ace. And it just face palms him into the ground just to hold him enough so he doesn't do nothing. And Daden tries to say that it doesn't matter, you'll just be killed too, you have to stay here. She says, Sabo's murderer is this country, this whole world. What can you do about it? Your father died and changed the times. If you can grow to become that great of a man, then and only then will you be able to live and die as you please. And I don't know if this motivated him or not, but I could see that being a motivational speech to him to never lose a loved one again. And this is what I think is going to happen with Luffy, is that, and he's been like that for a long time, and this loss of Sabo could be what started him. He wouldn't give up on Robin, he wouldn't give up on Nami, so on and so forth. Once you're one of his friends, that's a trait he also shares with Roger. He's not going to give it up with you. He's not going to give up on you. And so Daden has them tie Ace up to a tree because they know if they don't, he's going to go and get himself killed. And Luffy's crying again, and Ace screams at him, shut up, men aren't supposed to sob and cry like that, Luffy. And Luffy's just wailing like he normally does. Well, normally does when something like this happens. And come to find out, Sabo has sent him a letter before he decided to ship out. And they're just now getting it now. And Duggar's bringing it in. And Ace is still tied to the tree. He's like, give me the letter. So Ace is reading the letter. It pretty much says he hopes they didn't get hurt in the fire, but he's pretty sure they're alright. He's sorry, but he has to go out without them. And this little scene, it's so contrast what ends up happening. Well, I mean, this is a flashback of Sabo writing it, and he looks so happy, and like he's got a little smile on his face, and he's content. He's like, I'm going to be free. I'm getting out of here. I can't take it anymore. And then to see what ends up happening to him at the beginning of this is just it's like heart-wrenching, tear-jerker almost. And he says, where I'm headed, I'm going to become a strong pirate. And I'm going to be freer than anybody else. So maybe this is some of what Luffy wants to be so free for, so he doesn't have to deal with loss of anybody. And this is also, a lot of people comment on forums how this is kind of sucks, because we'll meet again someday out there on the wide free ocean. And of course we know this isn't going to happen for many reasons, which I'll talk about later. And then he talks about which one of us is the bigger brother. It's weird to have two older brothers, but since I'm gone, I want you to take care of Luffy, the weak little crybaby. Take care of him for me. And then at this, Ace just bursts into tears, and it says, endless lamentation. Although somebody else translated it as like never-ending tears or something like that. Same difference. And of course, this is the greatest news of all. There will not be a One Piece chapter next week. And it fits in with the crying, because that's what all of us are going to be crying about. And now let's go over some things. Do I think Sabo's dead? Yes. And if Sabo is not dead, then it doesn't really matter so far as now to the story, because the effect was that Luffy and Ace and everybody else thought he was dead at least. Therefore, in my book, he's dead. A lot of people are like, dude, Oda developed this character so much and so strong and everything, and he tied him into Luffy and Ace, and yes, that's true, but a lot of the characters he's killed off, at least in my opinion, were really well developed and likable and lovable. I like Saul and Robin's flashback, Tom and Frankie's flashback. I mean, and they both, I mean, Saul's definitely dead, and a lot of people were talking, is Tom alive and Impel Down, is he dead or whatever. He's pretty much dead for all intents and purposes. So I don't see a problem with that. He didn't show a body, and a lot of people are arguing about that, and then some people point out that it probably wasn't something like he could have a little kid blowed up and showing on a manga, but the hat and everything else. I mean, yes, there's a chance he's alive, but I'm not going to hope for that. I would like him to be alive. It'd be cool as hell if he met up with Luffy later. I think it would take away from this if he was alive, and some people think if he was dead, it would take away from this. And I don't know, what do you think? Is it worse if he's dead, or if he's fake dead and we find out about him later? So, you know, let me know what you think about that. I like Sabo. If he would have stayed alive, that would have been cool. But as far as I'm going to go on now, is that he's dead, and if Oda tricks me, so be it. It's happened before. It's not like anybody's ever survived being blown to smithereens before. So, of course, he's probably dead. Just think about that in the back of your mind. We learn about how Ace and Roger are really close to each other in a lot of ways that Ace doesn't want to recognize. And Ace doesn't realize it, and he never did, even when he was dying, how much he hated Roger. It's ridiculous. Roger sacrificed himself for Ace. Ace's mom sacrificed herself for Ace. A lot of things like that. And Ace is like him a lot, and about caring about the people that are around him and stuff like that. And that's shown, and Dadden already recognizes that. And that might also be another reason that Whitebird recognized and wanted to make Ace Pirate King. He already knew how Roger was, and he knew that Ace wasn't going to be a bad guy. And then Whitebeard didn't really think Roger was that bad a guy overall either. And this actually makes me think about him destroying whole armies and countries and stuff. What did Squadro's crew do to Roger, where he just destroyed them like that? Did they hurt one of his crew, or did they just try to fight with him and just didn't stand a chance? And this goes to Whitebeard. He's very similar oriented too. Cares about his crew and a family and all that. So you're showing some of the best pirates do have that, and that's what it takes. You can mess with each other, but you can't have some outside person messing with them. And of course, this is a tendency Luffy already shares, and we already know he's going to be something someday. Okay, now is the flashback 100% over? I don't know. I would say no, because I would see that it would come up to Ace getting ready to leave and maybe a little skipping ahead, stuff like that. Plus, the Celestial Dragon has shown up, and we haven't really seen anything except him killing Sabo. And what will happen with the king whose face has been hidden the whole time? Is he somebody? what's the point of that? Is Oda just messing with us again? So I think at least one more chapter about this, because he built up the Celestial Dragon. Because Oda built up the Celestial Dragon showing up, so not so much, but he built it up like 3 chapters before they even arrive. So maybe there'll be something there. Maybe we'll find out why they're there. Maybe they'll destroy Goa Kingdom if they want to, so they piss them off. We already know they're fickle as hell. They'll kill a little kid in a boat just for crossing their paths. So it wouldn't take much to set them off. And I think this is showing how Dad and Ace and Luffy all grew closer together because of this whole Blue Jam incident. Plus, is Blue Jam dead or is Blue Jam alive? There was a pirate who showed up after Whitebeard got defeated, who was talking about Whitebeard, who somebody posted a pic on the forums of, and they looked a little bit like Blue Jam, and people were speculating that was Blue Jam. That's even before we even saw Blue Jam. It could be, but it's also another one of them vague kind of, and I don't remember where it is. If I find it, I'll post it on my blog, and you can judge for yourself. But it's one of those vague kind of theories that's out there that could be true or not true. You know how Oda can do things like that. He's really good at throwing us off the scent for a while, and then been like, wow, when you look back on it, you see, well, that does make sense. His plot holes are there, but not as big as some authors. So this is how it's going on the forums lately. Sabo's dead. No, he's not. Sabo can't be dead. He's definitely dead. He has to be dead. No, he's not dead. I love Sabo. He's my favorite character ever. It doesn't matter. He's dead. No. And that's how it's been going mostly. That's why there haven't been too many crazy theories. But I have a couple that I'm going to throw out there, and one of them's kind of already, and one of them I like, so crazy theories of the week. I don't know if that, woo. But, crazy theories of the week this week, and this is a crazy theory, but I like it, is that Sabo isn't dead, and you know when we get the narration from the outside person, that is Sabo. That he is alive somehow, and you know, he's telling all this in like a flashback book story, because you know he wanted to write a book about things. So he meets up with Luffy later down the road. Luffy tells him all his adventures and everything that happened, and then Sabo's the narrator of the whole One Piece story. And it's far-fetched, but it's actually a good theory in my opinion, because it would tie up some things and it would be kind of cool. And if that's the way it comes, I'd give credit to that guy, but I can't remember who it was. Not my theory, but it's a good theory, yet crazy at the same time. Another theory, which has been cropping up forever, is that Sabo is Trafalgar Law, and that he had amnesia, and that he survived this, and he had amnesia, and that's why he's Trafalgar Law. But it's not, unless he was deformed, but then I made myself try to believe it. Like, he's a surgeon. Maybe some surgeon ship found him floating somewhere, and they repaired his face and all that, and that's how he became a doctor and all that stuff. But highly unlikely, and I think that would be cheap if that's what it is. Also, another one was a crazy theory that I don't know if it's true, was realistic or not, that he gets rescued by some fishermen who found him under the water, and they take him to Fishman Island, and we're going to have him meet up with Luffy at Fishman Island. That's that. So, yeah, I mean, I'll try to make it a little quicker this week, and editing it, and tell me what you like, if you like the new style or not the new style or whatever. I didn't really have any idea to do a little skit thing like last week and all that junk, but I'm going to try to make it better. I swear to you, people. So just make sure you subscribe, you rate the video, because then it helps me get more attention so I can talk about this and get more attention for One Piece, especially in the United States. Get a lot of views from Japan. I don't know if they watch it or they say, oh, what that white boy? No, I click off. I don't want to see that. I want to see One Piece. But, you know, rate it and all that good junk, and you know, I hate doing that, but it's part of the deal. It's the whoring out of the YouTube. You got to be a little bit of a whore if you want to get views and make money and all that good junk and spread shit. So, but if you don't like it, don't do it. If you do, do it. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to put little fucking thumbs up because my penis is small, you know, stuff like that. I'm not going to put that up because I think it's ridiculous. I tried it a couple times because I was, you know, because it's hard when you got all these people who do that, and then you don't, so you don't ever get any rate. So sometimes you have to sell out, sometimes you don't. Whatever. Yeah, like I said, next week, no One Piece. So I'm going to put another video up today for another moderator question, so look forward to that. So, because I'm going to still do another video next week, but it's going to try to be a little bit different. But so be interested in that. Once again, if you make fan art, let me know so I can use it in my videos, and I'll give you credit and all that. If you don't want me to use your fan art, I guess that's why you aren't contacting me. But I can't believe there's so many fangirly boys out there who make all this fan art. Even if it's not that great, let me know. I can promote your shit too. I get a few views, you link, somebody will click it, somebody will be like, woo, that's cool. So all that, you know, you gotta kind of, I realize that too, you gotta network on here. And that's enough for the whoring out of myself. Oh, and today, for some reason I got into watching Hancock Luffy stuff, and I'm gonna probably rewatch the whole Amazon Lily arc today, just because, I don't know, it was, got in my whole head. And Marguerite for Nakama. Okay, everybody, it's been a couple of weeks now, and we're back with One Piece chapter 589, entitled Efforts Towards Glory. And on the title page this time, we get Sadi-chan and Domino, and they're eating at some One Piece version of McDonald's, I guess, the French fries. Alright, we're starting out with Luffy is totally depressed about the loss of Sabo, and Ace has decided that he has to knock some sense into Luffy, literally, because he's just moping around, and Luffy just wants to be stronger, is what he tells Ace. He wants to be so strong that he can protect everyone. And this right here is really good to see, because now we get the origins of why Luffy is the way he is with his crew. Why did he care about Nico Robin and not letting her die so much? Why did Luffy go so far and fight all the Marines at Enies Lobby, even though so many people thought he was crazy just for doing it? It's because of this, because of the loss of Sabo and what it did to him. He doesn't want to feel that way anymore. He wants to protect those people he cares about, and this is the beginning of that. This is what set Luffy apart from a lot of other people. This one event. That's why Oda showed it to us. So many people were bitching about flashback, I don't care about the flashback. This is it. This is showing a motivation. And later you'll learn a contrast to this, and another reason why this is so important to see this flashback, besides just seeing Dragon and Daden finally, and seeing how Luffy and Ace interacted. Everyone who says this flashback sucked or whatever can fuck off, because it didn't. It was very informative, and it did a lot to show why Luffy is why he is. Because we never really got that. He just shows up, and he's carefree, lucky going, all that good shit. But now we know why. We really know why. So they decide to get stronger, and then this is kind of the flashback that we'd already had before, and he asks Ace not to die. And then Ace says, listen up, don't forget this, Luffy, I'm not gonna die. Well, unfortunately Ace is dead, and unless there's some crazy Dragon Ball magic, he's going to stay dead. And I don't want Oda to change this, because if he does, I mean, it's just, I mean, it does like Dragon Ball started doing, and it makes deaths meaningless. So if you die, you go train harder in death and come back alive. Okay? Doesn't make any damn sense. So I'm hoping Ace is dead for good. And the reason that Ace doesn't want to die is because he wants to protect Luffy, because he already calls Luffy weak, and he can't leave a weak little brother like him laying around. And so he's going to stay alive for that, and also because of what Sabo wanted him to help protect him too. So that's his motivation for staying alive. He doesn't want to die. And maybe Oda, when he killed Ace, is saying that Luffy isn't as weak and doesn't need Ace's protection anymore. Well, that's debatable, because Luffy did get his ass kicked hard. Then we get into this whole thing about freedom, and they want to be freer than anybody, and this is the motivation behind Ace, and he has a flashback of Sabo telling him about him becoming a noble at 17, so that's why the 17 is decided. I know in the United States at least, 18 is generally accepted as the adulthood of people, the cutoff point and the official. A lot of other cultures are different, though. I mean, there's some cultures that, I think the Jewish is like your bar mitzvah, you're considered a man, and that's like pretty much when you have puberty, I think. Don't know that much about it, because I'm not Jewish. But that's how their society works, so that's why the date was set at them leaving at 17. And Luffy knows, he says he's not that smart, but he knows, he doesn't know what killed Sabo, but he knows it's the opposite of freedom. So that's another reason they want to be freer than anybody else.
And Ace tells him that they might be enemies with their grandpa, and they'll make many enemies, but it's worth it. They have to risk their lives and have no regrets. This is why Luffy acts the way he does. This is Luffy's backstory. This is why Luffy is Luffy. And we know how he acts, because he does it. He tries to be freer than anybody else, and he tries to not regret anything. He doesn't care about dying. He doesn't want to die, but he's willing to risk it. That's what the difference is. He's willing to risk it to be what he wants. It's just all about dreams and going for your dreams. If you haven't realized that now from One Piece, then you have been paying no attention. Now, we get the most debated upon in the forums thing that happens now. And then this is probably going to be a lot of direct quotes from this, just to clarify a lot of things. Alright, you ready? Because I'm going to have to read it, and it's not professional, but whatever. Alright, going back in time a bit to the night of the day when the Celestial Dragon vessel arrived to the Goa Kingdom. Okay, that's where it's setting up. If you didn't realize, the fire was a couple of days before the Celestial Dragon showed up. And this is the night of the day when the Celestial Dragons arrived. So it's later in that night. And they're at Zoro's they're at Zoro's dojo where Zoro was training with Kuina. And you get a little cameo of most likely Kuina. I'm not 100% sure on that, but 99.999, that's most likely her. Who else would it be? And then you get Zoro, and a lot of people say that ain't Zoro, or people don't think it's Zoro. It's definitely Zoro. If you remember the flashbacks of him and stuff, he was always lifting the rock to get stronger, and you can tell by him, it's Zoro, okay? They're in a East Boo small port town, and then you get this, and this is the most debated thing, well, not the most, but it's the thing that's causing a lot of people so much trouble that I've been reading about. Okay, and this is from Ivankov, from what I've been told. You're late, Dragon. How long are you going to keep us waiting for? Sorry. Hey, hurry up with the first aid. These are horrible. Okay, that right there is being interpreted as Dragon saved Sabo somehow, okay? Because apparently Dragon was away from the crew at this point when the Celestial Dragons arrived, and he brought somebody back to be helped. That's why they say, "Ooh, those are bad. We need first aid." It wouldn't be anybody from the fire because that's two days later, and if they were injured, he'd probably already been seeking medical attention for them. And if they hadn't got medical attention, they wouldn't be all surprised about their wounds. So, to me and to anybody with any reading comprehension, it's easy to see that it's very much hinted at that Dragon has rescued Sabo. Is Sabo shown? No. Does it say, "Ooh, I found that kid that inspired me when I was in Goa Kingdom"? No. But, very likely. And a lot of people will be upset about this. I predicted that Sabo was dead. And then even in the other video, I said, even if Sabo is not really dead, he will be dead to Luffy and Ace. And that is true. Because it had to be that way. If it wasn't, then Luffy might not be like he is today. And you couldn't have Oda go back and change that completely after 12 years of making the manga. They got some food from the dojo. A lot of people are speculating, is Zoro's sensei helping the revolutionaries, or is he just, a nice guy and giving them some food? Who knows? Well, they probably came in with injured people, and he's not an asshole, so he probably did what he could. Well, they're going back to Baltigo, although I've heard the translation Vertigo makes sense as well for that island that they're on. And apparently it's the same island in the New World that they've been on in the present time as well. So they've had this base for quite a while. Apparently now we go back to Goa Kingdom, and the world government inspections are over, and they've fallen back in their old ways, and Trash Mountain is being rebuilt again. So they killed all these people, burnt down all this trash for nothing but a single inspection. They weren't changing their ways. They weren't going to keep it clean. They're just going to keep doing what they were doing. And that's all we get on that. We don't get to find out about the king who was hidden in the speech bubble. We don't even find out about what happened to the Celestial Dragon when he was there. I mean, these things are going to be explained later, possibly. Who knows? I don't.
maybe just wanted to have a celestial dragon kill Sabo to set it up further down the road when Luffy has the celestial dragon arc, you know, the World Noble arc, or whatever people speculate. Pretty much Ace and Luffy are still training because, of course, Luffy wants to be stronger and he knows Ace can help him do that, so they're doing the same thing they used to do. Now it's just two of them, though. Keep that in mind. And as they're sparring, and Ace is laughing at Luffy's pathetic attempts to hit him and stuff, and then they argue, and somehow they both imagine Sabo's there, but it turns out it's just a rock. And this is a funny little scene for what it can be funny as. And Luffy's like, Sabo was such a nice brother. And Ace is like, what's that? You wish I had died instead? And we all know that's not true, but some weird comedy. And whenever they realize it's not Sabo, they both just, you know, sad look on their face. Because they were so happy at first to see him, but it turns out he was just a illusion. Ooh, illusion. It was just an illusion. Maybe Aizen showed up. Ooh. Alright, now we find out that Luffy and Ace have decided to form their own countries, which are small ramshackle shacks outside of Daden's house, and that they're going to live on their own, although Ace says, I'll borrow the bath every now and then, okay? And you can already tell the difference. We already know Luffy couldn't build shit, even as a small child. His little ramshackle hut is pathetic, and Ace's looks nice and well designed and actually sturdy. Okay, so Luffy's fighting a bear, and Ace tries to help him, but Luffy gets hurt in the process, and he has to take him to Daden's country for help. And as he does, you can see how much Ace worries about him. He says, I'm so sorry, Luffy. And he actually talks about, you have been fighting wild animals in a trio up to now, right? So that also goes to show how it's going to be a little bit different. And this might actually made both of them stronger with it only being two. You know, less people to rely on for help, so they did have to become stronger. Okay, something really important to me, and probably a lot of people who are really into the story and the continuity of the things, Oda lets us know why and how Ace got manners. Because so far in the flashback, he doesn't really have manners. He's uncouth and, you know, a little brat like any other little kid. But somehow he gets manners when he meets up with the Straw Hats at Alabasta. So he goes to Makino in town and asks her how to greet people, and because he wants to go and greet Shanks from the Red Hairs, because he wants to thank them for saving Luffy's life when he was a kid. And it's funny, like, she's like, when he mentions him, Makino gives him some weird little smile, and he's just like, what is this with you? And then this also gets into they still eat and run, but Ace always thanks him now, so that's his proper manners that he's learned from Makino. So I find that kind of funny. And of course there's more training, and of course we already know this, but it's funny to see Ace kicks Luffy's ass every single time. But they finally defeat the bear, and I guess they eat it because they're going to have bear stew. And then we get more little clips of them terrorizing people around town, beating more people up. And then Garp shows up and he beats the shit out of both of them. And pretty much they're growing up, and you get a little cut, they're getting bigger and getting older. And then finally it comes the day when Ace leaves. 7 years later, Ace turns 17 and Luffy 14. And Ace is out to sea, and Ace has got his trademark hat with his smiley face and his frowny face. I'm guessing one's for Luffy, one's for Sabo now. That's my theory on the two frowny smiley faces on his hat. He's leaving, and Luffy's saying goodbye, and of course, slap, whoop, chop, whoop, slap, whoop, slap, chop. No, slap, whoop is like, sheesh, wonder what Garp's gonna say, of course, like he always does. And the Mountain Bandits are kind of crying. Dogura and the one with the beard and stuff, I don't remember what his name was, if he had a name, both got a little tear in their eyes. He leaves. They're like proud parents. And then you go back to Daden, and one of them's telling about Ace leaving, and she's like, he's gone, thank goodness. And then she's more worried about, she's going to get the heat from Garp because of what Ace is becoming. And then one of the Mountain Bandits tells him he left her a note, and Ace said, I owe you one, thanks. And Daden just burst into tears. And so we get more training with Luffy. And, like, this training isn't, like, training. Like, you think about it. It just shows him practicing his pistol. And he finally hits and destroys a rock and stuff like that. So he's getting stronger. You can see that every day. And then we get news that Ace has become famous somewhat. And there's an article in the paper about him. But there's a cute little scene. It comes to find out that Luffy has taken Ace's country and, like, put it on top of his. And now he is one country. So... And Luffy gets to see him and his crew in the picture. And Luffy's, of course, saying, I'm not going to let him beat me. Okay, now we finally get back to the beginning of the whole One Piece story. Because we're seeing Luffy is heading out to leave. He's turned 17 now. And he says, why aren't you coming down, Dad, and the Mountain Bandits? And she's like, well, we can't because the other people in the town will be upset. Even though Makino and the mayor will be okay with it. Luffy says, alright then, thanks for everything, guys. And Dadden's like, don't thank us, it's embarrassing. Dadden, I hate Mountain Bandits, but I like you guys. And of course, she starts crying again. She kind of reminds me of Chopper, like, she's saying one thing, but completely opposite. When he gets compliments, he's like, asshole, I don't like your compliments, And she's like, get out of here, I hate you. But she's crying in tears. She missed Luffy and Ace both. And I wonder what her reaction is going to be when she finds out Ace is dead. I can't imagine. She's just going to have to, it's going to hurt her a lot. So maybe we'll get a cut to that in the manga. Now, maybe we'll get a cut to seeing Dadden's reaction to Ace's death. I'm imagining that might be next week's chapter without too much more exposition on Luffy. But who knows. Well, now we get Luffy sitting out in his tiny little boat. And the barrel's even in the boat. So we know how he gets in the barrel. And he's like, I'm going to start out with this, even though people are like, that's a tiny-ass boat. You need better than that. And as he sits out, he says, Sabo, look at me. I'm setting out to sea. Sabo's number 1 and Ace is number 2. I'm the third, but I'm not going to lose to them. Just wait, Ace. I'll catch up to you in no time. And he kind of did, if you think about it. He did get a lot of infamy in a short period of time, with Ace already having a 3-year head start on him. And because their goals were kind of different, it wasn't like Luffy was going to join the Shichibukai or Whitebeard or something like that, And so that's where that is. And apparently other people don't know who Ace is, I guess, after these 3 years. And as he says, he's finding Ace and they don't know. And Makino's little smile as he leaves. She seems to be proud of him. And we get this... And he punches out the Lord of the Coast with one hit. I guess that's good revenge for taking Shanks' arm there. And Dadden's like, he's gotten really strong because her and Duggar snuck down to watch him from behind a building. And the other guy, whose name I don't know. And they're like, he has really become strong. But not strong enough, Dadden. Not strong enough. Here he goes shouting his catchphrase. Alright, here I go. I'm going to become the Pirate King. And now, for all you flashback haters, it's over. It's fucking over. Celebrate, throw a fucking party. Woo, no flashback, it's over. Yeah, okay, over. And it was probably about time that I thought, I think I said last couple times, 2 or 3 more chapters. So it's over. And we get a cut to Amazon Lily. And Luffy's crying about Ace being dead. And you get this from Luffy with tears streaming down his eyes. Pirate King, yeah right. And then the last page is a whole page with Luffy just laying on the ground. Not laying, but his knees on the ground crying. I'm weak. And then there's a little caption, bitter reality. And this is significant because this is like the first time Luffy's ever... that we've seen had super doubt about himself, aside from a little bit in the flashback. But he's always said he wants to be the Pirate King. I don't think he's ever said he couldn't do it. So this is really worrisome. So do you think that Luffy's going to give up? It's the end of the manga. Sorry. Oda said, sorry, it's over. Luffy quit. He can't do it. No, that's not what's going to happen. Somehow there's going to have to be some motivation behind this. And a lot of people are worried, oh, Luffy's going to be all emo and shit for a while. I doubt that. He still cares about people. He's still got to find his crew. He's still got his crew. And then now that it looks like Sabo's alive and with Dragon, there's even more motivation that maybe Sabo will show up or something like that will happen. That'll be even more motivation. Maybe Sabo had something happen to him that's really bad. He isn't as strong as he should be right now, so that'll give Luffy a reason to protect him. Sabo ain't joining. Please don't start that up. Sabo for Nakama. No. Bullshit. Not gonna happen. If Sabo is alive, which looks like he is, he's probably with Dragon, and who knows? We'll have an explanation why he didn't rescue Ace. Does he have amnesia? What happened? Who knows? Don't know. Most likely he probably has amnesia. I know it seems kind of cliche, but it would make a lot of sense. And, you know, it would be fitting for how One Piece is. He'd show up and be like, Sabo, you're my brother. And Dragon would be like, you know my son? You know, it'd be something like that whenever they meet up. But we'll find out. And so, a lot of people are thinking, what's going to happen here? Who's going to mate Luffy? Well, Hancock might mate Luffy, no, but what's going to happen? Who's going to motivate Luffy? Because it seems like Jinbei's been the one who's been watching after him a lot lately. And so, Jinbei going to help him here? Is he going to learn Haki? Is that what the whole thing is? That's what a lot of people are thinking. What's going to happen? Is there going to be a flashback? I mean, not flashback. Ew. There's going to be another flashback right now. That would piss y'all guys off so much, wouldn't it? Oh, wait, done this flashback. Let's get another flashback. Jinbei's backstory, you know, 20 chapters. No, I'm just kidding. But what's going to motivate Luffy? Hancock, Jinbei, or how's it going to work? Is there going to be a time skip? I'm really nervous about a time skip because it's been going so long in certain pace and stayed a similar year, you know, just small amounts of time going by, nothing major. So I hope there's no time skip, but that's just me. It could be done okay. Like I guess Dragon Ball Z, when it came from Dragon Ball, it had a big skip and Goku was kind of grown. Then he had a kid. And you're like, what the hell? You got a kid, Goku? Okay, that could be something kind of funny. But I just want to see every little thing. But then it would also be good because I could skip ahead and then give us a backstory. A flashback, if you will. But you would all hate that. I guarantee y'all would. And y'all would love to see that flashback. Alright, well that's the chapter 589. And the end is kind of depressing. I mean, Luffy is doubting himself a lot. I just look at this as this is kind of how he was when Sabo died. And he had Ace to lift him up there, so he'll either have his other crew or Jinbei or somebody. What do you think? Let me know. Alright, now I'm going to talk about, there hasn't been that many, but because it's kind of a little section that I like to do, Crazy Theories of the Week. And most crazy theories of the week so far are, Sabo is somebody. Now, the one is like Sabo Zoro, somebody said again. No, because they were confused. Zoro's there, Sabo's rescued, but they're in the same place, but they're not the same person. Another crazy theory is that Ivankov's there, and Kuina's there, and she's upset because she's not a man. She'll never be as strong as Zoro when they get past puberty. Maybe Ivankov turned her into a man, and she isn't dead, but we thought. Or then it's kind of ironic that the person that could do that was there but never really met her. That's more likely. Ironic than crazy theory. Another crazy theory is that Blue Jam somehow is important and a badass, and he's Kaido, which somebody's mentioned that before. I doubt it likely. Blue Jam may be alive, might not be, but he's not Kaido, and he isn't going to be any stronger than he was before. Sorry to doubt you. He's already grown. He's lost a lot of his ambition for things. These young cats, they can get stronger, but most likely the ones that are already established, like Blue Jam was, that's as strong as they are. That's their level. And where he was located, he was strong. But in the New World, not even a chance. No matter what. I guess if he ate like a devil fruit that was super powerful, maybe. But other than that, no. So I don't think so, but that's a little crazy theory. What was another crazy theory? Nah, that wasn't it. Mostly people in the forums this week weren't having crazy theories. They were arguing about, is Sabo alive? Is it 100%, 99%? People were just all semantics about it. Yes, it's a big hint that Dragon rescued Sabo. Is Sabo probably really alive now? Yes. But we got a lot of problems with that. One, Why wasn't he there to rescue Ace? What's up with that? How are they going to explain that about? That's going to be the new thing. Is Luffy going to ever meet him again? When's Luffy going to meet him again? Are we going to get a flash side to him next week or something, showing us him as he is now before we meet him to confirm that he's alive? But maybe we'll find out more of the backstory about it. I'm guessing they'll meet and we'll get flashbacks about what happened to Sabo after he was rescued. Assuming he was alive, of course. And I can understand not being definitive about it, but it looks like it, and I could be wrong. I was wrong that he was dead, at least in my opinion now. But as I stated, he's dead as far as Luffy and Ace were concerned, and that's what helped them become who they are. And that's why it had to be like that. And that's that, okay? So is there going to be a training arc here or what? I don't think so. I think we might get like little glimpses, like maybe one chapter, of Luffy maybe learning something and then showing it, or him, talking about it like he did with Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. It's like, I got some new ideas, and then actually showing them. The fact that a lot of people said Luffy doesn't train is a lie, because Luffy did train when he was a kid. Obviously, it's shown over and over and over again. He just doesn't train as much as Zoro. He's not as disciplined about it as Zoro is. So that's that. He's going to train, and everybody's going to pick up something. I just wonder when they're all going to meet up. Of course we all want to see that, and it's getting closer. They're all going to get back together. When? Is there going to be a little story about each of them, or is it going to be more cover stories like he did before with the separation cover story? What's going to happen? What do y'all think? Crazy theories, post them. Yeah, and then whore myself out time. Make sure you rate the video and all that good stuff. Thumbs up for, retarded white man, old man talking about cartoons. I'm so old, I can't rate my videos. Thumbs up and down. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Just helps the video get more popular, and the more people, the better I can be, and the more happy I am and enthused about this. Yeah, but I can't help but be more enthused about One Piece, I'm sorry. Comments and answering questions and asking me questions, whatever. Talk. Good. Like I said, the forums, there's people like, meh, meh, meh. I don't like that. It gets on my damn nerves. I don't argue back and forth about somebody. I guess probably I wouldn't post stupid shit, but, who knows? You say the wrong little thing and somebody's going to have a fucking tip about it, okay? And, yeah, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. And check out my links in the below. Yeah, below me. No, not that. Below me. No, not below me. Come on, what do you think I am? Shh. Okay, but do all that good stuff and have a good day. And as far as I know, there will be a One Piece next week. The video might not be up as soon, and it might not be as good because I have to work next Friday. Alright, thanks again, and hope you enjoyed the video.
Oh, finally. No more flashbacks. I'm so happy. I can't wait till the Straw Hats get back together. It's going to be so cool. Dang flashbacks. They just bother me, doggone it. I can't believe they have them in anime and mangas. It's too much. I just want to see them fighting.
So today's review will be about One Piece chapter 590, entitled Little Bro. And I haven't really had much chance to prepare a well-written review, but I'm just going to talk about it, and I'm going to pretty much just read over it and comment on it as I go, because I just don't have time to do too much this week because I have to work a bunch this week. I've already worked 11 hours today in my real life job, which sucks, but gotta make money. So let's get started in this, and hopefully it will be somewhat educational and entertaining as well. Alright, on the cover page this week is Mihawk and Jinbei, and they're eating octopus, which a lot of people talked about in the forum and stuff, but I didn't really think nothing about it. And there's like a giant octopus behind them while they're eating it. Okay. And it starts off with Garp has returned to Fuchsia Village, and everybody's like, oh, Garp, what's up with Luffy? Do you know what happened to Luffy? And they're talking about there's been pirates on the coast, and Garp says, I just destroyed one of the ships. And then he puts up a sign that says Security, Marine Headquarters, Vice Admiral Garp. So maybe he's doing that to help deter people from going there, because these pitiful pirates probably wouldn't mess with anybody, with any place that's protected by Garp. And then he tells them there's some mountain bandits there, and now since we know about Dadan, guess what? It's Dadan. And Dadan comes out, and it's kind of funny because we just see their pants there, as like we've seen before. Although we've already seen who she is, it's kind of strange in that sense. And she comes out and hits Garp in the head with a big like wooden club. She says, "How dare you come back here like this?" And everybody's shocked to see Garp knocked out. And Garp's like, "Don't lay a finger on her. She's an acquaintance." And then she jumps on top of Garp and she's going to beat him. She's talking about, "You were there right before your eyes. Why did you let Ace die?" And she's crying as she's doing it. And she's saying, "You chose the Marines over your family. Hero of the Marines, my ass. Go to hell, you old bastard." It's got to be shocking to see someone like the other Marines that are there, see someone talk to Garp like that and actually attack him. He doesn't really fight back. I'm sure he could probably defend himself against her if he wanted to, but part of me thinks he deserves it, so he's just going to take it. And then out of nowhere, Makino shows up. She must be the fastest person in One Piece now. And she says, "Stop it, Dadan." And Garp's just like, "Makino." And she talks about how Garp has to be feeling horrible about what happened and everything, and she just stands in between them, and Dadan cries more. And Dadan says, "No, the one suffering the most is Luffy." And then we get a small Makino flashback, and I'm assuming it's when she's trying to teach Ace about manners, because he wanted to go and introduce himself to Shanks and thank him for rescuing Luffy, because it seems like they're doing introductions, and it's kind of a cute little flashback, and it brings a tear to her eyes, and it's, "I'm Ace, who the hell are you?" And she's like, "No, no, no, who the hell is too rude?" And then Luffy's like, "You need to put in bastard, right?" And then he goes, "And just who might you be?" And Makino's laughing in the back, and then you see her tearing up there, and Dadan's talking about, you know how much he adored his big brother. And Makino runs away crying at this. So, whoop slap, the mayor shows up and asks Garp if he knows what happened to Luffy, and he tells him about Luffy escaping in a submarine, and they found no corpse, so as far as he knows, he's still alive. And then we get a cool little thing here, because apparently, I mean, I imagine Dadan's going to have to run into Luffy again at some point in this, because Ace said to thank her for him and all that. She says, "Luffy, that idiot, no matter what kind of pirate he turns into, from here on out, I'm on his side." Just imagining how that bastard's feeling right now makes my chest want to explode. So it seems like no matter even if Luffy turned into a horrible pirate, she'd still be on his side. But of course, you know that's not going to happen. And then she just kind of, you know, shouts at the sky, "Luffy, you son of a bitch, don't you lose out there." And this is just, and what this kind of gets at, it seems like there's a lot of pep talks going on in this chapter, and what people would like to say to Luffy, and this is kind of Dadan's pep talk for Luffy, and we get to see it, although Luffy probably isn't going to hear it, at least not right now. And then we get a flash to another island, and something we've been looking forward to for a while, not looking forward to like we really wanted to see it, but kind of a closing on an era reality-wise. Somewhere in the New World, and then we get the big, like we get a spread of the grave of Whitebeard and Ace, and it's really cool. You see Edward Newgate, and it's got his Bacento stuck in it, and then there's the Whitebeard flag at the top with his cloak in the middle and some flowers around it. And then there's Ace's is right next to him, and Ace has his, they got his little weird little knife thing and his hat and his necklace that he always wore. And where he got his, where they found his hat from and all that, I don't know. He was wearing his necklace, I think, the whole time, so that's it. Or maybe it's just he had more than one, and they had one, the Whitebeards did, so they used it. and there's just tons of flowers around, and then there's swords sticking in the ground everywhere. And what someone speculated in the forums is like, are these the swords that they pulled out of Whitebeard's body? You know, that'd be crazy if it was. So this is going to be something. I wonder if Luffy's going to find this place someday, or somebody's going to tell him where it's at. Because if you remember when Luffy ran into Blackbeard in Impel Down, he says, you go and you stand at his grave and you cry, or whatever, you know, something like that. I can't remember the exact words. So maybe this will happen. Luffy will go and see this, and we'll get, and this might be what eventually gets him over it. And he's like, I'm going to do it for you, Ace, or something like that, you know. And of course, what's his damn name? I can't think of his right name. Marco, yeah. So Marco thanks Shanks for what he's done. He says, "Red Hair, how can I ever repay you?" And Shanks says, "Don't say such a stupid thing. Despite being my enemy, Whitebeard is a man who deserves my respect. Even Sengoku felt that way. Anyway, we'll be leaving now." Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, you're pretty much, no matter what, sometimes in One Piece, enemies can have respect for one another, as we even seen with Roger and Whitebeard. So there's mutual respect there, no matter how they may have fought or whatever. And then we get another pep talk to Luffy, but this one's from Shanks, and if only Luffy could hear this, it would probably help him a lot at this point. And I'm going to read these, you know, just because it makes sense. He says, "Luffy, it must be hard. I was shocked when I heard about Ace's final decision. It's just like Captain Roger. I wanted the captain to run away sometimes, other times I wanted him to cry. Listen to me, Luffy. Knowing both victory and defeat, running around and shedding tears, that's the way you become a real man. It's alright to cry. Overcome this." You know, and he's saying that loss is part of it, and tears and stuff when you need to, but you have to get over it to a point. You can't let it control you. And I think that's what Luffy's really going to end up happening. A lot of people speculate Luffy's going to be emo. He's going to be, "Oh, Ace is dead. My life is terrible." And yeah, he was kind of like that, but you people, that's not being emo. That's just being upset about your brother being killed in front of you. It's not the end of the world. And we get a little shot of some of the pirates and Shanks' crew. We get Ben Beckman and Yasop and Lucky Roo, and he's eating, of course. And a lot of people, is he never not eating? And he doesn't look as big here as he did when he showed up in the war, so I don't know if that was just a perspective thing. But we get like Shanks is walking away from the grave site, and there's just tons of Whitebeard pirates there. And you can see some of the commanders you remember from the war. There's a few you can make out. And then Jozu is there, and he's all bandaged up. People were wondering about his arm, but I don't know. I don't think I can see, I don't know. And I don't see Oars Jr. or Oars the Third or whatever. So I guess he's dead, or they couldn't take his body, or what happened with him. So maybe we'll find out with that one day. Now back to our main character. It goes back to Amazon Lily, and Luffy's still crying. "Damn it, I'm weak. I can't protect a single thing." And he's just like punching the ground, and he's knocking his head into the ground. And Jinbei shows up, and he tells him to go away. And Jinbei said, "I can't watch you do this to yourself." And he tells Jinbei, "It's my body, I can do what I want." And then Jinbei gives him a thing that says, "Then Ace's body is also his, and he can die if he wants to." And Luffy just says, "Shut up, say one more thing and I'm going to kick your ass." And this is kind of funny to me anyway. Jinbei says, "I may be injured, but I will not lose to you as you are now." So Luffy goes to attack him, and Jinbei just grabs his arm, throws him down on the ground, and Luffy's coughing up blood. It looked like he sat on him, but I don't think he did. He just kind of sat next to him. And then we get a flashback of Jinbei and Ace talking, and he talks about meeting up with Luffy in Alabasta, and he said after a single glance he was relieved, and he asked, "Can you guess why?" But then he goes back to normal time, and Luffy chomps on Jinbei's arm, and actually it hurts. He says, "That hurts," but Jinbei just grabs him by the throat and he's holding him up against the wall, and Luffy kicks him in the side, but it doesn't seem to do much. And he's telling him, "Are you blind?" And he talks about that confidence and all that. You overcome anything, that strength that you never doubted. You know, you've lost a lot. And he says, but you can't glimpse what is in front of you. You're being swallowed up by the darkness, and it's kind of showing that, like metaphorically in the image. And he talks about, it may be painful, but you have to stifle it. Do not simply count up what you have lost. You have not been left with nothing. Now affirm it. You still haven't lost everything yet. And then he lets him go. And then Luffy starts counting, and this has been like speculated so much in the forum. I mean, that's most of what's been talked about, is what's he counting? Counts up on his fingers everybody. And then you get this big 2-page spread of, he says, I have my crew, and you get to see, you know, Zoro and Nami and Usopp and Sanji, Chopper and Robin and Frankie and Brook. You get to see all them with Luffy just tears streaming down his eyes. And then Jinbei seems to be like, has a smile on his face. I guess that's a smile. I'm unsure. He says, I see. And then Luffy calls out all their names. He still has his crew, and they have a meeting spot. And then Jinbei gets the rest of the flashback with Ace, and it's pretty much talking about how his crew, he has a good crew, and how they're going to take care of him, take care of Luffy. And how that made him relieved. And now Luffy's like, I want to see them. And that's the end of it, just him screaming, I want to see them. And he's found it something priceless. So, after all this, and the cool parts about this chapter is we're getting to see Daden and Garp interacting. And it's funny to see Daden attack Garp like that. That really must upset her, of course, with Ace dying and what happened with Luffy. Because back in the day, she always was afraid of Garp and took all his blackmail so that she would raise up Luffy and Ace. So this really was important to her. And you get to see Makino step in there and see how much Ace and Luffy both meant to her and everything with their little, you know, their little treatments of trying to make them more proper and all that stuff, you know. So she's really upset about all this too. And then you get to see Shanks and you get to see the Whitebeard thing. So no matter what, Ace is dead for sure. He's buried in the ground. There's a tombstone, and hopefully if Mora's alive, he doesn't know where the fuck they are buried, because he would definitely go and make their bodies into zombies. I don't think Oda would do that. I don't think Oda would have any great pirate that we've seen now be a zombie to Moria. It just would undermine them. All the other ones, we never knew them in real life, so him doing that with them wasn't that big a deal. But Whitebeard or Ace, I really don't see that happening. And if he did that with Ace and Luffy found out, Luffy would kill him. He'd probably be the first person Luffy really killed. And of course that all has to go on if Moria's alive. You know, we don't really know at this point, so who knows. And also wonder, what all this makes me wonder is, like, where's Roger? Did they just throw him in the ocean after they executed him? Or, like, what happened? Did they build, you know, did somebody do something for him and actually have a memorial or something? You know, that's besides just the execution platform. And it's kind of strange. They had this execution at Marineford. Maybe the only reason they have it there is because they worry about Whitebeard coming and stopping it. They didn't worry about nobody coming and trying to rescue Roger, you know. And so they just had it in East Blue in Logtown. I mean, that's kind of strange that they would do that. But, you know, whatever. That's just here or there. You got to have it set up for the war. And having it in Logtown wouldn't have been as cool as having it at Marineford and all that. What else to talk about? And then so Luffy gets motivation, which I think most of us already knew that was going to be what kind of motivated him and is his crew. And he's definitely going to have to be stronger for them, because he's going to be even more so motivated not to lose anybody else, since he's already lost Ace and Sabo. And these are things, he's lost the two people closest to him ever. And the next closest people to him, of course, are his crew, most likely. Although a lot of people speculate Garp and, you know, Makino and Daden and all them. but the ones that he worries about, I would say, would be them. So he wants to meet them. So what do you guys think? Do you think that it's going to, next week he's going to end up being at Shabundi, or is there going to be a training thing where he's going to get, we haven't seen Hancock in a while in here, so is she going to show up and they're going to talk about Hisaki and show him some stuff, or he's going to figure it out? Is Jinbei going to be like, no, you can't go just yet, and explain to him, maybe using this for motivation, and then slowing Luffy down and letting him think, because we all know Luffy never really thinks things out ahead of time that well. He wants to do something, he goes and does it, and now Jinbei or Hancock both could be able to stop him and show him that he can't go just yet, or it'll end up losing more people. He has to be ready for it, and I could see that happening. And me, my personal thing is, I think there's going to be a protect or save Amazon Lily arc or whatever. A lot of people say nah, or they don't want it. I think it would be kind of cool, and I think it'd actually be kind of cool if somehow, like, everybody from Shabundi, and I think it would be cool if the crew all met back up at Shabundi and found Rayleigh, and it turns out Kuma told Rayleigh, you know, when he whispered in his ear, we still don't know exactly what he said, that he told him he was going to send him to Amazon Lily. And maybe Rayleigh now will take them all there somehow, and when they get there, they'll have to protect them, and then we'll get to see the whole crew at Amazon Lily, because I can't believe we won't ever see them there, because they want to have to meet up with Margaret and everybody. He said, I'll bring my crew here and all that stuff. So I think that's going to happen. That's my crazy theory of the week. Now on to crazy theories of the week that I've seen in the forums. Like, I didn't really see too many, tell you the truth. Most of them were, what is the fingers counting for? He counted to 10 on his fingers, and does it count for Vivi and Karoo? Does it count for his hat and Sunny? Does it count for speculation that there's going to be 10 members? Does one of them count for himself? So that's the crazy theories that I've seen, just people arguing about that. I mean, that's all I've seen this week in the forums, just arguing about stupid piddly shit. I didn't really see any crazy theories or anything like that this week. And if you have any crazy theories, let me know down here below me. This one isn't, I haven't been that excited about this one because I'm tired, and I just read the chapter. First chance I got, it came out Wednesday. Tonight's Thursday. I'm filming this at like 12 a.m. First chance I really had to do this. So it's not that good. Next week I should be back on normal schedule and I can do the review, and I'm looking forward to it, because what are we going to see next week? More other things, or Luffy training, or maybe we'll even get to see some of the crew. That's what a lot of people want to see. And no matter how much I love the flashback, don't get me wrong, I know a lot of people said this, that I'm glad to get back on with the story too. I want to meet up with the crew again and journey on, because that's what it's about. The flashback was great. My only problem was the people who are like, your flashback sucks, just because it's a flashback, because they just, you know, they couldn't deal with it. It was still real written, and it was One Piece, and it was about Luffy and all that, so you should still be honored to read it. And Oda did a great job with it, so that's why I always teased on those people who were like, hey, I won't watch no, I can't watch the flashback, I just don't like it, it's too much, you know, fuck them. But yeah, let's on with this training arc, Protect Amazon Lily arc, I don't know, yeah, and to whore myself out, please subscribe and rate the video up or down, ever how you like it, and favorite it if you like it. Gets more people interested, and if you're into this, it brings more people, more discussion, more fandom for One Piece and all that good stuff. What else was I going to say? The person never really told me what they wanted me, how they wanted me to plug them or thank them. But if you notice, somebody made me a new little video banner thing, which should probably, I think it'll end up being right here. I could be pointing to the wrong thing, but above the video, if you're not watching it on the home channel, it is like a little thing, and with like Luffy and like pointing over there and all that stuff. And a guy named Austin made that, and I ain't putting a link to his channel up because I don't know if he wants people to have a link to his channel, plus I don't think he makes videos, but whatever. But thank you, Austin, if you're watching this and all that good stuff. And yep, and enjoy it, and waiting for the next one. Oh, one last thing. People are like, I can't wait to read the next one. That's the way it always is with Oda. It's like every week at the end, you just want the next chapter to come right out. So join me here next week when I discuss more about One Piece chapter 591, because this is 590. Oh yeah, one crazy theory thing is that people think that the Straw Hats will have the reunion at chapter 600. Possibility, who knows. See you guys later. Hello, One Piece enthusiasts. This week's review is about chapter 591, entitled, You Sure That's Alright? The cover page for this chapter is pretty cool because it has Rayleigh and Crocus in it, and they're in a hot tub drinking some sake, and you can see in the background Laboon. And it is one of the better chapters we've had in a long time. Not that I disliked any of the other ones, but like some of the stuff that went on in this chapter was pretty badass. From the very beginning to the very end. It starts out with the Heart Pirates sitting on the beach of Amazon Lily and noticing some commotion going on in the sea. They see a Sea King die in front of them, and a lot of crazy things are going on. It's like, what happened to that Sea King? And then they notice somebody stepping up out of the water, and they say, oh man, that was tiring. And you come to find out that who could it be? Rayleigh. Yes, Rayleigh swam to Amazon Lily. He swam, which is good to know now because it's pretty much debunked 100% that Rayleigh is not a devil fruit user. Someone had a semi-crazy joking theory in the forums about maybe they're in the new world. Maybe in the new world they have found a technique where you can swim even though you have a devil's fruit. But I don't think that's true. I just think that was a joke. So Dark King Rayleigh gets out of the water and the Heart Pirates are shocked. And they say, you swam all the way here? And he tells them that his ship was destroyed by a storm. And one of the Heart Pirates says, there are no storms in the Calm Belt. You swam from an entirely different ocean. And you destroyed a Sea King while you were out there. That was you. And they're just astonished at how he is. And he's just like, oh, I remember you guys. I met you at Shibundi. And he's like, Trafalgar Law. And Trafalgar Law gives him Luffy's hat and tells him that Luffy needs to stay put for a couple more weeks. Now Luffy shows up being carried on Jinbei's back, and Rayleigh's like, hey, Luffy-kun. And he's like, oh, Rayleigh, what are you doing here? How's everyone? And he's like, oh, they're not back yet, most likely. Because I'm assuming he's been gone at least a week or something from Shibundi, because it would probably, even if he's a really great swimmer and he was trying to take a boat at first, then he would definitely have to, you know, swim. It would take him a little bit of time. And also, this is like a weird thing, because people are like, why was he had to be rescued by Hachan back in the day if he could swim so well and swim through the Calm Belt with the monstrous sea monsters everywhere and all the Sea Kings everywhere? So somebody speculated that maybe he was drunk or something then. That's probably what happened. And also another thing is if you think about it, the sea is a lot calmer, so it probably would be a little easier to swim. But then he also tells us that he swam after being destroyed in a storm, so so who knows. But like I said, we know he's not a Devil's Fruit user now, so a lot of people are happy about this, because there are a lot of haters of Devil Fruit powers, being like, every good character has to have a Devil's Fruit power. Well, that's been debunked for sure on this one. And when Jinbei sees him, he seems shocked, and he's like, Dark King Rayleigh. You know, the look on his face is hilarious. He gets a lot of good face moments in this one this time. A little more of his personality is shown besides the whole serious, stoic, I'll die to save Whitebeard, or whatever, you know. Well, then cut back to the main city of Amazon Lily, and we get to see Margaret and Alejandra and the fat one whose name I can't remember, and other girls, and they're like, Boa Hancock's made Luffy some food and she's taking it to him, and they're all excited like, oh, we'll get to see Luffy again so soon. And Margaret says, oh, I'll make him some new clothes, this time with no frills on them. Very cute. And she has her own distinctive laugh now. Very good. But that's another topic for another video that I will be making shortly. Okay, well, now we cut to Hancock and her two sisters, Sandra Sonia and Marigold, with Granny Neon, or Nyan, or how you say her name. And they're heading to deliver the food to Luffy. And Granny Neon says, just because he hugged you doesn't mean that you're married. And she's like, what do I have to do to ensure marriage? And I laugh at that every time I read it. I've read this thing like 4 times now to try and get it down where I don't have to check on it that much. Well, okay, they finally show up, and surprise, surprise, Granny knows Rayleigh, and Rayleigh knows all the Boa sisters, and they're all so happy to see him, and come to find out that Rayleigh and Shaggy and Granny all pretty much helped keep the Boa sisters alive after they escaped from the Celestial Dragons. Like, they protected them on Subundi Archipelago for a certain amount of time until they went back to Amazon Lily. So they all really look up to Rayleigh. So yeah, Luffy's like, you know Ray? And they're like, yeah. And then that's pretty much how they tell the story. And there's one thing, it's like, was Rayleigh the one she was in love with? I don't know. I think she's a little older than him, but I could be wrong. I'm thinking she would be like another generation back before even Rayleigh and Goldie Roger were prominent. But who's to say not? And if she is, she didn't seem to be all heart-struck like Hancock is, at least. That'd be funny to see a flashback of her when she was in suffering from love sickness at some point. That'd be hilarious to see. But Hancock doesn't even notice Rayleigh, and she just walks past Luffy, and she's like, Luffy, I brought you some food. And then over there, and Granny's like, you talk about marriage, and you walk right past him. And that's funny. And then it turns out that Shaggy has wrote a letter and has given it to be given to Granny and the Boa sisters. And they're like, oh, Shaggy, we remember her so well. And we come to find out that Rayleigh left his Vivre card with Shaggy so he can move more freely. Okay, and now I want to talk about something that I was even confused about before. In the threads on some of the forums, people were like, why would he do that? Because doesn't the Vivre card go to the person, so it doesn't matter? But what it turns out, and I was under this misconception as well, but it was pointed out by some others that if you go back and you check when Lola gave hers to Nami, you can see that it doesn't point to the person. It points to like the original piece it was taken from. So like the bigger piece, when you tear off a piece, it draws them back to that, not to the person. And I was under that misconception as well, that it was drawn back to the person, because I was thinking, well, Ace, it's just drawn to Ace, but you have to take the assumption that Ace must have had the card on him somehow, hidden or not even hidden or whatever. He had it on him the whole time. And that's what a lot of people were having trouble with. But I just want to clarify that now for other people, is that if you go back and read the chapter, the 8th, the 7th, or the 8th member, with Brooke becoming a member, at the end of that's when Lola gives the Vivre card to Nami, and she says it's drawn to the other pieces, and when it tells you it's made out of fingernails and all that stuff. So that should be cleared up. And a lot of people were still arguing with that, and there's been a lot of argument. That was mostly in the spoiler thread, but a lot of people were arguing that because they believed so much, and I was just under that misconception. But after I looked back over it, and then I said, okay, so that's how you kind of have to accept it. That's what it is. That's the way it does. That's the way it works. And my only thought on that was, will it draw to the other pieces? But then I had to think, well, no, it must draw back to the original piece that had the parts torn off from, that's a bigger piece. So as long as you keep the original big piece, then you're good to go. And we don't know. We've never really seen a whole Vivre card. And so we don't know how big it's made. It could be like a really big sheet of paper or like a huge sheet of paper. Who knows? Where you can give out as much as you want. So finally, Boa Hancock realizes that Rayleigh's there, and she says, hey, wow, this sure brings back memories. Could you by chance be Rayleigh? And Granny's like, Slow, just how entranced are you? Because she just didn't notice him, and she'd been over there staring at Luffy the whole time. And they're and Rayleigh talks about how he doubts they could figure out that Luffy is here. And that's all because of Shaggy. But first of all, we get a flashback of finally learning the secret that was whispered to Rayleigh by Kuma, and it pretty much was saying that I'm a revolutionary, and that I want to make sure to rescue these people because we have a connection. Okay, and then actually we get more that we didn't know about, because Kuma goes and talks to Rayleigh afterwards and tells him that his time's almost up. So he tells him, I guess, where he's sending them or what direction he's sending them. And pretty much Shaggy deduced that Luffy would get sent to Amazon Lily, and that Hancock would fall in love with him because, as she says, Monkey Chan's so cool after all. And at that point, Rayleigh's like, that's the most subjective theory I've ever heard, Shaggy. And then it cuts back to the regular time, and it says, women's intuition is a frightening thing. And Granny's like, 100% right on the mark, exactly right. And it's funny. And during this whole time, you see Hancock over there fawning over Luffy. Oh, I missed something really good in this. Is that when she gives the food to Luffy and tells him to eat, he doesn't really eat right away. But, and Jinbei looks like, and she's like, don't even think about it, Jinbei. She's got this angry face, and Jinbei's like, just a little. And then he tells Luffy to eat, which a lot of people are talking about. That's crazy that you'd have to tell Luffy to eat. So this is obviously showing stuff. But he does eat, and he's eating during this whole time. And now we get to the climactic part of the Rayleigh saga of 591. Rayleigh says, he tells Luffy you were planning to go back to Shibundi, and he's like, I want to see my crew. But then Rayleigh says, you sure that's alright? Remember what happened to you on that island. And then Luffy flashes back to telling everybody to run away from Kizaru and Sentamaru and all that. And Rayleigh's talking to him, you're planning on gathering just to repeat everything all over again? And then Rayleigh says this, now I have one idea here. Whether or not you go with it is, of course, completely up to you. So Rayleigh has an idea. And most people, including myself, I kind of think it means Rayleigh's going to teach him how to be stronger and possibly even how to use his Haki better. But there could also be other crazy theories, like he's going to do something completely crazy. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Oda could surprise us, but Oda also kind of goes logically a lot of times in the stories. He doesn't always just want to be a big surprise, and he doesn't always just follow who's going to teach him Haki. A lot of people thought Boa or Jinbei would. Training arc, I don't know if it's an arc, as more it will be a chapter or two, and maybe flashes, not necessarily full-on training. I don't expect that from One Piece because we've never really gotten that. So, but I see him as him teaching him some things about using Haki and fighting, and how he can fight with Kizaru or some of the other admirals. I see it kind of going like this. Rayleigh saying something on the lines of, did you notice how I was able to deflect Kizaru's attack and touch him even though he was a Logia type? And Luffy be like, yeah, how do you do that? Because I've not been able to do that with Smoker or somebody, for instance. Or he'll relate to him about what Sentamaru was doing and explain how the things was that he did and tell him a little bit about what he can do with that. And then that'll be something Luffy would be interested, like, how do you do that? You know, that would kind of get it going. And plus also the 2 weeks thing, so that gives them 2 weeks there where they got time to do that, where they don't have to set off right away. And then after Rayleigh says that, it cuts off to Usopp still on Boeing Archipelago with the Hercules, ever how you want to say his name, and he's still super fat, and he's really wanting to get off the island. Hercules keeps on telling him, you can't go, and nobody ever leaves this island alive. The further you get into the center, the stronger the creatures get. And then you find out, a lot of people were upset or not upset about this, the anime where it turns out it's a giant flower. Well, that's true, of course. And a lot of people don't understand that Oda does give hints and, you know, consults with them a little bit, or they consult with him, I mean, before they do stuff. He doesn't write it, and yes, they're fillers that don't really have much to do with anything he has to say, but as it was a filler-ish episode, it still wasn't really filler. So it's about the Straw Hats and their, you know, side story, where they're at now kind of deals. Come to find out, there's been a news bird who's dropped a paper, and we come to find out that Usopp knows that Ace is dead, and he really wants to get to Luffy because he knows Luffy's in terrible shape, heartbroken, and he's like, I need to be there for Luffy, or I'm not really a man part of his crew. So now with Usopp, even though he's fat and he's gotten taller too, but as you can see, he's fighting a giant beetle, and he hasn't beaten him before, but it seems like he does finally beat it. And then the plants that were there at first that tried to eat him that he was so scared of, he's gotten where he can fend them off. So he's gotten stronger. And a lot of people were speculating he's going to eat a devil fruit. I don't think so. But I do think overall Usopp's going to be stronger and maybe a little more confident than he was. But he's always kind of been like, when he needed to be, he would be able to fight. Then we get a cut to Chopper on Torino Island with the birds and the people, and apparently Chopper has worked all that out and has made peace with the birds and the people, and has sorted everything out, and he's friends with both of them now. And he's going to leave because he's got a newspaper on that island as well, and he knows about the war, and he knows about what happened with Luffy. And he wants to treat Luffy's wounds. So he gets and rides on a bird, of course, which most people figured was going to be his escape from seeing it from the beginning. And also him being so far away, that actually works too, because he can get there a lot quicker flying than he would if he had to take a ship anyway. So that's good. And a lot of people were upset. They're like, what did Chopper do to get stronger? Well, and they're like, is his going to be over? Is he going to get back? Or is there going to be something else, like a pit stop where he gets stronger again somehow? I think he did, if you think about it. He did a lot of this on his own. He befriended people and animals, which he was hesitant to before. Remember when he was first met, he was so naive. And he did fight and stuff, because they talk about how he risked his life to talk to the birds for the people and everything. And he's gained these friends here. And even though he's like all bandaged up, so he's definitely probably gotten stronger from all this. Maybe this can also help him, like his way of dealing with this conflict between these two people can help him with his inner conflict when he goes into Monster Chopper form, which we all know is really his next ultimate power-up, as if he can use that effectively and possibly even be able to do it without the Rumble Balls, kind of like the Awakened Zones, which some people, and myself of course, assume that has something to do with Chopper's Monster Point. You know, but that's all speculation, of course, but definitely being some use to that. And so he flies away on one of the giant birds, and as he's flying away, he sees another news bird, and he says, "News bird, give me a paper." And this has been a lot of debated stuff going on in this, is he gets it, and as soon as he reads it, he's just dumbstruck. He spits out his food, his eyes get big, and he's like, no way. Why can this, how can this be? Luffy, why again? So, what's happened? At first, most people speculated that it was bounty increases. And if you think it's a bounty increase, what do you think his bounty would be? Let me know in the comments below. Because I think that was my first thought too. But then with other people talking about it, it kind of, you know, it might not be. It'd be something else. Maybe Luffy did something else crazy. Because most people don't think Luffy would have, you know, the bounty raise would be that upsetting for him. But some people speculate he's gone back to Impel Down. I'm like, I don't think so, because I think that the time frame of this is about the same time frame as what's going on with Luffy now. Because it didn't say anything like this is 2 weeks after Luffy's training, you know, after Rayleigh arrived or something like that. So I don't think that's the truth there. But, I mean, it could be something else. Some people were speculating that there's a Buster Call going to come to Amazon Lily, and that's what that is. I don't know. I personally think it's going to be a bounty. And like I said, let me know if you think it's a bounty. What do you think its new bounty is going to be? People have been speculating all kinds of different things, and I'd like to know what you guys think about that. Well, on that cliffhanger, and then it says, now what? On that cliffhanger, we end the chapter. So what's going to happen next week? I'm assuming we're going to get more story with Rayleigh, and he's going to explain what he meant to Luffy, and more interaction with Hancock and Luffy and stuff like that. Hey, I know this is a different angle and everything, but while I was editing the video, I remember that I missed an important scene that I should talk about, and probably the most exciting thing of the whole chapter for me. And I forgot to talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it real quick, and I'm going to insert it, so it's going to be out of place, but I really wanted to mention it in this, so here it goes. Well, after Rayleigh has Luffy show up, and Luffy says, wonder what happened to the pirates, and Rayleigh says something like, they shoved off, and he tells you to take 2 weeks or whatever. Seems like he saved you, is what he says to Luffy. And then you get a cut to the submarine under the sea, and you get a couple of the crew people saying, one of them says, what a waste, after going all that way. I really wanted to take a peek inside that women kingdom. And then Beppo, thank you Beppo, says, would have been better if they were bears though. And then they scream, shut up. And then you get Trafalgar Law says this, what's the Dark King thinking this time? D will almost certainly call up a storm again. He he he. And some people were talking about D, is that Dragon D? No, I'm thinking it's D as in the middle initial for all these people. Trafalgar Law already knows that Rayleigh was in the crew, Gold D Roger, and he already knows what trouble he stirred up. So he knows that helping this D is going to stir up even more trouble, especially with how things are going right now. And I think that Trafalgar Law likes that. I think Trafalgar Law is one of those people who is like, goes against the norm kind of thing. That's his thing, and he's kind of like Luffy in that, wanting to be free, maybe even to an extent of being kind of anarchy, oriented. And so he likes that idea. So he's looking forward to seeing what happens with it. Kind of like when Kid was kind of excited about what Blackbeard did and is wondering what's going to happen now, that sort of thing. It's giving him some excitement, and possibly that's even the reason he decided to save Luffy in the first place. But we'll have to wait and see, and I hope we get to see the Heart Pirates again, especially Beppo. I love that little bear. Alright, now back to your regular scheduled review. And this week, there wasn't a lot of crazy theories going on in the forums, but there was a few, and I got them wrote down, and I'm going to go over them real quick and talk about some other stuff in the forum and finish this video up, okay? So, crazy theories of the week. One of them is that Rayleigh is like bad luck on a ship, and he causes all the storms somehow, and that's why all the ships sink. Like, he got sunk 20 years ago, his ship sunk now. And also, people talk about when Shiki and Gold Roger were going to fight at one point at the Edward Islands. The storm came and destroyed half of Shiki's fleet, but it didn't destroy Goldie Roger's ship, so who knows. That's just what somebody thinks. I don't know. It'd be kind of funny because it would give him kind of a quirk, because he seems to be kind of serious but yet fun. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I was thinking his quirk was he likes to drink and women and gambling more so. But I mean, I could see that. You know how Zoro's super strong and serious and focused, but yet he can't get anywhere. You know, he always gets lost. He can't tell directions. So that could be something that has a quirky kind of thing to it. Another theory was what Chopper read in the paper was that Luffy's a Yonko now. I don't think that's possible. I don't think Luffy's that big where they would give him a title like that, and I don't think it's something you just announce in the paper. Another thing was that somebody said that the reaction was from Chopper saying that one of the Straw Hats had been captured, so it's like, we gotta go rescue somebody else. And I don't think Oda will put another rescue somebody arc where they gotta go on this journey to rescue him like that again anytime soon. So I don't believe that's a truth. That's a good theory. I think it's crazy. And then one, which I think is a joke somebody wrote, they said Chopper is Sabo, da-da-da. But I guess we had to have that because we hadn't really had a Sabo as so-and-so, and nobody even mentioned him being Trafalgar Law this chapter either, so that's kind of funny. But most of the chapters, most of the things in the forums where people were debating about the Vivre card, who does it go to? Does it go to the person or does it go to the paper? And then towards the end of when I stopped reading it, they were arguing about Hancock being a pedophile almost because she's so much older than Luffy, and there was some girl on there, or there was somebody on there who had just a hard time being like, Luffy's 17 and can't accept that like the law says 18 or whatnot, but 17 and he's pretty much a grown up. You know, that doesn't bother me. I guess it's different people's morality and ethics on things like that differ, and I don't have a black and white line when it comes to that. And some girl arguing about how some people were making fun of it because, well, if it was an older man or a young woman, it'd be all cool, you know, like a sexist thing. And that was arguing for like three or four pages on there, just arguing about stupid stuff. That's why I don't like posting in forums. That's why I like to do this. And then you can reply if you like, and, you know, things like that. I think it works better. Plus, I'm more of a verbal communication video type person as opposed to typing everything out. I think I come out clearer on this. So, overall, don't forget to rate and subscribe and all that good stuff. If you haven't, need all that, and have a good time, and check out for my next one. I'm going to have another special video up soon with a surprise guest, so look forward to that. It might come out right after this or a day after. It depends on when I get this up. I haven't even filmed it yet, but I know what I'm going to do for that, so it's cool. But yeah, so can't wait for 592. Like all the chapters lately, every chapter is can't wait for the next chapter to come out and see what Oda's going to do now. Is he going to do something somebody's predicted? Is it going to be something completely different? Are we going to get a reunion with the Straw Hats real soon? Is it going to take a little bit longer? We're going to get more side stories with them? That's what I think. I think, it'll be like half the chapter with Luffy and stuff and half the chapter with, like he did 2 this time. Instead of doing just a cover story, he's going to do a side story. So that's what I think, and keep reading One Piece and keep watching me on this here YouTubes for all the information that I can gather and yell at y'all about. But yeah, so take it easy, and Rayleigh is a badass. If you agree, let me know. Okay, everybody, welcome to One Piece review of chapter 592 entitled Yell. The official, or well, unofficial release has the title as Ale, but from what I understand, it's like a confusion, and from the translator that I trust, it should probably be called Yell, and that makes more sense to the story, so that's what I will call it. Another thing is that this review won't be as good because I'm really tired. Also, this review is not going to be as well done as some of them. I want to make them better, guys. It's just it's hard. I don't have the time, and I have to work tomorrow on my day I usually make my reviews. I'm usually off, so I got all day to do it, and I can do a little more. And I like to add little skits and stuff to make it a little more entertaining than just me running my big fat mouth. And another thing this week, because the chapter kind of got released later than usual, which I'm not complaining about, but there haven't been that many crazy theories, so there really won't be that section of the video this week. So, well, that also will be good, because then it'll be shorter, but then I just rambled on and made it longer anyway, so whatever. And another thing I want to mention early on in the video to whore myself out is make sure you're rating the video and you're subscribing and you're commenting and all that stuff, and about whatever you want to comment about. I don't necessarily like to be like comment of the question of the day crap, but I do post ideas about things that I'm interested in hearing about legitimately, not just making up something so you'll comment about it. You know, like a certain thing I talk about that I'd like to see people's opinions on. I will mention that and say, let me know what you think, because that's true. That's half of this. Half of this is for me and half of this is for you, and it's interactive to an extent, so feel free to leave any comments, negative or positive. But of course, please rate the videos, because if you don't rate the videos, I will die. No, but still. Let's move on with the chapter. First off, we get a cover page with Kizaru and Aki Inu, and Aki Inu's trimming a bonsai tree, which he's trimmed completely bare, I think, except for, it looks like the top still has some. And what it says on the base of the tree is justice. So a lot of people are talking about this having a lot of meaning. It's how he perceives justice. You know, it's like pure justice. You know, he's trimmed off all the other things. He wants it growing straight up or whatever. So that's another thing. He's got a big tattoo on his shoulder, which I think you could allude to in the war. And he's got a little sword tattoo on his other arm, which I don't think we saw. And there's an elephant in there too, because Oda likes to draw animals. Alright, and we get, this chapter starts off with, finally, a lot of people are excited about this, I'm sure. We're learning about some more about where the crew is and what's going on with the crew. And it starts off with Zoro. Well, it doesn't start off with Zoro, but it starts off in Muggy Kingdom on Gloom Island. So Perona's there, and she's crying because she's heard that Moria was killed in the battle in Marineford in the newspaper. And we come to find out she's talking to someone, and who is it? And it's funny because the someone tells her to leave, and she's like, "How can you be so cold? I'm sad. Give me some hot chocolate." And once you find out who it is, which you'll find out now, it is Mihawk. Da-da-dum. Yes. There was some speculation early on that this island would be Mihawk's home, but it's not like his home and like this is where he's from, as far, at least the way the story says. It just seems he came to live there now, and that's where he lives, or is his home base, or whatever you want to call it, but not necessarily his homeland where he's originally from. I'm assuming he's not from the Grand Line. I would imagine he's from one of the other blues. And she asks about it, and he says, she says, "You mean they lied about him dying?" And then Mihawk's like, "I don't know if he's alive or dead, but he was still alive at the end of the battle." So Mihawk is, you know, suspicious. He's wondering what's going on here. And then Perona's crying, and she's like, "What happened to him?" And then Mihawk's like, "Who knows?" Now we get cut to Zoro, and he's fighting those creatures, and there are a ton of them, and they're attacking him, and he's, you know, not really defeating them, but they're not destroying him or anything. It seems to almost being equal, but I mean, there's like, I counted it at one point, there's like 7 of them. And what it turns out, Well, he cuts one of them, and they use, this is kind of a funny moment in a semi-serious situation. He cuts one of them, and they spit on their fingers and put on their wound. I mean, it's like a huge gash. It seems to be almost like the gash he got from Mihawk. Maybe not as bad, of course. But then they stand right back up, and they're like this, and they're cheering. So that's kind of a funny moment. And Zoro's pissed. He's like, "You can't use spit to heal like that. Who the hell taught you that folk remedy?" And he's like, "How big a fool do you think I am?" Because he thinks they're like making fun of him. And he's pretty much just outnumbered right now. Plus he's still, you know, severely injured after all the things he's gone through. He hasn't been able to heal that much. And he's still trying to get to the ocean. And then guess what? Mihawk shows up from behind. And apparently Mihawk gave him a boat, but apparently somehow the boat got destroyed. So this is what Zoro says. "Shut up, I decided I'd just think of it as receiving pieces of wood and use that to help me swim there." And a lot of people have been speculating it'd be funny if Zoro just accidentally swam to Amazon Lily. You know, since he has no sense of direction, even if he had the Vivre card pointing to where Rayleigh's Vivre card is, he would probably still get lost. Because remember, on Shibundi, he got lost when he knew the number of the grove, but it wasn't the right number. And then Mihawk kind of gives him a little speech, asks him why he's in such a hurry even though he's so injured. And then he talks about, "How can I stay so still when you told me what happened with Luffy?" And Mihawk commends him for this. And then we find out what these are. And Mihawk tells him these are baboons who have learned from watching humans. They can pick up on humans and like learn from them and interact and do things that humans do. And he says if they live in a peaceful area, they'll grow up peaceful. But the island they're on 7 years ago, there was a very bad war. And when Mihawk arrived, the smoke was still there. The smell of dead bodies were everywhere, blood everywhere, covering the ground. And because of that, the baboons grew to be violent warriors of the forest. And he talks about how normally humans are stronger than animals because they can use weapons and their intelligence, but once animals get these abilities, they really are strong. And there's another good segment going on. However, give animals weapons and you can see they become this strong. Quite possibly just what a young conceited man needs. And Zoro's like, "You mean me? Do you see anyone else?" says Mihawk. "Come, it's already dusk. They won't come near my castle." And Zoro gets pissed. "You have no right ordering me around. I'm leaving this island." And Mihawk's like, "Fine, do as you wish, you know." And a lot of people are arguing how this pisses him off because Zoro ran into Mihawk and he isn't even interested in fighting him. Well, Mihawk wouldn't be interested in fighting Zoro in his condition no matter what. Even if Zoro tried to fight him, I bet Mihawk wouldn't even consider it. It'd be like Shanks' thing. Where when Shanks lost his arm, even though we still know Shanks is very powerful, Mihawk wouldn't fight him because he doesn't look at it as being a challenge. Mihawk has a certain thing. He wants to be tested. He wants to fight people, like when he tried to test himself against Whitebeard. Things of those nature. He's not going to fight someone who's injured. He's not that type of person. And I think he also has respect for Zoro. If you remember, when they first originally met, he really, you know, he thinks Zoro stands a chance at someday being something. And I think this is like a lesson learned for Zoro. And I think that's what that is. And it's kind of, you know, like a mentor role to an extent, although that Zoro's going to have to beat him. And, well, I mean, even Luffy, whenever he meets up with Shanks again, he was promised he would have a better crew and would kick his ass, pretty much. So they could probably still have that and fight one another at some point. So that's what I'm seeing there. And I don't know if Zoro's going to get off the island. A lot of people think that he will, or how. I don't know. It's going to be confusing. It would be funny if he ended up swimming to Amazon Lily. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen, but it would be funny. Now we get a cut to Nami, and she's on Wetheria, and she's been arrested because she tried to steal a weather ball. Then she calls for the old man that's been helping her, and apparently his name is Heradas, or however how you say that. I don't think we'd had his name before. So she goes and gets him. She screams for him to come. She tells him about being an ex-thief and a pirate. So what's wrong with her taking stuff? And they got a paper. She shows him the paper with Luffy in it. We don't know which paper. Is it the last paper that Chopper saw or what? He seems to be kind of like, ooh. And it talks about this Straw Hat guy who was leading on the fight, causing all kinds of trouble on the battlefield. And she explains him being cast away by Kuma and everything. And Nami has a one-cell flashback to when they noticed that Ace's Vivre car was burning, and talking about how, we won't go now because if I did, Ace would yell at me for trying to help him. And she starts crying, and she needs to return and meet him. And then Herodos is like, let her out, let her out, let her out. It's so cruel to trap this girl in this situation. And as soon as they let her out, she steals back all the stuff she stole originally and kidnaps Herodos and runs off. And all of the other weather scientists, if you will, are all like, she's only fake crying, but she's holding Herodos hostage, and they stole back all the goods. And then they run after her, and she's like, let me down somewhere, I don't care where I go. And then she has like an inner monologue, Luffy, you're okay, I'm sorry, you've always been there for us. And then when it was our turn, and he comments, you're still fake crying. Of course, she's not fake crying now, she really is upset. She owes Luffy a great debt for when he freed her village from Arlong, and you remember that whole thing. And if you're a One Piece fan, you definitely do. And so at this time, she feels horrible because she isn't there to help Luffy. Now we go on to see what Franky's up to, and he's on Baltimore Island, the Snow Island Future Kingdom, Baltimore. And there's like an intruder alert. There's someone in Dr. Vegapunk's office, or not office, in his house. And apparently there's Marines there, and they're trying to chase Franky. And they value Vegapunk's lab, and the Marines say, don't fire in here, you don't want to destroy nothing, you don't want to hurt the home of Vegapunk, the world's smartest scientist. And you get a flashback of them talking, the two guys telling Franky about it. Vegapunk is the country's pride, being an active leader as the head scientist for the Marines. Yeah, the brain on him is currently a treasure for mankind. This is the place where he spent his youth. And that's kind of a flashback. And then he tells him about there's this mountain that Vegapunk decided to build so he could warm the island, and that's why all the creatures are built. All the cyborg creatures were built so that he could use them to help build that. Although he ran pretty much out of money and just didn't have whatever it took. And we finally get to learn a little bit more about Vegapunk. You know, it's been kind of theorized he's an evil, mad scientist or what. And so far, this is setting it up for him to be actually a good, caring guy. And the reason he joined up in the Marines is to try and get funds and equipment to help his people. This is the old guy from the future island talking about Vegapunk's motivations. However, what he was always frustrated with was the blueprints were all complete. He just lacked the skills and money needed to make it a reality. Time could never catch up to him. He would cry, wanting to make life easier for everyone. Just seeing that gave us all the warmth we ever needed. And then Franky's crying. That story's super sad. And so that's why he left to be in the Marines. I think he has the mind to do all this. He doesn't necessarily have the technical skills to actually make it work. I think that's what they mean by lack of skills. And then money, of course, is lack of money. So the Marines probably promised him that if he went and worked for them, then he could. I think if Vegapunk and Franky could get together, I think Franky's building skills are there, and he could put those into effect with some of Vegapunk's stuff. So definitely I could see an upgrade coming from Franky here if he finds some blueprints in here, and he could apply them. He could actually do it based on Vegapunk's blueprints. Then they say, please don't go in there, and they talk about the self-destruct button, and Franky, of course, is like, why would anyone have such a useless thing? And he just doesn't understand the whole concept. Why would you want to do such a thing? And he talks about he has to go in there because there's an icebreaker ship there, and that's his only way to get off of the frozen island, of course. He heard of the news of his captain, and he has to go. Pretty much like all the Straw Hats have been. You know, it's been showing them is that they all found out, so they're trying to get to Luffy as best they can. But they all seem to they're having, trouble with that. And once again, we get alluded to the old man telling him, don't press the button no matter what. So Franky's in there, and he's looking at the blueprints and seeing how impressive they are. And he talks about how he thought about these when he was a kid, and he's like, these can't even be made for the next 200 to 300 years. As an engineer myself, I can see why no one would want to touch these. And then pretty much the Marines are showing up, and Frankie sees this button, giant button that says danger above it, and then it's a skull and crossbones on it, and he's like, oh, is this a pirate symbol? And he presses it, and it was a self-destruct button, of course, and we knew that was going to happen most likely, and it blew up the entire mountain, it looks like, and everything, and you get like Frankie in the back with like a thumbs up in the sky, which is kind of funny. This huge incident in the future kingdom spread around the world as the nightmare in Baltimore, and all the Marines and animals are just like shocked. And it says, can I ask you one thing? Say I just happened to press that switch. And then the Marine headquarters are calling, something serious just happened, and then you got Frankie with his thumbs up. Did I do that? Or reminisce. I wonder if that's the real translation, because that sounds like the Urkel or something from Family Matters if you live in the United States, or you know what Urkel is. So a lot of people are thinking, oh, Frankie's going to get a huge bounty for this. This could definitely be something that could help bring Frankie's bounty up even more. Destroying Vegapunk's lab would be a problem. So about Vegapunk, I think his motivations are good and intentional, and he's just being held hostage by the Marines now because they need his genius to develop more weapons like the pacifistas. And then somebody else was talking about in the forums how, well, maybe that's what his first intentions were, but then he ended up kind of, becoming more mad scientist-like, so we'll see. But I think overall he's probably a good guy, and his intentions were good. Maybe they have been corrupted a little bit by the world government, and we'll see that, and hopefully we will meet him one day. And I'd like to see his interactions with Frankie. I think that would be, would work the best. And hopefully, I'm sure Oda will come up with a really creative character for him, and like a good personality. Now we're on to Lazy Bones Island, and we get to see Brook's side story semi-ending or whatever. So apparently they caught the Long Arms and rescued the girl, and they have him in a cage. Apparently the music Brook was writing was something to motivate the other people, and it did. It motivated them to fight even though they sucked. And so Brook, seeing them actually fighting, decided to help, and he beat them and they captured them. And he gives them a speech, but they don't really learn from this speech, which you'll notice. He's like, no matter God or devil, he won't help you unless you're willing to help yourself. And that's why Brook helped him. We also get him alluding. He's got a newspaper in his hand, so he knows what happened with Luffy. And he wants to get back to Luffy now. And what it turns out is these long arms with the double jointed arms they wanted to capture armed people with just two joints and display them in their town because they would be so rare to them and make money off of it. And that's why they were kidnapping people. Then of course the townsfolk, they're like, wow, these guys are weird, so if we put them on display we can make money off them. And Brook is astonished. He's like, hey, you want to be just like them? So obviously they're ignorant. And so Brook's like, you want to free them? And they're like, but they might just attack us again. And Brook does this scary, like, I'm the devil, and if you ever try to hurt these people again, I'll eat your hearts. And they look like they're scared. And then they let them go, and they run away, and Brook's laughing. But it doesn't end so well, because as soon as he turns his back, they tie him up, and they kidnap him, and they're going to go, and they're going to sell him. You may be strong, but if we tie your arms, you will not be able to fight us. They won't take him home because he's a rare moving skeleton, and they'll be millionaires. And then everybody's like, Satan Sama has been captured, everyone. Prepare our next summoning ritual. So that's what I'm talking about. They haven't learned. So they're still going to try and call someone else, but it's not going to work, obviously. So they didn't learn from anything Brook taught them, which is the saddest part about this whole thing. And as he's being carried away, he says, Luffy-san, in times of pain, just sing. That's why I became a musician. I'll be there soon. And then he's like, Luffy-san, save me. And a lot of people were upset about this. Like, why would he say that? That's stupid. He's got to go. It's kind of his weird sense of humor thing. It's kind of something he would say. And it says, everyone has serious issues. And that's how the chapter ends until 593. What will be from this? Like I said, I don't really have any crazy theories this week that I've seen. There's some theories that are plausible, but not necessarily crazy, that I'll talk about now. And maybe I'll call this section plausible. Wait, that would be a little too insane. Like, plausible theories. And one of them is that Chopper's bird will get lured to the island that Usopp is on, and that's how Usopp will be able to escape. And a lot of people are arguing, like, how will Chopper find him and then find a bird? Well, that makes sense because it talks about the sweet smell lures in animals, and I can see it luring Chopper and the giant bird, and he could land, and wouldn't he be trapped too? And that's a twofold story. Yes, he could be trapped, and that could add even more to the, the hiding them and them not being able to get there, although they need to get there very quickly. Or he could really rescue him, and that could be his way off of the island, because as Hercules said, nobody can escape this island, Maybe they'll bring Hercules with them, or maybe he'll say, no, I want to stay, this is where I live, And then someone else also commented about, it'd be funny to see like a fat Chopper and a fat Usopp. And that would be kind of funny. Another thing is the whole Frankie thing. Did he blow up? Like, it was a big explosion. Is he hurt? A lot of people are theorizing, like, remember the first time he got hurt by the train, he rebuilt himself in a cyborg body. What if he's hurt, but not like destroyed of course, but he has to replace stuff, and he uses what plans he saw in Vegapunk's building, and that might help him upgrade, because I really definitely see an upgrade coming with him. I mean, like, it makes a lot of sense. Vegapunk makes cyborgs. Frankie's a cyborg, but kind of like an old school cyborg, not like a pacifista style cyborg. So definitely some upgrades there. It's like Nami went to Wetheria, and then you find the Wind Knot, and you got the Weather Ball, and all this stuff. This kind of knowledge has really helped her in her weather power thing she has going, and him in the cyborg area, So yeah, that he'll probably find a nice clipper ship and escape. Or there's another theory that maybe he'll get caught by the Marines and they'll take him back to Shibundi because they can't take him to Marineford or something. And he'll either escape or they'll find him, something like that, and that's how he'll get back. Nami, of course, it looks like she's going to steal one of them weather ship things that they have and get back down, maybe with Herados' help, or maybe without it, we don't know. So there's not really any like weird theories on that. And then the Brook one is, some people think that the Long Arms will take him back to Shibundi and try to sell him as a slave, but they didn't really mention that. They just mentioned taking him to their island, so I don't know how likely that is, but it could make some sense, because they're trying to make money and selling someone like that. And someone pointed out a good thing that I didn't really think about, and this is curious. Let me know what you think about it, because I'm curious to see what other people think about this thought, is that, maybe he could go and then he could end up just pretending to be a fake skeleton, and, and not be alive, and people be like, we don't need him, and they just throw him out and he could just escape that way. But somebody else said, what would happen if Brook had Sea Stone handcuffs on? Would he just, like, be dead? I mean, that's what I'm saying. How would that nullify his power? If his power, or you know what I'm saying? How would that work? That would be funny to see how that would work. I don't know if Oda even realizes that or anything, or he'll ever play that up in the future. I'd like to see that. Let's see what other crazy theories, not crazy theories, plausible theories. That's about the other plausible theories are next week. It will be Robin and Sanji in the story, and I actually kind of agree. I think it'll be Sanji and Robin, like half of it, and then half of it we'll find out more about what Luffy's doing, and maybe find out what Rayleigh was talking about. So that'll be cool. And a lot of people were speculating Robin's going to meet Dragon, and Ivankov's going to meet Sanji, and I could see all that happening. Maybe not Dragon, but she could meet some other ones. The craziest kind of theory was like she'll see Sabo or something like that, which I don't know about. Shoot. That's about all I can think of. If you think I missed anything, like an interesting theory or an idea, like I said, I haven't really read up on the forums and seen that much because there haven't been that many posts about it. Because the chapter come out a little later, and I'm still trying to get this video up and I'm working and all that. And that's part of my life. You don't care about. You're like, just make One Piece videos. That's all we care what you do. Everything else, we couldn't care less. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, I'll whore it out again and rating up and down the thumbs and subscribing for more videos, and hopefully I'll have more time to do this, because the more subscribers I get, the more I can do, and maybe not even have to work as much and all that good stuff. So think about it that way, and I can make better videos. Oh yes, I know what you're thinking. How could you possibly make better videos? But yes, I can if I put more effort into it. I'm just really tired and lazy because I have to work 50 hours a week and all that crap. That's personal life, and you're like, I don't care. So let's see. So what do you think is going to happen next? I think it'll go we'll see more Luffy and Sanji and Robin next chapter. And then who knows where Oda will take it. Are they going to hurry up and meet up quickly, or is there going to be a time skip? Those things, you know, kind of interesting things like that. Feel free to comment. You can comment about whatever. Just, you know, tell me what you thought of the chapter. I liked it. Some people were like, it's boring. It was good to see the rest of the crew and see how they're getting along and see their reactions to finding out what happened with Luffy. I'm assuming that maybe if Sanji finds out what, like, Ivankov shows up, he'll find out from Ivankov about Luffy, and that might knock him out of the Okama thing, and he'll think about that. And Robin finding out, I know she's going to be upset because what Luffy risked to save her that time, there's no way her loyalty. She would never give up. She would demand they go now, and maybe it will end up being the dragon meeting with Luffy finally after this. Or maybe not. Depends on how Oda wants to take it. Yeah, so yeah, check it out and check out the blogs and the links and all. Check out the links. Links are good. Links are good. Yeah, this video got long, and I'm trying to edit it before I go to bed. Damn, yeah, too long. He's helped her so much. Shut the fuck up, people. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Fucking hate these people. This is loud. You gotta be stomping and shit. Boom, boom. Who the fuck walks like that? Really? Okay.
Golly gee willikers, I can't find out what Luffy did in the paper, no matter how hard I look. Gosh, I wish they would tell us. Can we find out? I need to know the news. What's the news? I'm reading the paper. It says it's the #1, and it doesn't tell anything about it. I don't know what to do. This is it's frustrating me so much. I don't know. It's better to know what Luffy's doing. But please, hopefully they don't tell us in a flashback. I hate flashbacks. And I hope Luffy is, like, I don't know, he's probably a warlord or something. That would make some sense to me. I just can't help it. Golly, wish somebody would tell me what's going on. He's driving me crazy.
Welcome, One Piece fans and neophytes, to One Piece Chapter 593, entitled News. The cover page this week has Aokiji and Tsura on the cover. As most people had predicted, this chapter starts out talking with Robin, and we see that she's been pretty much rescued by the revolutionaries, and they call her the Light of Revolution because she is the one survivor of the country that fought against the world government, Ohara. And the fake Sabo tells her they were told by Dragon to protect her to the best of their abilities. Okay, so fake Sabo tells Robin that the leader of the revolutionaries is Dragon, and she finds this humorous because she knows Dragon is Luffy's father. And she says something about fate, what a weird mistress, or something on those lines. Then Robin is like, I don't need your protection, because Dragon's order was to protect her from the world government at all costs, and he wants to meet with her, but she says, I have my own crew, and I don't need your protection. I have to get back to them as soon as I can. And then they're like, oh, you mean Straw Hat Luffy? So we get a cut to some other revolutionaries who've gotten the new paper, and in the paper it tells about Dragon being Luffy's son, and they're all shocked by this. And also they say he disappeared after the war and then suddenly reappeared and pulled off that big stunt. What the fuck has Luffy done? This goes back to Chopper, and when he was reading the paper, he's like, what now? One thing I want to talk about is that there's been a lot of speculation about Chopper saying not again in the that last chapter when he was reading the paper. So a lot of people are speculating Luffy did something he already did before. But I've also heard that it can mean what now? Or that it means both at the same time, because Japanese seems to be some ambiguous language, and it can be interpreted different ways. So I look at it as, I guess it could go either way. Maybe Luffy did do something he already did and did it again, or maybe he just did something crazy again and Chopper's like, what did he do now? And he's just shocked by it. What's this big stunt? Maybe we'll find out by the end of the chapter. So the other revolutionaries know Robin's not gone yet, so they send the paper to her via a bird messenger thing that they use. And when she gets the paper, she reads it and finds out that Luffy's okay, and she's relieved at this, but also finds it amusing what is happening, and the Revo is something amusing, and she's like, yes. And we actually get some backstory on this bridge they're building. It's been at least 300 years, because they're traveling, and as they move along, they at least leave the ruins of the towns and stuff they have as they're moving through, and they're traveling, and they're like, the bridge was commissioned by the Celestial Dragons, but we don't get a reason why. And the fake Sabo tells us that slaves, are losing their lives no matter what, because nobody questions the Celestial Dragons. They say build a bridge, and they build a bridge. Even more asshole behavior by them, of course. No matter how bad some of the other villains are, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to be able to top these Celestial Dragons as being assholes. Like, are they ever going to have any redeeming qualities? It doesn't seem like it. And once again, going on with all the speculation, we get to learn about what happened with Sanji, and it cuts to Kambaka Kingdom, and Ivankov is there, and he's showing Sanji all the bounty posters of the Straw Hats. Don't get me wrong, it's not new bounties, it's the same ones we've had before. You can kind of see that. It's not nothing new. It's just the ones that were originally after Water 7. So he's showing him, is this Zoro? And he's like, yeah. And of course Sanji's mad. He's like, is this the Cat Burglar Nami? He's like, oh, yes. Is this the King of the Snipers? He's like, yes. And this is you? And he's like, no. And Ivankov's like, it looks nothing like you. I don't believe you. And he's like, well, it's not me, but it's my name. And Sanji just struggles with this. And this actually shows how much he's willing to do to get back to Luffy and find out about Luffy. Because he's willing to even admit, yes, that's me on the poster. And he even coughs up blood while he does it because it's so hard for him. Because we all know how big a problem he has with that poster. So that's showing a lot. Plus he also says at one point, kind of like Zoro, fuck it, I'll just swim if I can't get a ship. We get a kind of a funny moment when Ivankov says, okay, I believe you now, I will tell you. And then, of course, Ivankov says, hee-haw! I was just kidding. And all the Okamas are like, woo, we love you, Ivan-sama. And Sanji's just like, you bastard. Because no matter what, Ivankov will not tell Sanji anything, even if there's the minutest chance that he is working for the government. Well, Sanji eventually gets fed up and decides that he will fight Ivankov to steal a ship, and then Ivankov kicks his ass in like 2 seconds. Then Ivankov's like, it doesn't matter, I'll tell you now, because it's already become public knowledge, because Ivankov has a paper as well, and he shows it to Sanji, and Sanji reads it with like a shocked expression on his face, but we don't really get any comment on it. And once again, we still don't know what Luffy's done. Is this going to be a theme for this chapter, or what? There's some people who have the big problem with the Sanji Okama thing, and the anime, and the filler, and canon, and all that shit. Whatever, I don't care about all that. He was wearing a dress in the cover story. He was wearing a dress in the anime, so he put on a dress. And even in this, he verifies it, because after Ivankov tells him that he's not going to tell him, he like breaks down, and all the Okamas are like, he's weakened, put the dress on him again. And he's like, I will never wear that dress again. Notice he says again, so he has worn the dress before. He just will not do it again. So yes, Oda decided not to make Sanji a permanent Okama, which, although it would have been semi-amusing, especially if Zoro had seen him like that, but I didn't think he would do that no matter what. He might change characters a little bit, but he's not going to change Sanji's personality 180 degrees, because it would lose a lot of the last 12, 13 years that Oda's been writing this. Okay? Oda's not that stupid. He might throw it in there for a small little joke or something like that. Hell, who knows? Maybe somebody caught a picture of Sanji in that dress, and that'll become his new wanted poster. That would be hilarious, because Zoro would never let him live that down. Although, he could find out about Zoro getting his ass kicked by baboons, and, you know, they could have their little tiffs back and forth like they always do, and just give them some more material. So Inazuma arrives, and she tells Ivankov they've got a call from Dragon on Baltigo, and they answer the call. So we cut to Dragon on Baltigo as he's talking to Ivankov over the Den Den Mushi, and he says this: everyone was simply put at ease knowing their mysterious boss really is a human with blood flowing through his veins. So he finds it kind of funny now that everyone knows Luffy's his son, and he also talks about he's not worried about Luffy anymore because he knows Luffy's not a child. And he tells Ivankov, I was shocked that he teamed up with you. So is that shocked as in he knew Ivankov was in jail, or that he wouldn't think Luffy would associate with those people? I don't know. I guess no matter what, it would be kind of shocking. You're Nakama, or, ooh, I said it, no, don't kill me, would team up with your own son. So there does seem to be a lot of fate in this, and destiny, who knows. But I'm not a real believer of that in real life, but this is a story, so I can accept it within the premise of the universe of One Piece. There. And we get again more mentioning of what Luffy did, but not really. Ivan tells Dragon that he was surprised to see Straw Boy doing something so outrageous again, but he is as unprecedented as his father. And this is kind of a cool little thing we find out. There's this little white Denden Mushi thing that hooks up to a regular Denden Mushi, and I'm going to read what it pretty much, the little detail box about it. It says, white Denden Mushi, rare. Sends out psychic waves that prevent interception. So that's actually a good thing, because you know they got the little black Denden Mushis that like intercept calls, so the white ones can block it and make it uninterceptable, if that's a word. It is now. But that's kind of cool to see something else, and it actually kind of explains how they can get away with stuff a little more after we already know that they can intercept calls so easily. So they can hide their things. So I would imagine all of the commanders have one, because as we get now, Dragon talks about with Whitebeard's death, the seas are uneasy, and the world government structure is going to change. So soon we must gather all our commanders from throughout the world. So that could make it make sense how they can keep in contact all over the world and still not be able to be caught. After they've been doing this so long, we know how strong the world government is and what they're willing to do to get things. Dragon tells Ivankov that he's going to tell him what happened to Kuma now, and Ivankov comments about, yes, what happened? He was not the same person. But, of course, we don't get that revealed either. More frustration to an extent. Like, maybe there's something more to this, or maybe there's not. Maybe we already know everything, but I doubt it. I think there's going to be a little more backstory about it, and the next scene kind of starts to set that up, I think. So now we cut to Shabundi, and Duval is there, and he's protecting the Sunny from bounty hunters and such, and he's kicking their ass right now. And Kamei's there, and Shaky, and Papa Guy, and Hachan, and they're all there waiting at the Sunny to help protect it. And more people are coming. He's like, I will not give this up for nothing. And of course, he's still misunderstanding when people call him Duval. He's like, oh, handsome. It's like, how do you make that mistake? And it's a little comedy moment with him. And then Kamei says, oh, you're so cute. And he's like, ooh, and he tries to wink at her, and he still can't wink right. So Duval's helped protect the ship and everything, and Shaky has seen the paper as well, but we still don't find anything else about it. She says, I guess Rayleigh found him, and he's okay. So does Shaky know what happened? Like, did her and Rayleigh already talk about this, or what? More speculation. Speculate below. And then there's a scene where the Rosy Life Riders, or Flying Fish Riders, whatever you want to call them now, say Kuma's approaching, and Duval's like, a bear? Because in Japanese, Kuma equals bear. And so it's a pun. If you don't understand it, duh. And then Shaky's like, don't worry, he's an ally. And she says, you're an ally, aren't you? And then it cuts to him, and he's got like the little sound effect, like beep, 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 like he's charging his laser. And so what's going to happen there? There's more speculation, yet we don't get to find out again. Good foreshadowing, Oda. Leave us hanging some more. And probably next week the chapter won't be anything to do with that stuff. Maybe we'll get some explanation about something else, but not that, of course. He'll wait for that or something. Now we get to another flash, and they're in Alabasta, and Cobra's there, and he's talking about some pirates invaded, and they kicked them out already. But he says, I wish all pirates were more like Luffy and his crew. And they have the newspaper, and Vivi is reading it in her room because of one article about Luffy, apparently. And she says something which is a little hint at what happened, maybe. She says, stylish. Nah, I guess not. But it is Luffy. And also another translation was something about, is it for fashion? Nah, of course not. It's Luffy. So a lot of speculation is he wearing something different? Did he change his look? What's going on where she would comment on something like that? And she knows Luffy, and she knows he wouldn't be wearing something for fashion. And as I explained in Crazy Theories later, that some of this can make sense and be explained in some of the crazy theories. But that's pretty much what he said. Then we get to cut to Crocodile and Dai's Bones, and they comment on the paper as well. And it says in the little caption, 3 weeks after the war, so we know when this is going on now. And Crocodile says, right after getting their lives saved, just what are these idiots thinking? They must be planning something. If not, they have gone mad. So even Crocodile thinks what they're doing is crazy. And according to what he says, they, like it's more than just Luffy. So Jinbei there, Boa, Rayleigh, who else is being shown? A lot of people are talking about it's Jinbei because Croc knew they had teamed up and they left together, so that makes sense. So what are they doing? More speculation. And Dai says this, Straw Hat is wounded. Do wounds disappear that easily? And this kind of goes, does he mean physical wounds or does he mean like emotional and mental wounds? Croc says, you conceited bastard. Was that supposed to go to me? I am already healed, and as proof I'm heading to the new world for once in a long while. Want to come along? And Dai replies, of course. And so we know Croc's going to the new world again for, it's been a long time. So this will be cool because maybe we'll learn some more Croc backstory. We still want to know what Ivankov knew about Croc that kept him under control that whole time. I'm really curious to that. Really am. And is this a whole, like, him kind of giving a jab at Crocodile about his wounds of giving up and shit like that? And it is kind of funny because Croc did seem to give up. You know, he's like, I'll go to jail. And, you know, the cover story was they broke him out, but he's like, no, I'll stay. And now he's gotten reinvigorated to go into the new world. Luffy does that to people. It's weird, even his enemies. And now we get another cut to someone else that after the war, and we finally learned about, is Buggy, and he has reunited with his crew, and he still has all of his followers for Impel Down, or at least tons of them. Can't guarantee it's all of them. And they're all so happy. We tried to find you so much. We love you, Buggy. We missed you. We're so glad you're okay. And then Alvida's like, but you eventually just left him to die. And then Buggy, and then Kabaji and Moji introduced themselves to the new crew, I guess. And they're like, I'm vice captain and I'm advisor. And they're like, oh, brother. So apparently the crew is accepting them. And they imagine if they're with Buggy, then they're strong too. So it's kind of a funny thing. And so I'm assuming they're going to stick with Buggy no matter what. They all said they would, so we'll see how that plays out. And then Alvida comments like, there's some high bounties here. And then Buggy shows her the treasure mark, the little thing that Luffy was wearing around his arm that he gave to Buggy and Impel Down. And so he's excited about that. And he says, all the winds blow towards me, I'm Buggy. And he's just, you know, ego tripping like crazy for no reason. He believes in himself a little too much sometimes, but maybe he has some backing behind it now. And then, good thing, we come to find that Mr. 3, or Galdino is his real name, is on Buggy's ship now. And a bat appears with a letter from the world government. So the world government sends letters via bat. And this whole bat thing also led to more speculation about things down the road. So we'll talk about that later. And Galdino is reading it, and he says, you won't believe this, Buggy. And of course, Buggy's like, don't read it before me. So what's this letter? The big theory excitement about it is that the world government is inviting Buggy to be a Shishibakai or a warlord of the sea or whatever. So maybe we'll find out that. That's another thing. Buggy didn't see what Luffy had done, so that's another thing. So we don't know about that as well. So we didn't get any more information. And that's the end of the chapter. And we're all left stranded waiting on what this big event Luffy did was. And we gotta wait a whole nother fucking week for it. Damn you, Oda! You write so well that we just want to keep reading. It's like he could just continuously write and we'd just be like reading. That's what it is. Like, he's really good at setting this up. Okay, now we're gonna get into some crazy theories and also maybe some plausible theories and stuff. And I'll tell you what I think. Most of this is gonna be about speculation on what Luffy did. Okay? So time now for Crazy Theories of the Week. And one of the first ones, and like when the chapter first was coming out and the spoilers and stuff, everybody was still going like, the hat guy who's with Robin, that's Sabo. And that's still going on, and I don't think it's Sabo, and I don't think Oda would reveal Sabo like that, and he didn't make any comment about Luffy after reading the paper. You tell me he wouldn't say something, or he lost his memory or something? I mean, that'd be a lame excuse. Plus, then there's another guy with Dragon, who's got a flowery shirt on, or like Hawaiian shirt, and they're like, that's Sabo. And I'm going to put a blog post up about this with images and stuff, so you should go check that out as well. And then, of course, they also thought that the flower shirt, Hawaii shirt guy was Frankie's dad, but that's another crazy theory I don't see. So the whole Buggy being a Shichibukai, I guess I could see it, but a lot of people are excited about it, and a lot of people don't think it's a good idea. But definitely, he did make a name for himself in the war, and people might fear him with how he survived all them attacks and was friends with Shanks and stuff like that. That might set him up to be feared, because the Shichibukai don't really have to do nothing. They just have to have that looming over fear, so you don't want to fuck with them, and that's what. But who knows? I thought they were getting rid of the Shichibukai, so we'll see. One of the craziest theories that I think is just purely stupid is that Luffy's a Shichibukai, and they offered him a Shichibukai position. It makes absolutely no sense. The world government wants him dead at all costs now. He's Dragon's son. Maybe before they knew all this stuff and seen what he's done against them, they might have offered him that when he became a supernova, but there's no way. That would make them look super weak to have someone who is directly almost opposing the world government. So that theory is retarded, and as far as I'm concerned, sorry if that's what you think. The only way that I could see that being possible, which I highly doubt, would be that it's all a ruse and Rayleigh made it up so that he could use it to turn people against the world government or something, or that it's a way to get into Marijoa so that Luffy could fuck some shit up. But I still don't see that as possible, because there's no way Luffy would join up with the world government after what they did to Ace and Robin. So to me, that's like the worst theory. Now, the craziest theory is that someone posted about Rayleigh made Luffy some wings, and that's what the fashion thing's about, and Luffy's flying or something. I mean, come on. Another crazy theory that I had, but I doubt is true, and I didn't actually see anybody post this, is that somehow Luffy has Ace's Logia fruit now, and that would definitely make him stronger for the new world. But I don't see that either. Makes no sense. But who knows? Now I'm going to talk about a lot of theories that either I or other people probably said about what did Luffy do. And some of these I see as crazy theories, but some of them I see as something that is possible. And I made a whole list, and it's about 15 of them. So I'm just kind of read through it and talk about them a little bit. I don't know this video's going to be long, but maybe I can edit it down a little bit, okay? Thanks, guys, for being patient. And this chapter, because this chapter was so awesome, and there's a lot of things to talk about, so it's gotten really long, and I'm making a video longer by talking about it. I know. Okay, let's go on to what did Luffy do? The first one that made a lot of commotion in the threads is he married Hancock, and that's what this whole thing is about, and that he's in a suit or something, so Vivi's commenting about that. Although I still find it kind of crazy, I could definitely see it happening. I just don't think it would be like announced in the paper like this. I could see this as something that he shows up with Hancock to meet his crew, and he's like, "Who's this?" And he's like, "It's my wife." And they'd be like, "What?" You know? It'd be like a Dragon Ball thing with how Goku ended up marrying Chi-Chi. A lot of people are like arguing and things like, "How can he marry her? He's only 17 and 29 people." Your black and white morals are skewed. Plus, this is One Piece universe. This isn't our universe. So, and people get married at 17 all the time. It's not that big a thing. The age difference thing is just something that's a whole big taboo thing through a lot of the world. And people can't see past that, I guess. So that's why they have such a big problem with it. I wouldn't mind it. Actually, it wouldn't be a big surprise if they did get married, as long as it's kind of a joke thing. And it has been foreshadowed by Hancock talking about when he hugged her. She's like, "Is this what they call marriage and stuff?" So I can definitely see it happening eventually, although it might not be at this time. Another thing is that he punched another celestial dragon, and that would also go to a lot of people thinking what Chopper said, "Not again." You know, I don't think he did that. I think he would need a reason to do it, and how would that be helping him? That would just draw more attention on him and make people come after him even quicker, unless Rayleigh had somehow boosted up Luffy's power somehow, and he wanted an admiral to come, and Luffy destroys an admiral, and that's what everybody's so excited about. Although I doubt the world government would let that out, but maybe somebody had it in the news and got it out there before they could censor it. I don't know. Another thing was that he broke back into Impel Down, maybe even just to fight Magellan to get stronger, and even to rescue Bonchan. So, semi-believable, semi-crazy. I just don't know. And it would also explain why Oda did it like this instead of just showing us. Because, he's already done something like that, so he wouldn't want to show us it again and be repetitive. Another one is Luffy declared Amazon Lily his turf, kind of how Whitebeard did with other islands. And then also on another note, he declared another island his turf and is protecting it somehow and setting himself up like that. Plausible somewhat. I doubt he would declare Amazon Lily his turf, but it's the whole Married with Hancock alliance kind of deal going on, and the world knows it now, so maybe they even fear him even more. He's under Hancock's protection. But I don't know, so plausible to an extent, but not really. Not super crazy, but not plausible. Another thing would be that him and Jinbei went to Fishman Island and straightened out some stuff going on there, because as we already know, Jinbei said it's going to be crazy there. But I don't think Oda would waste this on something like this. I think that will probably happen, but only once the crew gets back together, because it's been hyped up so long, and we all want to see Fishman Island, and Oda's been pushing it back and back and back and back, and the whole crew's going to be there and probably will straighten out something. Somebody will be down there, maybe even Brownbeard might try to go take over Fishman Island after he took over that other island that time. And this gets into a theory that I kind of had, that I seen one other person talk about, but this is my theory, but someone else came up with it as well, so I'm not trying to take credit for it. Most of the theories I talk about aren't mine. I don't want people to think they are, unless I say personally that I think this. And with so many people commenting and theorizing, there's going to be common theories, of course. Is that Luffy went to the island Brownbeard took over and destroyed Brownbeard and took over that island as his own and put it under his protection, or that he just defeated Brownbeard, and Brownbeard, even though we don't know who he is, he might be a super duper New World type captain or something. And I can see this because it didn't say it was in the New World, it just said the island was in the Grand Line. So Luffy going to the New World without his crew, I don't see happening, but him doing something in that area, that makes sense to me. So that's what I think is a plausible theory and one that I would support. But also, I could also see, because look, why would Oda introduce Brownbeard like he did if it wasn't foreshadowing something? We know Oda is the king of foreshadowing and making us wait for stuff. Another thing is that Luffy's going around and destroying level 6 pirates that escape from Impel Down. Possible, but would they report that? Because they said that's already, they're going to cover that up. And also another one is that fake Luffy, like it's fake that they reported Luffy killed Moria, but I don't think that makes any sense because they already said Moria died in the war, so why would they even want to blame that on Luffy? And it also makes them look weak, so I don't see that happening either. Another one which is interesting, although crazy, is that it's an image and it's Bon Clay or Bon Curry, and he is fake Luffy and he did something crazy to draw attention away from Luffy somehow. And then he might have like his swans on or something, and that's why Vivi is like, is that for fashion or something? Because she doesn't understand, because he's wearing something like that he wouldn't normally wear. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting, and a lot of people just really want Bon Clay back, so that is another thing. Another one is kind of like another one is talking about Luffy defeated Hancock and declared Amazon Lily his. But then that leaves a lot of problems about the world government's going to come and fight them. He wouldn't want to do that to Amazon Lily, stuff like that. So I don't see that being a possibility. Another one, which is kind of interesting, would mainly on the fashion thing, is maybe Luffy got a tattoo or something to show his loss for Ace, or even a Whitebeard tattoo in honor, to carry on the Whitebeard legacy somewhat. But I doubt he would have a Whitebeard tattoo, but he could definitely have one devoted to Ace. I could see that. Another one is that Rayleigh pretended to fake his death being defeated by Luffy. And yeah, that would definitely build up your reputation if you killed the Dark King. But I don't see that, and that would definitely make Luffy lesser in people's eyes, because even the evil pirates respect Rayleigh, and I don't think they would do that, and it would hurt him in the future. So I don't think that one's, I think it's kind of a crazy theory. Another one I kind of like, and even though it's kind of crazy, it would make sense, is that somehow they climbed the Red Line and entered Marijoa and did like Fisher Tiger and rescued a bunch of slaves and messed up some stuff there, because that would definitely be a big stunt. And we already know Luffy's doing a lot of things that are barely or almost unprecedented, and like escaping Impel Down, Shiki did that, but he did it again and did it even better. So him doing that, that's plausible yet kind of crazy. I don't know. I see that as something maybe later down the road after he becomes Pirate King, coming back and doing shit like that. So that's just some of the ones. If you have a theory, crazy or plausible, let me know down there. And a lot of people have said this is probably no matter what we think, Oda will probably make it completely different and out of nowhere. Although with so many random theories thrown out there, there is a chance that some of them will, maybe be possibility. Because Oda does have some semi-logic to his story, so you can draw from it. So it will be a surprise, and I can't wait to find out about it. How impatient are you for next week's chapter? I know I am. Once again, if you like the video and all that, make sure you rate it up or down or whatever. And comment how great I am, how great One Piece is, and subscribe. Because then you can watch this video again, and more videos down the road. Favorite, and it's also great. It's time to whore myself out, so I do that. I do it at the end of the video where everybody done quit watching, and I should do it at the beginning, of course. And I talk and I ramble some more, and this video's long, and I'm sorry. But if you love One Piece, you love hearing me ramble and all that good shit. And this one has been there's so much to talk about that it's hard not to make it a long video. So I apologize again for it being so long, but what you gonna do? And then also, don't forget to check out my links below. Check out all those and do all this stuff that needs to be done. And also, read the blog, because I'm going to put up a new blog on both of my things about the whole Sue Sabo thing again. And you give me your opinions there in this video. Yeah, thanks again, and I can't fucking wait for next week. How about you? Signing out. Hey, how's it going, guys? Time for One Piece reviews. Chapter 594, entitled Message. This week's chapter has Sengoku and Garp on the cover, and they're eating crackers or cookies, and Pongo is there as well. And we begin the chapter with the Gurusei, or the 5 Elder Stars, and they're all having discussions about what's going on in the world now and what they got to do. The one of them talks about how Luffy is a man to create a stir, although it makes sense knowing he's Garp's grandson, and one's wondering how he has a connection to Rayleigh and why Rayleigh would show up at such a late hour. Not a late hour as in, show up now. And then apparently Jinbei was like a token Shichibukai, because he was supposed to be a way of showing the government getting along with the fishmen and erasing that bad back past with the racism, if you will. I'm guessing it would be race. What does he exactly say? Yeah. And one of the Gurusei says, Jinbei has also finally opposed us as well. Entering him into the Shichibukai was supposed to represent a reconciliation between races, so this is truly regrettable. So, how bad are the Gurusei? I mean, that's just what you're thinking here. We're trying to figure out. So, is that like a political move, or do you think he seriously wanted something like that? Did he want to make amends, or try to make amends for all the racism and stuff between fishmen and humans, or is it just a political thing to try and draw favor? So I don't know. I wonder if the Gurusei are like elected, or they're appointed, or what. I'm assuming they've been around for a while, because apparently they were around back during the O'Hara time, which is like 20 years ago almost. So, and if they were they always the same? Because we know it's not always been the same fleet admiral, and not always the same admirals. So, yeah. And then they talk about how they're going to replace the 3 missing Shichibukai, or the warlords, and one of them says something like they need to wait and see what develops first. So this goes to the whole, is Buggy a Shichibukai? Well, now it kind of leans credence to that's not what the message was about, although it could have been a prove yourself and show us what you can do in the new world, and we might invite you to be one, because the guy says, we need to elect a more influential person, and we already know Buggy has some influence on how he did those Impel Down people. Even if he ain't that strong, he's able to get people behind him, I guess. Which is different than how Luffy does it. Luffy does it by doing stuff. Buggy does it by kind of boasting about doing stuff he didn't really do, which is funny. So I think as of now, Buggy is not a Shichibukai, but it could still be like an offer to him if he can show that he could do it. So I don't know what else the world government could be contacting Buggy for. Although someone speculated something like maybe he can turn in the prisoners to get a pardon for himself or something like that. Which is possible, but I don't know, is Buggy going to be like that? I don't know. He's kind of supposed to be an asshole, but not really a super asshole. He does kind of have some loyalty. Apparently, I guess we already knew this, but the Five Elder Stars room is in Marijoa, and then they're talking about Blackbeard, and it says, in the new world, Blackbeard has begun moving without delay, and one out of the over 100 million rookies has already become his prey. So, who is that going to be? And by prey, does that mean he's already defeated them? He's trying to defeat them? He's looking for them? What's the deal with that? Why would Blackbeard even worry about a rookie like that, even if they are a supernova? Because he's already taken out Whitebeard and took his devil fruit and things like that. So, it kind of seems, but maybe they have something he wants. You know, Blackbeard has a plan, so obviously it could be something that he wants. It would be funny if it was Bonnie and Blackbeard wants her to turn him into like a younger version of himself. So now he has all the experience, but he's got an even younger body, which would make him even stronger if you think about it. And what I wonder about her power, is it forever she turns you into somebody? Or does it only last a certain time, or is it an out of her range kind of deal? I'm unsure about that. I'm trying to think about how those powers work. I guess with Hancock, if she turns people to stone, they stay stone, so I guess it could make sense that she could turn somebody younger. And can she control the age? Because she turned some of them to real little kids, and when she turned herself, she was only like a teenager girl. So I could see her, she could turn Blackbeard back into what he was 20 years ago. So, I mean, that's a speculation on my part, so that would make sense. And plus, she said something about we're going to go get him, so that could make sense that she goes for him. But we'll have to wait and find out probably. And they talk about the people are trying to go for the new Yonkou spot since Whitebeard's gone, and that Blackbeard knows about Whitebeard's sphere of influence, so it makes it a little easier for him. Plus, he's the only human to eat 2 devil fruits, and it's unprecedented, so nobody's ever done it. So maybe that kind of cuts the theories out that it has something to do with him being a D, and is more along the lines of his power, as I kind of agree with. And then they give you people who might be able to stop him. And it's funny because they don't talk about like the Marines, but the other Yonkou like Shanks and Big Mom and Kaido, or even perhaps Marco and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. I could see them maybe trying, because you know they got to be pissed at Blackbeard still for what he's done. He caused Ace and Whitebeard's death pretty much. So I could definitely see them holding a grudge. And then you get this one, the older bald-headed guy with his sword, and he says, D always means danger, just like with Portgas. It seems that name has been reaching the eyes of a people a tad too much as of late. And so this adds more to the mystery of the D and how they kind of know about it, and they know what that brings with the people. And they don't really want that out there, of course. And then they're still in Marijoa, and we find out that Garp tried to resign, but they held him back. And Sengoku's trying to resign too, but he's going to ask that he doesn't resign from the Marines completely, but just, you know, kind of gives up his post as Fleet Admiral. And him and Garp, I'm assuming together or even separately, are going to train the young Marines, which makes sense because they already kind of set Garp up to be like that with him training Luffy and Ace back in the day and training Kobe and Helmeppo also. So I could definitely see that in the future, them two training the young ones. And we finally get to see Kong, and now he's the World Government Pan Fleet Admiral. And in another translation from the spoilers, somebody said he was like Commander-in-Chief. So he's above Sengoku right now, but I'm guessing he's lower than the Gurusei. And Sengoku says he'll do that. It's a good way to spend the rest of his days. And then Kong mentions the prisoners that escaped from Impel Down are legendary pirates. So obviously there's going to be some badass pirates out there. And he pretty much confirms the new age of pirates has begun. You know, with Whitebeard's death, kind of like with Roger's death, it's a new age starting again. And this is kind of interesting what Sengoku says here. What good will an old soldier budding into the Marines do? Justice is all a matter of personal values. A generation cannot be overcome. More, you know, that kind of sounds like what Doflamingo said, except his was on the line of ever who wins makes the justice. So he's not, so Sengoku doesn't seem to be an absolute justice person. You know, he's pretty much saying justice is how you perceive it and not objective. He says it seems to be subjective to him. And then he says since he's stepping down, he would like Aokiji to be the next vice or the next fleet admiral. And there's been a lot of debate about that. It's like, and it's not nothing for sure. It's just his suggestion. So we don't know if that's going to happen or not. I would think it makes a good choice to me. I think he's the most level-headed out of the three admirals. We already know Akinu is like raving mad about justice. And Kizaru is kind of dumb and lazy, and he has more of a, he'll kill people without thinking about it. But I think Aokiji is more of a middle ground of both of them, and that's what people have always described him as. So I think, personally, he would make the most logical sense. A lot of the arguments have been, well, Akinu pretty much killed Whitebeard and did what all he did in the war. He deserves it. And yes, I guess he does, but I don't see either one, Akinu not taking it if they did offer it to him, or two, them not offering it to him because they'd be worried that he would go too far. Do you think Akinu, who do you think should be the next fleet admiral? Do you think it's Aokiji, or do you think Akinu would be better, and why? I mean, I'm just curious because I've seen some explanations, and I could see it both ways. My personal choice, I would think Aokiji makes the most logical sense. But of course, this is a Shonen Jump manga, so logic kind of gets thrown out the window a bunch. Now we cut to Marineford, and Aokiji's talking about, did you hear Straw Hat calls another ruckus? And yes is a response, and it's Smoker. He's talking to Smoker. Aokiji says, he's not giving us any time to breathe. 16 rings? Is that some kind of message? And Smoker doesn't seem to give a shit about that. And all he cares about is his reassignment, because Smoker wants to be reassigned to the G5, which is the 5th branch of the Grand Line Marines, which turns out that it is in the New World. And it's kind of funny because Aokiji says, well, I will negotiate with Sengoku about it. Well, if you become Fleet Admiral, you're pretty much guaranteed that Smoker's going to be there, because I imagine you'll give it to him. And then Aokiji tells Smoker this, G5 isn't the kind of place people choose to go. That place is full of problems. So obviously it's a bad place, maybe with some cool Marines too. And Smoker going there will make sense because he wants to go to the New World and fight Luffy. And Smoker's like, better to have your targets close. Just like Smoker. This chapter's got a lot of development to it. It's not, you know, we kind of learn what's going on. We haven't learned yet what Luffy did. Well, we kind of did. Like he rang some bells or something. We'll get more detailed about that in a little bit. But it's getting a little more information out there that we didn't have so far. So a lot of people thought Garp and Sengoku probably would quit, and that's the way it's looking. They're out of the Marines completely, but they're pretty much not going to be on the front lines anymore. They're going to be like trainers of the new generation, which makes sense. I mean, they are getting kind of old, even though they could probably still kick the asses of most of the pirates out there right now. But now we get another important question, which has been debated a lot in the forums and stuff, is we go to the medical building, and I'm pretty much going to read a lot of this, so bear with me. The power known as Haki, without a doubt, it's a type of that. It was awakened by the shock you received during the war. Although it's usually something pulled out through long years of training, Haki, that's what all the Vice Admiral class Marines use. I felt human presences too strongly. I can't calm down. That's the doctor who's working on Kobe, and he's telling him what Haki is, sort of, and that his hearing voices of the people is a form of Haki, and that it would seem that most, if not all, the Vice Admirals and above have this power. So that kind of confirms that. So it actually kind of sets up the Vice Admirals to be a little stronger than we thought they might be already. So a lot of people were saying Haki's this and that. Well, obviously it's something that Luffy and the others are going to need to fight these strong Marines in the future. So I'm assuming Smoker will get it eventually also.
And what's this, like, if Aokiji becomes the next admiral, who's going to fill his spot? That's been another big debate. What do y'all think? Any of the vice admirals you know? Momonga is one of the ones that stands out the most to me. He would make sense, but I don't know if they want to fill in the Logia thing. I don't know who else is a Logia besides Smoker in the Marines. So we'll see with that. So speculate below if you choose. And then a lot of people are talking about, is Mantra Haki? And I personally think yes. I think it is a form of Haki, and that they didn't know it was called that, or they called it Mantra instead, because it helped Enel predict Luffy's movements, and he could hear the voices of others, and so could Isa, stuff like that. But we still don't know exactly what Haki is overall, and hopefully we'll figure this out before we actually do get to the New World. And is there different types, or if you have a strong enough Haki, will you be able to do all of the things? And a lot of people were talking, somebody was speculating about Roger having the hearing all things, so that could be the Haki he has, and that he could hear inanimate objects somehow, somebody was talking about, which would make sense, I guess. And then pretty much the doctor tells him they just need to ask Garp about it, and Helmeppo's pissed. He's like, "You're ahead of me still, Kobe. How the hell am I supposed to catch up?" And Kobe's just like, "I don't know either. I have no idea what's going on." And he makes it funny. Now we get to the agenda room, and brand new, I don't know what his rank is, like, is he captain, or I don't think he's a vice admiral, but apparently he's like a person that talks about bounties and people and strategies and stuff. I would think it'd be a higher up, but who knows. He's having a big meeting, and he's talking about with Luffy as the sworn brother of Ace, and he's the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. And he talks about their whereabouts were unknown, but they knew he was alive. And now he has shown up at Marine headquarters yet again. So that's kind of what Luffy did. He showed up at Marine headquarters, and that's the big news. And it kind of throws out a lot of people's speculations on what it was. Hancock and him getting married, which didn't happen. Protecting Amazon Lily, such and such, all this good stuff. Mine was that he defeated Brownbeard, but listen on and we'll learn more about Brownbeard and later on in this chapter. And he was with Jinbei, and he was with Rayleigh, and they were there. And we kind of get the flashback story of what happened. We don't actually see it. It's mostly in flashback and like pictures. They're talking about Marineford is under construction, trying to fix it back up after the war, and there's a lot of reporters, and there's a lot of civilians there, because the pirates are revoked. There's a lot of pirating going on. So it says this, and this kind of makes an excuse why it was kind of easy. Marines capable of mobilizing have all left the headquarters, so our security is paper thin, and so as if perceiving all of those, 3 suddenly appeared, stole a Marine vessel, then sailed a ring around Marineford with it, the ritual for a burial at sea. So I guess Rayleigh figured it out that, there would be a good way to show the world and to honor Ace and Whitebeard's memory. So they stole the ship, and they drove it around the Marineford, which is a sign of a ritual for a sea burial. And with all 3 of them, like what little Marines they had there, they couldn't stand a chance against just those 3, obviously. I mean, probably technically any one of them could probably, maybe not Luffy all by himself in this situation, but I think Rayleigh came just in case somebody like an admiral or somebody showed up. And then afterwards, Monkey D. Luffy stomped into the plaza all alone, and then rang the ox bell at the western edge 16 times. Remember that, 16 times. Then he threw a bouquet of flowers over the many war wounds that remained all over the ground, and unreservedly performed a silent prayer. Flocks of overjoyed reporters photographed it, and then it was in the paper. They released it, and that's why everybody's seeing it, and it didn't get held back. They kind of were all there, so they took the pictures and were like, "Oh, let's print this real quick." And in the picture, looks like Luffy either has a tattoo or an armband or something, and you can't really make it out, but it does look like an S would have crossed through it, and an A maybe would have crossed through it, like with 2 X's, and then there's like something else, and people were speculating it's 2Y. I don't know. Somebody also said that the third one could be an Omega, but we don't really see it, and we're not really 100% sure it's a tattoo. I do think it's probably a tattoo, and I do think it's probably got something to do with Ace and even Sabo, like a memory thing. But we will probably have to wait and find out
later what it is, because Oda, of course, is still leaving us in the dark with stuff. Is Buggy going to be a Shichibukai? What's the deal with that? What's on Luffy's tattoo? We know what big news there was that Luffy did, but what's the ramifications of it? And then they said the article included that they were able to escape without getting caught. And this is what Brand New is saying about the whole thing. Reading it simply, it seems he wished to mourn the deaths over those who died in the war, including his older brother and Whitebeard. The silent prayer and the sailing may prove that, but he should have only rung the bell twice if he wanted to declare some kind of disaster. And yet he rang it 16 times, so we are taking those 16 rings as a declaration of war. I don't really think that's what Luffy or Rayleigh was trying to show there, as we'll find out in a minute, but that's how Brand New's taking it, and the Marines are going to take it. It's a declaration of war, so we'll see. Then we get a cut to the New World, and we get to see Eustace Kid and his crew, and he's reading the paper, and he's like, oh, Monkey D. Luffy, he's still alive. And I guess this might be the title of the article. It gives the new age 16 bell rings at Marineford, and he's asking what the Ox Bell is. And this is kind of weird, and a lot of people are talking about that. It's kind of funny, because Killer's the one who seems to be knowledgeable about these things. And it's kind of strange, but it also makes sense, because just because you're the captain don't mean you're the smartest one in your crew, as obviously to Luffy. And this is what Killer says about it. The Ox Bell is a sacred bell on the Ox Royce, a vessel which was used quite often in the olden days. To signify the end of a year and the beginning of another, the bell is rung 8 times to thank the old year, and another 8 to pray for the new year. Ringing it 16 times is a Marine tradition. That's what the 16 rings are about. The timing doesn't make sense, though, which means those rings can be construed to signify the ending of the old age and the beginning of the new one. And okay, people, don't take that as literally what it means. Take that as the way Killer is interpreting it, and does make some sense. Because there's been a lot of speculation about what the 16 rings mean, and what they really mean to Luffy and Rayleigh and all that, and what the message is. And yes, I think it is a lot to do with showing respect for Ace and everything. It is kind of weird that they would have something that went in with it, and I think it could also just be Oda trying to throw us for a loop again. And then Kid says, the end of Whitebeard's age. What is this little guy trying to say? I'm going to create the new one or something? If not, I doubt he would have gouged out his wounds by returning right to the place where he lost his brother. And then Kid laughs. Boy, does he know how to get on people's nerves. So Kid kind of likes and hates him at the same time, because he likes pissing people off. And then Kid says this. He may be the only one out of the over 100 million rookies that stuck his head out during the war, but I'm not generous enough to let him keep running around like this. So obviously Kid was going to want to fight Luffy at some point. So, and I think we all kind of knew that Luffy, Kid, and Law were kind of the upper echelon of the Supernova. Just the way they were kind of walking out together. And of course you know Luffy is, because even though Law's bounty wasn't up there with Kid and Luffy at the time, I think he might have been like 4th or 5th in bounty, I'm unsure. I think Basil Hawkins has a higher bounty than Law. But you could tell their personalities were something that would work well. And they could be more like on the lines of like really against each other. And I can see Law and Luffy being against each other, but actually be more friendly like Whitebeard and Roger were, as opposed to, you know, fighting up, like really actually hating each other. So we'll see about that. That's setting up stuff from way down the road. You know Oda's good at doing that sort of thing. Finally, we get to find out how cruel Kid really is, and he's apparently crucified all these pirates he was fighting. Literally, they're up on like poles, like crucified with like swords and nails and shit through them. And I assume that's like, a lot to do with his power of magnetism. And when he first walks up on them, they're saying stuff like, "The New World, I was expecting you to surprise me a bit more, you cowards." And the pirates are like, "Give us a break. We were just about to go out to sea. Let us return to paradise alive." And Kid's like, "Paradise? What, your warm, safe homes?" And he's saying, "Live or die, bastards. Without even that much resolve, shouldn't have ever come to this ocean." And then, you know, that's kind of how Luffy is. You know, you should be willing to die. But he's not as cruel about it as Kid. That's what separates the difference between the two. And why Shaky likes Luffy more than Kid. And now we get another of the Supernova, the one that I dislike the most, and it's Capone Beggy. And apparently something's pulling them up out of the water, and then he's like, what's going on? And then you get outside and you see this thing, and it's something, and it looks like some like suction cup things, or like a vacuum cleaner thing is like a big giant ball is pulling them up out of the water. And a lot of people in the spoilers were saying it was Blackbeard because they're like a Blackbeard took out somebody or whatever was the spoilers. You know, they're not always exactly clear. And then a lot of people were speculating, that's Blackbeard's giant black ball thing that he does, but it turns out that's not what it is. There's also some other speculation, which I'll talk about in the crazy theory section. But at this point, it looks like his ship's just being sucked up into the whatever it is, and we don't know much more about it. But it doesn't seem like Capone is like winning right now as Kid was. So it's also illustrating how the New World can be very dangerous, even for these top pirates. And then now we get a cut back to Luffy sailing, and he's apologizing for them having to take him out there too. He's on Boa Hancock's ship, of course, and he's laying down on the bed. And this is a funny little scene. And of course, all the pirate women, the Kuja, are pulling on him and stretching him and stuff, and all smiling and everything. And he's like, "What are you doing there? Watching you so you can rest peacefully, Luffy. Hibihime-sama ordered us to." Since she collapsed a bit ago from her heart pounding too much. Which is funny because it's like, leave him on in pieces. He's trying to lay down and rest, and y'all are just tugging all on him because he's rubber. And then Luffy says, "I really hope it'll reach them." And then it's funny, this panel is really hilarious. The girls are trying to pull on Rayleigh and on Jinbei as well. And it's funny, it was like pulling Jinbei's mouth, and they're like, "He's not rubber, what's going on," you know? It's just a funny little scene. And Silvers is saying they should get it if they read the article. The key is that it's something quite unlike you. Although there were two dull-looking men with you, I'm sure they'll get it. Just get the gist of it. I know you'll all understand. I have a hunch. So obviously, this whole message is a message to the crew, and we'll talk about that more later in the speculations and shit. So it isn't probably a declaration of war, that this is Rayleigh's idea, and he did something that Luffy probably wouldn't do on his own to draw attention to him so that they could find out about it. Cut to all the Straw Hats now. Chopper's flying over, and he's over the Grand Line, it says now, flying. So he's back in the Grand Line. I wonder if he'll stop at Drum Kingdom and see Dr. Correa again. That would be interesting. But maybe not. I don't know. And he says, "Luffy, I got it. That's it. That's it." And then Robin's reading it. She's still in East Blue, though. She says, "Roger." And then Sanji, who's still at Kambaka Kingdom, he says, "I see Luffy." And Ivankoff's in the back, and he's like, "What is it?" And Zoro's at the Gloomy Island, and it's funny because he's got Perona holding the newspaper, because apparently he's so wore out he can't even hold the newspaper, and so he can read it. And she's like, "My hands are tired. Are you done yet?" And he knows there's a message, but he doesn't really get it like the others do. And he says, "Luffy isn't the kind of guy who would do stuff like this. Rayleigh must be the one behind this since he's with him. He must be trying to tell us something," but Zoro hadn't really figured it out yet. So maybe that's how we'll learn what it is. Maybe next chapter, hopefully, Perona will be like, "Dummy, it means this," and she'll tell us, and we'll all know. Because me, personally, I really don't know exactly what it means. I don't know, so it's weird. You would think we would, but we could figure it out, but no. Oda might be smart about it where he can write it around where, of course they would know, but y'all wouldn't know because of something else, you know, but still. Goes to Usopp. He's still on Boeing Archipelago, and he says he's got it, and he's still fat, and he's got kind of bandaged up a bit. He's hurt. Nami, I guess she's still somewhere on, with Theria, it looks like, from the background, and that old wizard's with her. I forgot his name. And he says, this is funny. I wonder if this is a proper translation. "Pursuers are coming, my lady." What is he like? What is it now? Is Nami like his queen or something? The way he says it, and it's funny because she's pissed off at it. I'm assuming she figured it out. She's probably one of the smartest two in the whole crew. Doesn't even have a bit of concern about how we're feeling because he's so selfish. So I don't get it. What the deal is, and I'll talk about kind of how her reactions make sense to some of the theories in a minute. And then we get to see Frankie, who's been completely fucked up. His whole face is like burnt, and you can see like his robot parts and shit on his arm, And the old man and the kid see that, and they're like, "Ah," and they're like freaked out by it because he kind of does look kind of scary, almost like a Terminator, like some people said, or like a horror movie. So obviously Frankie's going to need to be rebuilt somewhat again, and he's with Vegapunk's ideas and areas, so upgrade seems more and more likely. And then we catch up with Brooke, who's in a cage, and apparently they're at Tina Guina Kingdom, and he kind of figured out what's going on, and they're about to reveal him to the crowd, a mysterious talking skeleton. So it seems like most of them are understanding it, except for maybe Zorro. And what it is, I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out soon. Oda's really teasing us lately. Oh, what's the news? Oh, we got the news. Now what's the message? You know what I'm saying? And then we cut to another of the supernova, and it's Basil Hawkins, and he's in the New World. And this is a funny little scene. He says, "Please excuse me. Could you say it one more time? I couldn't hear it too well." And then it's Brownbeard. "Brownbeard, the 80 million belly pirate. Master Brownbeard, remember my name well, because this is my turf now." And then Basil, "Oh, that name sounded so ridiculous, I thought I had misheard it. I will tell you 2 things. 1, I hate jokes. And the second, today your shadow of death is visible." So that's kind of cool. I thought Luffy would be the one to take out Brownbeard, but it looks like it's going to be Basil Hawkins. And as a lot of people, pretty much I'd say 99% of everybody realized Brownbeard was going to be fodder, wasn't going to be somebody. And I guess that Oda kind of likes to set up like little small characters that show up that make sense when their whole ravages of after Whitebeard were going on, and to show that even people who aren't all that powerful compared to some people we've seen can kind of benefit from Whitebeard because his shadow is so strong that he scared these people away from even attempting things. And then we cut to the last page, and it is Uroj, or Urog, or however how you say his name. And they've shown up to some island that's got like lightning just shooting down on it, and the log pose is pointing there, and he's like, "Really? How are we supposed to dock there?" And we get another thing in the caption boxes about what they call the first part of the Grand Line. And says this: "All men of valor who step foot into the New World say this about the first half of the Grand Line. That ocean was paradise." So it makes sense now when those pirates talk about going to paradise. They wanted to go back to the first half of the Grand Line because apparently the New World is so crazy, and we've kind of gotten shots of that with Capone getting pulled up and all this, and this big lightning island. And although Uroj hasn't seemed like he's getting beat or nothing, it seems like this could be a problem for him. And then we get this boat that shows up, which is kind of funny. It says, "High Priestess, someone's approaching us. Who?" And then it shows a picture of some old woman who I only assume is the High Priest. Or maybe it's a man. I don't know. I think in the spoilers they called it a woman. It kind of looks like a woman, so I'll go with a woman. And I read it wrong. It does say priest, so. But you know, Japanese is ambiguous when it comes to male, female a lot. And it says, "Need you any umbrellas, perchance?" And they're like, "Umbrellas?" So, is that like a setup, or what's the deal with that? Maybe we won't find out, maybe we will. So that's the chapter. Now on to thoughts about the chapter. I thought the chapter was really, really good overall. I think that we got a lot of answers, although some are vague, and we kind of know what Luffy did finally, so that'll take out a lot of that argument. However, the big thing now is, what is the message? And a lot of people are speculating about, is it got to do with the 16 rings of the bell? Is it got to do with the tattoo / armband on his arm? And then what is the message? And also, a lot of the forum posts, and I'm kind of doing this video a little earlier than normal because I have to. And so a lot of the crazy theories I've seen a little bit, and I don't really want to do them from the spoilers because I'd prefer the theories to come from an actual full chapter that everybody actually gets to see. So, yeah, so the crazy theories of this week are going to be kind of limited. Mostly going to be about the tattoo, or I'm just going to call it a tattoo. It might not be a tattoo, so don't mark my judgment on it. I think it's possibly a tattoo that is in honor of Ace and Sabo and maybe even Whitebeard or whatever. Most of what I've been reading in the forums, like arguments about Akeno being the admiral and why it's a good idea or why it's a bad idea. So of course let me know if you think what you think about that. And okay, now on to crazy theories of the week. Alright, and most of the crazy theories are going to revolve around the tattoo. People are saying that it looks like it says S-A and then the number 2 and then a Y. And the most prevalent crazy theory is that means Shibundi Archipelago 2 years. And my main reasons for thinking this is crazy is, one, what is the chances that they would get a clear picture of that in the news? And unless that reading the article says that, I don't know. Because Rayleigh does mention that they need to read the article and then they can figure it out. I'm thinking it has something to do with the 16 bells, and I think that either that it's wait 16 days, 16 weeks, something like that, or that it's meet at the new year on Shibundi. So take your time and try to get there by the new year. Because obviously, if they get there too soon, then they won't be any stronger to go on. As Rayleigh was saying, the same thing will happen. But I don't like the idea of a super long time skip. I really don't. Although I can see one coming a decent amount of time. Although I don't really like that. Because if you do, you're pretty much letting all the other supernovas get ahead of Luffy and everything like that. Although it would kind of be good to have that set up. And then also you think about it, Roger didn't just conquer the Grand Line when he was a rookie and just in 1 year. I mean, I think it said it took him 2 or 3 years to do it. So that's that. And also goes back to Oda saying that Strong World would be Luffy's last adventure as a 17-year-old. So we'll see. Hopefully it's not too long a time skip. If there is a time skip, what do you think? Do you want a long time skip, a short time skip, no time skip? I'm curious to know because I'm not a big fan of it. I like being like it is. I mean, it's been doing this for 12 years. I don't know. And I don't want to skip over anything, although I would like to see the end of the chapter before, the end of the series before I die. So that's that. Another thing was someone's theory was that it stood for S is for Sabo, A is for Ace, and the 2 is for Mr. 2, Bon Clay, or Bon Curie, every word you want to say, and the Y is for we don't know what. And so that's that. What do y'all think? Do y'all think the tattoo's relevant to the message, or it's just a tattoo? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, one thing I want to talk about, I forgot to talk about in the regular thing, was we don't get to know what happened with Kuma and Shaki and stuff like that. My speculation is that, since Oda's kind of breaking it up into small little chunks each chapter and giving us little details about things, how previously he was like showing a few of the Straw Hats, and I could see next week maybe being a continuation of that and show us what happens with Kuma and all them, and then maybe actually seeing the other supernovas and stuff, and maybe even seeing Akainu, because we haven't seen him or Kizaru since the war was over, and we just seen Aokiji and stuff, and we've seen Kobe and all them, and we've seen Garp. So I could see that being part of the next one. That's what I think. I don't know if that's a crazy theory. Let's see, what was another crazy theory? Oh, a lot of the other crazy theories are something to do with the island. Its lightning has something to do with Inaru or something like that. But I think it just kind of is out there because it kind of plays on that with, Uroge is from Skypiea or Sky Island, and he ends up at the Lightning Island, so we'll see. I definitely can see Luffy go in there eventually, and Luffy could go to that island, obviously, because he's rubber, and we already know he can survive lightning. But I don't think that's going to happen. Inaru coming back is just something a lot of people want. I think he's just going to be happy to stay on the moon and govern the moon. Fairy Verthus, he calls it. But anything's possible in Oda's world. And then with the flying thing, or whatever it is, it's sucking up... That's sucking up Capone Baggy. People were predicting, some people, or at least one person said, I can't remember who, said something about it could be Shiki, because he could make stuff float. And if you've seen The Strong World, then I guess it's possible. The whole thing is maybe those two were captured somehow, and they're imprisoned in Impel Down, and they were some of the 6 that escaped in the Legendary, but, Inaru wasn't a pirate. Although it'd be kind of funny if he became one after he left the moon, so we'll see. So those are kind of crazy theories. Yeah, so time for whoring out. Make sure you rate the video and you subscribe and comment and let me know what you think about all that. All that stuff's good. And even if you want to favorite the video because you thought this was the best one ever, then feel free to do that as well. Yeah, sorry about it getting long, just kind of got in detail, because when I talk about the stuff, I like to read through the chapter with you and kind of go over it, and I read some quotes and stuff because it helps me to talk about it, in context with it. I know a lot of people were talking, they kind of, so you can also leave that. Would you rather me continue to do it like that and be very thorough? Because I know if you're a One Piece fan, like, you really get into it and like this kind of interesting like this. Or do you prefer more like a quick summary of the chapter and then I talk about main points? I kind of like doing it like that because it seems like more of a natural flow. Like I'm read that and then I'll tell you my thoughts on it and then I'll kind of do an overview at the end and then talk about crazy theories or whatever. Also, if there's any other crazy theories out there, then let me know about it. What was your favorite part of this chapter? I thought it was hilarious when they were pulling on Jinbei and Rayleigh when they were on the Kuja ship. And also a lot of people think that Frankie being blowed up is kind of funny and he's still alive and everything. So there's some good moments in there and a lot of information. And we'll see what happens. Are the supernovas going to be starting to get picked off and only like a few of them end up being left around? That's quite possible because it's got to show how strong the New World is. But, you know, we were also really hyped up about the Grand Line originally, and kind of Luffy and them didn't really have that much trouble until they got to Crocodile. So they might kind of sail through and get there and do okay at first, but we'll find out. Yep, so let me know about your thoughts and everything, and once again, it's going to be hard to wait for the next chapter. Oda, you are amazing when it comes to teasing us and wanting us to read more. And I've also heard rumors that next week there will be a chapter, but there's some Japanese holiday and Jump will be on break the week after, which is actually the week of my birthday, which kind of sucks. So the day that usually comes out would be my birthday, and I'm going to actually, my birthday present will be no One Piece. And I was hoping it would be a One Piece chapter, but what you going to do? I'll just have to wait and see and everything like that. Alright guys, take it easy. Have a good day. Hello everybody and welcome to One Piece chapter 595 entitled Oath or Pledge. I think I've heard both, but I think the official one that I'm using is going to be Pledge. Well, we don't have a title page this week because we have a color spread with all the Straw Hats, and Luffy has drawn tattoos on them all. And of course this whole tattoo thing may make sense with the tattoo from last chapter. It also might mean that it's not a real tattoo also, because it seems like he has some sort of marker in his hand that he used to draw the tattoos. And it's a cool looking color spread with all the Straw Hats there. And it has something in English which is strange. It's astounding how fast the time fleets, and we'll talk about that more. It starts off with Trafalgar Law, because of course we're seeing all the supernovas. And he's not gone to the New World yet. He's near Shibundi Archipelago, and he's telling his crew that it's not time yet, and that he's going to wait to see what happens. But his crew's all like, whoa, everybody, Blackbeard's already doing all this stuff, and he says, don't get rushed. One Piece isn't going anywhere. And he also says, those who want to butt heads can just butt heads and kill each other for all I care. I'm not going to join in on some stupid fight like that. And now, enough talking. Shut up and follow my orders. I'll be sure to steal the proper throne. And then his crew's like, Captain, with hearts and stuff. So, but I don't know if this is a mistranslation or something, but the proper throne, I don't understand exactly what's going on with that. Is he talking about the Pirate King, I'm guessing? I mean, I don't think he's going to be Pirate King anytime soon, but we'll see. Now we go to another supernova. This one is X-Drake, and he's on a winter island, which apparently is the favorite island of the Yonkou Kaido, and is protected by some dude. It looks like a giant, like, robot or something. I don't know if he's a robot or what. It's weird because he has, like, numbers on his shoulders, which are reminiscent of Moria. You know, and all his zombies had numbers, so maybe Kaido used, like, robot crew or something like that. But I don't know how he would do that. Who knows what, maybe he has some weird devil fruit, we don't know. Because it seems like he has, like, one arm is like a triple gun thing, and he has a sword, and yeah, he's got 18 on both shoulders. So that's kind of weird. Plus, you know, the cyborgs, they're all numbered, but they're numbered like PX0 and so forth. So, it's all speculation as to what this guy is. What do y'all think? Is he a robot? Is he a zombie somehow? Maybe, I don't know. It just seems weird, but it kind of makes sense that we already know that Moria got his ass kicked by Kaido. So could Kaido have took Moria's people and turned them into like cyborg robot things, or what? I don't know. That's some crazy speculation, but just weird. And he pretty much tells Drake that he shouldn't mess with this island because it'll piss Kaido off, and he's here to protect it. And he doesn't seem to be that big asshole. He just says, just go on, rookie. And of course, X-Drake says, in other words, if I took your head, then Kaido wouldn't stay quiet. And then X-Drake transforms into his Tyrannosaurus, and he says, that'll make things go quicker. So now we have to, Drake's just trying to get in trouble? He really wants to fight Kaido? What's his deal? Why does everybody hate Kaido? Kaido must be, of all the Yonkus we know, because we know Whitebeard wasn't that bad a guy, and we know Shanks ain't a bad guy. And we don't really know much about Big Mom or Big Mom or whatever how you want to say it. So Kaido obviously is a bad guy Yonku from what we're gathering here. And maybe Drake has some grudge against him. We know how Eddie did to Moria. So obviously someday we're going to have a Kaido arc. And I guess this is just setting that up in my opinion. Because you know how Oda is, and I've said it many a times. He'll set something in motion and then come back to it 100 chapters later. So obviously that's something to look forward to in the future. And now we get to Apu, or Scratchmen Apu. And if you've read the chapter, obviously, you've noticed that Oda has done the romanizations of all the supernovas in last chapter 2. So you get to see how their names are supposedly spelled and all that. And it's spelled Scratchmen. I thought it was Scratchman, but it's weird to be Scratchman. But then also, Oda is really not that great with English, from what I've heard, so maybe that's a typo on his fault, but it's his manga, and that's the way he wrote it, so we kind of have to go with that being canon. And they're on some island in the New World, which is Spring Island, and they're all running away from all these giant boars, and they start running, and he says, jump off the cliff and get away from them, we can't fight them. So as they're all running away from these wild boars, they run off a cliff, and yet they keep running, and so do the boars. And this is reminiscent of an old Looney Tunes cartoon or something, where they run so far and they stay up and then they fall. But it doesn't show them falling, so I don't know if they're going to fall, or is this another one of those islands of mystery in the New World? Because so far all the islands have seemed to have something going on with them, with the exception of, I guess, Kid's Island and Hawkins Island, and I guess Drake's Island didn't really have nothing except it being Kaido's favorite island. It seems like half of the supernovas are having trouble and half of them seem to be doing okay. And on that note, a lot of people are speculating, are these supernovas weak, or are they strong? What's he showcasing? Or is it just Oda showcasing that the New World can be tricky and you it's luck or something to an extent? Like Kid and Hawkins went to like a normal kind of island, but Urouge and Bayi and Scratchman Apu have gone to some weird islands. So maybe we'll find out more about these islands in the future, or maybe these are just small hints Oda gave us, and there'll be different islands the Straw Hats will visit. And now we get to catch up with another one of our favorite villains, Blackbeard. Doo-doo-doo-doo. And it's a big 2-page spread of Blackbeard and all his crew, and they all get romanizations. And I want to talk something real quick. This is different because from all the romanizations I've seen of Shiryu, his name was Shryuu, 2 U's, not 3. But in the way Oda romanizes it is Shiliew, and it would seem to be pronounced like Shilyu. So I don't know. A lot of people are having problems with that, but like I said, Oda, it's his manga. If that's how he wants to romanize it, then that's it. Every one of the other ones seem to be the same. You got Jesus Burgess, Alvaro Pizarro, Lafitte, which he only seems to have one name, Doc Q, and Vasco Shot. I think there was, maybe some people said it was Basco, but it's Vasco with a V. Von Auger, Katarina Devon, and then Marshall D. Teach, spelled T-E-A-C-H, because I think the Viz, the Viz was spelling it T-E-E-C-H, which I don't see as a big deal. Okay, that's just a little note. And San Juan Wolf seems to be spelled pretty much, doesn't have a wolf with an E. Wolf is in just a regular wolf spelling. So that's enough with that. And we're going to get to the page now. And it's Blackbeard's crew. And they're on a burning island, which seems to be fire all around and stuff. So it's kind of like the lightning island we saw with Uraj. There's one burning. And San Juan Wolf is standing in the water up to his neck. And he's saying, I can barely keep working my legs. No power will fill my body. Ow, I was bitten by a fish. And a lot of people are speculating, is San Juan Wolf like a devil fruit user, and that's why there's no power in his legs, he's in the water and all this. So that's all speculation, and who knows yet. Maybe it's a hint from Oda. You know, Oda likes to put small hints in things. I just think it's, well, hell, is he treading water, or is he standing up straight? So I've been thinking about this. San Juan Wolf is a pretty big fella, supposedly like the biggest in One Piece that we've seen, even bigger than Oars or Oars Jr., and he can stand in the water close to the island, but he's not going to be as tall as the ocean. It's not like he's been walking the whole time. I can imagine he might be swimming or something, but he could be standing here just because once you get closer to an island, the water gets deeper, less deep, because people were speculating in some of the forums about how could he fit in Impel Down if he's that tall. He should be tall as Impel Down. Well, obviously he's not that tall. You just have to take in the perspective of where he's at in the ocean, people. Duh. Alright, and Blackbeard's like, enough of the whining, and he says it's San Juan's fault that the raft has been broken, and they're making a negotiation for something. And Shirley Liu, however you want to say it, is talking about how stupid it was to try and get into the New World on that raft. And Blackbeard's like, I should have stole a marine vessel. Yeah, you probably should have. And then we get all the other ones, and Shirley is the guys, you were unprepared, every damn one of you. And Pizarro is like, let me figure this out. Come on, teach. Let me be captain instead. And a lot of people were talking about how this is like Usopp with his, I want to be captain. And I don't know if it could be like that, like a humorous thing, or if it's like he's really serious, because we know these are all dastardly guys and probably were in charge of their own crews or kingdoms or whatever. So maybe he's really serious, because it's funny, Lafitte's like, you want to die? This is the Blackbeard pirates, so maybe they really haven't meshed up too well yet. And Basco Shot, of course, wants to leave so he can get some more drink. And Katarina Devon doesn't give a shit about his ship. She just wants to get some clothes. It seems like Blackbeard just goes with the flow, and it's kind of the whole, and like Doc Q says, the fates are already decided, so he's just like, whatever. So as foreshadowed in the past chapter, it seems like Blackbeard has captured Jewelry Bonnie. Yes. And he's like, a little girl like you getting 100 million bounty, now that's really something. But this new world is a sea for chosen strong. So obviously he doesn't think she's very strong or whatever. He commends her for getting there from the South Blue and all that, but it's over for her now. She's too weak, and he doesn't want her on his crew. But it's kind of funny, which is weird outside of his normal way of doing things. But if she'll be his woman, then he'll take her with him. And of course she doesn't like this. And how does Bonnie respond to this offer? She says, "Fuck you, you bearded pig," and kicks him in the face. And a lot of people were mad about this "fuck you," and I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe it wasn't an exact translation, but I mean, it would make sense, something that she would say, because she'd probably really be pissed off, because it looked like he killed some of her crew, and there's like one guy who was still alive. Then Blackbeard talks about how women should have manners, and he already has enough uncouth members in his crew. And it turns out that apparently Blackbeard was going to trade her in for a marine ship. And I'm like, is Blackbeard stupid? Why would the Marines give him a ship for something? Obviously, he's not a Shichibukai anymore, so I don't understand. Is she that wanted for something? I mean, I don't know. Well, Von Ard goes to check on, he says, oh, the ships are coming. So Augur tells Blackbeard that Akainu is on the ship, and he's like, damn it, I didn't want this to happen yet. So he says, let's get the hell out of here. And he talks about this being a huge failure. And Akainu shows up, and he's like, where's Blackbeard? He's gone. And Akinu's standing in front of Jewelry Bonnie, and he says, "When I heard you ran away from the government, it alarmed me, but that's all over now." And from the spoiler translations, the translator that I trust said that Akinu said something about sending shivers down his spine. So that's kind of weird that Akinu would be like that. So what is Jewelry Bonnie done that makes him like that? And a lot of people have been speculating, and some of this is going to go into crazy theories later about this. But obviously, she's somewhat important to the world government. I guess they want her alive if they were willing to at least pretend to trade her for a ship to Blackbeard. But of course, they weren't that stupid, so they sent Akainu. And he doesn't even seem to be that worse for the wear, even though he kind of got his ass kicked a little bit by Whitebeard. And I was hoping he'd have some sort of problems from it, but he could just be kind of faking it out. Who knows? So what's, if you got an idea, what do you think Bonnie's done? What do you think makes her so important that Akinu didn't just kill her? He seems to be kind of calm here even. And she screams, "I will never forgive you people!" She's pissed. And we already know, previously she was really upset about the Whitebeard thing. There's been a lot of crazy speculation on that and what's going on with that and other theories. And I'm going to throw that out in the crazy theories section. But she is pissed and she's not going to forgive him. So is she done for now? What's going to happen with her? I don't see Oda giving up on her because he's gave like little hints and backstories and stuff. So there's definitely going to be some more from her, even if she is captured by the world government now. Now we get some more interesting things because we go to Marijoa and we get very good or bad news, ever how you look at it. So Doflamingo is talking to somebody at the world government, and he's talking about what happened with Moria. And I'm going to kind of read this. "Disappeared? Yeah, to be honest, this isn't a figure of speech. It was a real-life disappearance right on the spot. Foo foo foo. What surprised that? The Kagi Kagi no Mi had such an ability. This is no laughing matter." I think that's a bad translation right here because it just doesn't make sense. What surprised that? I'm thinking it's more like, I was surprised that the Shadow or whatever it's called fruit had such an ability. But then a lot of people were thinking that it might not have been that, but Absalom might have showed up because we already know he's the invisible man and he can envelop people in invisibility. So he could have rescued Moria, okay? So Moria isn't technically dead, but Doflamingo says it's fine. He was pretty much dead anyway, and he said something funny like, "Well, as long as he doesn't come back as a zombie or anything, and that would suit him all right." But the dude from the world government's pretty pissed, and Doflamingo's like, "You better not get too cocky here. Since when did you become my boss? No matter how much power you may hold within the government, I'm a pirate, so it doesn't mean shit to me. Once dealings with you become boring, I can quit the Shishibukai anytime I want. You better not forget that." So even though Doflamingo seems to kind of be like a puppet of the world government somewhat, he still isn't that much. He tells them, he's like, "I don't care who you are, I'm still a pirate, and if it doesn't benefit me, I'm gone." So obviously he still isn't afraid, so even though he kind of like takes some orders and does things for him, he only kind of does it for his own benefit, I see. He seems to be like a smarter way of doing it without having to always fight against them, but he isn't afraid to fight against them if he has to. And we'll talk about what people think about this guy in the crazy theories or reasonably crazy theories section later. Okie doke. Now we get on to the Straw Hats. And we go back to the Torino Kingdom in South Blue, and apparently Chopper has returned, and it's a funny little scene because he comes back with a mask on and he's pretending to be, "I'm Chopper Mask," and then all the residents are like, "No, we know it's you," and he's like, "Quit trying to fool us," and they're like, "Well, we should just be nice." He's trying to save his feelings, and he gets pissed. He's like, "I don't need all this kindness," and he takes off the mask, and then he tells them, "The truth is something suddenly came up. Please let me stay here a little longer." And they're like, "No problem. You can stay as long as you like." And it turns out that Chopper noticed that there were some weird plants there that he wants to study because of their medicinal value. And he also wants to build his strength and stamina. And it turns out that the natives of this island really aren't that stupid. They have like a library with research and stuff on the plants. It's just they couldn't get up there because the birds wouldn't let them. And Chopper realizes that, yeah, it makes sense because he thought they were kind of like primitive, but all the weapons they were using were like technologically advanced. And then there's another funny scene. As he's in the library, he says this, They look stupid at first, but the natives here actually live in a country with a high level of culture. There's so much I can learn here. And the native dude's like, Chopper, I think you might have meant to be talking in your head right now, but you actually spoke out loud, and the first half sounded really rude, so that's kind of funny. Then we get a little mini flashback of Chopper when he was getting like shot at and stuff, being called a monster, and Dr. Hillaruk and the pirates and stuff, and then Luffy trying to eat him, and then Luffy saying, let's go, and tell him to join his crew, and all that. And then he says this, Luffy brought me into the sea, and while I was desperately trying to follow him, what was he trying to do? So, Chopper's trying to get some plants and stuff, and Chopper's flashing back to them running away from Kuma. And he's like, he don't want that to happen again, and Chopper's monologuing, it must have been even harder for Luffy, because you made me your crew member. I'm fine no matter what other people say to me, so if I can be of help to you, then I wouldn't mind turning into a real monster. Da-da-dum. And this is kind of like when Luffy was talking about being weak. It's kind of Chopper screaming, Luffy, I promise I'm going to get strong. So a lot of people are thinking, this got to do with Chopper maybe developing the monster point, as some people call it, or berserk mode. And maybe being able to control it somewhat. And I could definitely see that happening, because that does seem to be his next like physical power up. But with all this medicine stuff, is he going to come up with a new Rumble Ball? What do y'all think? He's definitely going to grow stronger as a doctor and as a fighter, hopefully, in this training thing that's going on. And I'll talk about that towards the end of the video, my theories and whatnot, so what's going to happen. But let's continue on. Now we go to Kambaka Kingdom, and Sanji's there. And he seems to be okay now that he's read the message. I was like, what's the message? Sanji's like, I will not tell you. You don't believe I'm in his crew, and only someone in the crew would know. Blah, blah, blah. Sanji's eating, and he's like, this food's very good. I can feel something strange about it as well. And Iva tells him about it, and it's the attack cuisine. He has tons of chefs on the island. And then you get this whole thing about milk and stuff, and I don't get that, but whatever. And it talks about this food makes you stronger if you eat it every day. And Sanji's intrigued about it. And Sanji said, I never thought of that before. I can support their bodybuilding simply through everyday meals. And then he says, but then what if they all got bodies even more sexy than Nami-san or Robin-chan? And his nose is bleeding, and I was like, I don't know what to do with you. And it's a funny little scene, because Sanji's just like, oh, I make them beautiful with food. And then Sanji goes into flame on mode, Super Sanji Saiyan. And he's like, I want the secrets of the attack cuisine. And then Iva's like, no, and kicks him in the head. He says the 99 recipes are passed down through Kambaka Kingdom and are part of the secret bride training of New Kama Kempo. They would never be taught to some random stranger like you. If you want to know them, then transform your heart into that of a young maiden's and learn New Kama Kempo. And of course, Sanji's like, no, I'm a man. I'm not made to... he says, I wasn't born to make friends with ladies. I was born to love them. I was born a man. And then I was like, oh, I'm impressed. So she offers him a deal. If he can defeat all the masters of the New Kama Kempo, then they'll get the recipe, and she'll give him a ship, and he can do whatever he wants after that. So he says, looks like I'll be exceptionally stronger once I'm victorious against all this. And then we get his little flashback when Luffy's recruiting him, and Zeph telling him about how Luffy's strength is not in weapons, but in like his gut. And then you get his little monologue. If I'm able to meet you again, I'll give you the world's best support as a cook so that you'll be able to become Pirate King. And he screams at the end, I will survive this hell. I accept your challenge. A man among men. So, that chapter was very informative because we got to learn kind of what's going on with the supernovas and stuff. Okay, now let's talk about things that occurred in this chapter. Ooh, a lot of things happened. Okay, we get to see what the supernovas are doing. We didn't get to see last chapter. Drake's trying to pick a fight with Kaido. Do y'all think that's a good idea or a bad idea? I don't really know. I don't think it's a smart idea to be the first thing you do when you go to the New World. Law's going to wait and see what happens, which makes sense, and I think it's a smart idea. Apu's gone to some weird island, and Bonnie's been captured by Akainu. Is Bonnie done for? I don't think so. We'll find out, I'm sure, when Oda wants to tell us. Learning about what Chopper plans on doing and how Sanji's going to get stronger, both of these things make me believe, even though I really wasn't a big fan of the idea, is that there will be a time skip. A lot of people are saying it's going to be 2 years. I don't know how long it's going to be. Maybe it'll be 16 years for the 16 Bells. No, I don't see that happening. But there's definitely going to be some sort of skip, because I don't see Oda spending like 100 chapters with everybody's training. He'll probably have like a flashback or flashbacks as they go along. Like they'll all meet up eventually, and then they'll have a fight or something probably, and then they'll all notice everybody got stronger, and Oda will probably inform us a little bit on the flashbacks. That's probably why he kind of set it up, so we already know, like, Sanji's going to fight the 99 cooks or whatever they are, and Chopper's studying the plants and wants to get stronger and everything like that. So once we see that, we kind of already know he set it up already. Do you think there's still going to be a time skip, or what do you think? And do you think, how long a time skip do you think it's going to be, if you think it's going to be one? I don't think it's going to be 2 years, but that's just me. A lot of people are really into this 2-year thing, but I don't know. It's definitely a possibility, but I don't know right now, so I don't want to be one way or the other. But definitely, I do feel a time skip coming on. And how is Brook going to train? What's he going to pick up on? A lot of people are thinking it'd be music or something like that. I think it's pretty much established that Nami's going to pick up a lot of weather skills from where she's been, and that Frankie is going to, use some of Vegapunk's designs and maybe materials to make himself a stronger cyborg, so he's on the level with a pacifista. Probably not at pacifista level, but a little bit stronger overall. Maybe he can even have help from people, and his back won't be a vulnerable spot anymore. We'll see. As long as his character doesn't change too much, we'll be okay. Let's see, who else? Robin, what's she going to do? A lot of people are thinking that she might go be with the revolutionaries for a while and earn some stuff there, which makes sense. And a lot of people are thinking she's going to be on the bridge and learning the archaeology and the history there. So I don't know. Eventually she'll have to head back to the Grand Line, because they're all going to meet up at some point. My biggest thing is, what we don't know now, and we might find out next chapter, because I think Oda's going to kind of do a little bit about each Straw Hat plus a little of the other side people, is that we'll probably find out what happened with the Kuma and the Sunny thing. At least I hope so, because that's the biggest question, besides what the message really meant and how long the time skip probably going to be, because they kind of left us hanging. Is he going to destroy Shaggy and all them and the ship, or what's he going to do? Is he going to help them? What's going on with that? So that's what I'm really anxious to see about. And to inform everyone so that everybody knows, there will not be a chapter next week, because Jump, not One Piece, but Jump, the Shonen Jump, the magazine that it's in, is on a break because it's a holiday in Japan. So there won't be one next week, so we have to wait a couple of weeks for the next chapter, which is good and bad, because of course we all want a chapter every week, but it just can't be happening like that. Oda has to take breaks, Jump has to take breaks, stuff like that. So hopefully it'll return that next week after that, and we'll find out some more information. A lot of people are speculating that chapter 600 will be the reunion. I guess it makes sense, a big number chapter, so I don't know. I don't know if Oda celebrates like that always or not. I can't remember exactly when super big stuff happened, if it happened at like 500 and 400 and so on and so forth. Yeah, so that's basically that stuff. And now I'm going to talk about some stuff, and it's called Crazy Theories of the Week. And let's see, most of the theories are about the guy Doflamingo was talking to, and about Bonnie and why she's important to the world government. First of all, I'm going to give you two people who they think the mystery guy that Doflamingo was talking to was. One of them is Vegapunk, and some people think it's Vegapunk because he was trying to get Moria killed so he could turn him into a new pacifista. Or that it's Vegapunk because he's important to the world government, but he doesn't really directly oversee the Shishibukai. And then another one is, some people are speculating that it's Sabo. Now, it being Sabo doesn't make that much sense to me, Because if Sebo had that much control over Doflamingo, I would think he would have tried to get Doflamingo to help Ace or something at least, you know? I just think that guy's like a middleman for even somebody higher up, like the Girasai or somebody else. I don't think he's all that powerful either, because I think he is intimidated by Doflamingo. I don't think he would be a fighter, but it could be Vegapunk in that he could have some pull in the government and not be a big fighter. And why would he want to kill Moria? I don't understand. So that's two of the crazy theories that I've seen this week, and I don't think either of them pan out. I think it'll either be somebody else completely that we don't know about, or that it'll be somebody else. But I don't see it being Vegapunk or Sabo. If you have any idea that you think it could be, let me know. I'm curious. Another one, well, you know, every time somebody shows up, it's Sabo. So anytime we find a new character, it's going to be Sabo. And next is these theories about Bonnie. And there's got to be some merit to some of this, is like the importance of her to the world government. It didn't seem like Aquino was just going to kill her right away, but he did seem worried about something. So a lot of people were speculating that she's related to Aquino, and some people even go so far as to say that she is his daughter. I don't know about that. I don't think that's going to make any sense. I don't think that he would let her get away or be able to do that. I'm sure he'd kill his own daughter from what we've seen from him if he had to. Another thing is some people think she's related to Hina because she has pink hair and Hina has pink hair. I don't know, possibly, but I doubt that very much. Another crazy theory, which actually is kind of cool, is the concept that, you know, her fruit power can age and de-age people, is that either she or just the person who has that power has been held captive by the world government for as long as they can find them, and always like de-ages the Girasai so that they don't ever die, and they've been around for X amount of years and stuff, and that's how they stay in power. Which is kind of an interesting theory, but I don't know what will happen. It pretty much setting them up as being like immortal and long-lived and stuff like that, so I can see her leaving being a problem. So that's that. Also, another theory which was kind of interesting but still crazy is that Jewelry Bonnie really is like a little girl, like a little kid, like really young, and she just aged herself up to the age that she's at. And maybe the world government did something horrible to her island. Some people were saying kind of like O'Hara, and she was the only one to escape, and so that's why they're trying to find her. Which would be interesting to think, because they said a lot of people were referring to her as a little girl. I don't think it was like that, though. I think she's probably her real age. And so, yeah. But then another one is also that she's been around since the Void Century, and she's had that power, and she's kept de-aging herself and stuff so she can live forever. And that's why the world government wants her, because she knows the secret, because she actually lived through it. But I don't see that happening either. Because why would she be a rookie now, unless she was just been held by captive for 800 years, and then what was able to let her set herself free? Plus it says she's from South Blue, so that doesn't make any sense either. So obviously she's got some connection to somebody or something. Whitebeard, Ace even. This is going to be a crazy theory of my own that I haven't really seen anybody else post, so I'm going to say it's my theory, is that in a video I made back when they had the flashback of Portgas de Rouge talking about Ace being born, and if it's a boy I want it to be named Ace, and if it's a girl I want it to be named Anne. And so I think that it could be Ace's sister, and that there were two. I know it's kind of Star Wars-esque, but that it could have been two were born somehow, and maybe even Roger told somebody else, or they didn't know, and Garp set it up and separated them somehow. And because she was a girl, he didn't decide to make her join the Marines or something and put her somewhere else. And that's why she was so upset, is when Ace was killed, because she found out and she knew. And there is a woman named Anne Bonny who was like a famous, I think she was in the Wild West shooting people. So that could come back on that too, and that might be why her name has changed. But I don't know, that's kind of a crazy theory. But I'm also, even if it's not her, I really look that there is a sister to Ace out there somewhere. But that's just my theory. I remember I was going to talk about what I said earlier in the video about the thing on the color page. It seems like that's also another hint of Oda, time is fleeting, stuff like that. So there probably is going to be a time skip. I don't know how long, and we will find out eventually, I hope. One I think is kind of crazy is that Mihawk would actually help Zoro, like training him or something. I don't see that happening. I don't see Zoro taking his help, and I think that's why Oda set that up a few chapters ago, so it wouldn't even be a problem. I think maybe Zoro will fight those human drillas, or whatever how you say their names, and stuff like that, and get stronger like that, and heal up, because he needs to heal up, because he's been fucked up for quite a while. This video is going to be done a little early, so maybe there'll be more crazy theories that I haven't been able to incorporate, and if you've seen any, feel free to post them. I like them and get a kick out of them, or if you have your own crazy theory, let me know. Some of those crazy theories, some people say, yeah, it's a crazy theory, but then some of them actually probably take it seriously. The thing about Blackbeard and Bonnie, it's funny because a lot of people have been saying there's going to be some sexual fan art probably made from that soon. So look forward to that if you're into that sort of thing. Another one is that there's been some talk about Bonnie for next Nakama now. So, yeah, I don't see that happening either. First of all, where's she going to be? What's going to happen with her? I mean, who knows? After this time skip, maybe we'll find some more stuff out. We will get to Fishman Island sometime. Although it would be horrible if Oda just skipped over Fishman Island and after the time skip he ends up being in, they all end up being in the New World without seeing it. But I think the reason that we saw all the supernovas just go to the New World is he didn't want to show them in Fishman Island, because obviously they all had to go through there, but maybe it wasn't in as much chaos then. I could see it being in more chaos in a couple of years or something like that. So we'll find out about that then. Look forward to seeing how everything works out. Let me know what you think. Do you got any good theories? Do you really hate the idea of a time skip? My thing is, I don't necessarily like time skip idea, but I trust Oda, and I think if anybody can do a good job with it, it would be him, especially since these last few chapters and back hundreds have just been so awesome since the war and Impel Down and all that. I've been really into it more than ever. So it's definitely becoming better. So he's getting better, so even if he does a time skip, it's just going to be awesome. And we've got little hints of the New World and things, so it's going to be awesome. So yeah, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't, if you like One Piece reviews and One Piece in general, and I do talk about other mangas and other stuff sometimes, subscribe for all that crap. Rating the video if you like it or you don't like it, and if you thought this was so cool, you can always favorite it, because those are things that help me get more viewership. And then when I can do that, and I have more time to do this, then I'll be good for me, and there'll be more videos and better quality. Maybe you just saw that thunder. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Inaru's coming for me. But yeah, so do all that stuff, and check out all my links down here, my blogs and stuff. I'm going to keep that up. I posted an update today on my blog about One Piece and my future plans for reviews of a movie that came out recently about One Piece. And yeah. So guys, thanks for watching. Appreciate all your ratings and all that good stuff, and whoring myself out like usual. Okay, see you next week with a different video, but probably still about One Piece. It's not a chapter review because there won't be a chapter. Remember that. No chapter next week, guys. Sorry. Not my fault. So Von Augur tells them that Akainu is on the ship, and Blackbeard decides to say this. Time to skedaddle, you bastards. This was a huge failure. That's terrible. I'm not going to try to do a Blackbeard voice.
I can't believe this. He's doing a flashback review. It's Chapter 0 came out almost a year ago, and he's reviewing it, and it's an entire flashback chapter. Why are you doing this? I can't take it anymore. It's so much. I hate flashbacks. Get on with the story. Why can't you review the new chapter? It's not coming out this week. You're pissing me off. Why are you reviewing chapter from an old chapter, Chapter 0? We're at almost Chapter 600. This is pathetic. I don't care about the anime either. Animated movie. That's ridiculous. Can't believe he would do this. I'm done. I'm unsubscribing from this guy. He's terrible. And his review sucked, and it was terrible. I can't believe it. Why do we always have to have flashbacks? This punk. I'm just gonna lay here. I'm just gonna sit here in the corner and wait for a new chapter to come out and why? Give me a new chapter, no flashback. I hate story development. I just want to see some fights. I want to see the new world, and I want to see Fishman Island. Oda, why are you doing this? And you reviewer guy, why? Review a new one.
Hello, all you One Piece fanatics. Today I'm going to do something a little different in that I'm going to review an older chapter, but it has a tie-in with the Strong World movie, which I'm reviewing also, that will be included in the link below, so check that out once you do this. The reason I decided to do this was because it ties in with the movie completely, and this is how Oda set it up, so it only makes sense for me to review the One Piece Chapter 0 manga, and then check out the Strong World Movie 10 review after this. And for all you flashback haters, you might not like this chapter because the entire thing is in flashback. I know, how terrible of Oda to give us a backstory of the One Piece universe when Roger was around. So let's get started. It starts out 3 years before the dawn of the Great Pirate Age, and an age before Luffy was even born. And it starts out at Marineford, and we get the first inkling of an admiral, of a fleet admiral besides Sengoku, Admiral Kong, who we finally meet in a recent chapter of One Piece. And a lot of people were like, who's this guy? If you didn't read Chapter 0, that's why you didn't know who he was, because this is when he was introduced. And he's telling Garp about Roger and the Gold Lion Shiki are having a battle in the New World on near an island called Edwar. And Garp is like, I'm going to go, even though Kong tells him not to. And we get our first backstory people. Garp's running around, and this is Aokiji is there, and he's like, Garp-san, did you refuse another promotion? You're so cool. So we kind of see how close Aokiji and Garp were. If you remember when Aokiji spared Luffy's life that time because he owed a debt to Garp, you can kind of see that. They seemed to all be kind of cool back then, and they all looked up to Garp. And this is when they're real young. You also see Jaguar de Sol, and you also see Aki Inu there as well, and Tsura. And Garp's going to go out and because he wants to catch Roger at all costs, but Tsura won't let him on her ship. And then you find out about Sengoku is supposed to take care of Shiki. So I'm looking at it like Sengoku was kind of after Shiki and Garp was after Roger back in the day. But I'm sure both of them dealt with them in their own rights. And so Garp's going to go out and he tells Sengoku, don't worry, I'll give you all the credit. And we cut to the fight between Roger and the Gold Lion. And we get to see the crew of Roger. And Buggy's there and he's freaking out, we will fight. And he's crying like he always does. And Shanks is there, real young. This is before he even had the scar on his face. And he tells Buggy, don't worry, they can cut you up all you want. You won't die. And of course Buggy's like, I still got a lot of weak points. And we get to see Crocus, who we already know, which would have been kind of cooler if we'd have seen this before we knew. But this came after we already knew he was part of Roger's crew. And Buggy's like, Roger's sick, we can't fight, right? Tell him. And then we get to see two new people in Roger's crew that are kind of main front characters, it seems. One of them says something, and the other one's like some big, burly-looking guy who might be a fisherman, but I'm not 100% sure. And so maybe one day we'll run into them in the story of Luffy's time, or we'll learn more about them down the road. Because we do have a lot of interaction with the Roger's crew that's still around. Buggy, Shanks, Rayleigh, Crocus, even. We've met all these people, so maybe we'll meet some more in the future, and Oda's given us a little small taste of that. And they're all like, we can never stop Roger if he wants to fight, pretty much. And then we get to see Rayleigh when he was young, and he already had his scar on his eye. And then we get to see Shiki, and what Shiki wants with Roger is, he knows Roger knows about the ancient weapons, And he wants the ancient weapons so he can rule over the world. Him and Roger can rule, and he'll make Roger his right hand, although they've had their differences. But, of course, Roger says, I'm not interested in controlling anything, Shiki. What's the point in being a pirate if you can't do things your own way? It doesn't matter how much pressure you put on. Your proposal is rejected, Gold Lion. So this kind of hints at, you know, when they all say Luffy said things exactly like Roger did. And also when Luffy says he doesn't want to conquer anything, and Rayleigh kind of reminds him of Roger a bit, you're seeing how their personalities were the same. And if you remember with Whitebeard and Ace flashback, that Whitebeard says Ace and Roger didn't really have the same personality. They kind of have the same strengths and stuff like that, but not the same personality overall. It seems like Luffy has a personality very much like Roger's. And this is kind of showing that, because throughout this we've kind of got minor and a little bit of showing Roger, yeah, except for, you know, the opening of the anime and the opening of the entire story where he's like, One Piece, you know, go get it. Okay, so they start the battle, and we get to see a few of the little crew members of Shiki. And there's one woman that I know shows up, and I think there might be, all of these might show up in Strong World too. And so Shiki says, you wish to be slaughtered right here and now? And then Roger says, I mean, I'm going to crush the lot of you, which is also sounds similar to something Luffy says, and kind of similar to what Luffy says in the movie. So you'll have to check that out in my other review. So they fight, and it's a big battle. Roger goes in, but there's a freak storm that happens, and it pretty much sinks half of Shiki's fleet, so the battle's kind of called off at that point. And this is something that apparently is a Shiki weakness, is the weather, and you'll see in the One Piece movie review that it makes sense. So Oda did tie this in well. I mean, this is what this whole thing is. It's a tie-in. We get a little bit of backstory about things, but it's mainly about Shiki and setting up movie 10. And during the battle, Shiki had the steering wheel from his ship got lodged in his head, and it's like the rooster crown or something. And you'll notice in the movie that he has that, but he didn't always have that. And they can't take it out without killing him. And we get to see how goofy Shiki can be as well, because all these serious, evil, mean pirates, they always have like a goofy side. One of the few ones is like Whitebeard. I don't really see him have that much of a goofy side, to tell you the truth. But we're all sure Roger does, and Luffy, of course, and some of the other pirates we've seen, but Shiki's like that. So he looks in the mirror and he thinks he's a chicken, and then they always got this weird, like, and we pretty much see that, and that Shiki is okay and just goes with the punches. He's like, oh, this happened, this is commonplace, and the doctor is trying to remove it. He's like, no, that usually doesn't happen when steering wheels get stuck in your head. Well, then we cut to Roger becoming Pirate King, and then a year later, after Roger conquered the Grand Line and became a Pirate King, he was captured. Although we know he wasn't captured now, we know he gave himself up because he was dying. And the whole world was shocked, and when Shiki learns of it, he doesn't. And we also see how bad a guy Shiki can be, because he shoots one of his crew members for just telling him Roger was captured, because he doesn't believe it, which actually makes sense now, because we know that he turned himself in, so Shiki was actually kind of right, but you know the Marines put it forward as, oh, we captured Roger to look cooler. So Shiki's so pissed off about this, he goes to Marineford, and he's like standing on a mountain of Marine bodies with his swords, and he talks about, I acknowledge the man's strength myself. He doesn't believe the Marines could capture Roger. And he wants to kill him himself. He doesn't want the Marines to do it because it's a disgrace to Roger. He should die by his hands. And at this point, Sengoku and Garp both show up. And they tell him that it's going to take place in Loge Town. And Shiki is even more pissed off because he's like, East Blue, that's the weakest sea. And Garp is pissed about that because, you know, that's where he's from. He's like, no, it's just a peaceful area. And Shiki feels it would be an insult to Roger to have him executed in the weakest sea of the One Piece universe. So apparently Shiki, Garp, and Sengoku have a all-out crazy battle and destroy half of Marineford. But in the end, Sengoku and Garp together were enough to take down Shiki. And then it cuts to 1 week later, Gold D. Roger was executed. The curtain opened on the Great Age of Pirates. And then we get this little scene of seeing some of the pirates who were there at this time.
And as Rayleigh said when him and Luffy were talking about the backstory of Roger being executed, a lot of great pirates were there that day, and a lot of the Shichibukai were there. Doflamingo was there, Mihawk was there, Crocodile was there, Moria was there, as well as Buggy, who's crying his eyes out, and Shanks is crying as well. Although Shanks' face is hidden, these are things we're thinking about. Shanks' face is hidden. Is that because Oda wants to tell us the backstory of the scar with Blackbeard at some other point? Or what? Plus, you only see like the back of Crocodile's head, and this has left many theories as to why Oda did it like that. Because maybe this is before Crocodile had his scar, and he wants to show that at some point. And then there's also the crazy theories that this is when Crocodile was a woman, before he was changed by Ivankov. And also another one who is there is Dragon, and he doesn't have the tattoo on his face at this point. So he obviously gets that at some other point down the road. But Oda shows us this for some reason, while he doesn't show us the faces of a couple other ones. And then you also get a cut to Portgas de Rouge kind of looking out on the world. And it says, the news spread through the world like wildfire within that same day, and all could feel the beginnings of the wild age to come. So now we kind of get a little Oda-esque fan service with seeing a lot of the people that we've met throughout the story who existed during that time. And we get to see Nefertari Cobra and his wife, and he's talking about a fearsome age coming. And we get to see the two giants who were at Enies Lobby, Oimo and Kashi. And they're talking about, oh, there's going to be more pirates. And then you see the two giants fighting. And you get to see Tonjit, who is the man with the stilts, saying, I'm going to be stilt champion. And we get to see Cricket, and they're finding out about it. And he says, oh, that's romance. And we also get to see Rob Lucci and a couple of the other CP9 members. And they're training to become great warriors for justice, must grow stronger. And it's funny because Hattori the pigeon is there, or at least I'm only assuming that it's him. So how long do pigeons live? Because this is like 17 years before. And of course we get to see handsome Duval being born at this point. So he was apparently born like right around the time of the execution of Roger. So that's kind of strange. And this is funny. It says, what's this? A cursed child has been born. This must be the curse of the pirate age. And we get to see Boa Hancock and her sisters. And they're talking about they want to be pirates, but they have to be stronger so they can be pirates for the Kuja, which is interesting to see. So we're kind of getting all these little bit of stuff. Just kind of interesting to see these people back in the day. Then we cut to Impel Down, and we find out that Shiki has learned that Roger is dead, and he's kind of depressed about all this. And Shiki's kind of got a different idea of what pirates are. And it seems like all pirates are a little bit different. He thinks pirates are the rulers of the sea and stuff like that, where Roger just wanted to be free, and he thought being a pirate could make him free. And he's kind of still pissed off. It's ridiculous what happened to Roger. He wants to get out of there. So he does. And we get to see that he cut off his fucking legs to escape. Yeah, that's pretty badass. Sorry. No matter how goofy he acts, he's still pretty badass. If you cut your own legs off to escape prison, that's pretty badass. And we get to find out Magellan's there, but at this point he's not the warden. He's like vice warden at this point, but we don't really see who the warden is. I guess because probably we're never going to go back to Impel Down. At least I hope not, but we might. And then we get to see Hannibal, and he runs into Shiki, and of course he uses his whole thing. He's like, oh, my promotion. He's like, oh no, I'm in Shiki. And so Shiki escapes, and we get a big thing about the first ever escape from Impel Down, Pirate Fleet Commander Gold Lion Shiki. And what he does, he takes his two swords and puts them where his legs were and ties them up. Not the brightest idea, mind you, but effective, and it also makes sense when you see him show up in the movie. Then we get cut to Garp finding out about Shiki escaping, but he realizes that Shiki isn't going to be the type to do anything early. He likes to plan things out, but he will be back. And we get a cut to Windmill Village, and you get to see Makino. We're really young, and you get to see baby Ace running away from Dadan. And Garp's there, and you know, this is a little more fan service backstory, seeing Ace as a baby. And then you get to see Kuina as a baby, and the dojo master's like,
I wanted this child to be my successor at the master of the dojo, but a girl, you know. And then we get to see Yasop meeting Shanks for the first time. Shanks apparently just goes to his island and says he's heard of him, and he wants him to join his crew. And there we get a little flashback with Mary designing the Going Merry, and it's kind of cool just to see that. He says, I want to make this one day. And we get to see Bellamere, and she's like, I'll kick Shiggy's ass if he shows up here. And we get to see Zeph, and he's like, oh, the Gold Lion escaped. And then we get this hint about he's the pirate who can fly. It could explain how he escaped Impel Down if he could fly. And we get Dr. Correa and Harold Rook, and he's still fucking shit up. And she's like, oh, that quack. And we get to see Dalton talking to the original king about how he's spoiling Wapple. So even Dalton back then realized, but nobody listened to Dalton. So yeah, it's just more a little bit of fan service in this chapter. This isn't as that interesting information. We can see Nico Robin hiding and people looking for her because she's got a $79 million bounty. Because some of the Straw Hat crew was around back then. You know, like a lot of them were little kids, but some were old. We get to see the one who fell in the crate. I can't think his name when he falls in the crate. We get to see Tom and Frankie and Iceberg back in the day. We get to see Laboon wailing at the wall, and Crocus saying, although I searched with Roger's crew, we couldn't find the Rumbar pirates. They must be dead. And you get to Brook, just kind of how we've seen him in his flashback, you know, on his ship doing the 42 degrees. And we get to see little Hachan, and he's showing up at Sabundi looking for Rayleigh. And we get to see Shecky. But just a small little, we didn't really get to see her. So we don't know if she looked the same back then or what, so. And Rayleigh has read about Shiki. And then we get to Shiki meeting up with Whitebeard and him saying it's Whitebeard's age now. And Whitebeard's like, I'll throw you in the ocean, because we already know Whitebeard doesn't care about conquering either. He wants to have a family. And he's thinking about hiding away for a while. And Whitebeard's like, planning something again, are you? Doo-doo-dum. Shiki wants to terrorize. This seems to be his thing, and rule, which you'll find out more about in the movie review if you watch it. Hope you do. Please watch my movie review. Then we get to the main setup for the movie, which is the last page. We go to the Grand Line, Hidden Land in the Clouds, Maryville. And we find out that there's this island with all these weird animals, and that they found something out, but it's going to take them 20 years to make their plan come to fruition. And so there's the setup, and then we'll be introduced in the movie. Now, a lot of the stuff in this chapter was just kind of fan service stuff, seeing people when they were younger and things like that. And some of them look a lot different, like Doflamingo and Moria. They look completely different. And Mihawk, he doesn't have his goatee and stuff on yet, so that's kind of cool to see them. But we don't really see them in action when they're younger, which would have been better. But Oda had to kind of cram in a lot of stuff, because this was mainly just to set up Shiki, because he wanted him to be a canon character in One Piece. So when he put him in here, he became canon. So a lot of people argue about that, between that, and Oda had a lot to do with movie 10. He pretty much wrote the whole thing and had a lot to do with it this time. So we did get a little bit of backstory, and we've seen a little bit of cool stuff and everything. A lot of it was fan service and everything. And when I first read it the first time, it was so cool to see all this stuff back in the day, because we hadn't really seen that much of it. And the only things that are kind of cool that I look forward to maybe him incorporating in the future is kind of those two crew members from Roger's crew who kind of stood out, to see them maybe nowadays somehow and see what they're doing. But we might not ever see him again, so who knows. But we did see Kong again, and he was brought up for the first time in Chapter 0. So the people who are established in Chapter 0 can show up at some point. So if you haven't read Chapter 0, you should go check it out somewhere. And yeah, let me know what you thought. You got any ideas? You think it was cool when it came out? Make sure you're rating and subscribing and all that junk. And check out the One Piece Strong World movie review, which I will be doing, and it will be linked in the bottom. But it has to be it's going to be on a different. It's going to be on a different site, because I want to use movie clips and I can't use them on YouTube without getting killed. Whatever. Thanks again, and have a great day. Although sad this week, no One Piece chapter, but look forward to it. being back whenever chapters come out, I will review them.
Oh no, man. Hey, I've been living in this box for a whole week now because I've been waiting for a new One Piece chapter to come out, and it's finally out. It's been 1 week. I can't wait. I can't wait to read it. It's going to be so awesome. After I seen that stupid guy reviewing back flashback stories, I passed out for a whole week and set my alarm. And now it's time to read the next chapter. I can't wait. I'm going to get up now and do that.
Guys, I just read the chapter, and it's terrible. It's the worst One Piece chapter I've ever read. It's got no action, and it's just the Straw Hats again. They're doing the same stuff. Oda, what's wrong with you? I give up on One Piece to keep this up. I can't understand why anyone would like it. I don't know. I'm just gonna go back and live in my box again for another week. Hopefully next week will be better.
Hey everybody, welcome to One Piece Reviews, Chapter 596, entitled Spectrum. Da-da-dum. And yes, it's been 2 weeks since we got a One Piece chapter, and yes, we've all been sad about it, and yes, a lot of us have been disappointed about the return, but please, learn, because it's not Oda who took a break, so you can't expect him to come back with some epic break chapter that's going to be explosive. It was a shonen break, and Oda probably already had this done, and whenever he decides to take a real break and leave us in like a cliffhanger thing, maybe he'll come back on an explosive chapter. But still, if you're a true One Piece fan, how can you not love this chapter? Yes, is it rehashing some stuff we probably already know and speculated? Yes. Is it the most exciting things happening? No. But is it still good storytelling? Yes. Is it still funny? Yes. Is it still emotional? Yes. Those are the things that separate One Piece from other manga. And if you can't accept that, then I don't know why the fuck you're reading it. Okay, now on to the chapter after my little bitch fest. Well, the main, most badass thing, realistically, about the chapter is the cover page. And it's a what-if scenario. At least that's how I see it, and a lot of other people see it. If you read Marvel Comics or anything, they had a whole series where they do what-if comics. Like, if the story that they wrote originally was changed just a little differently, how would that play out? And I think this might be what Oda's going for here. What if Sabo and Ace and Luffy were all alive and all grew up together? Maybe even are on the same crew or just hanging out or something. Because you get Ace and you get Luffy and Sabo, and you don't get to see Sabo's face fully, and a lot of people are intrigued by this because Oda does this from time to time. So does this have some sort of meaning? Like, is Oda waiting to release Sabo's face because we're going to see him in the future because he's probably not really dead? That's a possibility. Is it because we've already seen him somehow and he just doesn't want to reveal it? I guess that's possible also. But it's cool. They're running away from like a dinner bill like they did when they were kids, and you know, it's nostalgic. And one thing I want to talk about, what people thought about in the forums real quick. A lot of people were thinking maybe this is a trend that Odom may do. Like he could have what-if scenarios for all the Straw Hats. And if you have an idea for a what-if cover with any of the members of the Straw Hats, I'd love to hear about it because I read some of them on the forums and a lot of them were kind of cool ideas. So if you have any, let me know because I'd like to hear them. I have a few myself. And hell, even if you're, maybe you are an artist or something and you want to draw a what-if cover, that'd be cool. So you could always send me a link or something. I'd definitely post it on my blog or something like that if that's something you're interested in. But I think that'd be kind of cool to see that, but who knows, this might be a one-shot deal. Alright now, sorry about all that. Okay, let's get into the chapter now. It pretty much starts off in Wetheria with Nami, and she's kind of apologizing to all the weather wizards, and she's, I'm sorry, I tried to sue yourself and run away, and she's crying, and then they're all like, oh man, we're too harsh, because she like threatens to jump off into the ocean and kill herself, and then they're all like, no, don't do that, and then she's like, okay, I accept your apology, and they're all like, why are we apologizing? She's like, you can call me Nami-san. I need a house to live in. I'm going to study the weather here. And, I mean, this is stuff we already knew that was going to happen, but we get a little more information about it. So there is information in this chapter that is beneficial to know about. And the people crying about, it's the same thing that happened before. It's not really. So Nami is studying with Haradas in his library, I guess, and she's reading books. And she's talking about how the Grand Line, he's talking about how the Grand Line has all these unknown weather phenomenons, and they've been studying them. And she says, lightning rain, there really is something like that? And that's pretty much like where Urouge is right now, I'm guessing. So that's kind of a hint to that. And maybe that'll be good for her to learn in the future. She knows she needs to learn about this stuff because, well, they're going to go there because that's what Luffy wants to do, so she wants to be ready. And she goes on this whole thing about she's the navigator and I must take Luffy wherever he wants to go because he's an idiot and if I don't help him he'll die. Which is pretty much what she's always said and things like that. But she knows that her skills can definitely improve with how crazy things are in the new world. And she kind of has a flashback to Arlong Park where she asked Luffy to help her. So she knows it's time for her to help Luffy after he's helped her so much. Then she asks about the weather ball and she says, could it be turned into a weapon? So, as we've all kind of thought, she'll probably get a navigation upgrade by knowing about the new world, probably more so than anyone else who's traveling on it that hasn't traveled on it yet will know about it. And she might possibly get a weapons upgrade with the weather ball, and who knows what that will entail. So those are things that we probably speculated on, but now we know are pretty sure going to happen. And we'll see that after the probably time skip, although I'm still hesitant to like a time skip idea, but I think that's what this is leading towards. Now we cut to Brook, who's been taken away, and now he's at Tinagina Kingdom on Kinzan Island. And there's one thing I want to mention here, is that they translated it as Sword Mountain Island, but from other sources I've heard that it's more like Pincushion Island or something like that. Some like Japanese idiom or Japanese thing that's, if you didn't really know, you might not understand it. So that's what that is. And he's in a cage and people are watching him and they're like, it's a skeleton, blah blah, and he only has one joint in his arm because he's on like, apparently the Long Arm Tribe's island, if you will. The only thing about this is I'm wondering, is Brook in the New World? It doesn't say the New World there, it just says the Grand Line. But I thought when Apu was introduced, they were saying he was from the New World, but I don't know. And we know that some pirates do come from the New World and go backwards, but I don't know if any of that's definitive yet, so. And he's sitting there and he's just thinking, he's reading the paper, and he's like, what's he going to do? And all the people are mad because he's not doing it. He's like, it's just a skeleton, it's a blah blah blah. And Brook has a flashback of how Luffy's like, join my crew, and everything right away. He wasn't scared of him, and going through all that 50 years of sailing on the dark ocean all by himself. He was like, Luffy was like his shining beacon, kind of like the pirates on Thriller Bark called him. So at first, Brooks decided, he does this little skull joke thing where he like leans and does a 45 degree, and he's like, I'm going to try 40, but oh, I can't do 40. And then all the people are watching, they're like, oh, the bones are moving, how cool. and he pretty much realizes that's stupid, and he's like, I have to do something for Luffy. I have to get stronger. And then he picks up a guitar, and he's saying this. So this is a freak show, eh? Go on, give me your worst. The word alone no longer exists in my dictionary, but everyone, isn't it boring just to sit there and watch? Please listen to my new single, Bone to be Wild, which is a, pun on the song by Steppenwolf called Born to be Wild. And in the forums and stuff, some people hadn't heard of that song, and I know there's some younger generations that read One Piece, but you've never heard Born to be Wild at all. If you haven't, you need to go check it out. It's a cool song, and I can imagine it being done by Brook, and it could be funny. I think even somebody wrote some lyrics to a parody version. That would be kind of funny if it ever comes. I could see it maybe in the anime, like a Born to be Wild parody with Bone to be Wild and Brook singing it, maybe to like boost the morale or something. Plus, a lot of people are speculating maybe he'll pick up on some sword skills as well. But we all know Brook has a thing with music. He has the lullaby thing that he can play and put people to sleep. So maybe if he develops other kind of music, he can do the Bone to be Wild to like pump them up and give them morale for fights and stuff like that. So he can add to it. So that may be what Brook's upgrade is going to be. And a lot of people kind of speculated that because with Apu, we've seen that they were like musical, or at least a lot of people are speculating that the long arms are musical, but that might just be Apu, who I think ate some sort of music devil fruit or instrument devil fruit or something like that. But that's neither here nor there because we don't know. It's not confirmed. It's all speculation on my part. However, the sword thing would make a lot of sense, like his sword skills and him getting stronger that way. He might have to fight his way out of there, and how's he going to escape? Those are things that are curious to know that we don't really know that much about. With a lot of the crew, we can kind of figure out how they're going to get better and what they're going to do particularly, but some of them are a little mysterious, like the next one when we cut to Robin, who's still at the giant bridge in East Blue, and she's getting on the ship because they're going to take her to meet Dragon because she's decided that's what the revolutionaries want, so that's where she's going to go. And for me, a lot of people bitched about Robin's, but for me, hers was like the best one. Because it touched me so much that like I had a tear in my eye at points in it. And it's also still one of the most mysterious. What's her power up going to be? A lot of people want her to get stronger so she can use her devil fruit longer or make more arms or do more things, stuff like that. But we all know Robin, a lot of her power lies in her intelligence and stuff like that. So maybe she can pick up some stuff from Dragon. And I think it's one of the funniest scenes because she's sitting out there, and they're like, she wants to stay on the coast because she's a pirate and she doesn't know about these revolutionaries, or at least that's what she's joking at. But I think it's more like she just longs to see them or whatever. And so one of the revolutionaries is like, "We already set everything up in the cabin," and he's like, "Screw it, bring blankets, bring hot food, bring a sofa to Robin." It's funny because they respect her because they know Dragon wants to meet her. Maybe Dragon has a poneglyph that will help Robin a lot. You could definitely see something like that. I would think the island he's on looks like a wasteland, deserted kingdom where there could have been a giant battle that left a poneglyph a long time ago that was forgotten, and Dragon came across the island, but he doesn't know how to read it, so he wants Robin to read it for him. Some people speculate that Robin will teach Dragon how to read the poneglyphs, but I don't see that happening because that's what Robin's goal is. That's what she's going to do. So I see that as just maybe he has a poneglyph, or maybe she can learn some strategy from him and actually develop allies with the revolutionaries in the future, because we already know the Straw Hats are allied with a lot of the revolutionaries right now. I mean, Dragon's Luffy's father. And during all this, she's having flashbacks of her life as a kid and how horrible it was. And when Luffy rescued her, and this is what touched me a lot in this section with Robin. "Luffy, if I turn myself over to the tides of the world under your father, will I become a little stronger? I've never thought of becoming stronger for someone else before." And, I mean, that just shows her what's going on. She's like, "I'm going to be stronger." So how? We don't know. I think hers is going to be the most mysterious of them all. And I like that. It leaves something to be shown when they do get back together. Now we get to probably what people thought was the coolest section was with Frankie, and he's on Karakura Island, and he's been blowed up. But apparently, they're looking for him because there's like rumors that he was there, but nobody's really seen him. So there's all these Marines going around. There's one called Gorilla who looks like a gorilla, and they're searching for him. But they're like, how could he get here? There's no icebreaker. Nobody's seen him because they don't know, of course, about Kuma. Also, when it turns out what Frankie did was good because he opened up a secret entrance to another lab of Vegapunk. And this lab is more the weapons and the cyborg animal stuff that he was looking for, because apparently, as he says, it was cultural creations in the other lab. You know, like things that would just be helpful for society. But he's more interested in these weapons. I just wonder how much this is. Maybe this is where he got started, and this is probably why the Marines really wanted him. This might be why it's hidden, because he doesn't want them to get their hands on it. And this might be how he got started in doing it. So maybe the research isn't complete, but definitely Frankie's not a dumbass, although he acts like a dumbass a lot. He can definitely use some of this research to help him. And he pretty much tells the old man, the boy, he's like, I'm going to live here, and I'll come down to get cola from your house every once in a while, so stock up on cola. And he looks at him, and he's still all burned up. Like, you can see on his arms now, I guess all his whatever is completely destroyed. So he's scaring him. So he decides to put on a tiger skin rug to cover his face and everything. It was like, oh, it's cold here, and there's a fire. And during all this, he kind of flashbacks to him telling Luffy and them to get on the Sunny and get stronger and everything like that. And then this is kind of cool. This is what he kind of plans on doing, like his upgrade. He's going to upgrade the Sunny with some of these technology. He knows the Sunny can be stronger too, and that's what he's going to plan on doing with some of the technology. And then he gets too close to the fire when he's daydreaming about the flashback and stuff, and he catches on fire. And then he runs around and he's on fire, screaming. And he says this: "So Luffy, let's cross over into the wild ways of the New World." And the whole flaming tiger thing became a legend either on Baltimore Island or the entire Grand Line, because the translations differ from the scanlation and translations from spoilers that I read. So he's definitely, I would see him upgrading as well. He's going to definitely need to upgrade his body. I don't think Oda will change his looks too much. He'll probably still look just like Frankie, I would imagine. Or though he could have a tiger, maybe like a change, like a battle suit that he'll put on or something. I don't know. That's all speculation. But he definitely could upgrade the Sunny with some of these weapons that he's seen. He's going to stay there forever, how long this is going to be, and get all this knowledge. And when he does find the Sunny, then we'll get to see the Sunny, maybe some upgrades. That would be awesome. Now we finally get to Usopp, and he's still on the Grand Line in Boing Archipelago, and he's running around with Heracles, and he's saying, I need to lose this weight, I need to gain muscle, I'm going to become stronger. And he's like, that's what he's wanting to do. He wants to be stronger for Luffy. And he's talking about he got a message, and now he has the flashbacks of him fighting with Luffy, and Luffy putting him on there, and at Enies Lobby, him like, get up Luffy, like he's on like the cheerleader, and he's like, I won. And he thinks, and he finally realizes, he's like, I thought I could just watch, and Luffy could become Pirate King on his own, and I could just cheer him on. But now he realizes that's wrong, and that there are some enemies even Luffy cannot beat on his own. He says, he needs my almighty power, which of course is some of Usopp's, exaggeration, of course, but definitely does play a role. And these are things that we've seen. We know this. And I think some of the other ones know it, but like this is like the harsh realization that like definitely that there are times when they have to do stuff that Luffy can't. And we already knew this, and Luffy knew this. And I'll talk about that no more. But pretty much, Usopp says to Heracles that he wants him to be his master and train him and stuff. He's strong because he survived on this island. So this is kind of how that Usopp's going to get stronger, which we kind of guessed. Although some people speculate that he might have ate a devil's fruit on this island, but I don't think that's going to happen. He's going to lose the weight, turn all that into muscle. And then there's something cool that we learn about that we didn't know before, so this chapter does have stuff in it, guys. Is that Heracles tells him about the seeds from these plants, and they're called pop greens. And they have a lot of usefulness. So I definitely could see Usopp using these in his Kabuto and firing them and maybe making, he's very inventive and can make things like that. So definitely, he incorporates everything, the dials, these things, all that stuff into his weapons. He picks up as he goes along. So this could definitely be upgrades for his weapons as well as his physical body as well. Although I don't expect him to ever be as strong as Sanji or Luffy or any of those. But if he could get to a level above some of the other major pirates, then yeah. Because he's where he's at, but everyone else is growing too. So he can become stronger. A lot of people always say he's going to be the weakest on the crew, which may be true, but just because he's the weakest on this crew doesn't mean he's weak, you know? Because they're going to be the strongest crew ever. That's what Luffy's always wanted. That's his intentions forever. And then they begin their training. He's like, run in the forest, make you stronger. And then we get this then. In order for you to become Pirate King, I'm going to become a true king of sniping. So a lot of people are talking about this. Is Usopp going to become Soga King on his own without the mask and not needing that? He's going, like, he's got a new goal, really. Because remember when he tried to break up with Luffy at Water 7 and break up like their boyfriend, girlfriend, but tried to quit the crew, and he's like, your dreams and mine are different. I just want to go out to the sea. Yours is much greater than mine. Now Usopp has a dream on the level with Luffy. He wants to be the Pirate King. Zoro wants to be the King of Swordsmen, and he wants to be the Sniping King. You know, and he like really says it with conviction. So he definitely has something to prove, and the way he's going to prove it is training and using all his techniques and going into the new world. So for all you people that didn't think this chapter was good, I don't understand, because I definitely got a lot out of it, and it is setting up for a possible time skip reunion. What are they doing? And as someone pointed out in the forums, it's like, well, either he can do this kind of setup now, and then when he gets there kind of show what happened after it, or he can kind of have them show up out of nowhere and have all these skills but not understand where they came from and then describe where they came from later. So either way, it was something that was necessary. And Oda is a storyteller. So he knows how to put necessary things into the story to make it make sense so that it does build up. And of course, it's a little, you know, we want to get there, and that's what a lot of it is. We're anticipation. We miss seeing the crew together, and that's what we want to get. So this all kind of sucks for everybody. Okay, now overall in the chapter, what Usopp learned is something Luffy knew back at Arlong Park. He says, and hell, even before that, he's like, I need the strongest crew. He knew he couldn't do it on his own. Hell, he couldn't navigate, he can't cook, he can't do nothing on his own. He said that many times, that's why he has his crew. He's known this the whole time, and they knew it too, but now they really see it. So this is what the whole thing has been about, and this makes so much sense. And once they all are on the same page, they will become incredibly stronger. They're going to be way more prepared for the new world. A lot of people are disappointed about this whole waiting and stuff and all the other supernovas went into, but we already seen they've had trouble for the most part. But of course some of the strong ones are going to make it, but they're not going to be as successful, I think, as Luffy and them will be right away, because they waited and they learned and they built up their skills even more so. With Nami and everything, I mean, like, hers is going to be perfect for fitting in there. We already know there's going to be problems with New World weather, and if she already has a hint as to what it will be, it's going to give her tons of advantages. And that's also why I think Law hasn't gone in yet. He realizes that he needs to wait and see how things play out first. Overall, this chapter was mediocre at best compared to Oda's greatest, but compared to other mangas, still 10 times better. Stuff happened, interesting, story plot-wise, all that. Funny moments, heart, every fucking thing you want in a One Piece story. So, quit your bitching and get ready for the next few chapters, because I say in the next 4 or 5 chapters, we're going to have great big things happening. My only thing is, next week, probably going to be Zoro. That's what a lot of people are talking about. What's going to happen with Zoro? How's this? He's going to train with Mihawk? Don't think so. The baboon things make sense. Maybe some other stuff. What do you think Zoro's going to do next week? Is he going to learn Haki? Is what's going to happen with him? And what did you think about the chapter? Did you really think it sucked that bad? Or were you just kind of disappointed because after a break you expected more? And because you just really want to get on with the meat of the story? I mean, that's understandable, but you can't just come in, and there's a lot of trolling on the forums, like, this is the worst episode ever, he sucks. And I think that's what a lot of it comes from, and sarcasm and trolling and stuff like that. But Oda isn't falling off. He's still doing a great job. All that. The things I want to find out about is what's up with Kuma and the Sunny and Shaggy and them. And I think that'll probably be in there a little bit. Maybe even cut back to Luffy at the end. Or we'll maybe get a whole chapter about Zoro and then the Kuma stuff with Shaggy and the Sunny. Because those haven't been covered yet the second or third time or whatever round this one is with the crew. And maybe even Luffy will get his whole chapter before we get to the whole reunion thing. And then we will get moving on with the story, time skip or not time skip. Maybe even if there is a time skip, Oda might do a whole chapter and have like what happened overall and then the next chapter be the Straw Hats coming back together and continuing their journey. That's how I see it happening, and you let me know what you think is going to happen. Now on to the crazy theories of the week. And I really couldn't find that many crazy theories because, like, the forums are all, like, bitching about either bit is good and people arguing back and forth about it and people trolling, but this is horrible, Oda's lost his touch, he's like Kubo now, and things of those nature. And it really hadn't got that much, and a lot of people hadn't put much effort into it. I think a lot of people were, like, just disappointed. And that's reasonable to be disappointed about it. But one that I found was kind of funny is that Robin is going to go meet Dragon. They're going to fall in love and get married, and Robin's going to be Luffy's stepmother or something like that. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't know if that'll happen. What do y'all think? You think Robin and Dragon will fall in love somehow? I just think they're going to exchange ideas and grow and learn things from one another. And possibly even Dragon will see how proud he can be of his son and teach Robin some stuff that Luffy doesn't know. Some information, because she's the brains when it comes to information. At least history and world knowledge and stuff like that. Nami's, of course, weather and stuff. Both of them are very intelligent women. And I had to give Oda credit for giving women like the most intelligent roles in the show, in the chapters, in the manga. Realistically, like not all of them are stupid completely or nothing, but of the two most smart ones is women. And then of course Chopper is not a slouch either. He knows tons about medicine, but he's still naive and young as well. And another one was that Frankie will find a way to feed a devil fruit to the Sunny, which ultimately sounds like a cool idea, but would it work or not, or do we want to see that? I don't know, but it's kind of a crazy theory, but could be a possibility also, or that he'll feed a devil fruit to weapons, like, in particular areas or something like that. So we'll have to see, and of course they have to find a devil fruit, and maybe they will someday in the New World or something, because they've done just about everything else. They've already ate devil fruits, but you know, like Whitebeard's crew, they found devil fruits, and Roger's crew found devil fruits. So that's one thing they're lacking, is them actually finding devil fruits of their own, like as they're traveling together. And that could be interesting for them, and then they'll be like, what will it do? How will we know? You know, and then which one is going to eat it? You know, that would be cool. That would be a damn fine chapter idea if Oda hasn't already have it in mind. I'd like to see that. Yep. So if you like my review, make sure you rate it with thumbs up. No thumbs down, they make me cry. Ooh, like Nami running. I'm going to jump off of the world. And subscribe if you're interested in One Piece and other manga and stuff reviews, because that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm broadening my horizons and stuff like that, guys. Make sure you comment if you love it or you hate it. You tell me what you think, all that good stuff. Also, remember, if you want to do art or fan art or anything like that, send me PMs and stuff, and we can work something out. We can use stuff, work together and everything. And if there's anything you want to do, or if you even have any ideas for any video collaborations or anything like that, I'm willing to do all that kind of stuff when I get the time, of course. And next week I will have time because I'm having a mini vacation, which will be great. Yes. That'll be a time skip for me. So yeah, let me know all your crazy theories and if you heard any other crazy theories, because like I said, I only heard a few because everybody's bitching and moaning about it. And if you want to bitch and argue about it being a sucky chapter in the comments, fine. But don't expect me to come rescue you. And people are arguing back and forth. Yep, so all that. And then also make sure to check out my other videos. And make sure you check out all my links below in my underwear. Yes, that's where I keep my links, in my underwear. And so once again, I don't really have a sign-off. And also, feel free to suggest a sign-off. Because I want something to say to end the videos, because I keep on talking and I don't ever end the videos. So goodbye and farewell and auf Wiedersehen, my friends. One Piece is still the best, no matter what you think. Good night. Hey, there's something I missed talking about that I'm going to put a link to in my blog so that you can see the image and everything. It's the whole, is Ace's tattoo missing the S on the cover? Go and read about my theory on that, as well as, you know, what a lot of people think, but go read my theory. So check out my link for my blog and check it out.
I finally can't do it. I woke up and I found out that the One Piece is going on a 4-month break. I don't think I can sleep that long. I don't know what I'm going to do, because I can't do anything without One Piece while it's on break. It's just, I can't get it, and I can't watch any more of that stupid guy and his reviews. He can't even pronounce the fracking words right. I can't understand him. He's so fracking stupid. But I've come up with an idea what I'm going to do so I can make it through the 4 weeks without One Piece. That's a genius idea. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it, but I'm going to do it. And after I've read the chapter and everything, I've let it soak in. We're having a time skip. I know, a time skip. It's, Oda, please don't frack it up. You, I don't know if you will have flashbacks of the past. Why didn't you just show it? More chapters of training, please. And then you're going to show flashbacks when we get back. I know it. And I hate flashbacks. And that guy who can't pronounce words right. He's so fracking ridiculous. So, I'm going to show you my idea of what I'm going to do for the month that is going to be no One Piece. It's impossible to live without it. Okay, guys. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. 4 weeks without One Piece? I don't think so. And I can't stay asleep that long, even how many sleeping pills I take. So you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to cryogenically freeze myself. Frack yeah! It's going to be awesome. And, I don't really have the money for a proper one, but I think this will work. You see, this is my freezer, and I'm going to climb inside of it and just shut the door, and I will be frozen cryogenically for the full month, and I'll have someone wake me up when it's time, and they'll thaw me out. Probably have to come thaw out like a day or two before the chapter release. That way I can get it done. So, alright guys, I'll see y'all in 4 weeks.
Oh boy, it's cold in here. I hope this works. I hope I don't have brain damage. I don't want to fracking come back as a Cylon or something. Oda, why do you take breaks and I have to suffer like this? So cold. Time for cryo.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this One Piece Reviews for Chapter 597, entitled 3D with an X through it 2Y. Well, that did come back, didn't it? Well, this week's cover page may be the coolest cover page ever, and I thought last week's was pretty badass. But this week, what do we get? We get Whitebeard and Gold D. Roger cover page standing back to back with both of their pirate flags in it. What is it with these coats though? They wear the coats, but they never put their arms through them. I guess that's just it looks cooler that way. And I guess Whitebeard never wears a shirt. And see, Whitebeard's pretty huge, but Roger's kind of close to his size. At least it looks like in this perspective. I don't know, some people were talking about that. So, what do y'all think about the cover page? A word I don't like to use comes to mind, but I have to say it, guys. Epic. Yes, I know it's overused on the internet, but in this case, I think this is an epic cover page for One Piece. And this might also be an epic chapter, but let's see. So as a lot of people expected, it starts off with Zoro on Mihawk's Island, and Zoro is bowing down to Mihawk, saying, "Teach me the sword." And did anyone expect that? I really did not. I think some people said it was going to happen. I may have even said it was a crazy theory. But just because it didn't make any sense to me at the time. But as we go, we'll kind of figure out how it does make sense in the scheme of things. And even though I'm still iffy on liking it or not, I can see where Oda's going with it. And I'm not the only one to be shocked and astounded by this. Mihawk is as well. He says, "Seems like I've misjudged you, Roronoa. You intend to request teachings from your enemy? Shame on you." So Mihawk even is like, what the fuck? Why would you want your enemy who you want to defeat one day to teach you? That's pitiful. So this pisses Mihawk out, and he tells him, "Just get the hell out of here. Apparently I've been overestimating you. What are you doing? It's painful to watch and nothing more." And then Zoro's like, "I want to become stronger," which is apparently the catchphrase for all of the Straw Hats right now, from Luffy to Zoro, Usopp, even Robin said it pretty much, and Brook. So that's the new theme for this chapter, the last few chapters, of course, is this: we've got to be stronger. As we all know, that's what they're going to do, so we'll see. So Mihawk tells him he was beaten by the baboons and couldn't even get to the sea. He says, "I have nothing to teach men who come crawling back nonchalantly to me after such a defeat." But as Zoro's head is bowed like as low as it can go, aside from how Hancock might do it, look down on you so much she's looking up. And he says, "Actually, I did defeat them. All that remains is your head." And when Mihawk, the look on his face when he sees this, he's surprised. So he probably didn't think Zoro could beat the baboons, but he, in the back of his mind maybe, but not that quickly. But he did do it, which is kind of funny because he was getting his ass kicked, but he is in a pretty bad state after all the things that's happened to him lately. So it's understandable, but I guess when he found out about Luffy and everything, it kind of upped him, you know, because in Shonen, once you know your friends are in danger, somehow you magically get stronger. Your strength can manifest when it comes to helping your friends. But Mihawk's kind of shocked by this, and I think this kind of makes him think. And Zoro is humbling himself here because he's saying he's not stupid enough to think he could actually beat Mihawk right now. And Mihawk's confused by this, which I guess anyone would be in this situation. "I don't understand. You confirm me as your enemy, yet you bow your head to me and ask for teaching. For what purpose?" And Zoro's like, "To overcome you," with like an angry look on his face. And when Mihawk hears this, he just starts laughing, which is hilarious because I really don't remember seeing Mihawk laugh that much. He's a serious guy from most of the things we've seen. He may have laughed when him and Shanks were partying that time when he was going to go tell Shanks about Luffy going into the Grand Line and all that stuff at the very early on in the series. But I don't even think he laughed then. I think Shanks did. He just kind of drank his ale or his beer or whatever and was just kind of stoic the whole time. To see Mihawk laugh is hilarious. And he says, "You're asking me to raise with my own hand a swordsman who's after my head? What a ludicrous bastard." So obviously this is kind of funny if you think about it. What person would teach the person who wants to take their head how to do it? But here's where we get the character development, people. Yes, character development, which has been building up since Thriller Bark with Zoro, but is even more confirmation. Because I think him lowering his head to Mihawk and asking Mihawk his goal in the whole world to help him so that he can help Luffy and the others is even more so than him completely giving up on it and like being willing to sacrifice himself for Luffy. It's more shameful, if you will. Although I don't really feel it shameful, but in this kind of swordsmanship and honor and all that kind of thing, that this is shameful when it comes to that. But overall, it's not shameful because of what he's doing it for, if you understand. And Mihawk's like, "Ridiculous, but you know this changes nothing about your disgraceful actions." Kind of what I'm saying. Although Mihawk can see the reason behind it, he's still saying it's disgraceful in a swordsmanship kind of way. And he pretty much says, "Although it seems that you found something greater than your own ambition." So, I mean, this is what Zoro is found to be stronger for Luffy and the crew is more important than his ambition and his honor as a swordsman. Which, if you remember, way, like when Zoro and Luffy first met, Zoro told Luffy, if you ever make me give up my dream, my ambition, my goal, or dishonor me, I'll kill you. So you can see how far Zoro's traveled from that. He's gone to the point where he's willing to just throw all that out for Luffy and the rest of them. And this is a funny little thing. He calls Perona. He says, "Hey, Ghost Girl, fix up his wounds." And she's like, "Don't give me orders." Your training will begin once your body is healed. And Zoro's got a little happy look on his face. And Mihawk says to himself, "What an awkward guy. When a man like you is willing to throw away his pride, it is always for the sake of someone else." So, Mihawk realizes this. I think Mihawk is a little smarter, like, even in the head, than a lot of people will give him credit for. I mean, he can figure this stuff out and sees things. Like, when he was at the war, he noticed how Luffy had that ability to attract people to him and stuff of that nature. So, Mihawk knows a lot. Now, a lot of people are wondering, what's Mihawk going to teach him? Of course, he's probably going to teach him, like, stamina, strength, sword techniques. But a lot of people, well, I can talk about this in a little bit. What else is Mihawk going to teach him? Now, I guess we finally get the real explanation of what 3D crossed out 2Y means, as Perona's reading it in the newspaper. And wow, there really is a tattoo on Straw Hat's right arm, and we actually get like a closer up of it. And then Zoro explains to her, "We promised to meet up in 3 days on Shibundi." So that's what the 3D means part. But the 3D's crossed out, and the place is 2Y, 2 years. Yes, a lot of people said that's what it was, and I personally wasn't a fan of that theory, but turns out all those people were right. So if that was your theory, take this time to gloat about it and to be like, "I was right, I was right, I was so right. I seen a partial tattoo and I figured it out." I just didn't think, my main things, and a lot of people have this issue, is what was the chances that Luffy would be, that tattoo would actually get shown? You know, if he'd had it like tattooed on the front of his body or something, I understand how that'd be kind of vague, but still, what is the chances? Unless they somehow forced somebody to take the picture where he got his arm in there. I mean, I don't know, maybe they developed it out where he would stand in a certain way and they couldn't miss it if they took a picture of him. So I don't know, but that's definitely, you know, that's my small thing in it that is kind of hard to believe. But you got to kind of throw some of your doubt out the window, because obviously that's what it meant, 3D, 2Y. And a lot of people are arguing about the Japanese and the English and stuff. Well, I don't know that much about the Japanese, but apparently, you know, they have romanization kind of letters that they can understand, so having a D and a Y makes sense. And it's kind of funny too, like it seems like Perona and Zoro are becoming like friendly-ish. Like, I ain't saying they're friends or nothing, but she isn't like trying to capture him and make him her, you know, servant anymore, and she seems to kind of be just like, whatever. I think she's just happy to be around some people, because I think she was lonely, and I think even if she has to kind of not get her way, that she can do this. And all this is really building up for her to be another crewmate. I didn't really like her idea, but this she kind of might develop. So we'll see. I just don't think so. But I don't know. It does strengthen it a little bit. You know, I hate to admit it, but we'll see. We'll see what Oda does with it down the road. And then Zoro pretty much just says, we have to stand still and get stronger and power up so we can move into the new world. We'll definitely regroup. Well, of course. I mean, obviously. And then we get like a double page with like all the Straw Hats saying 2 years, because they didn't want us to find out what it was yet. And, you know, they all kind of come to the realization. And you see Brook playing his guitar, and Robin's doing her little laughing, giggling kind of thing. And Chopper looks like he's studying up on some of those books. Frankie's working on something, although he still hadn't fixed his face. I guess Oda's going to go with this, but I imagine that Frankie's face will be fixed by the time the time skips over with. Usopp's running away and working, and Sanji's kind of like, "Arr." serious face. So it just kind of gets to show us all the Straw Hats one more time before we get a break of a month. I know, a month. Alright, now we get what happened with Luffy and stuff. We get more back on Luffy. And it says a few days earlier on the comm belt. So apparently this all happened kind of before. I'm guessing this is kind of like when they're heading back after he went to Marineford and stuff. And he's on the Kuja ship. And apparently Jinbei is leaving for now. He's on a whale shark. And of course Jinbei has to use his catchphrase again pretty much. And Luffy thanks him, and he says, "For what? I'm the one who should be thanking you. In Impel Down, I ask you to give me a place to die. And while I manage to shamefully survive, I believe I'll be able to keep helping you in the future. In any case, let us meet 2 years later at Fishman Island. I will be waiting in excitement for the day you and your crew arrive." And Luffy's like, "Bye." So Jinbei's leaving, and he's going to Fishman Island. So what's going to happen? Is he going to try to straighten out Fishman Island and kind of become the... because he's pretty powerful. And I think his name, protecting Fishman Island, maybe is not as great as Whitebeard's, but could yield some things. However, it could get messed up, because that's what I was always expecting. Is Fishman Island going to be a happy-go-lucky arc, where it's all like adventure and fun, or is there going to be some big battles to be fought? And I always thought there would be, and especially how they talked about how it was all in shambles before Whitebeard came and took over it. Maybe we'll also get the whole him talking to Luffy, and it will actually be good for him to meet Nami too, and talk about the whole Arlong thing and see how that works out. That will be an interesting dynamic. And as we all know, Fishman Island was hinted at way back in East Blue. Even Jinbei was hinted back. He was like one of the first Shichibukai mentioned by name, and the whole Arlong thing and stuff like that. And Water 7 and mentioning Fishman Island's the next stop, and they want to get there. So it's definitely going to be an arc. Just wonder what kind of arc's it going to be. And then we cut back to, there's an island in the Calm Belt, another one besides Amazon Lily, northwest of the Isle of Women, called Rusukaina. And I don't know if this is like a translation, What No One Home. I'm guessing is what that literally translates to, which actually makes sense once we get into the explanation. This island will work perfectly. It's home of the 48 seasons, a brutal island where the climate changes once a week. And Hancock's happy. She's like, "Every day I'll bring you some food from Amazon Lily." And Luffy's like, "Really, Hancock? Please bring your island's famous..." It says Gorgons, but I think that's a mistranslation. I think he means the Sea King meat, because they're the Gorgon sisters, so I don't know, but Luffy could be saying the wrong thing, because you know how Luffy is. One thing, Luffy does seem to be a little bit, like, not necessarily, I mean, like, he seems like he's become a little happier. You know, he isn't all gloomy. Like, a lot of people were worried about that. I knew Oda wouldn't be that stupid to turn Luffy into some emo moping around, like, you know. Yeah, maybe he got over it a little quickly, but for Luffy and how optimistic and stuff he is, this definitely was a change for him. So, but it seems like he's happy about it, and he wants to eat again, which is good to hear. And she's all like, "I'll bring you as much food as it is," or whatever. And she says, "And that was the 10th time you've called me by name just now. Does this mean we're engaged?" Like, a lot of people are pissed about this whole, Hancock comedy thing, but I just, it doesn't get old for me. It's hilarious. This grown woman who hates men is the most beautiful woman in the world, the pirate empress and all that. Over Luffy is just like a little schoolgirl and thinks that every time he says her name, that means they're going to get married. And Nyan says, "No, and why do you keep getting further away?" Because, and always, she's kind of like shy about it too. So she kind of runs and hides behind the tree. So it's kind of funny. I don't know, I just think it's hilarious. And then Rayleigh's like, "Hancock, you can't be so easy on him. Women are forbidden from entering here during Luffy-kun's training." And boy, she is pissed. Her face is like she's gonna kill Rayleigh. Who gave you the right to decide that? And she grabs his nose. And he says, we got food here, we can catch stuff. If we couldn't do that, what kind of pirate would he be if he can't survive? Which is all stuff Luffy kind of learned, like back in Garp's day, and what Garp was trying to show him, how to gather food, and him and Ace and Sabo and all that stuff. So it's just another version of his training, but a little more, obviously. And then Hancock's like, oh, for Luffy's sake, then I will bear it. But this island is dangerous if something were to happen. But he's pretty much saying, well, it's got to be, because I got to teach him some shit, you know? So if it was easy, then it wouldn't be worth it. And he says, if you're worried, then pray for him. But I could definitely see Hancock, like, coming by and, like, trying to catch a glimpse of Luffy, you know, during all this training. Maybe not get on the island or nothing. Alright, then we cut to, like, a double page with, like, showing the island. And Rayleigh's kind of explaining it. He says, we're the only two humans here. Although there was supposedly some humans here a long time ago, and you kind of see like a ruins or something, but all its people died out in a battle for survival against cruel Mother Nature, who has filled this land amply with natural defenses. And Luffy, and this goes back to Luffy being more like his old self too, he's got a big smile on his face, and he says, smells like a big adventure to me. So, Luffy's still there. And maybe this is Luffy's last adventure as a 17-year-old. Otis said it was Strong World, but maybe there's parallels in here, which I'll talk about later. Rayleigh says, this place is filled with a vast number of ferocious beasts, too many to count, including tons of creatures that you wouldn't be able to defeat the way you are now. Over 500 that are stronger than Luffy already. That's crazy if you think about it. If you don't, and he's pretty much telling them, if you don't get stronger, you won't be able to sleep. And Luffy's like, how do you know whether or not they're here and how many there are? And then Rayleigh says it. Don't think it only belongs to other people. You too must learn to control this power. The power of Haki. Finally, we get like a straight up talking about this, because it's been so foreshadowed for so long. So foreshadowed, this word that's been argued and debated and all the forums about, we shouldn't call it this, we should call it that, this and that, what is it, it does this, it doesn't do this, it does this. We will finally get a goddamn explanation from Oda himself through the form of Rayleigh. That's what's coming up now, so get ready. Okay, now things are going to get a little long-winded, because this is a very important thing that's going to happen now in One Piece. We're going to get the explanation of Haki, and I'm going to almost verbatim read what Rayleigh says and talk about it, okay? So get ready. Okay, a giant like elephant comes out, and Luffy's like, oh, there's a big thing behind you, Rayleigh, but Rayleigh's just kind of just standing there nonchalantly, and he says, listen carefully, Luffy-kun. Haki is a power that lies dormant in all the world's creatures. Presence, fighting spirit, and intimidation. It is no different from things that humans can naturally sense, such as these. Okay? So, apparently it lies in every creature. Okay? And it's presence, fighting spirit, and intimidation. Which I guess kind of just said the exact same thing. I didn't really explain much there, did I now? It's no different than things that humans can naturally sense, such as these. Okay? So, it's like another sense, I'm guessing, of like beyond, you know, your normal five senses. And then he goes on to say, but a majority of humans go without noticing this power, or perhaps finish their lives failing to ever pull it out, even if they try. And Luffy, I don't know if he's getting all this, but we're getting it at least, because he's like, there's an elephant, that thing's gigantic. And it is, it's a big fucking elephant. And then he says this, the act of not doubting, that is strength. So obviously Luffy has tons of strength, because up until after Ace died, he really never doubted that he'll become Pirate King and all that. And he says, and now he's going to give a demonstration. He says, watch closely. Haki can be split broadly into 2 categories. And he's going to tell, and Luffy's like, oh, chill, the elephant's going to get you. But Rayleigh already knows what's going on. He says, it's fine, the elephant will attack my head from the right. The ability to sense the opponent's presence even more strongly, this is Haki with the color of observation. If this ability is increased, enemies and locations invisible to the naked eye can be discerned. Their numbers and even what they will do in the next moment can all be gleamed. This color of observation is a way, it's kind of like an intuition, I'm guessing. You know, you kind of feel somebody's watching you or something. But with this, it's more of a, you really can tell there's people there or creatures, and that's how Rayleigh knew what's on the island. And he knew what the elephant was about to do. Although it's kind of strange. I don't know how it would come. I could see like a human fighting a human. Like they would be thinking, I'm going to punch you. But with an elephant, how do you discern what an elephant's going to do? So, I mean, that's kind of tricky. But, you know. So that's what that does. And then, now, we get a big thing that's been highly contested for years in the forums and stuff. And Luffy has kind of like flashbacks to when he was fighting the Boa sisters. And how one of them was predicting his movements and stuff, and his fight with Inaru when Inaru was predicting all of his moves. And Rayleigh, being as he's been to Skypiea before, knows that it's called Mantra there, and he says it comes out of his fucking mouth, and it was wrote by Oda. So this is confirmed. This isn't just speculation, and most likely everybody was right about it already, but it's not just speculation anymore, it is 100% confirmed. He says, on the Sky Island, Skypiea, they call this Mantra, or Mantra. Okay? So, woo, everybody. Woo. And this also probably means that well, no, we were told that. So we kind of already knew, because that doctor told Kobe that was Haki, what he used, and it was pretty much like Mantra. So, but the only thing with this is the whole, like, why do some people develop it and everything? Like, because that little girl, Isa, had it pretty strongly, and I don't know, maybe it just different. From the way I get it, we'll understand in a minute. And now we get the next color. Next comes the Haki with the color of armaments. And he said, and he kind of explains this, so it's kind of good. He says, for this, imagine yourself wearing an invisible suit of armor. Okay, so the elephant's going to attack him now. And then Rayleigh puts his hand up, and like it looks like he's shooting something out, but it's kind of just for effect, really. And he blocks the elephant completely. And Luffy's like, I know that, I've seen that before, because when he was fighting Sentamaru, he was using that technique to block all of Luffy's punches and knock them back, as well as when he was fighting the other Boa sister. She was doing the same thing every time he tried to kick her. And then the elephant's down. And he says, a hardened suit of armor can of course also be used as a weapon. And he flicks Luffy on the nose, and he's like, that hurt even though I'm rubber. That's where this power really comes in handy, Rayleigh says. Besides its ability to attack the weak points of Devil's Fruit users, this color of armaments Haki also exists as the only way to oppose them. Even the flowing bodies of Logia users, which may feel invincible, can be captured as substantial bodies. And it's kind of strange because it shows in the background, it shows Aki Inu, which I guess is just, I don't know, just because, I don't know, it doesn't really say nothing. But then Luffy remembers that Rayleigh stopped Kizaru with his foot, and he's like, that's how you stop Kizaru. And then Luffy really gets his thing, and he's like, then I could even hit Smokey from the Marines and Aokiji, right? And so we finally really get a way to fight Logia, which we already kind of knew, but it's definitely confirmed that that is Haki that does that. And it says it makes their bodies substantial. So it doesn't seem like it negates their power. So a lot of people were wondering about, why did Blackbeard even bother getting the Darkness Fruit? Well, the Darkness Fruit seems to suck the power out of you, where you can't even use it. But with the Haki, it just means you can punch them. So I don't know what this means with him, like, fighting, like, Aki Inu. Would that still burn him, or what? I don't know. That's just going to have to be something we're going to have to figure out down the road. If you have any ideas, feel free to comment in your theory about it. Do you think that would mean he could stop them? The way I'm taking it just means that they're solid now, and he could actually punch them. And then Rayleigh goes on to talk about, have you seen the Kuja bows and arrows? This power can also be imbued into weapons, which is left a lot of stuff in, this has left a lot of stuff up for future possibilities with even other characters, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And he's like, I thought those arrows were steel at first, but they were just regular arrows because you've seen how powerful they were. And then Rayleigh's like, the color of observation and the color of armaments, these are the two types of Haki in this world. However, there's only an extremely small group of people who can use Haki like this. And Rayleigh does the thing where it like shoots out from your eye, kind of like at least the way Oda draws it. Nothing really shoots out from your eye, but you know what I'm saying for effect. And the giant fucking elephant just passes out. And Rayleigh is explaining this now. This is the ability to intimidate the opponent. Haki with the color of the Conqueror. Now, Conqueror, I don't know about, really. I think, this is the King's Haki. I like that better. Because, you know, he already said he don't want to conquer nothing. I think it's just like a... And some people said Tyrant and other stuff. I think Conqueror kind of works better. But King, I think, makes the sense. That's probably what I'll call it, King's Haki. Whenever someone gains fame in this world, they are most likely hiding this power within themselves. This color of the Conqueror, however, cannot be trained and strengthened, even if you are able to control it. This power is measured by its user's spirit and nothing more. It can only be reinforced through personal growth, so that's what you use at the auction house. You've already experienced it yourself. Your disposition toward the color of the Conqueror has already been awakened. You must not use it until you can completely control it, otherwise it'll intimidate innocent people around you as well. Okay. So this really gives us some stuff about it, because now you know that we don't know exactly all what it can do. It seems like it can pass people out, but when Shanks was there, and he most likely has it, he was like tearing up part of Whitebeard's ship and knocking out people. And some people you can kind of control the level of it and how much you let loose, I think. And the more you need it and the bigger and stronger you grow as a person is how it grows with you. And it would also explain why maybe Whitebeard's wasn't as strong as it used to be, and maybe what Rayleigh said he can't use it again, just because he doesn't have that ambition in him anymore, that drive anymore. I mean, he's retired. Whitebeard was pretty set in his ways. But we already know Luffy has it in a very strong sense, as well as probably a lot of the other most famous pirates. It wouldn't surprise me if the other two Yonkou have it as well. It would make sense. It also would make sense if Garp and or Sengoku had it, and who knows, maybe some of the admirals. I don't know, because the way Rayleigh is saying it, it's hinting towards, you know, it's the power that really makes the difference. It's what separates mid or high from like super high tier people in One Piece universe. So there's that. And apparently you can kind of focus it, and that's what he needs to do. That way he doesn't shoot it out on someone who he doesn't mean to. So this is apparently something Luffy's going to have to learn how to adjust it to his thing. Kind of like when he tried to learn how to do his rubber bullet when he was trying to hit Ace, and he was like, and hit himself in the face and stuff back in that day. So he'll have to kind of make sure to target the right people or things with it. And then, I guess Luffy was paying attention, because Luffy's kind of like amazing, and Rayleigh's like, what's wrong? He says, one of the Pirate King's crew members can defeat a monster like this without even touching him. And Rayleigh's like, gained a little respect for me, have you? And he's laughing. But I've seen this Haki in various places. I imagine so, but acquiring it is no small feat. Normally, it would be too short a time period, but your disposition is strong. So somehow in 2 years, I plan to beat the basics of the three colors into you. But most humans, due to their own skilled and unskilled tendencies, habitually gravitate towards the color they're most skilled with. Once you probe the three out, all that's left is to strengthen the color you're the best at. The more you strengthen the three kinds, the greater their possibilities will become. And Luffy says, I got it, which, does that mean he's got it or not? I don't know, because you know how Luffy is. But obviously, we're going to have a debate about this now. Is which color is Luffy going to be the strongest at? Which one is he more predisposed for? Because the way Rayleigh's saying it, you might have a natural tendency for one over the other, and that one will probably become easier to you, but you can still use all of them. And I can see Luffy becoming pretty proficient at all of them, in my opinion, because he's got to be a top tier guy. But what do you think is going to be the one that
he is the most proficient at, the one that comes to him most naturally. I would guess it would be the Kings for me, because, you know, he kind of did those without thinking about it, where the other ones, he never really used those without thinking about them. So, in the comments below, you let me know which one do you think he'll have the most luck with in the future, or which one he'll become the strongest with. And also, Rayleigh says he's teaching him the basics. So now Luffy's got to go on his own and use them. It's kind of like what he had before, and he'll develop new things to do with them. It's not a complete, like, Luffy's going to go into the new world and have, like, hacks powers where he can do everything. No, he's going to be able to understand and use these things, but he's going to have to develop, as Rayleigh says, the possibilities. Like, there are possibilities you can do different things with them. Like, Rayleigh took that collar off of Kami. What kind of color was that and all that? You know, how did he put like a, you know, armor around it so it didn't blow her up? How did he remove it? Things like that. So he's definitely got some room for improvement on this, and I'm sure Oda will come up with many creative ways to use it in the future. He pretty much just showed us the basic ways just to give us a little taste of it as we gone along. So Rayleigh's saying, although in regards to training, I'm not going to go easy on you, Luffy. And Luffy's like, sounds good to me. And then Luffy says this. He takes off his straw hat and he says, the pirate Straw Hat Luffy is going on holiday for a bit. And he says, you said this is the only safe place, right? And he puts his hat down and the Vivre card as well. And then Rayleigh says, hurry up, we're going to start. And then he says, thanks, Uncle Rayleigh. And one thing that a lot of people have noticed, which I thought I was going to post a blog about it, but it seems like this tree that he's setting his hat down next to looks like a Daft Green tree from the movie Strong World. If you've seen Strong World, you know that. A lot of people commented about that, and it would make sense because that would mean all the animals there wouldn't go near that. A lot of people have also been speculating, is there going to be some IQ plants there, and maybe that's why these animals are so strong. I don't know. But it makes sense that he can have that. Maybe it's like a base and keep his hat there. Plus, it's kind of cool because a lot of people are talking about Luffy's going on vacation. And we know Oda's taking a month off to, you know, relax and everything before he gets settled back into doing One Piece some more. So, it's kind of like a metaphor between both of them. And then you get like a little funny thing at the end. He said, no, wait, it should be, please teach me Rayleigh-san or Rayleigh-sensei. Oh, master. And then Luffy says, thanks, and please teach me, Rayleigh. And Rayleigh's like, well, whatever. And then you get the shot of the straw hat being set on the stump of the possibly Daft Green. And it's like a close-up image, and you actually get to see all the stuff it's gone through. A lot of people were commenting that. You can kind of see in the top part, like the marks where Buggy cut it back in the East Blue, and Nami repaired it and all that. And it's gone through a lot. But, you know, when we don't see that, it's hard to tell how much it's went through. So it's kind of like a picture into Luffy. You know, what he's gone through is the same thing the hat's gone through, pretty much. And it's kind of a cool way to end it. And then it says, the reunion comes in 2 years. And, of course, we get the saddest news ever. One Piece is now going on a 4-week break. Time to cry now. Okay, now we're going to go and just do a little discussion about it. I know I kind of discuss it as I go along, but overall, as I said at the beginning of the video, this is an epic fucking chapter of One Piece. And of manga in general, in my opinion. A lot of people were disappointed with last week's chapter, but this week's chapter had a character development with Zoro, things that we did not expect, or at least a lot of us didn't expect. We have the explanation of Haki, and we know what the time skip's going to be, and that there will be a time skip. Of course, there could be a chance that Oda will come back and do a fucking 100 pages of training, but I doubt it. Most likely he'll have small little flashbacks like he did with Luffy and Ace and Sabo and all that kind of small little flashbacks of what they went through. And I mean with all the crew. And I think that's why Oda set it up where we kind of can figure it out on our own what they're going to do. That way he doesn't necessarily have to show it and waste 100 chapters doing that. And it actually makes sense. A lot of people have been bitching and whining about time skips because of Naruto, and they think Naruto's time skip fucked everything up. I don't know. I don't read Naruto, but I've had a lot of people tell me that it's not really the time skip that messed Naruto up. It was like Naruto was kind of going downhill already, and then other stuff like that. So that's that. The Dragon Ball time skip was kind of, you know, but I didn't think it messed up the show.
or anything, so I don't think this will mess it up. And like a lot of people have been saying, you gotta kind of have faith in Oda, and I'm gonna have faith in Oda that he knows what the fuck he's doing. He's been doing it for 13 years, doing a great job, so he will continue to do that in the future with the whole next part of the Grand Line. A lot of people are talking about, what are they going to change the name? They don't change the name of the manga. They may change the anime. It's possible, but maybe not. Overall, this chapter, from Zoro bowing his head to Mihawk to learning what Haki is, to, just finding out that 3D2Y meant, oh wait, not 3 days, 2 years. That stuff was pretty fucking awesome. And I don't know what else to say about it. If there's something you think I missed in this chapter that I should have covered, let me know. I don't know how long this video's gotten already, but like I said, it was probably going to be long, so it's going to be a while to get edited and uploaded and all that, but I will have it up today. Well, today it doesn't matter. Today's today for you whenever you're watching it, so it doesn't matter. But this was badass, and now we're going to move into the future, and we're going to get to see what's coming next. Okay, now I read through a lot of the forums this week and stuff, but I really didn't see that many theories that are going to fit in the section, so it'll be real short this week. Most of the things were like, oh, I was right, or hey, everybody, you were right about the 3D2Y thing, or arguing about how crappy the future is going to be, or is Oda going to mess up things, or how sad they are that there's going to be a break, and how are they going to get through it. One suggestion on the forums I went through is some people have suggested this would be a good time to reread the entire manga from the beginning again. So that's not my idea, but feel free to take it and go with it, because I'm probably going to reread a lot of it, because in the future, with this month without One Piece, new chapters, I'm going to start doing like a retrospective, and I'm probably separate it up into like super sagas, if you will, like East Blue and Alabasta, and Skypiea and Water 7 and Islabi, that kind of thing, and probably throw in Thriller Bark, Shibundi, and the War all together. Because I don't really need to cover the War as much, because I already covered all that. And then maybe it'd be good to go back and see what we know now as compared to when we seen it at that time. So that might help people, because a lot of people be like, hopefully you can make videos to help me get through my missing of One Piece. So I will try to do that the best I can. Yeah, so that's the plans for the future of that. Plus I might do another, people have been asking me who my favorite Straw Hat is, and I might do that video and some other things like that, because people seem to like that kind of stuff. And that would be kind of quicker and easier videos for me to make. Yep. So that's what to look forward to in the future for me during this month, as I anticipate greatly the return of One Piece. Now on to crazy theories of the week. And off the top of my head, I can really only remember like 2 or 3. One of which I think is crazy is some people were speculating that Kobe will be an admiral by the time the 2-year time skip's over. And I do not see that happening at all. There's no way he would be admiral level in 2 years. Because as we know, Luffy's not even going to be like Yonkou level or higher or nothing after that. Because he's just going to get the basics. Because Rayleigh's already said how hard it is to learn to be great and proficient with Haki in just 2 years. So that's not going to happen. I could see Kobe being higher up and higher ranked. I don't even want to say Vice Admiral, because I don't think so, but that's a possibility. That's more likely than Admiral. Eventually, he might make it to Admiral, because that's what he wants, and that's like his dream. Another one is somebody posted a picture of Basco Shot and a picture of Fat Usopp, and they said that Basco Shot is Usopp's grandfather, which I think is mostly a joke, but they do look similar in that frame that somebody posted, and if I can find it again, I might post it up on my blog and write a little quick thing about it. Yep. And then another one is, like, I don't know if it was this week or before, but some people were speculating that there will be the Dragon Ball Z, Luffy shows up either married to Hancock or with a kid. And although this sounds kind of ludicrous, it would definitely be hilarious if Luffy shows up, like Hancock brings him to Shibundi, because I imagine that's how it'll happen. And they'll be like, who's this? And Sanji will turn to stone immediately, and he'll be like, this is my wife, Hancock. And they'll be like, wife? And Luffy will be like, I don't know what it means, but that's what she said. And he doesn't understand it, and somebody has to explain it to him, and Nami hits him in the head. So that could be funny and interesting. Another thing is the whole 2-year time skip. A lot of the Straw Hats were with other people, and it's strange
because they're going to end up being with them longer than they've been with the crew. Because since the beginning of this, people have tried to map it out as best they could. Oda's been a little vague on time and stuff, but from anywhere from 6 months to a year is the general accepted rule, and I would lean closer towards a year that they've been together as a crew, although they've been separated for like a little bit of that time. But are they going to be closer with these other people, or what's going to happen with that? I don't think so, because I think their bond is different, because you know how sometimes certain bonds strengthen you no matter how long it is, like if it's a day, a week, a year, and no matter, you can't necessarily get those with someone else, even if you spent 10 years with them. Now, of course, the other Straw Hats are going to value the people they've been with, and they're going to have friendships and stuff like that. But to say that they'll be stronger than the Straw Hats, that's not going to happen, because look what they're going to do for Luffy, and I think that's going to be the whole thing. They're definitely going to be stronger for Luffy, and that's going to be the bond. You see what I'm saying? They wouldn't do that for these other people, even after 2 years, I don't think. Don't get me wrong, I imagine some of them might be good friends. Maybe Zoro and Piranha will be friends, or more than friends, what some people speculate. I guess that's a crazy theory too. Maybe he'll have little ghost Zoro babies that get lost when Piranha's... That's just a joke. But, yeah, so that's the chapter, and we won't get another one for 4 weeks. Yes, sad, I know. So, as to whore myself out per usual, will you please remember to rate the video, subscribe if you like One Piece, and you look forward to listening to me ramble about it during this 4-week break, and other mangas and animes that I will be reviewing during this time, as well as commenting your thoughts on this chapter or answering any of the comment questions that I pose to you. And favorite this video if for some reason this video was so fucking great that you want to do that. And also, feel free to, if you have pages or anything, you can embed my video or post it or links or whatever to your friends on Facebook if you know people are into One Piece and things like this. So, all that stuff helps me, and I appreciate it greatly. And another thing I need to mention, I mentioned in my last video, was my Bleach video, but this is my One Piece video, so I want to mention that I'll probably, I don't know if I'll put an annotation because it'll take a while, but I will definitely put a link down here to the person who made my new video banner, which is tiny, but not his fault, it's YouTube's fault, as well as my new channel banner, which is cool. And I changed my whole channel page and changed the color and kind of changed the look of it and stuff like that. And his name is, his screen name is XOrange7X, and there'll be a link to his channel, so go check him out. He makes little videos, but I don't know, just go say thanks or whatever you want to do. That'd be cool. You know, show him some appreciation. And anyone else who has art talent or willing to do stuff like that, let me know. I really appreciate it, stuff like that. And of course, I will mention and links and all that good junk for you. Yeah, and music or whatever you can do. That's cool. I like to kind of set up a whole page, like with like a background image and stuff. And I was gonna do it myself, but it might take me a little time because my Photoshop skills are mediocre at best. But something with, like, you know, One Piece characters and Fairy Tail and Bleach and stuff like that on the side where it doesn't take up from the, you know, kind of look at, there's some templates and stuff on the internet, or if it's something you do already or if you've done your own. There's a Naruto one, but I don't do Naruto, so I'm not going to use that. But there's no One Piece, or I couldn't even find a Bleach one, so, but anime or manga in general, whatever, that'd be cool. Yeah, so that's that. And oh, don't forget to check out my links on my blog and stuff, and my movie reviews and all that stuff. Whore myself out as much as I can without standing on the street corner. Alright guys, thanks for listening to this long-ass video. I know I told you it was going to be long. I don't know how long it is in the end. I don't think it's going to be an hour, but it might be 45 minutes. And really guys, thank you so much for staying tuned, and hopefully you will continue to watch my other videos about One Piece and other mangas and animes while the break is on, and you don't just use me for my One Piece reviews. That's all you care about. Makes me mad. Alright guys, thanks a lot, and see you in a month.
It's time to get up. One Piece 598 is out.
It's finally out. Time to come out of cryogenics. I feel weird. I don't know. I feel so cold. I'm gonna go read it now. It's finally out. I hope it's awesome.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to breathe after I was in cryogenic stasis for 4 whole weeks. And the chapter came out even later than it was supposed to. And I had to stay in an extra day. I don't know. It's ridiculous. And then I just read the chapter. My body, I can't really move too well. My muscles kind of atrophied. It's fracking ridiculous. And what's up with it? Is Zoro only has one arm now? It's horrible. What were you thinking, Oda? Zoro can't use 3 sword style with one arm. And what? And Nami's boobs? What the frack, Oda? They're too small. I need them to be bigger so I can whack off to them. I don't know what's happening next. We got this, it just destroyed me. And I guess Bleach will be out. Apparently Aizen's dead. I didn't even know. 4 weeks in cryo and this is what happens. Like, I guess I can read the new Bleach. I'm sure it'll be awesome. I'm sure there'll be fights. Maybe even Naruto. Naruto is like, oh no, I remember it's on break. Crap. Screw it. This reviewer guy can finish up what I've been saying.
Hello everyone. It's been a long 4 weeks and finally Chapter 598 has arrived. Last night I stayed up as long as I could, but I had to go to bed before it came out. So now we will get to see what has happened 2 years later, because that is the title of the chapter. There's no cover page besides the color spread, which mimics the first color spread Oda did years ago, but with additions. The design of it is exactly the same. Nami's jumping up in the air and Straw Hat's jumping up in the air and everything else, and it's got the seagulls and the treasures, but it's bigger and better because we get to see what the new Straw Hats look like in color right off the bat. And on top of that, the first 4 pages of the manga are in color this time to add to the mystery of One Piece. Chapter 598, which we've been waiting for patiently for 4 weeks. And it's finally here, and you know what that means? It's time for the review. Yes. It starts off pretty much exactly where the last one ended up, with a shot of Luffy's hat on the stump of the tree, and it's in color, and there's snow on it now to show that time has passed, I'm guessing. And they're on the island with all the wild, crazy animals where he was training with Rayleigh. And he hears somebody say, Luffy, and it's time to go. And who's there to pick up Luffy but Boa Hancock and her sisters, and Margaret is there as well, which I was excited to see Margaret. And they're pretty much, he's like, oh, 2 years have passed quickly. And there's like these giant animals that are kind of like in Strong World. There's like a giant gorilla, a giant crocodile, and a giant tiger. And there's kind of like a little pink, there's a giant lion and there's like a little pink tiger. And they're eating meat and fighting over it and stuff. And then Luffy looks at him like with a mean look and tells him, hey, and the giant lion's scared of him. And the Boa sisters are commenting about how Luffy's become the boss of this island. And there's a funny thing, because Luffy says, yeah, I became friends with these guys, but that's too bad because I didn't get to eat them because they look tasty. That's hilarious. So if you become Luffy's friend, he won't eat you. So Luffy's still kind of the same guy. So far, we're already getting that. Okay? To him to think that about eating creatures who he sees as his friends now is pretty funny. Then we get the saddest and the funniest moment so far in the chapter, when Boa Hancock's like, "It's alright, Luffy, I already loaded up all your favorite foods into the boat. Such a thoughtful woman like me would make a great wife, you know." And then Luffy's like, "I'm not marrying you. Thanks for the food." And then she's like, "Ha, that acrimonious nature you have is so wonderful." So apparently Luffy and Hancock are not married or anything like that. No Dragon Ball, Chi-Chi time skip scenario. Part of me wanted it because I thought it would have been hilarious for him to go back to the crew and say, "Oh yeah, I'm married. This is my wife Hancock." But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Also, I think it takes away from the chances of Hancock joining, but that's another story. And it's funny because she's still in love with him even after 2 years. So that hasn't gone away. So who knows what's going to happen with that in the future. And we come to find out that Rayleigh left like a half a year ago because he taught Luffy everything he knew, like the basic stuff, and so he just stayed there the rest of the time to keep training. And they saying he's probably on Shibundi. So Luffy puts his hat on and he says, "Let's go." So I guess the Straw Hat pirate is back from vacation. Now we get the color spread. I don't know if it was like in this place in the actual manga or that the manga stream put it there in this place or whatever. But we'll talk about that for a minute now because it's cool. It's really nice. You get to see everybody seems like they've changed a little bit. Brooks doesn't have his top hat. He's got like a crown on his head now, and he's got a guitar. Usopp seems like he's gotten longer hair. And Sanji, the biggest thing apparently with Sanji is the hair is on the opposite side. It's covering the opposite eye, which is kind of weird. I wonder why that happened. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a backstory of that. Nami's hair has gotten really long, and her boobs have gotten bigger. Nico Robin looks about the same, but somehow looks sexier, if you will. And Chopper looks exactly the same, except he's got like a blue thing on top of his normal pink hat. So I don't know what's the deal with that, if it has any significance. Maybe we'll find out. And then Frankie, it looks like he's gotten huge like robot arms or something. Obviously he had to rebuild himself for most part. He kind of looks exactly the same in the face. And his hair is gone. And a lot of people were speculating that he's bald, but it looks like he might still have his hair, but it's just not, you know, tall and poofy. It's kind of short, like crew cut. So we'll maybe get to see that. And he's got like some stitches on his side, and maybe that's from his rebuilding. And then of course Luffy has a giant scar right here, and he's wearing like he doesn't have like the tank top thing on anymore. So it's a little bit of different. He's also got a sash around his waist, kind of like Zoro has. What is it called? A haramaki or whatever it is. But the big scar is from Akainu. And at first, I don't know, I was like, where's this scar from? And I'm like, duh. I was thinking, like, where did it come from? What happened? But it's from when Akainu Mangama punched him and Law did the surgery on him. So that's just something we're going to have to deal with. And then there's Zoro. Okay? Now this is a big thing. Zoro has a scar over his eye now. Kind of like Rayleigh's. And his eye's closed. So hopefully he didn't lose his eye. Is what I'm hoping, but it could be possible. And some people were going crazy in the spoilers because it looked like Zoro's arm was missing, but it's not. It's obviously, if you look, he's holding one of the swords in his other arm. He's got one, and he's got one on his sash. Okay. At first look, I made a mistake when I looked at the actual thing. I thought he had 4 swords, but apparently most of the other 2 are just the scabbards for the swords he's holding. And he's got the one still there. So Zoro still has 2 arms, guys. Okay, enough with that. Now on to the story. Now we get cut to Shibundi, and there's some pirates talking about how there's a lot of pirates gathering again like they did 2 years ago, although they're not as badass as they were 2 years ago. But there are a few with over 100 million bounties on their heads. And they talk about Kid and Drake specifically, who have been doing a lot of things in the New World. So are Kid and Drake the only 2 that are still around, or are they the only 2 making a name for themselves? Those are things that we have to find out about in due course, I'm imagining. And then they got a poster thing that said, that the Straw Hat Pirates are recruiting new members to go into the New World. So it's kind of strange. Like, what? What's going on with that? I don't understand that. They haven't even been there. So we're going to find out about that. And then apparently since nobody's seen them in 2 years, they thought they were done or they gave up or something. And the guy's like, maybe I should join them and go to the New World. And then we cut to Brooke, how somehow has become a great, super famous soul musician known as the Soul King. Or some people said the translation should be more like the King of Soul, like Michael Jackson was the King of Pop or Elvis was the King of Rock and Roll. That's what it's kind of going for. And he's having a concert. And he's changed his look. He's got like a boa and like different stuff on. He's got like a shark guitar, which a lot of people were talking about is really awesome looking. And instead of a top hat, he's got like a crown like top hat thing. So a lot of people were curious if he's going to keep this look. I'm thinking no. I think when he goes back to Straw Hats, he's going to go back to his old look maybe. That way people don't recognize him, if you will. Because if they did, it would be a problem. Because apparently this is his finale concert that he's having here on Shabundi. And he has had a world tour. And apparently now the Long Arms who kidnapped him are his managers. So I guess when he started doing that music, people liked it so much they decided they'd make more money this way, and they probably worked out some sort of deal. And I'm curious, I wonder if Brooke is going to be able to keep his money, and if he's super, super fucking rich now. Because if he is, Nami will definitely show him her panties. And people are passing out at the concert, people are trying to get in. And then Brooke tells them, before the concert starts, I have something important to tell you. And one of the Long Arms is, and what would that be? And then then it goes to the concert, and he's playing his concert, and he's like, "Hi, it's the Soul King," and there's all like craziness going on, and they call him Brooke Sama, and people are passing out and stuff, and he tells them, "Let's make today my finest anniversary." So we don't really know what he told the Long Arms. I'm guessing he's told them that this is the last concert, and he's going to move on, go back to the Straw Hats or whatever it is. Maybe we'll find out what he exactly told him later on, but who knows? That's just my guess. That's obviously what's got to happen. Or he's going to pretend to be dead at the end of the concert, you know what I'm saying? And so he can get away from this whole rock star, Soul King persona. So now we cut to Sanji arriving, and he's been brought there by the Okamas. Although we don't see Ivankov. I guess Ivankov didn't come with him. I'm guessing Ivankov probably had to go meet up with Dragon or something like that. Maybe that's what's happening there. But a lot of the Okamas are there. And it's funny because, like, the first thing we see is, like, he locks on to a woman. And he's like, "A woman?" And he's all, like, hearts and shit everywhere. And he's like, "It's been so long since I've seen a woman. I'm so happy." And he's like, "I need a lady." And then the Okamas are telling him goodbye. And he's like, "I'm sure we'll meet again." And he says, "Like hell, I want to meet you." And he flips them off. And he says, "Thanks for taking me here, though. And tell I've give him my best. See ya." And he's pretty much off. And then all the Okamas are all like, "Oh, Sanji, we'll miss him." And he's wild as usual. And they say boys are always mean to the girls they like the most and all this. And they'll never forget him. And there's one that's like in love with him. And there's hearts all around her head. But Sanji's like, he doesn't care. He wants to see Nami and Robin. He's like, "Your man has returned from hell." And then there's a certain bar, and someone's telling that the Marine headquarters has changed, and the bartender's telling someone that they switched sides, like it was on the opposite side, now it's on the other side of the red line, facing the New World. And the bartender says, it was the decision of the new fleet admiral, who is not revealed. They don't say who it is, so we still have speculation on that. And because of that, the threat on Shabundi from the Marines is lowered, and there's a lot more lawless zones. And apparently the woman he's talking to is the Nami with long hair. And she's saying, that makes sense why this place seems a lot rougher than 2 years ago. And then she kind of overhears something. Some dude's saying a 55 million bounty. And somebody shoots somebody. And it turns out it's like this fake looking Luffy. Yeah, I don't get this either. And when I was reading the spoilers, because I couldn't help myself, I was like, what the fuck is this? I know that's not Oda changing Luffy, but no, it's a fake Luffy. And he's saying, no, we only want 70 million or higher. Don't come here with a piddly 50 million bounty. I am the son of Dragon the Revolutionary, damn it. And he talks about we are on a completely different level, blah, blah, blah. You ain't joining our crew. And then people are commenting how merciless Straw Hat is. And Luffy, or fake Luffy, some people suggest we should call him Fluffy. So that kind of works. So it's Fluffy is saying how many people showed up to fake Frankie. And he says about 103 pirate groups have completely joined us. And there's even a fake Soga King with a Soga King mask on. And then we get to find out that the 2 rookies have joined them who are made a name for themselves and have a bounty of either 210 million or 270 million and 190 million. And their names are, they're famous for killing Marines, Wet Hair Caribou and Blood Spatter Caribou. I don't know if it's Caribou or Coribou because they spell it different, although they say they're brothers, so I don't know. So that's something to think about. That's pretty high bounties, 210 million and 190 million, but it might be because they kill Marines, and they might not be that powerful, really. You know, they just got a higher bounty because they're more dangerous. Like they were talking about how Kid had a higher bounty because he hurt civilians. So we'll have to see about them too. And they can't be that badass if they're going to join up with this fake Luffy, this Fluffy, if you will. And then Fluffy tells Nami to come have a drink with him, the real Nami. And she's like, no, I refuse. And people are like, oh, how do you refuse him? He's the Straw Hat who charged into the war 2 years ago. And she says, I'm waiting on a man. And then the fake Soga King's like, what man? He would be weak before our captain. He would cry and run away. And then she says that one more time, I'll say it, I'm not having a drink with you. You're Straw Hat who? And he's like, Luffy. Oh, and people are like, oh, she's dead. And then the fake Nami comes over to her and she's like, you can't refuse his invitation or I'll kill you. I am the cat burglar Nami. And she is ugly as fuck. So I don't see how anyone would think she's the real Nami if they've seen the wanted poster. And then we get a little panel of Usopp showing up, and he's got something he calls Sure Kill Green Tar, apparently is what the translation is. Devil. And apparently it's like a giant like Venus flytrap thing, and it like captures the fake Nami in it, and then there's other plants, and they're getting the fake Luffy and all the other fakes and stuff. And he says, okay, miss, will you drink with me then? And she now knows it's Usopp. And she's like, oh, and she gives him a big hug. And she's like, you've gotten a little manlier. And it's funny because like she hugs him into her boobs. And he's like, yeah, you've gone up another level yourself. So even Usopp notices that Nami's boobs have even gotten larger. And then the fake Frankie's like, that was the weirdo she was waiting on? And then Nami talks about, like, you did that? What's that? And then he tells, that's the pop greens. That's my new weapon I'm using. You think I just sat and stared at the ocean for 2 years? I've gotten a lot stronger. And he's told her that he's graduating from the weakling trio of Nami and Chopper. So he's gotten a lot stronger. And he says, I've become a warrior. I won't flinch. And then the fake Soga King's like, you do this, kid? And Usopp's like, ah, fake Soga King, like he usually does. So Usopp is still what he was, pretty much, although he is stronger, obviously. Nami says, screw this, we're going to another bar, forget them. And then the dude's like, what about your tab, miss? And she's running out on it. She don't seem to care. And then Fluffy's like, this is a bad example, go get them. And then there's these black bubbles showing up, and it turns out they're clouds. And next thing you know, there's a big like explosion of lightning. And as Nami and Usopp are walking out, she's like, oh yeah, I ended up getting some new technology of my own. And then Usopp's like, ooh, you were on a sky island? For real? And apparently the fake Straw Hats have survived, and Fluffy is really mad. He's like, I'm going to shoot them dead. Like, as we kind of all speculated, Usopp does use the pop green, and Nami is using the new technology she got from the Sky Island Webtheria to help her. So maybe even though Usopp thinks he's kind of graduated, Nami and Chopper may still be stronger than him, which would be hilarious. Because we all know Oda said Usopp would always be the weakest. So, who's to know? Okay, now we go to Shaky's ripoff bar, and Sanji is there, and they're talking. They say, apparently Zoro was the first one there, and Sanji's shocked. It's like, he was the first one to the ship? And he says the siege we're returning to is going to be a rough one. And Frankie got there 10 days ago and went straight to the ship. And the Sonny is okay, even though we don't really get an explanation what happened with Kuma or what he was doing there, if he was still, like, you know, robotized, if you will. But the ship is intact, and Rayleigh tells him that he's completed the coding. And there's nothing wrong with it at all. And then we get to see Duval, and he's like injured and in bed and all bandaged up, and he's even got IVs, and he still can't wink right. And he says it'll take a year for a full recovery. He protected it every day and all that. And Sanji's like, thanks, I appreciate it. And then, they were talking about Nami got there, and Usopp showed up, and then Chopper, and then Brook came today to do his concert, and Sanji's there now. So the only people that aren't there that they know about are Nico, Robin, and Luffy that they haven't seen yet. And then Sanji gets excited when he hears about Nami, and he forgets about Duval because Nami's gone shopping. And Rayleigh comments about how it was a good job getting back here because just that's hard enough. He says, you've got quite the crew. And Sanji's like, wow, I was surprised you trained Luffy. He must be insanely strong now. And Rayleigh says, which is maybe a translation error and people have been bitching about, he says, I haven't seen him for a year, although it said he left half a year ago at the beginning. So it's either he left a year or a half a year ago, whatever. So Rayleigh says he's still kind of curious of how strong he is now. And then Sanji starts daydreaming. He's like, I wonder what kind of growth Nami-san has done over the past 2 years. And I'm sure when he sees the growth she's had, he will pass the fuck out. And Rayleigh's like, are you alright? And then finally, we get to see Nico Robin. And there's some mysterious guy, and he's like, we found Nico Robin, but we can't kill her. We must bring her back. And Robin's like, did I shake them off? And she's reading the, like, flyers. She's like, Brooks concert and Straw Hat recruiting members. She's like, what the hell's going on here? She's kind of confused about what's going on. And she's cool looking. She's got, like, a top with, like, her titties hanging out and, like, a little, like, sarong wrap thing around her. So she looks cool. She looks like sexier, but she doesn't look like she's changed that much because she wasn't as young as the other ones. I mean, she was a little older already, so she'd already gone through most of her growth. So I guess Oda didn't want to change her too much. I guess her hair may be a little longer. And then we start getting into like one of the funniest little scenes that's going to happen now. Someone's calling out for Zoro and Sanji and Robin, and it says it's been a long time, and it's Chopper, and Chopper's so cute. He looks about the same as he always did, except he's got the like addition to his normal hat. And he's got his stick when he's walking around. And he says, wow, Zoro and Sanji must have become good buddies over the past 2 years, but why aren't they talking to me? And the fake Zoro and Sanji are like, he's following us, what's with that talking raccoon? And then the fake Sanji shows them Chopper's bounty poster. And they turn around, and he's like, And they're talking about, that's the real cotton candy loving Chopper, 50 belly pet. They think he was abandoned there, and he's been a stray living on the island this whole time. And they're like, oh, he thinks his masters have come home. And apparently it's hilarious because like the fake Straw Hats like kind of look similar, but not really. They look like a Bizarro. Like if you read Bizarro Superman, like they're Bizarro Straw Hats because they're similar, but they don't look that much like them. Like the Nico Robin is like short and ugly and old. The Zoro is fat. It's hilarious. And the fake Sanji's hair is ridiculous looking. And they have a fox with them with like a top hat on it to be the fake Chopper, which is funny. And it's got like a little like evil curly mustache. And Chopper's like, you guys have changed. Why aren't you talking to me? And they say, we need to throw away the fox and get the real thing. And she's like, and the fake Robin's like, what does he eat? And she's like, cotton candy, of course. But she's like, I don't have any. So she kicks the fox, and she's like, shoo, shoo, go away. And she goes to Chopper. She's like, come on, Chopper. Here's a cucumber. She has to lure Chopper in with a cucumber. And it's hilarious. The fox is like biting the fake Nico Robin's head. And Chopper's like, oh, you're so scary, Robin. Come on now. Chopper can't realize that that's not the real Nico Robin. I thought he was smart. I guess he's still the same naive kid he was. And everything like that, but soon enough he'll figure it out. He'll be like, oh, wow, when they all meet up, he'll be like, I thought that was really you, Nico Robin, but no, it wasn't. And then, like, the CP members, not like CP9, but the other CPs, they, like, come and they capture the fake Nico Robin, And then Chopper's all like, "Oh no, Robin's been kidnapped. Those must be kidnappers." And then you get to the real Nico Robin, and I don't know if she's listening in or what, or we just get this. And they're calling back. They've arrested Nico Robin, and they say she's also with a fox that keeps biting and won't let go. And Nico Robin's like, "I have to hurry. No wait, I have to hurry. Has everyone already arrived at Grove 12?" Somebody's saying that. I'm guessing it's Nico Robin, but it might not be. And then you go to the new Marineford, which is at Marine Branch G1. Or wait, this is the old Marineford at G1. And they're like the Straw Hat Pirates of Shibundi Archipelago. They seem to be recruiting new members there. And this is the old Marineford, which is Marine Branch G1 now. And I guess it's Momonga's in charge there. It looks like it's him. And he's like, "Call the headquarters. If it's actually still alive, summon up a force at once." And then apparently the Fluffy has shot someone he thought was Nami. And then he's like, "Oh, my bad, my mistake. I thought you were someone else." And then the guy seems mad, and he's like, "Oh, do you have a problem with this?" And then he says, "Guess so," and the Fluffy just shoots him. And everybody's like, "Straw Hat Luffy, what a ruthless man." And he's pissed, and they're going to take him to the hospital. Not the fake Straw Hats, but whatever. And the Fluffy is all like, "Find them bastards. Bring those two to me." And then somebody knocks over the Fluffy, and then they're like, "Oh, did I bump you? Sorry." And he's like, "Bye." And the dude's like, "What the hell, doesn't he know who Straw Hat Luffy is? He's dead." And then the Fluffy's like, "Wait a minute," and turns around, and it was the real Luffy who bumped into him. And it's hilarious because he's a little tiny guy compared to Fluffy, and he knocked him down so easily. So this obviously shows the strength differential. So what's going to happen here? Ooh. And then the end, and yes, I can't wait till chapter 599. At least we don't have to wait a month. We only have to wait a week. But then we're going to get the second part of everybody showing up and what's going to happen. At first, I didn't really like the fake Straw Hats or whatever, but I see what's going on, and it sucks. I hate that these people think this is the real Straw Hats. I mean, these people are terrible. I can't stand them. I hope to fuck the real Straw Hats kick their ass and come back with a bang, and everybody knows that they're the fake ones, and the news spreads so that everybody knows these are the fake ones and know that the real Straw Hats aren't this bad and everything like that. Hell, these fake Straw Hats, I think the lower class of the Straw Hats could take them out easily. Luffy will probably like one hit this Fluffy guy and be done with it. And that'll be that. So what do y'all think? What do you think about the fake Straw Hats? You think it's funny? It's kind of funny. It's goofy. What do y'all think about it altogether? They're just living off the fame of Luffy, which I guess a lot of pirates do, and what Bellamy and others accused the real Luffy of doing a long time ago with like fake bounty posters and shit like this. But can't they tell? These people look nothing like the posters, obviously. Although I guess it's like the whole Sanji Sogeking thing. They were always kind of hidden under mystery, but I don't know. I hope they hurry up and kick their asses and go. And we'll have a meet-up maybe next chapter. Maybe next chapter will be showing Frankie and Zoro together and what they're doing. Because apparently they're both at the ship, at the Sunny right now. And we've seen all of them except Frankie and Zoro in this chapter. But we all know they're on the island. We all know that every one of the real Straw Hats is now on Shibundi Archipelago. And they have to all reunion together. And some have kind of reunioned a little bit. And really only Usopp and Nami. All the others are still on their own, if you will. So that's one thing to look forward to seeing. And we still haven't got the reunion, because many people have been speculating the reunion would really take place at 600. So that might be what happens when they all come together. And they all come together like kicking the fake Straw Hats' asses, which would be hilarious. And they'll probably destroy the 100 people they've already got joining them. The 2 big rookies that they have joining them, they'll probably destroy them with nothing. And that'll be their re-entry into the world. And I wonder what's going to happen with the Marines. Are they going to send some strong people? Or maybe the Marines will capture the fake Straw Hats and then realize that they're the fake ones, and the real ones will be able to escape easier. So, but would you like to see Luffy like fight an admiral? Like if Kizaru shows up again, Luffy just like bam, knocks him the fuck out and no problem. Never like, oh shit, that's the real Luffy. So that would be cool, but I don't know if that's going to happen just yet. So we'll see. And plus we don't know who the real fleet admiral is. We don't know if there's a new admiral. We don't know what's up with all that. That's cool. The only thing we really learn is that they've moved Marineford to the other side of the red line in the new world. And all that. Are they going to run into any more celestial dragons? Is Luffy going to do something stupid again? I don't know. Can't be too stupid because he's obviously got to get going on. He's got to get to Fishman Island, and when he gets there, he'll get to see Jinbei. A thing that I'm curious about, have the Kuja left after they drop Luffy off, or are they still waiting, and Luffy's going to meet him with his crew? Because if not, then Boa and Margaret are both not going to join. Neither one of them. It's all put in the kibosh. It's not going to happen. But I really am rooting for Margaret, and he always said he would let her meet his crew. So I can't believe that she won't meet the crew at some point. So I'm guessing they're still there, and they're going to all set off together. Or not together, but they're going to set off and meet each other. And maybe Margaret will be joining. I hope. Please. What do y'all think? Do you think it's possible? Plus, a lot of people are saying, we don't know if Perona's there or not. They just mentioned Zoro, so maybe next week Perona will be with Zoro. Who knows? Or maybe she went back, or who knows. Maybe we'll find out what happened with her later. And all that good stuff. What do you think is going to be Frankie's design? Is he really going to look like the color page? What's with Zoro? Can he see out of that other eye? How awesome is One Piece? Let me know in the comments below. We waited a month for this, and it was badass, but not as badass as I was hoping it would be, but enough to get it going, because Oda has to kind of get the story hitting back on, and this is like reintroducing the new characters. He has to do this, guys, so don't be bitching too much about it, okay? I'm sure there's going to be a fight soon for all those fight lovers with the fake Straw Hats and the real Straw Hats, and possibly even the Marines, so we got that to look forward to. Yeah, I mean, the color spread is awesome. It shows all their designs and all that stuff and how they changed. Now we had to see how they changed in fighting skills and power levels and characteristics and character. Hopefully Oda hasn't changed their character too awful much, because if he does, that'll kind of ruin what One Piece was for the last 12 years. So I don't see him doing that. He's not stupid. He's a smart artist, and don't think he'll fuck it up too much. So don't forget to rate and comment and favorite my videos and all that stuff. I love it. It works for me all great and fantastic. And spread the word. Don't forget to check out all my links and all that stuff. And to end the thing, like the comment question that I would really like to ask, that I hope everybody will respond to, would be, who do you think has changed the most in the 2 years? So far, it looks kind of like Frankie has, but he had to kind of rebuild himself. But do you think there's even greater changes from some of the other characters? Even more than just design. Brooks changed a lot. What's Brooks' power-up going to be? What's Robin's? She's still mysterious. These are questions that I want answers to. Give me that. And there's no real crazy theories this week, because I wanted to put this review up as quick as I could, and so I didn't really have time to look through the forums. But the craziest theory of the week was Zoro has no arm. You know, that's the crazy theory of the week for me. And it's pretty much, I don't think so. He's holding the other sword in his arms, and check it out. Yep, don't forget, let me know what you think, and rate the video and all that, please. Please, 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 please. And I will be continuing with the whole new One Piece. We'll start over the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, more reviews to come. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't, all that. Take it easy, guys. Diet Mountain Dew. It makes a One Piece fan happy. So please buy it at your local stores today. Diet Mountain Dew. Hello everybody, this is Roy, and today we're going to talk about One Piece chapter 599, entitled 9 Pirates. And yes, this is where the insanity begins. We start off with a cover page of Luffy and some sheep, and he's eating while sleeping with sheep. Okay, and then they're stealing his food. And apparently this is a requested cover page that Oda has drawn. I didn't know Oda did that, but I guess he's doing it now. The first page is a flashback to Hancock and Luffy's parting farewell, where Hancock is giving Luffy a disguise, and herself wearing a mustache and nose application that I find hilarious. She says, "So I will put this on like so," and Luffy's like, "Don't worry, no one will find out, you don't have to do that." And then we find out what's in the bag, because I was curious as to what was in the bag, and last night I was talking to someone and we were speculating what could be in the bag, and Hancock tells us that she put in over 500 pairs of clothes, 1,000 lunch boxes, 5 years worth of handkerchiefs, tissues and towels, as well as 3 years worth of drinkable water, snacks, and silverware. Okay, I'm sure Luffy's going to really need that. So now they're saying farewell, and he's leaving the Kuja ship. As he goes, he's saying thanks for everything, and everyone says they're going to wish him well. And then Hancock says one thing. She's like, I have one request. And then Luffy's like, what? I don't want to get married. And she's like, no, 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 it's about the word goodbye. I just want you to leave without saying that word. What? I've never said that one to anyone. Besides, I want to see you again. So, see you later. And then, of course, Hancock's like, oh, he wanted to see me again. Could this be a proposal? And, of course, Nyan is like, no. But this may be the last time we see Hancock. So, it's good to end on the good old jokes. Then we get cut back to real time with Shibundi Archipelago and Luffy and Fluffy being into it, and Fluffy is pissed because Luffy bumped into him, and he says, you bumped into me on purpose, didn't you? You don't know who I am. You did this to Straw Hat Luffy, the man who is worth 400 million berry. So, is Luffy's bounty gone up, or does Fluffy not know what his bounty is? Because it used to be 300, now it's 400. So do y'all think that's a translation error, or do you really think it's only 400? Because most people are speculating it would at least double. But that's what it said, and he's pointing the gun at Luffy, and he's saying that you need to get down on your knees and beg me for forgiveness so he can save face. And Luffy's like, I'm really sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Oh, and this pisses Fluffy off something awful. And so he decides to try and shoot Luffy, but Luffy uses his haki, if you will, and like dodges the bullets. And then he gives Fluffy a mean look and knocks him the fuck out with his Conqueror Haki, or King's Haki, or ever what you like to call it, ladies. And then he knocks out the whole fake Straw Hat crew, and they're all laying on the ground, and you see Fluffy with foam out of his mouth as Luffy just walks on. Then we get the greatest news ever. The Sunny is fine. Although I guess last chapter we knew, but Robin has arrived, and she's like, oh, it's the Sunny. And then we get to see Frankie. And he's like, oh, our crew's super archaeologist. Robin, ain't it? And she's like, oh, you never change, Frankie. But Frankie does change. He has like giant like robot arms now, and like giant shoulders, and they say BF-37 for Battle Frankie 37 on him. And like where he used to have the star tattoos on his arm, it's like big blocks. So a lot of people are disappointed by this, but I'm going to let it grow on me before I make a decision. Because he's cut his hair off, which is strange because that used to be a big deal to him before the time skip. But maybe it just burned off and hasn't grown back after 2 years. And then Frankie's talking about how he has changed and check out all the male romanticism that he's added to his body with all the upgrades and stuff like that. And then she's like, he says, I'm completely beyond human understanding now. And then she says, I don't think, oops, I messed up. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'll be able to treat you like a human anymore. And he's like, whoa, 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 are you calling me a pervert? You really know how to compliment a guy. I didn't know he really took that as a compliment, but apparently he did. And then Robin's checking out the coding job, and she says it's kind of like jelly. So we already know Rayleigh has finished the coding on there. And this is what it looks like. We finally get to kind of see what it is. We kind of got to see a little bit with Whitebeard when his ships popped up out of Marineford Bay. But this is like our first close-up look at what it really does. And then Frankie's commenting about how this is an awesome technology and all this stuff. Yeah. And he asks her what number she is, and she says she's 8. Luffy's the only one who hasn't come yet. And Frankie mentions that all the maintenance on the Sunny is 100% and everything's A-OK, plus the new weapons too.
And so a lot of people are really going to be excited about that, because I know I am. I want to see what Frankie has done to the Sonny. We've seen what he's done to himself, just cosmetically, but we don't know what these additions and things actually entail. So we'll have to wait and see what comes from that. But maybe it'll be badass, and even if you think he looks kind of strange, it will be made up for. I'm not going to pass judgment yet, but I really like to see what the Sonny can do now. Because before the time skip, he said he was going to use some of the technology he found to improve the Sonny, so I guess that's what he's already done. Probably why he got there as soon as he did. Oh, and apparently Usopp and Sanji have both come to the Sonny already, and he says they've filled the fuel, and Sanji has provided the food. So Robin asked him if he knows what's up with Brook, and Frankie talks about this. He's shining right now from the dark, silent, fog-filled sea. He climbed up to a bright stage of never-ending cheers. Who knows? He may not even come back to the pirate life. Whoa, that's a scary thought, isn't it, guys? Not really. He's going to be back, duh. There's no way he's not. Remember last chapter he has something to tell the managers, and I'm guessing that he's telling them he's leaving to be a pirate again. And he's done with the Soul King bullshit. And we get to a cut of him at the stadium, and he's singing, and his song goes something like this, which sounds kind of strange, but wow, living in the South Blue, yeah, shaggy beard, bah, ain't got no beard. So I don't know how he got famous off of lyrics like that, but maybe he will release an album one day. I'm sure they'll sell if they release an album in Japanese. Maybe for the anime they will add like a soundtrack provided by Brook, the Soul King. Now we cut back to Grove 47, where the fake Straw Hats are like waking up from Luffy's King Haki blast, and Chopper has arrived. And they're like, what happened? They're trying to figure it out. Like, I don't know, I just passed out and all this stuff. And then they're telling Luffy, or fake Luffy, Fluffy that is. I gotta really call him Fluffy. Y'all like it being called Fluffy, don't you? Let me know if you like him being called Fluffy. Or should it be said Floofy? Because somebody said it should be pronounced like Luffy, but with the F, so it should be Floofy. But I don't know. I like Fluffy better because he's fat, and a lot of fat cats are called Fluffy. Yes, that's right. Fat cats are called Fluffy. And then Chopper's there, and he's like, we gotta go rescue Nico Robin. She's been kidnapped. Because, of course, Chopper is still so fucking naive that he thinks these are the real Straw Hats. Which is kind of pissing me off, and some people in the forums as well. And then we find out that apparently fake Nico Robin's name is Coco. Okay, but who cares? Her name could be Cucumber for all the fuck I care, because she gave a cucumber to Chopper, and it was disturbing last chapter, guys. Disturbing. And it's kind of interesting because Fluffy talks about fate with the fake Nico Robin. He's like, she's just going to be what she is. It's her fate. And Chopper is pissed, and he's like, I can't believe you guys are so mean. And he runs off crying. He's like, I'll rescue her by myself. So hopefully he doesn't go to rescue fake Nico Robin. Hopefully the rest of the crew find him before that happens. And apparently the fake Straw Hats are going to Grove 46 to meet up with the 100 people they recruited. And while this is going on, some Marines are overhearing all this. And they report into their base on Grove 66 that the Straw Hats are going to meet at Grove 46. So they're going to go and they're going to surround the fake Straw Hats, which I find hilarious. They said they're going to create a perimeter around Grove 40, 42, and 44 so that they can trap the Straw Hats in. So they relay this message back. And I guess this is like G1, I don't know. But Sentamaru is there. And he's like, I'll go on ahead. And he's going to take PX5 and PX7. And one of the Marines is like, you're going to take them with you? And he's like, of course. Aren't you guys underestimating Straw Hat a little too much? 2 years have passed. He's surely gotten even stronger. He's on a completely different class than the rookies who always gather on this island. So it's actually cool now. Maybe it's going to be hard for Luffy because maybe they're not going to underestimate him anymore after all the stuff he's done and after he showed the King's Haki blast at Marineford. Because that seemed like they really wanted to stop his ass at that point. So Sentamaru may be actually smart when it comes to this. So I'm pretty much going to read what Sentamaru said here because it's kind of interesting. The actions Kuma took 2 years ago ended without any explanation, but looking at the eccentricities Kuma has up to after he lost his personality, I knew that one day the Straw Hat Pirates would return to this island. Let's go. And it kind of shows all of them a little bit down below. So he's talking about, I guess, when Kuma sent him off flying, and then the way it's worded, it kind of sounded like Kuma's been acting weird after he was fully pacifistifized. So, what's up with that? And we know Kuma showed up after he'd been pacifistifized, and he didn't destroy the Sunny, and I doubt Duval could have defeated him unless Shaky is like super fucking badass. Now we cut to Grove 42, and we got Sanji, and he comes up on this fisherman guy, and he's like, "Oh, sell me some cheap fish." And the fisherman's guy like, "I can't, something bad's happened." And he talks about this guy with 3 katanas strapped to his waist said, "I'm bored, I want to fish." So I told him to hop on my boat and shove off. And then Sanji's like, green hair, 3 katana, did he have a stomach band or haramaki or how you say it? Yeah, and he's like, yeah, and he only had 1 eye. And Sanji's like, 1 eye? And he shows him a bounty poster of Zoro's, and he's like, yes, that's him. And you get a funny little scene here where he's like, is he a friend of yours? And he's like, well, I've seen his face before. Sanji don't want to admit he's friends with Zoro, but we really know. All of it, just between us, he's really friends. They're really friends, okay guys? They're friends. Or for you weebos, Nakamas. So the fisherman tells Sanji what happened, and he tells him that he told him to get on his boat so they could go fishing, but of course Zoro got on the wrong fucking boat, and it was apparently a giant pirate ship that was heading to Fisherman Island, and he tried to yell to the guy to wake up because he got on the ship and just went to sleep like usual. So Zoro hadn't changed that much, guys. Well, at least when it comes to that. And, motherfucker. And then Sanji's like, and he's gone and done it again, that idiot. And Sanji mentions how it was strange that he was the first one there. So, of course, once he gets there, he would end up pulling a stunt like that. And then Sanji's like, I ain't worried about it. He'll be fine. He won't die. Lucky for him, we know where he's going. And then there's a crowd, and they're pointing at something in the water, and they're like, something's coming up. And then they're like, it's huge. And then we get this badass 2-page spread with this gigantic pirate ship out of nowhere, which somebody commented on. It looks like it has a foxy-ish looking design. Could it be? Well, we'll have to find out. And they're like, it's a galleon. A huge pirate ship's been cut in 2. And then they're speculating, like, was it the water pressure? It was a bad coating job, a Sea King? And they're like, no, it looks like a sword cut it in 2. They remind you of something. Remember back in the Barati arc when Mihawk cut fucking Don Krieg's ships all up in 2? It's pretty impressive. And who could have done such? Is Mihawk there? Of course not. We know who it is. And then the people on the crew are like, bastard, our dreams about the new world, how dare you? And this is kind of like a debate about what Zoro is saying here, and like people are like hating it or liking it. And he says, this was the result of a quirk of fate. Hate your own destinies? Who set me upon your ship like an angel of death? And a lot of people are like, Zoro doesn't say stuff like that, he's changed. But he does say stupid shit like that from what I remember, so we'll have to deal with that. And then they're like, oh, it was him. And then Sanji's like, oh, he came back. Not that I care. And then you get to see Zoro with his 1 eye, and he's sheathing his sword up, and he says, I got on the wrong ship. And he's got this mean look. And it does look like his eye is non-functioning, unfortunately. So that's the chapter, guys. And so that's pretty much the chapter review. And now it's time for your favorite part of my videos. For some reason I do not comprehend. Crazy theories of the week. And I got a few write-ins from the blog TV that I'm doing this live at right now, as well as some from the forums I've been checking. And let's start with one of the biggest things, and that would be Zoro's eye. There's been some speculation that Zoro may get a robot eye provided by Frankie, but I don't see that coming. I think if Zoro really lost the eye, then he's going to keep it lost, or Oda wouldn't have done it to start with, in my opinion. Also, somebody had this like Naruto type theory from what I heard, where he'll have like some magic powers in his eye, and he'll open it up and it'll shine real bright. And a crazy theory is that some people were like worried that Brook's not going to come back to the crew. Like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. Brook will definitely be back in the crew. He's got to finish so he can meet Laboon again. So that's a stupid, crazy theory. And what was some of the other ones? Okay.
And one just in from Blog TV is that Fluffy is Sabo. Yes, the grand old this is Sabo theory. And somebody also said that Sanji is now gay. And that are the crazy theories of the week so far. If you got any crazy theories, let them down below, because I like crazy theories, and we all know you like crazy theories. And maybe next week, if your crazy theory is the top voted up on the comments, I will put it in the video. Amazing. Yes. So that's the end of crazy theories, and now let's go on to my impressions of the chapter as a whole. I liked the chapter. It was a bit short, but it's story building, because, you know, we're introducing crew members as it goes and setting up for the next arc and the next battle. I think that Sentamaru and the Marines are going to go after Fluffy and the fake Straw Hats, and at first they won't realize it. Well, Sentamaru should, but they're probably going to attack them and fight them, because I speculated last time that Luffy and his crew would take them out, but Luffy kind of showed that he's way above them when he took them out with his King's Haki, and therefore he has no need to fight them, and they're just going to get captured by the Marines, and the Marines go like, we got the Straw Hats, we got them all, and then they're going to be like, these aren't the Straw Hats, retards, and the Straw Hats are going to made it through to Fishman Island, and we will finally get the Fishman Island arc. And that's how I see that going. One of the things I'm looking forward to is I really want to see what Zoro can do with his one eye, and I want to see what Frankie can do with his new body, and what is Brook's upgrades. How did Brook get stronger? How did Robin get stronger? These are mysteries that I'm really interested in seeing. And what's up with Kuma? Are we going to get those things revealed? What is the deal with the Straw Hats? How badass are they going to be? Let me know in the comments. I really would like to know how badass you think they're going to be. I hope they're going to be super badass. And I appreciate you knowing that they're super badass. And you can also tell me I'm super badass if you like. I really like people telling me I'm super badass. I know, ego trip, I know. But it happens. Even to the most modest and humble of us YouTube internet peoples. Yep, and now, guess what? It's time for me to whore out. Please, if you like this video at all, would you rate it? I mean, up. I usually say down too, because I have my moments, but I want ups. That's thumbs for all you new people. And if you're new to the videos and all that good stuff, and you like anime and manga and all that good Japanesey stuff, then make sure you subscribe for more videos. And I think I point the wrong way. This might be the right way. I think I always point the wrong way. So maybe that way. Subscribe. It's like right up there. Hit that yellow button, like they say. And don't forget to comment whatever you want, or answer some of the questions or crazy theories or whatever you want to do. It's your forum to comment. And also, check below. Yes, below in the description, guys. No. I'm not into that sort of thing, guys. I know you love me, but I'm not into that. But down below, you know what's down below. It is all my links to my blog, to my other reviews where I do movie reviews. Nobody watches those, and I tried to do them, but then that's the reason I don't do them no more. If you actually like those, then let me know, and I will do more. But since nobody ever tells me that, I don't think nobody likes them, so I quit fucking doing them. Guess what? If I don't think you like them, I'm not going to do them anymore. It hurts my feelings. But check that out. Check out all my links. All my links, Facebooks. I need more fans on Facebook, so I've got like 48. All that stuff I post, my Twitter, I post stuff on there. Y'all need to know. You need to know who I am. And yes, that's way too much whoring. So that's the end of the video, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope you enjoyed One Piece. And finally, next week, we will get Chapter 600, and it will be epic, I hope. Good night and good day. Hello and welcome to One Piece Reviews for Chapter 600, entitled The Island of Restarting. And this week we get another fan recommended cover page with Zoro holding a alligator or crocodile or whatever it is. So apparently Oda's doing fan recommendations or something now. I don't know if that's something he'll carry on, or hopefully he'll do a story. I like the cover stories that he does, but we'll see. And it starts out in Grove 35 on Shibundi, and we get to see Chopper in his natural reindeer form, and he's running around looking for Robin. He's like, I can't believe those guys didn't want to save Robin after 2 years. How they changed so much. I can't believe it. And Chopper's still being kind of crybaby like that. But his new form is different, so a lot of people were bitching that, oh, Chopper didn't change. But now in his new reindeer form, he's grown up, and he's like a mature reindeer now. A lot of people have been talking about explaining it because that's his natural form, so that's the form that he would actually have change and growth in, would be his normal natural reindeer form. So yes, Chopper has grown up, and he looks like a mature reindeer, if you will. His horns have even gotten bigger, I think, in the reindeer form. And as Chopper's running around, upset, like wanting to find Robin, Usopp calls out to him. He's like, Chopper! And he talks about Chopper's gotten bigger. And then Nami comes up, and she gives him a hug, and she's like, you're fluffier than before, too. And then he's thinking Nami, because he's seen the fake Nami, the ugly one. He's like, huh? And then he's like, Robin's in trouble, I'm not happy. And then they explain that it was two crews. There's a fake one. And Chopper's like, what? When he turns back into his little form. And he's like, those are fakes? And he's like, And now he kind of realized, and he's like, now that you say that, she did smell different than I remember, and she was acting weird. And we get a scene of Coco with the fox biting on her head, and she's trying to hand Chopper a pickle. Oh, just really about that. Not pickle, a cucumber. Here's a cucumber. A lot of people, more speculation about that. Oh, man. And then Usopp's pissed. How dare they impersonate us and whatever. Or maybe it's Chopper who's like that. Because then it cuts to him. And he's like, famous people or something. Oh, give me a break. And he's like doing his like, someone quit complimenting me kind of face. Which we haven't seen in a while. So it's kind of funny. And Nami's like, what are you getting all happy for? It's because our Captain Luffy's name got so popular, so there's really nothing we can do about it. And he's like, oh, I gotta think up a signature. And Usopp says, I already thought of mine. And Nami's like, you guys know we're famous in a bad way, right? So that's the great part about this. We are seeing the interaction between the crew like we remember, and it's pretty much the same. Even though they've grown and changed and matured a little bit, they're still going to interact with one another similar to how they always did. And that's what a lot of people were worried about after the time skip and all that. And this is what that chapter is kind of all about, in my opinion. And we'll see more of that. Oh, and now we cut to the two fake Straw Hats of Sanji and Zoro, and they're running around and they're like, oh, my side hurts. So these guys aren't even like in halfway good shape, you know. They're like terrible. They would be like fodder back in East Blue. It seems like they're that crappy, and they're just living off the fame of the rest of the Straw Hats. And I wonder if Fluffy is that bad and he just lives off of the fear of his name, and he's not anybody either, or the fear of his fake name, I guess. So they're trying to go find Chopper. And then they see Luffy and the real Luffy. And they're like, isn't that kid with the big bag and the coat and stuff? And then Luffy has apparently put on the fake mustache that Hancock had last time. He said something like, I guess I should put on the mustache just like Hancock said. She told me not to make a scene too. That's kind of funny. He's listening to Hancock. It's like a mom more than a girlfriend-like thing. I don't know. It's kind of strange. And he's got the fake mustache on and everything. It's hilarious. And some people were saying he looked like Roger with the mustache or whatever. It's not really quite the same, but, you know, whatever. Oh, then we get to see Zoro and Sanji's interaction, like the real ones. And they're at Grove 41. And Zoro's like, I want to go fishing. And then Sanji's like, no, why do you listen to me? We're going to meet up. They're all here. You know, we're going to have to go to the ship. And Zoro's like, number 7 talking like that, like he's so high and mighty to number 1. And Sanji's pissed. He's like, why are you ranking us by what order we came in? Don't get all cocky just because you miraculously got here first. And then Zoro's smartass comments like, oh, sorry, number 7. And that's just perfect. That's the same interaction, the same kind of interaction they always had. They would say something and Sanji would get mad, and then Zoro would like fake apologize and still insult him. shit to cook or something, you know. So it's hilarious. She's like, so they're gonna fight. Like he's just like, I'll kick you with this leg. I trained in hell for 2 years. And then he's like, fine, I'll cut you in half. And it's the same thing, man. And that's great to see, because that's what we want to be the same. We want their fighting skills and maybe a little more maturity and powers and stuff, that to be changed. We don't want their characters and how they interact with one another to be changed. And now we're going to cut to Grove 46, where the fake Straw Hats are meeting. And apparently there's a Marine there, and he's relaying messages. He's saying, oh, there's a bunch of big rookies here, and this is where they're going to meet Straw Hat Luffy. But as we know, it's really Fluffy. And we actually get introduced to a few of the rookies. And I'm going to read most of their names and their bounties and all that stuff so we can kind of understand. The first guy we get is at a bounty of 92 million belly, Gashed Albion. And he's kind of weird. He's like got bandages on his head or something. Maybe that's why he's called Gashed. He's got like a ponytail. And he's ugly as fuck. Most of these new guys are ugly. And then we get another guy, but his name's not revealed. And then we get another new guy, and he's kind of ugly in his own way, and he's got some subordinates we kind of see. And then we get another guy whose name is mentioned at a bounty of 88 million belly, lip service Doty, and he's got like big old lips and stuff, so I guess that's why it's called lip service, but it's still a strange name if you know what lip service can mean. And so these are like the big time. One's 92 and one's 88, and that's pretty good bounties for rookies, I'm guessing, but not anywhere near like well, I guess 92 is close to some of the Supernovas were back 2 years ago. But it seems like the way Oda's drawing these guys is like they're ugly, and he's kind of sitting up like they're, because all the other designs were like better for the real Supernova, and I think he's setting these up guys to be like, yeah, they might have these bounties, but they're still not that great. They're not like the last class of big supernovas we had. And then you get the two that they call the Super Rookie Brothers, or maybe even Supernovas, I don't know, is Wet Hair Caribou and Blood Spattered Caribou. And we had them mentioned like in the last chapter, and apparently one of them like kills Marines and stuff, and one of them's like real fat and ugly, and he's got I thought it was his hair at first, but then somebody pointed out that it's like a salamander or an iguana that's sitting on his head, and he's got a shovel for some reason. And there's one thing, they got like 4 like subordinates behind them, and they all look exactly the same, which is kind of strange for Oda. Most of the time, even if a crew shares like a general, you know, looks alike, they don't have the old standard like Batman, where they all look exactly alike. So I don't know about that, what those people or things are. They're kind of strange looking. Maybe we'll find out. But I still don't think these are going to be guys that are going to be like around a long time. And then I guess Wet Hair Caribou, he catches the Marine. He was calling the Marines, and he grabs him up, and he's like, I haven't called him, I swear I haven't called him. And he's like, it doesn't matter, this plaza will be smeared with blood. And then his brother talks kind of weird, and he doesn't pay attention to him. Apparently his brother is like stupid or something. And then the Marine reaches for like his gun to shoot Wet Hair Caribou, and he notices it, and he like stabs him in the chest with the shovel. And it's funny, he's like praying after, he's like, oh God, for him placing a hand on his weapon and attempting to kill me, this foolish Marine, please give him your mercy. So that's like his shtick, I guess. And the bounty for him is 210 million belly, and his brother, who is Blood Spattered Caribou, is 190 million. And once again, in the translation, their names are spelled different, so I don't know if that's a mistake or what. And the bigger one is the little brother, and the little brother has the lower bounty, if that helps. But they seem to be kind of ruthless. They're trying to be kind of like Kid, but I don't know. They're still not as cool as Kid was. And then he tells his brother to bury him alive. Like, what? So they're awful sadistic. So this might be why they got such high bounties. They might not really be that strong. It just might be how they do things. Like, Luffy didn't really do, like, evil things, like kill civilians and kill Marines and bury people alive. or destroy a lot of things. He just went against the Marines like bases and didn't let them run over him, and that's why he got so infamous and such a high bounty. And we already know Kids was a little higher just because of how he acted, so that might be why these have such high bounties, and they're probably weak in my opinion. We'll probably see that eventually. Well, now Fluffy has shown up and he gives a big old speech, and I guess like Luffy's name has become popular, so if these guys got these bounties, they're going to follow Luffy. It's kind of weird. They ain't that strong a character in my opinion, and I think the stronger in character you are, be it bad or good, the better you are in One Piece. So these guys are fodder in my opinion. And he's like, I'm going to read some of what fake Luffy, also known as Fluffy, has to say. From this point on, you are all my followers. You're in the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. And they're like, yay! Which to say that one day I become Pirate King, you'll all be part of the Pirate King's crew. And in order for that to happen, we're going to go on an adventure now. Which is kind of strange he would say that, because it's kind of like real Luffy. So I don't know if he knew that about real Luffy somehow or what, or if that's just the way he's talking in general. And he says, you are to become my hands, you are to become my legs. You are to risk your lives fighting for me. This is like a dream. Oh, and then the other part, it's like a dream. We get to join forces with the one who wreaked havoc on all three of the world government's three biggest facilities, Enies Lobby, Impel Down, and Marine Headquarters. An unprecedented, unparalleled pirate. He's definitely one of the candidates to become the next Pirate King. So, I guess they let people know that Luffy was in Impel Down and destroyed Impel Down too, so that's public knowledge, and that's probably what brought him even more infamy, that he destroyed the whole three big things the Marines had, because if you remember in the first half of the Grand Line, it was like a big deal. They were all connected, and, you know, Luffy helped destroy all three of them, really. Although at the war, I guess he did play a good part, but not as much as, say, Whitebeard and stuff. But the other two, yeah, he fucked them up. And then Fluffy's still going on about, I've called you all here because there's somebody that humiliated me and we've got to destroy him. So he's obviously worried about people humiliating him. And the thing about Fluffy, he's kind of reminding me a little bit of Moria here. Like, he wants his subordinates to do all his work for him and stuff like that, and he's living off his name. Although I think Moria is probably still stronger than Fluffy ever will be. So, that's that. And then the fake Sanji and the fake Zoro have brought the real Luffy there, because he still thinks, the real Luffy thinks that they are the real Sanji and Zoro. A lot of people are going to be pissed about this, because everybody was getting pissed about how Chopper didn't realize it, but you have to remember, those two were like the most naive back in the day. They were like, oh, Soga King. They couldn't realize that it was Usopp the whole time, you know? So that's that. But Luffy actually does seem like he's got a little smarter, because he asked him, you two sure have changed over the past 2 years, though. Haven't you gotten a little bit too silent? So the fake Zoro and the fake Sanji have brought the real Luffy to Fluffy, and the real Luffy kind of is acting a little stupid, but not that bad, because he's talking about, y'all act different, y'all are weird, you know, you're not exactly the same. What's going on? And y'all two are friends. Well, it's been 2 years. Are you two in disguise as well? So at least Luffy's got a little out there, because Luffy's in disguise, so maybe he's thinking that Zoro and Sanji have on disguises somehow, and that's why they don't seem to be the same as they were. Although he still should be able to see through it, I know, but him and Chopper were both naive, and they never realized who Soga King was, so that's that, okay? And they also realize, because he's talking about it, that he is some acquaintance of the real Straw Hats, but yet they don't know he is the real Straw Hat. Oh man, it would be hilarious when they find out he's the real Straw Hat. And like even the other ones do, but they might be like, no, he's fake, he's pretending. And then when he kicks their ass, they're like, oh my god, he was the real Straw Hat. And maybe some of them will be like, I want to join you, yeah, the real Straw Hat. And he's like, I don't need pathetic people like you, or something like that. That'd be cool if Luffy had a speech like that. And then they introduce him to the Fluffy, and he's like, it's them. So we don't know what's exactly going to happen there yet, but Luffy has entered the fray where the Marines are supposed to come and fight fake Luffy, Fluffy, whatever. And although at first I didn't think that was going to happen, but it might. So I thought they would just escape peacefully, but maybe that's not possible. Maybe Luffy does need to reinsure himself into the world that people know he's alive. Now we get to where Brook is, and he's in Grove 33, and he's got some message from somebody. Oh, the Marines understood. I have a little more, yes. All my fans are calling for an encore. So Brook's going back out on stage for an encore, and then the Marines show up because somehow they've come to stop him. How did they find out who Brook was? I mean, they have his old bounty poster as humming the captain of the Rumbar Pirates, humming Brook before he was a skeleton of like 33 million, and somebody's turned him in. And they also have information that he's a member of Straw Hat Luffy's crew. And then all his fans are like, no, the Soul King's a criminal, but they don't really care. And it turns out the managers were the ones that took him in, turned him in. And what he was talking about in the last chapter, what he told them was he was retiring, and I made a big deal about, what did he tell them? And maybe he told them that because he knew they would do that, and this is what he wanted. But I don't know. And because they're mad, they're like, he betrayed him, we're going to be rich and all this, blah, blah, blah. So they're pissed. And the Marines are like, put down your weapons and all this. And then Brook's like, no, no, no. I request one more song, and he says, my music has power now. So maybe that's what he did, is upgrade. Because you remember he could used to do the little violin and put people to sleep, so maybe his music does have some sort of power. And it does seem to, like, morale boost people. You know, like, whenever he starts playing, like, all his fans are like, rawr, they won't let the Marines get to him because he's playing. And then Brook has like an epic little speech here, and I'm going to read most of it. To us, this is an island of pain, harboring memories of defeat, but it is also an island of restarting or fresh starts. And it is my job as a crew member to enliven the adventure. Straw Hat Luffy dead? Ridiculous. Tell this to the world. The pirate Straw Hat Luffy is alive. And he continues with his epic speech. As the man who will someday become the king of the sea, peace and quiet is utterly malapropos for his departure. Oh baby, I send out this to my beloved crewmates. The last soul, please lend me your years. Yeah. Luffy-san, let's go to the new world. And like I said, the Marines are trying to stop it. And all his fans are rushing like, no, stop it, we want to hear it one more time. And so that's cool, because Brook, he's like, screw it, we're going out big. I'm going to tell y'all, and like all the reporters are like, oh, we got something to say. So obviously they're going to know Luffy's alive, and it's going to be in the papers and all that stuff. So that's how Luffy's going to get back into it. And I'm sure we might get a flash to the other things when they put out the paper. Straw Hat Luffy's still alive, and we may get to see the other people we haven't seen yet, like all the Supernova and some of the old people, maybe even Garp and Crocodile, who knows, and they'll be like, the paper and all that. So that'll be cool. And then he's like, that's right, it doesn't matter who the Soul King is. That's right, music is our ally. 1, 2, 3, 4, New World! And everybody's like, ah! So Brook is having his encore finale, and I'm guessing he'll soon be there. Now we go back to Grove 17 where the Sunny is, and Usopp and all of them are there, and Chopper sees it, and he's like, wow, starry face. And Usopp does the same, but I thought it said earlier that Usopp had already been there and gotten, like, the cola or something for the ship already. So why is he so excited about seeing this? And it's about, and they're seeing Frankie's body, and he's doing this little pose with his giant arms. And Chopper's like, and a lot of people, this is like what the fans are wanting to ask and wanting to see, and it's funny that Chopper's doing it. You're a robot now? Can you shoot lasers? Can you shoot missiles? Can you merge with anything? And Usopp's like, calm down, Chopper, you're going to die of excitement. And then Frankie gives his little spiel, and Frankie's spiel here is hilarious. Even when I read the spoiler translations, without even seeing it, it was hilarious. So I'm going to read it to you guys. That's right, filled with emotions and dreams of men. Right now, the one and only, the you-know-who is about to move forward. This is his name. Is Armored Me. And then we get cool things. A lot of people were bitching about Frankie's big hands. Usopp asked, like, this is like Oda answering a lot of questions with Frankie, because I guess he thought people would wonder.
And he's like, how are you going to do carpentry with them huge hands? And then he got little hands that pop out of his big hands. And then Nami sees Robin, and they're like, Robin, Nami, you know, all that good stuff. And she's asking, what's up with this? And Robin's like, I don't really know. And then this is like the funniest scene. It's like, try pushing my nose. Nose, and then Usopp pushes his nose. Yeah, keep it pushed down for 3 seconds. And then he does the robot voice. He's like, please push for more than 3 seconds. And they're like, he said like a robot. And then his hair pops out. And then Usopp and Chopper fall over. And they're like, it's back, his hair. He's like, you can control your hair. And he's like, yes, it's controllable. And Nami's like, what has he been doing over the past 2 years? And then he's like, oh, it's Nami. And she's like, hi. And she's like, what's going on? And Chopper's like, show us your weapons, show us your weapons. And he's like, are you nuts? We can't start the main event until Luffy gets here, Mecha. And they're like, oh, he's saying Mecha at the end of his sentences now. And then now Rayleigh and Shaky have shown up. And the island's getting hectic. And they're talking about the Marines, and apparently Shaky has been tapping the Marines so she knows what's going on. She's also been in communication with Brook, and that he's going to come, and Frankie's impressed. He's like, oh, he's abandoning his star seat to come here, huh? He sure got bones. And that's like, what the translation of that is kind of like a pun, a skull joke. Go! It's like, he's got guts, you know, in the Japanese terminology. And then Rayleigh's like, Nami-san, you're the navigator, right? I need to show you how to control a coded ship. And she's like, okay, I'll do my best. And then Usopp's like, Luffy isn't here yet. But then, of course, Rayleigh already knows that Luffy's on the island because he's got super haki. And he's like, oh, he's already here. And everybody's like, yay, how exciting. And then Frankie says he gave Sanji a Dende Mushi and he's with Zoro. And everything's coming up, and they're like, the only thing they need to do is find Luffy. And she says, Shaky has the Vibri card. And she's like, we got this. This is what he's following, so he'll come to the ship. So this is the plan. Rayleigh says we're going to Grove 42. It's facing the ocean, and get everyone together there, and we can get everything together. It'll be a little flurried, but now that you've all gotten through your own 2 years, it's finally time to restart, and then a new journey begins. And that's the end of the chapter. So, a lot of people were probably disappointed, because a lot of people were thinking, and I thought, well, possibly, but I was getting on the bandwagon, that Chapter 600 is going to be the big giant reunion, but it really wasn't. It's still just more setting up for the embarking, or the disembarking, technically. So, you know, were you disappointed by that? I mean, not really, because I like the story. It was exciting. Most of the crew's gotten together, and to see the interactions is cool. And I'm guessing, I guess now, I was wrong. It looks like Luffy's going to have to fight the fake Straw Hats and maybe even the Marines if they get there in time with Sentamaru and the Pacifistas. And I guess Zoro and Sanji are probably close, so it'll be them three, and the other ones will be on the ship, and they'll have to do that and get away again. That's what's going to happen, I think, now. And that's when it's going to be cool. So 601 should be the awesomest chapter. But yeah, it's still a good chapter overall. A little disappointed in Luffy, but, you know, he's thinking they're disguised, so he's got a little out. Good to see the changes in Chopper's reindeer form, and to see Frankie's hair came back. A lot of people were astounded by that. To see he has little hands, all that shit was cool. See interactions between Sanji and Zoro. So, and I think maybe we'll get a little bit of their fighting abilities, you know, just to give us a little taste of it. But I don't think he wants to give us too much, because we want to get on the next journey. And they're finally going to go to Fishman Island. Finally. Thank you. Hopefully. But who knows? Could be 5 more chapters. But Oda doesn't rush things too much, so he likes to get everything out of the way. And that's one thing that's why I think he's a great writer, because he doesn't rush it too much and kind of builds on it. And that's really cool. So that was that. So that was pretty much Shed Review. I liked it. Thought it was really good, interesting. You know, let me know what you thought about it, because some people didn't like it or some people were disappointed. But, yeah, I guess you know what time it is now. It's time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And although there wasn't that many, and because I'm trying to do the review quicker, I read through all the comments and forums and stuff like that.
and so I didn't really get any big new ones and stuff like that. Most of everything, they were just arguing about the whole chapter 600 should have been cooler. Oda should have done something special for it because it's a 600, it's a 100 chapter. And other people being like, it doesn't matter. Oda does his story at his own pace. And then people arguing about Rayleigh being important to the story or not and all this. And that was most of it. And a few crazy theories, which are ones that have been pushed out before, or Zoro's eye is magic and he's going to open it and do something special. And that was about it. Somebody else also said maybe Chopper's monster form has grown even bigger too, and like his regular reindeer form, but I don't know. That's about it. Most of this stuff was just arguing about stupid nonsense stuff. Maybe we'll get more theories or whatever. So, and as I promised, I will put them in the video. They'll be right here. Like I said last week, leave me your crazy theories, and ever who gets the most thumbs up votes from the people, they will be included. And this week I went through them all, and there was 3 that all had 2 thumbs up. So I guess I'll have to include all 3 of them. So first will be from Sub-Zero67, who says, I'm sick of people saying everyone is Sabo. It just seems getting dumber and dumber. So I'm going to say that fake Chopper is Sabo. And he got 2 thumbs up for that. And then another one is, yes, Obama can fuck up USA. My crazy theory of the week, it's either Roy is Sabo or Oda is Sabo. And he got 2 thumbs up for that. But this one's kind of my favorite, and this kind of goes with the whole the fake theories that I've been seeing. And this is from John387. He says, my crazy theory about Zoro's eye, it's possible that Mihawk gave his right eye to Zoro. And some people have been saying stuff like that, like Zoro gave his eye or to Mihawk as payment, or he has Mihawk's eye, stuff like that. Like, the most things are about Zoro's fucking eye right now. And that's the main crazy theories of the week. So feel free to post your crazy theories or crazy theories you've heard, and if people vote yours, you will be in the video. Woo! I know, exciting. I guess it's exciting if you want it to be exciting. Looking forward to next chapter. There's probably going to be some fighting and all that shit, and good funs and all that. And maybe we'll actually get headed down to Fishman Island. I guess they're going to meet up with Kami and Hachan and Papagog again, because they were supposed to direct them there. And we haven't seen them, I don't think, yet. So they need to catch back up. They'll probably pop up soon. And we'll get to see how crappy the new supernovas, or whatever you want to call them, are. Because they look like shit to me. I don't like them. Don't like the fake Straw Hats. Can't wait for them to get destroyed, either by Luffy or by the Marines. So, yep, don't forget to comment, like, put your crazy theory, put what you thought about the chapter, answer any questions I may have asked, all that good stuff. Comments are like grape soda. They're delicious. And don't forget to rate the video. Ratings makes me feel like I'm special, I guess. And favorite if you like the video. That's always good as well. And don't forget to subscribe. I think I'm pointing the right way this time. If you haven't subscribed, I don't know if that's correct or not, but subscribe anyway, especially if you haven't subscribed before. If you like other videos about other things, I talk more than One Piece, although One Piece is the only videos that get views nowadays. So I appreciate everything, and thanks, and don't forget to check out my links below for everything else. Below links, and I'll work on other stuff in the future, guys. We'll appreciate everything, and have a good day or night or tomorrow or week or whatever. Thanks again.
Man, what the fuck's this shit, man? I was on YouTube, I was trying to write some fucking sports videos and some booty shaking girl videos, and I come across this piece of crap nerd, and he's just talking about Japanese animation. What the fuck is that? What the hell's an anime or a mangio? What's a mango? I think it's some sort of fruit or some shit, I don't know. All I know is about playing sports and having sex with girls. These nerds are giving us a bad reputation. They're not even cool. They don't do cool shit. You can't take it. Why are people watching these videos? It's fucking pathetic. I don't understand, man. Plus they're talking about Japanese shit, man. What the fuck? USA all the way, man. They don't know shit. Tired of these stupid nerds. I had to say this because This nerd in this video is so obnoxious, and he's just rambling on, and he's just so, he's ugly too. I don't think he'll ever have a girlfriend. None of these nerds are ever going to have girlfriends. Can't believe how fat he is either. I bet he never played sport in his life. He probably couldn't even fucking do anything. Probably just stays in his basement with his mom. Fucking sick fuck. Tired of these nerds everywhere on my internet. I don't know what they're thinking. Pissing me off. Ugh, nerds.
Hello and welcome to my One Piece manga review for chapter 601 entitled Romance Dawn for the New World. And for those who don't remember, Romance Dawn was the name of the original first story of One Piece, what Oda wrote originally and later developed into One Piece. And on this cover page we get the continuation of the Straw Hat crew with animals, and this is another suggested cover page, and it has Nami with some birds playing poker, and there's some shady looking birds. And the first page is Brook leaving the concert, and apparently Shaky had sent the Flying Fish Riders to go and get Brook and bring him back to the Sunny. And that's what's going on, and his little managers are yelling at him. They're like, You betrayed us, Brook, and the people are mentioning the crowd's fighting off the Marines and stuff because they still are loyal to Brook, and people are all like, the great singer Brook was a pirate the whole time, and they're all just like shocked by this, but they don't care. They love Brook so much. Then we go to Sanji and Zoro, who are together, and Sanji gets a call from Frankie, and they're at Grove 41 right now, and Frankie tells him to meet up at Grove 42, and he's telling Zoro, he says, and the way he says it's hilarious because he's like mocking Zoro. He's like, let's see here, Marines coming, we boat escape, do you understand now? And Zoro's pissed. He's like, why are you talking in pieces like I'm some kid? Explain it to me in sentences, goddammit. And that's funny. And Sanji's all like, I just figured that a muscle-brained idiot like you, that would be best. And Zoro's like, I'm going to chop you up later. But there's some noise going on, and he's like, you're right, what is that? And this is apparently fake Luffy, or Fluffy, as he's known right now. And he's like in there at Grove 46, and he's like getting everybody under him, and they're showing that the real Luffy's there, and they're saying, hey, we found the guy, blah, blah, blah. And Luffy's still like thinking the fake Zoro and Sanji are the real Zoro and Sanji. But about the time when Fluffy was going to release his villains onto him, the Marines show up, and Fluffy's all like, oh no, the Marines are here, and his crew's like, what are we going to do, Captain? He's like, don't worry, we've got a whole bunch of 100 million bounties with us, we can get out of this. And Fluffy orders Caribou, and apparently they are spelled different, because every time it's spelled different, Caribou and Koroboo, and maybe they're not really brothers, I don't understand exactly. They're saying use the Marine as a shield and wrench open an exit. But the one, I think he's Caribou brother, the one who had the wet hair, he's like, boss, I'm afraid that's too tall an order. You see, this little shithead lied and said he didn't call the Marines. And then he just shoots him and kills him, and Fluffy's like, stop it, you idiot. And the wet-haired Caribou dude's just like laughing the whole time as he shoots the Marine. And now the Marines are like, they're not going to surrender, so we're going to have to kill them, I guess. And we get this kind of a speech from Wet Hair, and he's like, so it's okay to lie to an evildoer, is that it? You boys should really do away with that unwritten rule. Hee. So that's kind of something that's similar to in the war when Sengoku was lying and all that, and Whitebeard actually made a comment about it. But Wet Hair Caribou is a crazy bastard, you know. And then there's the one, I can't remember all these other ones, but the one with the bandage on his head that looks really weird, he's like, oh crap. And Fluffy's all like, he ignored my captain's orders. So then the Marines come in, they're like, shoot down the pirates. But Wet Hair Caribou is all like, ooh, smells like blood, like the stinky blood of hypocrites. So he's like into this whole thing. So maybe he and his brother might actually be more than just fodder. Then all the pirates who came to follow under Fluffy are all like, don't worry, our boss is a 400 million berry man, Straw Hat Luffy. Fight back. And so they're going to attack. So they're running in to attack. And Real Luffy's there, and he's like, why are these guys calling me boss? Then the pacifistas show up, and they're pretty damn big. Like, one's got one pirate, like, caught like this. They've tried to attack them, but they've done nothing. And all the pirates in the fake Straw Hat Alliance are just getting crushed. And one of them says, Pirate Straw Hat Luffy identified. And Fluffy's all like, oh crap, one of them's targeted me. And they're just spamming some lasers. And apparently they took out the 88 million bounty lip service Dodie. And he's like, oh no. And one of the pirates is like, even a man worth 80 million couldn't stand a chance. And we kind of know this, like, earlier on, like, the pacifistas were pretty badass. But is that going to remain? We'll have to find out. And then fake Straw Hat's crew's like, it's impossible, please do something, blah, 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 blah. And Fluffy's running away. And all his subordinates are like, where are you at? You should help us. And he runs into Sentamaru with one of the PXs. I don't think I can tell which one he is. They don't have a number like on the outside of their clothes. And everybody's thinking like that Fluffy's running away. Like he's going to protect him. He's going to fight Sentamaru and the pacifista. And he's like, woo, that's our 400 million bounty boss or whatever. And Sentamaru looks at him. He's like, why are you being called Straw Hat? And then he tries to bluff his way again. He's like, hey punk, you know who I am, don't you? I'm the one. If you don't want to be murdered, if you don't want your guts splayed all over the floor, then open up a path. I'm the son of Dragon, the grandson of Garp, with a bounty of 400 million. And he's trying to intimidate Sentamaru. I guess he doesn't realize Sentamaru knows that he's not really Luffy. And then we get this funny thing a lot of people have been talking about. Sentamaru just takes his big battle axe, and he doesn't cut him with it. He like turns it sideways and like hit him with like the blunt side, and says, Straw Hat isn't some piece of shit like you, and just knocks him the fuck out. Everybody's like, ah! And they're all like, Boss Straw Hat, ah! And so Sentamaru lets them know. He tells them, you were tricked by the fake Straw Hat and joined his crew. And then he asks PX5 to identify him. And we finally get the real identity of Fluffy. We kind of knew that Nico Robin was really Coco, the cucumber lady. And now we get to find out who Fluffy really is. Because apparently the PX have like a storage in their head of all. And then we probably already knew this because we'd seen those scenes where they're like scanning or pirate, you know, Hunter Zoro, bounty, 400, whatever, you know, million berry, blah, 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 blah. So they scan him, and this is what it says, and this is hilarious. 26 million bounty, the pirate, three-tongued Damalo Black. And that is what what is fake Luffy or Fluffy's real name is, Damalo Black. And he has only 26 million? Really? I mean, that puts him ahead of some of the East Blue pirates from back in the day, but even Luffy had a higher bounty than that. Even, I think Arlong's bounty was higher. Maybe, was it? Was it higher than that? I don't know. It was maybe 20 million, but, I mean, Bellamy's bounty was higher than that by a long shot, and still, he made it all the way this far, and was he really going to go into the New World, even with those strong pirates? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I knew he was weak, but damn, that's pretty pathetic. So the rest of the fake Straw Hats start running away, and then you get all the other ones, like the one who's got like all the bandages on and stuff, and he's like, oh, we were used by a random piece of trash worth 20 million. And then Luffy finally clicks in his head, oh, those guys were pretending to be me. That's Zoro and Sanji too. They seemed a bit different, but boy, did they look the same. So that's funny. I want to see Luffy when he tells Sanji that the fake Sanji looked like him. I'm sure he'll appreciate that a lot. And then Sentomaru tells all the rest of the pirates, he's like, well, you were idiots for believing the fake Straw Hat, but, you know, no matter what, I'm still going to arrest you. And he says that PX5 did pick out the real Straw Hat Luffy here. So apparently the PX5 can see through the mustache and all that and everything and can tell the real Luffy. So he's about to shoot at the real Luffy. And he does. He shoots at the real Luffy, but he loses his disguise in the process. And he's like, "What are you?" But this is classic Luffy. He's like, "What are you doing? My special lunch boxes are in this bag." You know, he's worried about the food more than anything. And a lot of people were talking about Luffy's, like, what he's wearing, but it's the same thing he's been wearing. Like, it's kind of like, not like a tank top vest anymore. Still a vest, but like it's got like longer sleeves and buttons on it. And he's got like a sash around his waist, but he kind of looks like he's got the same kind of shorts on as he always had. And of course, he's still got the straw hat. And everybody's like, ah! And everybody's eyes are popping out, and you get to see a poster of Luffy. Like, they show the old one where he's like smiling, like with his hand out. And everybody's like, he looks just like the wanted poster. And I'm like, duh, could you all not tell? And then you get a scene with the fake Straw Hats that are left, the fake Sanji, the fake Zoro, and the fake Soga King. And they're like, he was the real Straw Hat Luffy. And they're like, And then all our other Marines are like, we got to do it. This is why we came in the first place, blah, blah, blah. And then Luffy's, I guess he's talking to Sentomaru here. So you're going to get in my way again, huh? I was told not to make a big scene or it'd be hard to set sail, you know. Then Sentomaru is like, relax. You won't need to set sail. Unlike 2 years ago, I'm an official Marine now, and I'm arresting you right here. And he gets him PX5. So apparently Sentomaru is like a Marine now, and he wasn't before. I don't know what the deal with that was. If y'all have any ideas, feel free to let me know. He was like Vegapunk's bodyguard, so he wasn't a Marine, but now he's a Marine. Why is he a Marine? I don't know. So that's just questionable in my opinion. And he did have like the Marine like jacket on. He didn't have that before, so, or the coat or whatever you want to call it. So the PX shoots a laser at Luffy, and Luffy like just dodges it, and he says slow. And then he does gear second, but he does it differently. And a lot of people have been talking about this. It's just like, seems like he just makes it happen in his arms somehow. We don't see the classic, like, him put his fist down and pump his legs and go into gear second, and the steam's coming out of just his arm. And then he jumps up and he goes, Gamma, Gamma, no. Jet pistol. And just knocks the PX completely out, smashes its face up, and it looks like it's down for the count. And Sentomaru says he had Haki equipped, and all the rest of the pirates are like, one hit. And I'm guessing it is out. It's not getting back up. And then Luffy laughs, and he's like, later. And I think it's him. He said, I had a feeling I'd meet you again somewhere. And Sentomaru says, wait, Straw Hat. And it's kind of funny, because it doesn't seem like he's like, wait, like, oh, you can't go, or it's more like, hey, wait, I got something to tell you, but I don't think that's what he really means. This is what it sounds like to me. Then, of course, Luffy comes across the real Sanji and the real Zoro. And they're like, Luffy, so it was you after all making all this ruckus. No wonder, you're always in the middle of the trouble. And Luffy smiles, like, oh, Zoro, Sanji, I know it's you guys for real this time. It's been a long time. And then the other pacifista shows up and it's going to attack. And Zoro and Sanji are like, And so they attack the other pacifista, which I think would be PX7. And Sanji kicks it in the head and like breaks its neck. And Zoro slices it like in half, pretty much, what it looks like. Zoro doesn't call out a move he used, but he uses all three swords when he does it. And it looks like apparently Sanji has Diablo Jumbo. And he didn't mention that, but like his leg looks like it's on fire. So a lot of people have been talking about like he can get Diablo Jumble easily without even having to do the spinning anymore. And somebody's mentioning another leg. I can't remember. I can't keep up which leg he always used or whatnot. So I don't know about all that. But if you do, feel free to let me know. And then Zoro's like, I cut him. And Sanji's like, I broke his neck. And the pacifista is pretty fucked, it looks like. So, badass moments. Luffy took out a pacifista by himself. Zoro and Sanji together took out a pacifista, which a lot of people have been like, well, each one could have took out one because either one's damage was enough. It didn't really take both of them. And this is like in one move by each. It wasn't necessarily they had to fight. And if you remember the last time they faced pacifistas, it took the entire crew forever and they were almost killed while doing it. Albeit Zoro was pretty effed up at that time, but still. So you're seeing the power that they developed over the 2 years. Although we haven't seen nothing super new, but we've seen that it's stronger than it was. Then you get the fluffy followers, and they're all like eyes popping out of their head, and like, it's the Straw Hat Crew! They're real! They're completely different from the fakes, no duh. And then Zoro's on, he's like, hey Luffy, you're number 9. And Sanji's like, are you still on about that, you idiot? And he's like, Luffy, we gotta hurry. And he's like, oh, it's great to see each other after 2 years. And everybody's like, the Marines are like, Pirate Hunter Zoro and Sanji are here, so his whole crew is still alive. And then Luffy stops as Sanji and Zoro are running away, and he's like, what's wrong? And Luffy smiles, and Luffy notices that Rayleigh is nearby, and he's like, hey, Rayleigh, and then I can't tell if it's the Marines or the pirates, so I'm guessing it's the pirates because their eyes are bulging out, and they kept on doing that. He's like, the Dark King! So these pirates are getting to see a show, kind of like what Luffy and them got to see. They got to meet the Dark King and stuff. They're like, oh, we got to see Luffy fight in real life, the real Straw Hat, and we've seen the Dark King in the same day. I mean, I guess that's kind of impressive, because Luffy apparently has gotten to be a very famous pirate, even though they thought he was dead. And then Rayleigh's like, I just thought I'd come and check on you, but it looks like you've got no problems, and you've refined your strength even further. And he's like, yeah, then hurry up and go to your crew. He's like, okay, Rayleigh. And he's like, thanks for everything. And he's like, don't worry about such formalities, hurry up and go. And then this is like the coolest, most epic thing to end the chapter. He says, Rayleigh, I'm gonna do it. And he screams out, he's like, I'm gonna become Pirate King. And Zoro and Sanji, like all the pirates are like shocked at hearing this. And Zoro and Sanji are like smiling to hear this. And Rayleigh smiles too, and he has like tears in his eyes. As many people have said, manly epic tears when he heard this from Luffy. And this is kind of the first time we've heard Luffy say this, because we didn't really hear it except for that time. He's like, I'm too weak, and then they had all the other stuff. So this is good to hear. And a lot of people were saying this kind of parallels Luffy when he left his hometown that time, and he punched out the Sea King, and then he was on the boat, and he screamed, I want to be a Pirate King. And it's kind of that same way and that same mentality. And like him, he beat the pacifista, like what held him back, what caused him a lot of trouble before. And then he's going on, and at the end it says, the new world awaits. And so that was the chapter. So this chapter was pretty badass for many reasons. We got some information revealed, we had some cool fighting and some stuff like that, and we're kind of wrapping up, and we're getting ready to head to Fishman Island, finally. Yes, that is very exciting. The coolest things, Luffy, Zoro, them fighting the pacifistas and completely destroying them easily. Finally, the Fluffy has been beaten, and Sentomaru did it. I thought Luffy or them would take him out, but it looks like Sentomaru is going to do that. Find out the dude only had 26 million bounty. Good lord, that's pathetic. How do you even get that far in a Grand Line? The three-tongued, apparently, in the spoilers they were talking about, it's kind of like a saying, you know, like a lie to everybody. So he was obviously a giant liar and got around like a con man kind of deal, and I guess that's how he got where he was. So that was that. Rayleigh at the end, that's a cool way of saying farewell. Who knows when we'll see Rayleigh again? I don't know. My things about next chapter, I don't know if they're really going to disembark or it's going to show it as much, but I think this would be a good time for Oda to go around because it's going to spread around the world. It's going to be big news again that Luffy's made his return, and Sentomaru is going to have to go and report it to the Marines again. So it's going to be Luffy And it would be time for him to show the other people. You know how when usually when Luffy gets a bounty raised or Luffy does something, it'll be all like, so-and-so will see him, like Garp will see it, and be, ha ha ha, or we'll get to see Crocodile, or maybe some of the New World people. Are there anybody you're looking forward to? Maybe we'll actually get some more information on stuff, like maybe we'll see Buggy, and we'll find out if Buggy really became a Shichibukai. Maybe we'll find out who the Fleet Admiral is. Because Sentomaru might have gone in and be like, here to the Fleet Admiral, and we'll see, like, oh, Straw Hat, he's bothersome, he's back. And we'll finally get to figure out who the Fleet Admiral is. So if any of that happens, who are you looking forward to seeing in like a flash sideways to other people in the One Piece world? Because I think it will be a good time, because now he's kind of reunited the crew, and I don't necessarily mean like the whole chapter, but Oda could do like half the chapter of that and half the chapter of them getting on the ship and then heading under in the coated ship. That's what I think is going to happen next time. I mean, yeah, this, like, story progression wise, this wasn't the most story progressing chapter, but it was awesome because you got to see fighting and all that. You didn't really get to learn anything new. There's still some people we need to learn about, like Robin and Brook and what they really can do. And we still haven't seen that much of Chopper and stuff. So, we've seen the big three, the Monster Trio, actually do some stuff. We haven't seen the other ones do too much. Usopp a little bit, Nami a little bit, but other than that, we really haven't. We've seen a little bit of Frankie stuff. We still don't have his fighting abilities, and we want to see what he can do and what the Sunny can do. All those sort of things are things we got to look forward to. Overall, I thought it was a really good chapter. It was a really good to see Luffy knock out a pacifista like that. A lot of people are wondering, is it going to be fodder for him for now on and all this stuff? And who's to say... some people were thinking, are the pacifistas like going to be, like, are they going to upgrade it? And these are some of the older ones, and maybe they have other pacifistas that are stronger. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see what Oda ends up doing. Basically it for the chapter. Now it's time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And as many weeks before, there has not been that many crazy theories that jumped out at me. Previously, most of the crazy theories involve Zoro's Eye, and this week didn't really see that many involving Zoro's Eye, to tell you the truth. Some of the ones that I noticed was some people were speculating that Sentomaru is a admiral or a vice admiral, and I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think he would be admiral for sure. So that doesn't make any sense to me. Why he joined the Marines technically now, I don't know. Also, someone had said that they think maybe Magellan is official Marine now, and he'll go out hunting Luffy. But I don't necessarily think that's that crazy a theory, but it's just something I noticed. That was about it, really. I'm sorry, though. The crazy theories have been super lackluster lately. Aside from, the pacifistas, maybe there's upgraded pacifistas, or maybe, a lot of it's just speculation on who the new admiral is, the fleet admiral. But most of that just isn't that crazy, because it could be any one of the three, in my opinion, or maybe even somebody out. Plus, also, who could be the new admiral if one of the admirals got promoted to vice admiral. Also, some people were speculating about how Kobe got so strong. I don't think Kobe's going to be that strong. I really don't. So that's crazy in my book. Kobe may possibly be lower than a vice admiral, but he's not going to be an admiral. And I don't even see him being a vice admiral. Maybe a captain or something after the 2 years. Even with training with Garp, sorry. Another thing, it seems like most of the Nakama choices that most people have made aren't really going to come to fruition. Perona's not there. Boa Hancock's gone, so that's two. And then I always said Margaret, and she isn't there anymore, so we still got Jinbei when Fishman Island comes around, so that's that. Also, many people were yelling that it'll be a Fishman, it'll be the next Nakama. And also, some people were mentioning that they think Arlong will be showing up in Fishman Island. But unless he escaped from his prison, Hachan said he got arrested by the Marines, so I don't know what's up with that. And leave your crazy theories down here in the comment section below. Oh man, I made a fucking Ray William Johnson thing, like, below. And I don't even need to do anything, but okay, I digress. Yes, and the one who has the most thumbs up will get featured in the video. And so you guys, if you don't have one, make sure you rate your favorite one up. I don't think you can rate your own, so I don't know if there's any cheating or whatnot, or how many times you can rate it. If you care that much, I don't know why anyone would. But the last week, it was a whole bunch that had the same amount of thumbs. But this week, one was a clear winner and had more thumbs. So there's only one in here this time. And if the crazy theories keep not being that great in the forums, then I might just put more in. But since I said the ever who wins gets the most, and maybe next week I'll do like the top 3, and I'll label them who had the most thumbs up, okay? And this week's winner, if you will, and it's kind of funny because his name is kind of a play on Nostradamus, who predicted the future. And his name is Nortradamus. And his crazy theory is, my crazy theory is about Zoro's eyes. I think Mihawk slashed his eye out because Zoro was being a smartass. So Mihawk tells him he's going to master his 3-sword style with one eye and maybe no head if he keeps pushing his buttons. And that got 6 thumbs up. So that's the one that won, guys. If you didn't like it, then you shouldn't have rated it. You should rate the ones you like. And then, don't forget, rate them and let them know. And also, don't forget to rate my video if you like my review this week. And favorite it if you, for some reason, think it was awesome. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And some people say I should just point straight up for subscribe, but I don't know. So subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And all that good stuff for other videos. And next week, One Piece will be out. There will also be other videos coming up and all that. And for those at the end, I'm doing Blog TVs on Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Like, that's going to be standard unless I have to work. And so that's a given. And I'm also going to do one this Sunday. I will be there this Sunday at 8 o'clock. And I'll post a video up when I go live. Just letting y'all know. Also, don't forget to check out my links. I got a new review I did on my Blip TV about the new Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and it's like a vlog type. It's not all fancy or nothing, but it's up there. And so check out all those links. That helps out a lot, and my blogs and all that. And I'll try to keep up writing some more blogs. I actually might try a different type because I'm kind of getting tired of doing the villains every time. But it's interesting to some people, and I appreciate all that. And have a good day and a good night. And One Piece is the one to win them all. That made no sense. All right, bye. God damn.
Yeah. Hi guys. I've been looking into some more One Piece, and finally something good happens. Perona shows up and she's grown. She looks so sexy this time. I can't believe that the stupid reviewer guy just doesn't like Perona. So that's what happened in this episode. There's not enough fighting. I mean, frack, man. I can't believe they don't like it when there's just nothing but fighting in a chapter. These people that like these stories, who cares? It's manga. It's supposed to be exciting. It's supposed to be fighting. That's why I really love Bleach, and Bleach is going to be awesome. I can feel it coming. And Naruto is fracking awesome. So, guys, just keep on with that, and don't listen to this stupid reviewer guy. He doesn't know what the frack he's talking about. He can't even pronunciate fracking Japanese right. I don't think he has any right to talk about any manga, and he's just a One Piece fanboy. I don't know what anybody else would want to do. Read One Piece all the time. He probably buys it. Fracking idiot. Tired of him. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna read me some adult manga. You know what I mean? Screw this guy. I'm tired of him.
Hello everybody, and welcome to my One Piece Chapter 602, entitled Rudder Straight Down Review. And a thing about the chapter title this week, apparently it's semi-hard to translate exactly. It's a reference to a nautical term like hard to starboard, but it's indicating hard to downward, which somebody suggested as a title, which would be kind of funny. and a pun on it. But they went with rudder straight down, which also makes sense. Why would they be going straight down? Maybe we'll find out. And this week's cover page is with Usopp, and he's swimming a race against some otters in a river, and this is another one of Oda's things he's doing now with the suggested cover page or requested cover page. So apparently that's something that he's going to continue to do for a little while at least. Maybe he'll get back to doing cover stories, because I always like his cover stories because they add a little bit more to the manga, and I don't think many mangakas do that. I think most of them just do, a normal cover page. But it's cool to see a story whenever Oda wants to do one. But I'm sure he's really busy getting geared up for the new world and all that. And now let's get into the chapter and let the insanity begin. And the chapter starts off like immediately where it left off last time, with Luffy thanking Rayleigh some more, and you hear the Marines in the background. They're like, capture Luffy, and he's saying thanks to Rayleigh, and you get like a little flashback to like 2 panels of Rayleigh when they were training. And it's funny, at one point apparently Rayleigh got pissed at Luffy and hit him in the head with a stick, and then they're eating, and it looks like all the animals are going to come and eat him, and it seems like Rayleigh's kind of worried, I don't know, or they're laughing with each other, I can't tell, it's really small. And Rayleigh just seems to be happy. And Rayleigh screams, he's like, yes, go straight to the top. And that seems like Rayleigh is encouraging him even more. He seems happy and excited about this. And it's good to see. And then the Marines are coming, and they're like, Dark King Rayleigh! And Rayleigh's like bad fucking ass right now in this. He takes out his sword, and he cuts a line in the ground, and like steam's coming from his sword and the line, and he's like, my pupil is about to set off, please respect that. And Rayleigh says, I recommend that you do not cross this line. And the Marines are like, oh shit. It seems to be like he did it using, I guess he imbued some haki into his sword and did it, because it doesn't look like the sword actually touches the ground. Or maybe he did a flying attack like Zoro and Mihawk and them do. It seems like it's a gash, but not like he didn't cut like the island in half, but that would have been pretty awesome had he done that. Wow, I just thought about something. Wonder if he could imbue like flying attacks with haki and make them even stronger. And maybe that's what Mihawk was doing at the war, and why his attacks are even stronger than a normal sword flying slash. So after Rayleigh steps in, Luffy and Zoro and Sanji take off, try to run for the ship, and they notice that they're surrounded, but we see a little ghost pop up in the corner. Oh no, is Perona here? Yes, Perona has returned. And when this first happened, the forums were all abuzz, especially in the spoilers. They're like, oh, Perona's there! Because the first spoiler just had a little hint that Perona was there, and it just went wild with whole Perona speculation and things, because people have been wondering, where's Perona? Where is she? Well, now we know. She did come to the island, and we get a cute little scene with her, and she has changed her look as well. A lot of people are saying, wow, she has grown up and she's so hot. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, there's a lot of people that are like fawning over her. You know, let me know if you think she looks hotter. I think she looks about the same, but she's kind of a little more grown up, if you will. And her scene is kind of hilarious. She's like, oh, you guys are the ones causing all this ruckus. What are you doing still around here? And you get a little shot where she's already done negative hollow on some Marines. And they're like, I want to become a mite. And stuff like that. And then Sanji's like, ah, you're the girl from Thriller Bark. And Zoro's like, what are you doing here? And she gets all in Zoro's face. What a way to speak to the one who was nice enough to take you to this island. If it weren't for me, you know where you'd be about now? So, the question is answered how Zoro happened to get to Shibundi first. Perona came with him and most likely navigated, because Zoro, of course, would get lost no matter what. So it's kind of funny. It's going to kind of take away his whole, like, ooh, number 7, you know, because Zoro did not do it on his own. Zoro would still be looking if it wasn't for that, the help from Perona. She also has a, like, stuffed animal of Bearsy or Kumasi, however how you want to say it. And also she has, appears to be like a tattoo of like a bat, and some people were saying it's like a Moria honor tattoo, but it could just be a bat because, you know, she's kind of like the creepy, kind of gothy type character. And Sanji is hilarious. He's like, a real woman, and Perona freaks out. She's like, of course I am. What do you think? What kind of illness do you have? And she's like, just get going. The Marines are around. And then the next page is Brook has arrived and he's saying hello to everybody. And Frankie tells him how impressed he is that he stepped down from his star position to come back to the crew. And everybody's like, oh, you know, welcoming and whatnot. And he's like, oh, Robin, Nami. And he's like, oh, Nami, it's been so long. After these 2 years, would you mind showing me your panties again? And she kicks him across the thing. And she's like, I never showed you my panties. And she's like, nobody in this crew has matured in 2 years. And of course, we get a Skull joke. He's like, oh, my breast is shivering, but oh, I have no breast. Yo! And then we come to find out that Chopper has gone to retrieve Zoro and Sanji and Luffy. And apparently Chopper's bird friend was still there, and that's how he went and got all of them. And they come riding back on the bird. And Luffy's like, everybody! And everybody's like, hey! And everybody's so happy. And Frankie's like, ooh, you guys have upped your manliness. And poor Brook is crying. He's like, Luffy, I want to see you so much. And Usopp's all like, yay, we're all back together. So finally we have the real reunion of the Straw Hat Pirates. They are all returned. They're all on the Sunny. They're all there together now. We get one of the good comedy gold moments that comes from Sanji this chapter. As he's looking down, he can see, you know, he's got a bird's eye view of Nami and Robin, and you know what that means. And his nose just starts gushing out blood. It's like, it looks like a laser beam. It's so much. And he's flying. He's just like flying through the air with all the blood. And they're like, Sanji! And Luffy sees Frankie's new design, and his eyes just light up, and you get the star effects everywhere. And but Nami's like trying to get him under control. He's like, I understand, but we don't have time for that. The Marines are around. We must go. And you get Brook, and he's drinking a cup of tea. And Usopp's got Sanji, and Sanji's just like spilling out blood from his nose during this. And Usopp's like, Chopper, help, 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 Sanji's nosebleed. And Sanji's like, 1 beauty, 2 beauty, 3 beauties. He's like in a coma of beauties. He's gonna bleed to death. Maybe he has the same Zoro power of blood loss, where he can lose epic amounts of blood and still be okay. Or will he? And then the Marine vessels have started showing up, and they start shooting at the Sunny. And they're like, oh crap, we're already in range. And they shoot to sink it. And we get another cameo, if you will. Slave Arrow! And there's arrows penetrating the cannonballs where they can hit the Sunny. And we get Boa Hancock, and she runs into the Marine ship. And she's like, this is hilarious, because this goes back to her whole character. So Boa Hancock has appeared, and she runs into the Marine ship, and they're like, the Marines are like, ooh, the Kuja Pirates, what are you doing here? Have you come to interfere in our mission? And she's like, who's the one who put this battleship in the middle of my path? And it's like when, you know, the whole running gag with her kicking all the animals out of her way if they're in her path. And it's hilarious, and she's probably thinking the whole time, Luffy, you know, my husband. And this may be the last time we see Hancock for a while, unfortunately, and this will be our last chance to get these good gags, although we don't really get them. And so Robin and Nami are commenting like, that's the Kuja Pirates, and they're like, Kuja? And they, you know, explain they're a strong female led by the pirate empress who's a Shibakai. And then we get the thing that I've been saying for as long as we met Boa and as long as we knew her power. Sanji looks through the binoculars and sees Boa Hancock and turns to stone immediately. No Mera power, nothing. Just upon seeing her, he turns to fucking stone. And I said that, and I know I'm not the only one who suspected that would happen. And I didn't know it would happen at a great distance. I thought he would like meet her face to face, and that would happen. Just seeing her, she wouldn't have to do anything else because her power is based on if you're betrayed by your own emotions and stuff. And Luffy, since he didn't give a shit about women, it didn't bother him even when she shot her beam at him. With Sanji though, just merely looking at a woman gives him the whole heart eyes that most people get when they look at Boa Hancock normally. So it makes sense that this would happen to him. So, I mean, this is going great for poor old Sanji. And plus, you got to realize Sanji where he's been. He's seen all these hot women now. He's seen Perona, Robin, Nami, and supposedly the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. And he turns automatically to stone after bleeding out. So, this is really good stuff for comedy and whole characterization of what we've forgotten about the One Piece, what we've forgotten about the Straw Hats and all that, and it's great to see, and that's why everybody wanted them to get back together. And Usopp's all commenting too. He's like, oh, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And Brook's like, why is a Shichibukai here right now? And Luffy's like, oh, it's Hancock and the others. And they're like, huh? And Hancock looks over and she's thinking, Luffy, now's your chance, and gives him a wink. And you get like a little star coming off from it. And they're like, oh, she winked just this way. And then Frankie's like, you know the Shichibukai? And he explains, he's like, yeah, I was blown to the Isle of Women, so they're all my friends. Usopp says, the Isle of Women? You mean the legendary island that filled with nothing but females? That place isn't just fantasy? And Sanji just starts like, he bursts into flames. He's like, he's friends with that Empress? And then we get another good moment from Sanji. He's like, were you seriously training? He grabs up Luffy and he's like crying. Ah. And Luffy's like, yeah, the whole time. He's like, you know where I was? And he doesn't finish where he was, but we all know where he was. So this is completely awesome. Because Sanji was on the Okama Island where Luffy was on the female Paradise Island. And Sanji knows this now. We've been waiting for that. These are gags that we all expected, and we're glad Oda put them in there. I was wondering if maybe he would be like, no, that's too expected, I can't do that. But it's also, you have to do it. How would Sanji not react like that if Luffy told him where he was? And how would he not react like that if he saw Boa Hancock? Those are things that had to fucking happen. And I'm glad they did, and it's just more comedy gold from Sanji. And then we get another little cameo, and Margaret's there, and she's looking, she's like, wow, it's Luffy's crew, they look so fun. And Sweet Pea's with her, and she's like, chapter full of creatures I've never seen before. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because she talks like that weird kind of way. And I guess she sees the crew, and they're all men mostly, so she doesn't know. Never seen them before. So now they're going to open up the coating. And apparently how the coating works is there's some like airbag or something under the ship. And they're going to let the air out into the ship, and it pretty much makes the bubble come around them. And it's coming up around them. They're all like, what's going on? What? The jelly's expanding. And Chopper's like, ah! And Luffy kind of seems puzzled. Zoro's like, ah! And Usopp's freaking out. Ah! And you kind of see how the coating's going. And that's cool to see it. It's kind of, enveloping the ship. And they're like, oh, we have a bubble roof now. Chopper's like, is something wrong, Usopp? And he's like, did you take out all the Marine guys? And then Chopper says, no, I heard a lot more voices left over. And remember that line, because it's going to come up later. They're pretty much like, if they ran into some sort of trouble, that's cool, that's good for us. And then we get more cameos. Yes, this is a cameo chapter, if you will. Although, I guess I don't know if you can call it a cameo chapter, but, whatever, it's good. We get to find out the Marines have been hindered by giant beetles. How did giant beetles get there? Heracles is there, and he's like, I pray for your fortune in war, Usopp. And then you get another report from the Marines' 4th Division, or platoon, and they're like, the rain has washed our gunpowder away, and we can't use our weapons. It's useless. And who did this? They're like, the weather's clear on Shibundi. What's going on? And you get to see that Wetheria is floating above them, and all the weather wizards have been putting rain into the forecast and stuff. And they tell them to stop the lightning because they don't want to hurt anybody. So they're not bad guys, but they really want to help Nami. And you get this whole thing with, I can't remember his damn name, but the main weather wizard who was with Nami and probably taught her most everything. He says, you're a good girl, Nami-chan, so do your best. We'll be lonely here in Wetheria, but then we get cut to more Marines who are like, I want to become a mite. I'm done for. I want to become moss. They've all been negativized by Perona. And they're pretty much like, Straw Hat escaped on a bird. And you get even more Marines who are being hindered by Okamas, the Okamas that brought Sanji to the island. And this might be the most hilarious of all of the cameos. There's all these Okamas, and I'm going to read you a lot of what they say because it's fucking hilarious. And the Marines reporting in here, they're like, we have met with an unexpected hindrance. And one of the Okamas is like, what do you mean you're turning down our invitation? And another one's like, are you shy? And another one's like, let's go have tea together. Our hearts are about to break. And it's funny, the Marines are just like, I don't think they're even trying to fight. They're like trying to run away. They're so scared. They remind me of how Sanji reacted. But they don't really try to fight back. And one of the Marines has like a big kiss on the back of his head. And one Okama has like a Marine in her mouth. Like his head's inside of her mouth. And is she gonna eat him or what's going on? I don't get this. A lot of people are like, is it a cannibal Okama? What's going on with this? It's so ridiculous, but it's funny as hell, man. This whole chapter has been amazingly funny. I laughed out loud a lot. And I'm laughing even now while I'm trying to do this serious review. And then we get a parallel to Boa Hancock when she winked at Luffy, and one of the Okamas is winking about Sanji. Although I don't think he can see her really, but it's kind of like a metaphor. And she winks, and the star kind of comes off like in Boa Hancock's, but it like crumbles and breaks apart. And she's like, Sanji-kun, now's your chance. And Sanji has like, oh, like, what's wrong, Sanji? He's like, I don't know. I just felt like my heart was being crushed. So Sanji's just like, ooh. So that's funny too. Like the Sanji Okama thing has been hilarious. A lot of people were really upset about it, but I think Oda handled it well and it was funny. Now a lot of people have been wanting a coding explanation, and we're kind of getting a little bit here how it works. Nami tells Zoro and Luffy how it's going to work, and I'm going to read this for everybody to hear and speculate about. Nami says, everyone listen up. Coded ships have the power to reduce various pressures. In other words, coded ships will no longer be able to stay buoyant, and if the floating bag holding it up now is removed, the ship will sink into the ocean. That's how it works. And Zoro's like, I see. And Luffy's like, I don't get it though. So there's like I guess a floaty, for better lack of a word, underneath, and once that's gone and the ship is immersed in a bubble, it will push it down into the water. It's kind of weird how, you know, the bubbles rise up from Shibundi, but down there they kind of, when it's in water, they float down. So I don't know exactly how that works. I guess that's maybe something different. That's just using the resin in a different way. So feel free to speculate how you think it works. And here's some more explanation. Frankie comes back up from taking the float off, and she's like, okay, we're going down, raise the sails. And they're like, sails? And then I'm guessing Robin explains this because she's a genius. She's like, coded ships move under the sea using currents like wind. So you remember when they went to Skypiea, they used the jet stream, the knock-up stream, to, you know, they used the sails to navigate that. So apparently the sails in a coded ship will go under the water currents. And Luffy's like, we ready to go, Nami? And she's like, yes, of course, Captain. And it's funny because he seems like pissed. Like, I guess he's ready to go. And then we kind of get Luffy giving a little mini speech. And we get to see all the Straw Hats and, you know, little panels. And he says, all right then, guys. I have a ton of stuff I've been wanting to tell you. But for now, just let me thank you for going along with my selfishness for 2 whole years. So this is kind of good because maybe we'll get like him talking to them and explaining things, and they can actually get together and tell each other what's happened. Because as we know, they really don't have time for all that. A lot of people have been bitching about, well, it's not a real reunion. How are they just going to stop and say, hey, hey. Well, the Marines have been chasing them. They got to get out of there. So they don't really have time to just stand around and be like, oh, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you again. Duh, they got to go. So once they're safely at Fishman Island or on their route there, then maybe they can have a discussion. And it's funny because Sanji's like, just think you started being selfish, and Usopp's like, damn straight, that's how you've always been. So that's also a good clarification to show us that They really haven't changed that much. And then we get one last scene with Hancock. Hopefully not for the last ever, but maybe so for a while. And it's pretty much, the Marines are like, the ship is, going underwater. And the Rear Admiral is there, is like talking to Bo Hancock. But while he's doing it, it's like hearts in his eyes, and all his crew are like hearts. And he's like, do you know how many horrible crimes those pirates have committed? And that's good. And we get this, like, there's one little panel that bothered a lot of people when talking. Like, you see the Straw Hat flag, and it looks like it's like change or something, but apparently what that is just like showing the coating or the shininess or the bubbles or something like that. And that's what that all is, because it's inside of the coating. So that's why it looks like that. I was confused when I seen it in the spoilers. I was like, did they change the flag? But it makes no sense that happened. It's just kind of, around stuff. And Luffy looks kind of weird there. I think he's like drawing in his breath to yell, because he says, set sail! Yells it like the big, the big open wide mouth and his hands out. And he's like, yeah, let's go to Fishman Island. And it says, aiming high for the seat of the Pirate King. And that's the end of chapter 602. And the Color Walk number 5 is supposedly coming out, but who knows when we'll ever get it here in the United States. So maybe you can read it online, I don't know. But that's awesome. Chapter was awesome. People who didn't think it was awesome can go away and stay away. Because some people were coming like, it wasn't all that good. Come on. You got to see all the cameos, for most of the people showed up to kind of send off like a farewell, because we hadn't seen them, and a lot of people wanted to see that, and I think Oda knew that, so that's cool. Also, the crew is back together, and they are on their way to Fishman Island, unless something unexpected happens. I hope not, but some people were speculating that maybe they'll get a detour again for another 2 years, because we've been wanting to go to Fishman Island for like 4 years now, or ever how long it's been in the manga. It's been quite a while. It was supposed to have been the next destination after they left Water 7. And they were sidelined in Thriller Bark. They went to Shibundi. Then they were split up. And then we had the whole war arc. Then we had 2 years. So it's been a long time, both in the manga and in real life time. So I'm really looking forward to see that. Overall, I thought the chapter was really good. I liked all the good comedy moments with Sanji. I liked all of the things that I thought would happening with Sanji turning the stone was awesome. The whole Okama panel was hilarious. Getting to see the bird again, getting to see Hercules, all that stuff. Getting to see Perona, even though I was never a big supporter of Perona, like being Nick's crew member, that I never really was into that. But still, I was good to see this happening, and I'm really psyched up about Fishman Island, and I want to see that next time. Although I still think maybe we'll still get a around the world kind of shocking thing since they've escaped, so the Marines will be spreading the news like Straw Hat's back, and we'll get to see like maybe the Barati, and they'll be like, oh, Sanji's alive and all that, and we'll get to see maybe Boa Hancock, Crocodile, maybe people we haven't seen more than the ones we have seen. There'll be a lot of things. What would you like to see? Feel free to let me know. What would you like to see? Who would you like to see show up in like around the world? The Straw Hats are back, commenting on it. Maybe even Vivi, if you're into Vivi, because she's grown 2 years older. And we might actually get to see some people showing up. I know a lot of people want to see Buggy. So maybe we'll find out who's the Admiral, Fleet Admiral now. All that good stuff. See Kobe, see Garp, all that stuff. So I would love to see that. And I think a lot of people might be disappointed like, if he did a whole chapter, but maybe Oda will just do a little bit of that and then them getting to Fishman Island. That's what I'm looking forward to. I would like to see that. So let me know what you'd like to see with that. I think that's about all I can really talk about the chapter. It being awesome. I was really pleased with it, and I was really excited it came out early this week. A lot of times they don't come out till Thursday, but this week it came out on Wednesday, so wow. I don't know if we can expect that a lot, but good to see that happening. So we know it can happen. It just depends. Oh yeah, all the reactions. Luffy's reaction to Frankie. You knew that would happen. And like, oh, seeing him almost fully robotized and all that good stuff. So I mean, just good old Straw Hat crew interactions. That was there, and that's what we've been wanting from a reunion, and we have it now. Thank goodness. Reunion is here. Although I wasn't hating on the reunion taking a little longer and not being at chapter 600 like everybody was like, oh, it's going to be there. It came at 602. and that's where it is, and now we get on with the adventure. So I guess it's time for what a lot of people may think is the favorite part of my videos, but I don't. No, they're good. But now it is time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And this week, a lot of the theories come about Perona. And first, in all the forums and stuff, that's all everybody was talking about. Perona's there, Perona. Because there's so many people who back her as being the next Nakama, and there's people that hate her. So it brought up a lot of like... And these are a few of the theories that I deem as crazy that people have come up with. And a lot of them have to do with Perona, but some of them don't. And yeah, I'm going to go through them. And some of them, one of them that I'm going to read that I had written down, actually kind of makes no sense now, but when it first came out in the spoilers, it kind of was a crazy theory in my opinion. So let's get on to it. One of them is that Perona has married Zoro, and that's why they were there. Now, when you look at it, it didn't seem like they were married, although it did kind of seem like they're married too, because they're kind of arguing, but I don't think that's what happened, so I think that is not what happened. I don't think she's married to Zoro. Another one is, if you notice, Perona's new hat looks similar to another character that was, in a flashback. Yes, Sabo's hat. So, some people, or at least one person, and more will probably come up with this, Perona is Sabo somehow. I don't know, but it could be possible. No, not really. It's not going to happen. I think it would have been a better theory is if she found Sabo's hat. Not necessarily that she is Sabo, but she somehow found his hat somewhere. Another thing is that, she's carrying like a stuffed Bearsy, Kumasi, whatever you want to call him. And I think in the spoiler, they had it set up like Kumasi was talking. Maybe she was talking as Kumasi. So a lot of people were like, Kumasi's alive. The stuffed bear's alive. There's a shadow. Moria gave it a shadow and all this stuff. I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's just a regular stuffed bear. It's not a zombie bear like in Thriller Bark. Plus, it's tiny. It wasn't talking. It was either Perona pretending to be him or just somebody missed where the speech bubble was coming from. And they assumed it was talking for some reason. So, yeah, that's a crazy theory. Not to say we won't ever see a talking Kumasi again, but I doubt it. Another crazy theory is that she is in her real form and she's flying, but we haven't seen her do that before, and the only time she can fly is in her ghost form. Now, problems with that is that it seems like her hat touches Zoro, and it seems like Sanji says he can smell a woman, and if she was in her ghost form, how could he smell her? But it does seem like she's floating, and that could just be like a trick where, she's kind of put out there that she's not really floating. But I don't really know. So the crazy theory could be that she can now fly in her regular body, which could be possible if she happened to train her devil fruit abilities too, because as we know, they can develop and change, and maybe she got something out of it. Another theory is, how a lot of the people that brought the Straw Hats there ended up helping. Let's see, Boa helped at the end, Hercules helped, Perona helped, Dokama's helped, Chopper's bird helped, Nami's Witheria friends helped. So Nico Robin didn't have any revolutionaries show up to help, and it seemed like Frankie didn't really have anybody because he was pretty much by himself, unless Vegapunk happened to show up, but I doubt that would be happening. So a lot of people speculated that maybe the revolutionaries were still around, and they overheard that Nico Robin had been captured, the fake one, and they went to go and rescue her. I don't think that would happen. I think that's kind of a crazy theory. I know it's a little stretch because it could be kind of a comedy, funny moment like it's been. Chopper did it. But I don't think Oda will overplay that much more. The fake Straw Hats are gone. Fluffy's gone. Unless we just see Sendamaru carrying him into jail, and that's it. I don't think we're ever going to see them again. It was kind of like a little gag. A lot of people were upset about it. I thought it was kind of funny. I was glad to see Fluffy get his ass kicked. Yep, so next crazy theory is that, and this goes back to Perona again, is that was her ghost body, and that she's somehow hiding on the ship, kind of like Nico Robin did, and that she'll show up later, and that's why Sanji could smell her and stuff. Although when he said that, they weren't at the ship, so I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, because I don't think she could be ghost form and then travel back to her original body through the water. I don't think her powers would allow that, since the sea messes with devil fruit powers. I don't think she'd be able to. And although it would be funny if she did, and just her regular body was there somewhere. But it actually would be a good safe place. But she had to go to her regular body at some point, or she would starve to death and then die.
So I don't think that's going to happen. Although I have my own personal crazy theory, which I will tell you in a minute. But the last one that I seen before I started doing this video, mind you, I wanted to get this video out and I wanted it to be done. And so some of the forums were a little lackluster, so I kind of took some from Spoiler, which I don't like to do because it's kind of hard to judge how crazy the theory is without seeing the full chapter in good resolution. As I mentioned earlier in the review, Chopper said something about still hearing some of the voices Marines left over. So some people, and I think I've seen this twice, speculate that Chopper is using Haki, the mantra version. I can't remember what COC, COO, whatever abbreviations people are using, but the mantra, what Kobe heard, like hearing the voices of people, what Isa had and Inaru and all that. But I think it just means he could still hear them like with his ears. And people say, well, he's an animal, he probably got good hearing, plus he was flying over and he was seeing them. I don't think they mean he's got Haki or mantra. Although, maybe, and a lot of people are speculating, everybody's going to have Haki, or some people's not, so I don't know, you can look at that as a crazy theory. Now we're going to go and we're going to check out your crazy theories that you left. And I said I will do the top 3, and I'm going to keep doing the top 3. Now, there was a tie for third, and I decided I'll just put all of them in there. But next time, if there's a bunch of ties, because I want to kind of keep it to 3, because it takes a little longer to do all that. So I'm going to just do a tiebreaker, and I'm going to pick the one I like the best out of it if there's a tie next time. So yeah, make sure you're thumbsing up people's comments down there. Leave your crazy theory, and make sure you're getting thumbs up. People, thumbs them up. Thumbs up your favorite. I don't even know if you can thumbs up your own. Thumbs up your own if you can. Whatever. So if yours gets voted up, it gets there. And also feel free to let me know what you think about the crazy theories other people posted. If you don't like them, if you think they were shit, and you don't think they deserve to be here, because I'm not picking them. There was a couple that came in late, so you want to actually make sure you subscribe to me and you get to my video quick and leave your crazy theory, because the more people that see it, the more likely to get thumbs up. There was like one who just posted right before I started making the video, so they really were out of the running for crazy theories, unfortunately. So you want to get your theories in early, and hopefully people will thumbs them up. Be creative. It ain't got to really make too much sense. I don't know what people are looking for. Maybe people like crazy theories that make some sense, or just crazy theories that's insane and fun in their own right. So now let's get on to it with the winner, the number 1 crazy theory for this week, and it is Shady Grady 3000, and he has 10 thumbs up. And see, he posted 5 days ago, so it's less than a week since I made the video, so you want to get the comments in early. It shows it. And here's his crazy theory, or he has multiple ones apparently, but I'm counting 1 comment, 1 rating thing is one whole crazy theory. You know, as long as you stay in a character limit, I won't go and beat a continued one. He says, my crazy theory is Luffy finally discovered a way to effectively use both gears, 2nd and 3rd, without the extra strain. A gear 4th, if you will. By blowing air for Giant Pistol, he redistributes the air to all 4 limbs, also keeping some in the chest, looking nearly like his nightmare form. I know, but think how much shit did Luffy have attached to his arm before Gear 3rd? A wax pillar, a gold ball, just a theory. Okay, now the number 2 crazy theory for last week is from Monkey X Monkey, and he has 7 thumbs up, or at least I'm assuming it's a he. I'm gonna not use those pronouns anymore. Okay, people, don't freak out, but I have the most craziest theory ever, okay? So don't get freaked out. I think Luffy will become the Pirate King. Oh my god. And then, I don't know what the emoticon for 2 circles and a dot is, but you know. But I think this is the real crazy theory he has that people like. I also have a theory that One Piece is Oda himself. Which would be kind of funny. Like, they get there and Oda's on the island. He's like, I've been here. Next, we're getting the 3 tied for 3rd place. And like I said, this week, I'm going to put all 3 of them in. But next week, if you aren't separating the ones you like, so you can vote for more than one. Just thumbs up every which ones you like. And all that. So that I don't have all these ties. Because next week, I'm going to just pick my favorite of the ties. Okay. And this comes from user
Keali, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it got 4 thumbs up. My crazy theory is the next Straw Hat member will be a Logia. Not a strong one, but probably one that had just eaten a Logia Devil Fruit, so he is still new at the power. The new member will probably even have Ace's old Devil Fruit. Interesting. I don't know if that'll happen. What do y'all think? And then the next one to tie again with 4 thumbs up is M. Vegeta's 4. Crazy theories. An admiral is waiting for Luffy and his crew on the other side. Luffy fights the admiral and kicks his ass. Luffy's bounty goes up to 700 million. That is kind of crazy. I don't think Luffy's admiral level yet, but y'all let me know what y'all think about the crazy theories. And the last one is from Mr. Ian 714 with 4 thumbs up. Crazy theory. Robin can make full body flower clones. And I've seen this theory before. I think I may have even mentioned it. I like this theory. Although it probably won't happen, I could see that as being a development of her power. Like, she could almost like clone her entire body. That would be pretty badass, but that would take a lot of stamina. Maybe that's what she worked on. So, don't forget to post your crazy theory down here. You could be featured in my next video, but I'm only taking the top 3, and the top 3 are going to be based on your thumbs upping of the comment. So make sure you're doing that for all the ones you like. Hell, even come back and check it out again if you want. You can leave a comment, and you can always go back to see all comments, stuff like that. You don't have to rewatch the video. I'm not trying to bump up my videos, but you know, if you want to watch the video again, go for it. But yeah, and also remember to leave your comments soon, because like I said, even if your theory is really great, you might not get the votes if you don't leave the comment until like a day before. And most likely these videos will either be up Wednesday or Thursday, so you have until then to get your comment rated up. Hell, you can even, you know, whatever you want to do. Tell your friends, rate my thumbs up so I can be in the video if that's what you think's cool. Okay. And also, don't forget to let me know what you think of the comments of the ones from the video this time. What do you think of their crazy theories? Do you like them? Do you not like them? Because not everybody rates, so feel free to do that. Also, just let me know what you thought about the chapter in general. And make sure you tell me how great a job I'm doing. But, no, seriously, yeah, really, tell me that. I like that. Yep, so that's been my One Piece 602 review. Maybe it was long, maybe it was short, I don't know, I gotta edit it. And I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you enjoyed One Piece and all that good stuff. And next week, 603 should be awesome. Now for the whoring out segment of my video. Please do not forget to comment by crazy theorying it down there, or whatever the hell you want to say. And don't forget to rate the video. Ratings make me feel like I'm special, and I need all the special attention that I can get, please. Thank you. And thumbs up ones are the best. I know some people are like down. I don't like down thumbs. I like up thumbs. So do the thumbs up. I appreciate that. And don't forget to favorite it if you seem to like this video more than normal. Because favoriting is makes me feel like I'm good about my life. Something good about my life. I don't know. But yeah. Also, yeah, that's that. And don't forget to check out all my links. My Facebook. Twitter. I post all kinds of stuff when spoilers come out. I don't give away spoilers, but I let people know they're out. And I give my reactions. And I also, you know, just every day tweeting about my pathetic life, as well as when the new chapter's out. It will be, if it comes out when I'm around, I check it, I got my phone, I use my phone, I retweet it so you can get it right then and there. And check out my other stuff I do, my blog and my other videos on my Blip TV. I appreciate all that, guys. What else? Oh, and don't forget to subscribe. It's right there. Subscribe to me if you just come across this video. I do a lot of anime manga reviews. Awesome, I know. And I'm really detailed. I take a long time. My videos are long. You can just play my videos while you're doing something else and listen to my rambling rambles. Although, I think you should look at my pretty face, because I'm putting these videos in HD so that you can see that and you get to see my craziness. So watching them is good because it's video. This isn't necessarily a podcast. But I appreciate everything, and also tonight there will be a live blog TV, and every Wednesday, as long as I don't have to work my real life job, I will have a live blog TV, and it will start at 7. So do not forget that, and I will put a link down here. Link. Okay, guys, enough whoring out for me. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. I know I did. It was really exciting for me, and a lot of the crazy theories out there. So don't forget yours. All right, guys, take it easy. Have a good day. One Piece rocks.
I swear, they're never going to get to Fishman Island. I don't get why they're taking so long. They should have been there automatically after the time skip. They should have just woke up in Fishman Island. We didn't need all this
story development. We needed some fighting. And we needed them to go to Fishman Island for fracking. I wish I could go to Fishman Island. I'd like to meet some mermaids. I wish I had someone to take me to Fishman Island. But I'm never that lucky. There's nobody here except my uncle. And I don't think he could take me to Fishman Island. I mean, maybe. Oh, it's my uncle.
Hey, did I hear you want to go to Fishman Island, youngster? I can take you there.
Oh, really? You're not fracking with me, are you?
Oh, yes, I got all kinds of places I can take you. You want to go with me, your uncle? Yeah, I also got something else for you. Look at this. You see this? Yes. Oh, you like this, don't you?
Seriously? You're going to take me to Fishman Island? I can't believe it. And you got manga books for me? One Piece? Oh, boy.
You know what? Oh, I dropped my cane, youngster. I'm not as strong as I used to be. I'm going to put this in my pocket. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're going to have to come get it out of my pocket, boy.
What? They're in your pocket? I have to reach in your pocket and get them out? But I don't want to do that.
Yeah, we're going to Fishman Island.
Okay, I really want to go to Fishman Island. I really do. Okay. Yeah, Uncle, I'll get you. We'll go. I can't wait.
Get your fat ass up and get over here. We're going to be in Fishman Island soon, boy. Oh, yeah. It's in my basement.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I won't tell nobody about this. We'll go.
You come on over, boy. Yeah, crawl like that to Uncle.
You want me to crawl? Okay, here I come, Uncle.
Oh, Fishman Island, you're gonna be fun tonight. Oh, you little bastard, chubby little bastard. I love you and I love our Fishman Island.
Hey everybody, and welcome to my One Piece chapter 603 review entitled Keep It in Your Heart. And this week we get another one of Oda's continuing Straw Hat with animals that were requested by people. And this week we get good old Sanji, and he's baking a pie with some squirrels. And what kind of pie is he baking? I think he's baking an apple pie, because I see some squirrels cutting an apple in the background. Although it seems kind of strange because they've already got the pie pretty much finished. Why would they be cooking that, putting the apples in there now? Maybe they're going to make more than one pie. But okay, enough with that. Into the story. We get back on Shibundi, and the brothers are still digging. The Korobu brothers are still digging up holes and going to bury people. And apparently they're going to bury some of the fake Straw Hats. They got fake Zoro, fake Usopp, fake Frankie, and fake Nami and fake Sanji, and they're going to bury them alive. And they're all crying and begging for their souls, if you will. And we get the information that the Korobu brothers wanted to defeat the Straw Hats, and they thought that was the real Straw Hats at first, so they were just going to join and take them out from within. And one of them grabs the fake Sanji, the wet-haired Korobu, and his hand, like, is made of something. He has a devil fruit, and they say you have an ability. Fake Sogeking decides to shoot Korobu, and he does, and the bullet like goes into him. It looks like, I don't know what you would say. There's a lot of theories about this, but it's going into him, but it don't look like it's really passing through him to me. And they say, "What, a Logia?" And then he responds, "So what if I am?" And he was thinking, well, you two, you know, I thought y'all might look different since it's been 2 years. And he keeps on saying, you think God will forgive this and stuff like that. So they're just going to bury them alive, apparently. Then we cut to Sentamaru, and he's calling in the Marine headquarters, and he's like, well, we couldn't capture him because Rayleigh showed up. And he's like, what the fuck was I supposed to do when Rayleigh showed up? He's the one who stopped Kizaru last time. So I really don't have a shot against him. Plus, the Straw Hats destroyed the two pacifistas who were the prototypes from 2 years ago. And although they were the same, the pacifistas, apparently the Straw Hats have improved greatly. They are much stronger during after those 2 years. He even says it's a shocking level of growth. And he's like, make sure Marine headquarters in the New World hears that very clearly. Tell them that the Straw Hat Pirates have completely revived. So he's gotten that message finally relayed to the headquarters that the Straw Hats are back and better than ever. It's like that song, back, I'm better than ever. That's what they ought to say when they march in. So this kind of setting up for, well, they got to come out Fishman Island. Aren't they going to be right near the Marine headquarters? Maybe when they get there, there'll be some people waiting for them. But hopefully not too strong. We don't want them to get destroyed after that. I don't think would happen, but still, kind of a scary thought, if you know what I mean. But overall, that was kind of what's going on. And I think now, I know I said it last week, there would be a Flash Around the World chapter. But next week, I think there could be, because I think this getting relayed to Marine headquarters is going to go all out on the news and stuff, and everybody's going to sit in the paper again, and everybody's going to be like, oh, and everybody around the world, Vivi, go back to the Barati, who knows, Doro's Master, back to Nojiko, over, you know, Dr. Correa, everybody's going to see this, and we're going to get comments from all of them, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. I don't want to see who's the new fleet admiral, who's this, who's that. I know a lot of people want them to get to Fishman Island, but I still want to see that around the world thing that Oda always does after some big thing happens with the Straw Hats. So I'm looking forward to that happening because I just want to see the other characters. Oda has brought us so many rich characters that we care about that even outside of just the Straw Hat crew, we still want to see them. We know about Kobe and Garp and so many other people. But of course the story focuses on the Straw Hats, but we still need a little outside every once in a while. So if you like that idea, let me know. Now we cut to Shaky and Rayleigh, and Rayleigh's sitting on the shore watching the sea. I'm guessing he's just looking out, thinking about what's going to be of the Straw Hats now. And Shaky asks him, man, they left in a hurry. They sure have gotten a lot stronger. And she mentions again that she's a big fan of Monkey Chan. And she asks Rayleigh if he's recalling something. He's like, no. And then he says, well, maybe. And you have a little flashback of him remembering something that, to me, is awesome, but a lot of people are saying it's not awesome. But I'm going to read a lot of this word for word because it's cool. And here's the flashback starting. Hey, nice ship. It's a ship I stole. My house burned down, so I'm living here. Oh, what's your name? Rayleigh. I'm Roger. This is a fateful meeting, Rayleigh. How about overturning the world together with me? The world? Ha ha ha. Who the hell are you anyway? Go run off somewhere else. And as Rayleigh remembers this, he has a tear in his eye. And we come to find out that Goldie Roger used to wear the straw hat. Yes, Goldie Roger was the first, at least as far as we know, person who wore the straw hat. We all thought, oh, it came from Shanks. But now we know where Shanks got it from, most likely. And this has stirred up a lot of controversy in the forums and stuff. People have been arguing back and forth. This is terrible. This is good. Me, personally, I thought it was awesome when I saw it. Because, okay, we finally found more history about the hat. The hat has been a big thing with One Piece. We already know that Luffy and Roger are very similar. It's been commented on since the beginning of the fucking manga. Shanks seen it in him. When they were in Water 7, the mermaid woman, I can't remember her name right now, she commented on it about Tom and all that. Everybody has said it. When they were in Skypiea, Gonfall commented on it. Anybody who interacted with Roger and Luffy all kind of noticed that they were similar in attitude. Now, a lot of people, some people were having problems with, oh, it looks like he looks just like Luffy. I don't know if he looks just like Luffy. It's very similar, don't get me wrong. I do think he looks like Ace a little bit also, and you don't really get to see the top part, you only get to see the bottom. And so, but with the hat on, that's going to make it look a lot more like Luffy. And a lot of people were mad because he had the hat. A lot of people were like speculating, well, why does people not know it's Roger's hat? Well, Roger had this happen probably 50 years ago or so when he first met up with Rayleigh. and he didn't wear the straw hat when they were towards the end of the voyage when he became Pirate King. And at that point, Shanks was wearing the hat. That's why Whitebeard remembered the hat when he was talking, you know, about stuff. And he's like, "Oh, you and your straw hat and that little red-nosed fella." So Whitebeard remembered that sort of things. But maybe Whitebeard didn't know Goldie Roger at that point. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he wasn't as infamous and well-known. And as someone else brought up, maybe he didn't even wear the fucking hat all the time like Luffy does or like Shanks did. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot there because people are like, "Oh, this is pulling out of nowhere." And no, it's not. It makes sense because Oda was always setting Luffy and Roger up to be similar. A lot of people are like, if Roger has a rubber devil fruit, I'm gonna be so mad. But I don't know if that's gonna happen. I guess it's possible. We'll see. I think that was more likely to happen than this. I never really saw this happening. I thought it was a good little surprise, and I don't think it was that big a deal. I thought it was cool. I don't think it takes anything away from Oda's writing skills or anything like that. I used to think that Luffy was Roger's son for the longest time before all this, before we found out it was really Ace. And when I first saw Ace, I always thought him and Luffy looked alike. I think Luffy looks like Sentamaru a little bit. In the anime, their voices sound very similar, although I'd looked up the voice actor and it's not the same voice actor doing both of them. So those things made me always curious. Maybe Oda just has a similar design for certain characters and the face features look similar. He doesn't really have those ultra detailed faces. So maybe that's our problem. So, but let me know if you hated it or loved it. I like it. I thought it was cool. Whatever. I know I rambled on for like a while about the whole hat thing, and that's only like 1/3 of the page. And Rayleigh's saying there may be no such thing as coincidences in this world. It seems like everything that happened was inevitable. Destiny is slowly, deliberately taking its shape. In any case, Luffy stepped up to a new level and has become a man well fit to wear that hat. It may not be a bad idea to live on a little longer. So this is kind of cool. So Rayleigh wants to see Luffy succeed now. And not to say that Rayleigh was going to like die anytime soon or wanted to die. But he's just commenting on how it's going to be worth staying alive because something will change and something can happen now. Because he knows Luffy stepped up to that next level. So that's good to see. And that also means that we'll probably see Rayleigh again. Who knows when or how or whatever. But I'd be really wanting to see Rayleigh again. And as of right now, it'll probably be a little while in between. Maybe when Luffy has another big surprise, we get flashbacks to Rayleigh and Shaky being like, "Ha, I knew he could do it." That kind of thing. Or they'll show up together at some other point. Who knows? Because remember Rayleigh said something about mentioning he wouldn't mind seeing some of the old crew again. So who knows? Maybe this will inspire him to go traveling again. And although he's weaker than he used to be, he's still pretty strong and can compete with even admirals. So I think he would be okay if he went out there. Maybe he could even put a disguise on. Maybe Luffy left him his little nose and mustache. Okay, now we get back to the Straw Hats, and it shows this cool little scene of them going underwater, and you get to see the Sunny going down, and there's all kinds of fish and stuff all swimming around them. And it's like you're viewing it, and everybody's just all like, "Wow, this is so cool." And Usopp says, "Can we really get back up to the surface?" And he's like, "I'm not scared, but, you know." So some people were talking about how, is that going to be his new thing? Like, I'm not afraid. You know, he actually mentions that he's not afraid, although he might a little bit be. He's not going to use this whole, "I think I have the disease, Fishman Island disease or something. I can't go to the Fishman Island disease." And then they noticed that the mangroves trees roots are going all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, which we really knew because they just said that when they got to Shibundi the first time. But actually getting to see them is kind of cool, and they're all just like, "Wow, this is insane." And you get a funny little scene. Zoro's like, "I already seen all this," and then Sanji yells at him, "Yeah, when you got on the wrong ship, shut up. People are getting deeply moved here." And there's just all kinds of like giant sea monsters and sea kings around them and everything. So it's really cool looking. And Luffy's excited, of course, because they're on a big new underwater sea adventure. And so Luffy, like, he sees some fish. He's like, "I'm gonna catch some fish," and he's trying to jump out of the bubble. And Zoro's like, "Those are some good-looking fish," and he's about to pull his sword out, and Chopper goes crazy. And then you get to a panel where Usopp
and Chopper have beat the crap out of Luffy and Zoro, even though they got the little comic knots on their heads. Kind of like what Nami would used to do. A lot of people were talking about that. Now, maybe Usopp and Chopper are going to be the ones to keep those two in line and do the knot making. But maybe this means they have Haki put knots on Luffy. No, it's a comedic effect thing, people. It's always been that way. Would you ever say Nami was that strong? No. So then Sanji says to Nami, he's like, well, maybe you should tell us everything about this so we don't do anything stupid. And then we get a scene of Nami, and she's still got her like bikini top on and her long flowing hair, and her breasts are just hanging out lusciously everywhere. And she's like, oh, sure, Sanji-kun. Rayleigh, give me some notes. And she's like, I'm going to explain. And then Sanji says, Shibu! And then he just has one of his epic nosebleeds. And he's like, a real beautiful woman. Sanji, and then like he just nosebleed, like shoots him out through the bubble in the ship. And they're like, it's going to break, oh no! And he's like, how far can he fly with his nosebleed? And everybody's like, oh crap, he flew out into the ocean. So Luffy grabs him and pulls him back, and as Luffy went in the water, he's still saying, oh, I'm powerless in the water. So I guess maybe Oda threw that in there so we know that's still there. And then they mention, it looks like he's utterly weak towards women. This isn't like you, Sanji. So, yeah, I don't know how good that is. I mean, he was always kind of weak to women, but I mean, he didn't react that much. But you know why? It's because he's been on the Okama Island for 2 years and he hadn't seen a woman, so all that built up, you know, so every little thing's making it worse. And so Chopper and them are saying, oh, if he keeps losing this much blood, when he meets the mermaid, we'll have to do a blood drive. And they're like, are fishmen and human blood the same? I don't know. And then so they kind of talk about the bubble a little bit. And apparently, at this point, Frankie pushes his nose and changes his hairstyle. And a lot of people were talking about, is Zoro like shocked when he sees this, or is he yawning? And apparently there's some sort of little like sound effect that's the shocked sound effect in Japanese. So apparently he's shocked at seeing Frankie do that, because I guess he missed it that one time where they were showing it. And Chopper's got Sanji hooked up to all these like IV blood bags. So Nami explains that yes, the coating's kind of like the bubbles on Shibundi, and she says they can even fire like cannonballs out of it, and it'll stay secure in case they get attacked by Sea Kings. And so Usopp said, well, we'll break it. And apparently if there's too many holes in it, like they hit a rock, or like they get like bitten by a Sea King, then of course it's going to crack. So she's like, we got to be careful. And they're all like, ooh, it's strong. And some Sea Kings are like around them, but another one like eats one of the other ones. And Nami gives out some good old data here. She says 70% of all ships that head for Fishman Island sink before reaching their destination, so be careful. And Usopp and Chopper are like, no! So it's like the way they always was. This is good to see. A lot of people were like, whoo. You know, Luffy, Zoro the same. Sanji's somewhat the same, except even, weaker to women. Usopp and Chopper are still excited by like, oh. And then Luffy and Zoro paying no attention to what Nami just said. They're like, oh, we should still catch some fish. And Zoro's like, let's have a competition. And then Usopp and Chopper beat the crap out of him again. Okay, now the next page is Usopp's crying. He's like, oh, I wish Hachi was here so he could have shown us we could have got there a lot easier and safer, because Usopp's worried they're going to crash since 70% of ships don't even make it. And then Luffy busts out his backpack with all the lunches, and he's like, well, since Sanji's all messed up, we'll eat some of these lunches that I got packed. At this point, Frankie asks Nami, is everything stabilized? She's like, sure, we're on a current. And he's like, and now I have something to tell you all. And Luffy and Usopp and Chopper, they get all starry-eyed and stuff, and they're like, a robot secret! And he's like, no, unfortunately. And then he starts talking in a robot voice. Unfortunately, that is negative, Robo. And they're like, oh, robots speak. This is like a new little gag they've added now. He's going to do this, I guess. I wonder if it's going to be all the time. He's going to let it catch on just here and there. But it's kind of funny, a little gag, because you know how they are. They're like, ooh. I can't wait for him to see when Frankie does something with his robot powers or his
cyborg powers, actually. I know a lot of people say I read too much of the chapter, but I like to read these quotes because they're so important to the chapter. So I'm going to pretty much read, like, word for word what Frankie tells them, okay? This is Frankie talking. It's true that Hachi was supposed to guide us along the ocean floor, but he ended up suffering serious wounds in his back at Fishman Island, resting and healing himself. So that's good to know. We know they'll run into Hachi and the mermaid and Papaga at some point in Fishman Island because they're all back there. Kami, that's her name. I forgot it for a second. And the reason is the same as Duval's. So apparently that's why Duval's injured too. He got all his wounds trying to protect the Thousand Sunny after we left it at the island, and then it's like about 1 year ago the Marines found out about the Sunny, which ended up causing a huge battle where they both were forced to retire. And Usopp's like, then how was the ship fine up until today? And then Frankie reveals the coolest thing. Well, this chapter's got a lot of cool things, but one other cool thing. Because there was one other warrior present, the man responsible for blowing us apart from each other 2 years ago, the huge Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma. He's like, a few days ago when I arrived at the Sunny, I couldn't believe my eyes. He had waited. Then we get this cool panel with Kuma sitting there, and he's been like messed up. I think there's even like smoke rising off of him a little bit. He's got like, there's all kinds of swords and stuff laying on the ground. He's even got one sword like stuck in his arm. He's been through one hell of a battle. And then Frankie's like getting ready to fire at him or something, and he says, what are you doing here? And then Kuma just says, mission complete, and then he just walks off, and Frankie's like, what the hell? And he says there wasn't a single scrape on the Sunny. And then he says he went and spoke to Rayleigh and found out about what Kuma had told Rayleigh 2 years ago about him being an officer from the Revolutionaries, and because of a bond he wished to let the Straw Hats escape. And he says, you should realize that he really saved our lives. And Frankie's still explaining things. And after they disappeared from the island, it was Kuma who told Rayleigh when he visited a man that he had no time left. He says, I don't know what kind of weakness he acquired, but he was apparently treated like a guinea pig by the Marines and slowly modified into a cyborg. And before the war on the summit, he made a deal to have his personality completely stolen away. So that's something too. If we really don't know why Kuma decided to go through with this whole process, and maybe will be revealed someday. Oda's usually good about revealing these things, so we might just have to wait. So Chopper's like, well, if that's true, then he had no recollection. Why would he have done that? And so this is Frankie speculating. A lot of people are like, how did Frankie know this? I think Frankie's just figuring out using logic. He's saying that he must have made a deal with Vegapunk to put one order in his brain, and that order was to stay with the Straw Hat ship until a Straw Hat arrived, and so he has no memory of what's happened the last 2 years. So that's going to be funny. I'm guessing Kuma's going to go back to the Marines, and they're going to be like, what the hell have you been doing? He's like, I do not know. And maybe they'll just think he got damaged somehow by fighting off pirates or something, and this won't ever really be revealed, but who knows. And so they're all talking, and Zoro's like, why was he so concerned with us? And some kind of bond. And then Usopp was like, well, if he's connected to the Revolutionary Army, that's Luffy's dad, so that makes sense. And Luffy's like, I don't know my dad, but I guess that means the bear guy was a good guy after all. And then Robin has a little thought bubble, and it says Kuma. So maybe she knows more because, she went to the Revolutionaries, and I'm assuming she met Dragon. When is she going to tell Luffy this? This is the things we want to know. And so Frankie's just like romanticizing this, and he's like, there's no mistaking it. We owe everything to Kuma these past 2 years. Even though if we met him again, we'll probably never figure out what he was really thinking. But keep this in your hearts. As a result to this crew, Bartholomew Kuma is... And the thing is like... is a man we are greatly indebted to. And that if we do manage to meet him again someday, he will have already become a heartless human weapon. So that's kind of sad, really. Even if they do meet him again, unless there's a whole... rescue Kuma's personality arc, how, they gotta fight him most likely, and that's sad. But maybe the whole Vegapunk maybe not being an evil guy, what do y'all think? Do y'all think Vegapunk's really evil? Do you think he's a good guy? I think he's not a bad guy overall, and maybe they can convince him to restore Kuma or somehow. So I can see that happening down the road, but that'll be definitely a Vegapunk arc at some point in my opinion. I'm guessing he has like a base in the New World somewhere, would make sense too, because I think there's probably going to be more devil fruits that way. And at this point, Sanji wakes up, and he's like, Isle of Women? That Kuma guy's actually someone we owe a debt to? Where do you think I've been for the past 2 years? Just what kind of training were you doing, Luffy? Sanji's still pissed about that, and he probably will be forever. And then we get at the end, we see that there's a ship following the Sunny, and it turns out that it is the Corbu brothers, and they're like, oh, the Straw Hats are in front of us. And I guess, like the way he's saying it, this time you better let us on your ship for real, fellas. I'm guessing he still wants to go through with the plan to infiltrate them, but I don't think that's going to happen, really. I don't see them letting somebody join. Luffy's usually the ones who say, yeah, I want you to join. I don't think he's going to be all like, oh, yeah, come on. I think the people asking to join aren't always going to get to join. And maybe that's something we'll get more of now. More people wanting to join the Straw Hats. That's what they know what Luffy can do and all that. So what do you think? You think Corbu's going to join? Or are they just going to have to fight? I think they're probably just going to have to fight, and that's what we're looking for to see. A lot of people are like, wow, is Luffy going to fight a Logia? I'm still not 100% convinced that he is a Logia. He seems to be somewhat similar to Mr. Three's Wax Fruit, or maybe Magellan's Poison Fruit, where it's kind of like, you know, like a substance, but it's not necessarily a Logia. But we'll just have to wait until it's actually really revealed by Oda eventually, so we'll have to see. So overall, this chapter was awesome. I love the Roger flashback stuff. I love the Kuma stuff. I love the comedy stuff. I love the crew getting together. I love that Corbu and Caribou are not completely forgotten and are going to be, at least for at least one battle, like villains for the Straw Hats. I don't think it'll be an overall big battle, because I think most of their henchmen are all very similar looking, and that they would not be that good to fight overall. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have that many individual looking people that it'll be a big fight. I think it'll be just like those two will fight. Maybe there'll be one other person, so Zoro and Luffy, or that someone can, you know, Zoro and Sanji just take them two out. But Sanji seems to be kind of out of it right now, so it might just be Luffy and Zoro have to take these two guys out. So let me know what you thought about the chapter. Tell me the good things and the bad things you disliked about it. And yeah, I guess it's time. I really don't like doing this, but it's time again for Crazy Theories of the Week. And this week I did get some because the chapter came out so early, and a lot of crazy theories, most of which are going to be about Caribou or Corbu, whichever one he is, wet-haired, Logia Devil Fruit, assuming it's Logia, and or whatever it is. So that's going to be most of the list. And I guess some of them really aren't that crazy, but they're going to be crazy because there's so many of them. A lot of people think he's clay. A lot of people think he's mud. Someone said he was putty. Someone said he was cement. Now, the mud one has been having a lot of traction, as that's the most realistic one, and apparently there's some sort of sound effect that in Japanese is usually related to mud. That's a mud sound effect. I don't know that much about it, but that's the prevailing one is mud. But a lot of people are arguing, why did Oda draw mud like white? You know, it doesn't have any like darkness to it or anything. You would think mud would be darker. It does look similar to the candle fruit, but we know that's not it, so it could be any of those things. If it's mud, I guess it would be Logia because that's natural. But cement and some of this other stuff, I don't know if it's true. One of the craziest ones about that was that it was hair gel. And one I do like, and I think would be kind of interesting, was glue. And yeah, the glue is like the most interesting to me because, you know, it goes back to the whole, I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. So glue is rubber's natural enemy, you know. So... but, I mean, I don't know if it's any of that. We'll have to wait and see for sure what it really turns out to be. And then this one's like, then we get something about Sanji. And this is the craziest one I read. It says Sanji has like a secret power now, kind of like Chopper's Rumble Balls, that Iva has gave him these hormone boosts. And then like if he eats this certain kind of food that he cooks, he'll get like powered up. And also that maybe Sanji can turn female and use an advanced Okama Kenpo. Do y'all really think Sanji could be
could be Advanced Okama Kempo. I mean, really? I mean, do you really think he could turn into a woman? I wonder what Sanji would think about that. I don't know. Also, someone said, I'm pretty sure this was a joke, that Sanji is a blood Logia now. Remember back, if you were in the forums and stuff like that, we're reading into the crazy theories about before we knew what Aki Inu's true power was. A lot of people were hoping he was a blood Logia, so that's where that really comes from, and it stems from him bleeding all that, but apparently not, because they're pumping blood into him now, so obviously he's not a blood Logia. Another one is, which is kind of funny, is about Frankie, and then people were saying that Frankie is really Vegapunk, and that he develops a time machine, travels back in time, and gives Luffy's hat to Roger. So that's kind of funny and out there, and I think it's been used in like movies before. It's like a loop, an infinite loop kind of thing. I think it was a lot of theories in Lost, if you watch Lost, were about time traveling and stuff like that. And then there's another crazy one that we got, was that, you know, Corbu or Caribou, whichever one he is, keeps referring to God and all this stuff. Maybe he's referring to Inaru, and that's the God he's referring to. Because someone made an interesting theory that, like, this might be somewhat parallel to Skypiea, like how it's going, and that these guys might be like Bellamy right now, and they might seem like they're badass and all that, but then they're going to get beat down, but they're working for someone even stronger, and maybe that person is Inaru. I know it's crazy, but it may happen. So that's basically all the crazy theories I saw in the forums before I decided to make this video. And of course, you know, post your crazy theories below, for they may get a chance to be in the next video if they are the craziest theories that you can come up with and are entertaining, so people vote on them. And that's what you do. You need to thumb up the theories you find to be good, creative, or you want to see in the next video that people leave below. And all of the comments are chosen by you, the viewer, and not by me. I'm not picking my favorite theories. I'm picking what you guys think are the favorite theories. And unfortunately, sometimes if you're late in commenting, you might not get a chance to leave your crazy theory. So make sure you comment quick with your crazy theory whenever you see this, and keep it up. Tell your friends to comment on your crazy theories and thumbs up it. It's good to go. Now on to the crazy theories from chapter 602. And third place this week comes from Shadow Lolly 1 with 11 thumbs up. His crazy theory is, my crazy theory is that there's another side arc before Fishman Island. LOL. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. The next crazy theory, number 2, would be from Will Life Design with a total of 10 thumbs up. My crazy theory is that the Marines have occupied Fishman Island, and that there's a war going on between the Marines and the Fishmen caused by Jinbei's departure from the Shichibukai. So when the Straw Hats arrive and see what's happening, they go and bust some heads and free the island like it was before the war 2 years ago. And the number 1 crazy theory from you guys from last week is from Creative4U1. My crazy theory is with 14 thumbs up. My crazy theory is Luffy learned a new gear, and it's for Gear 4. It's basically a shape-shifting form. And that's kind of similar to one from last week. So let's kind of try to be creative with these and everything like that. The more creative you are and the more exciting they are, I'm sure the better they'll get rated up. So don't forget to do that. And as I said again, to show your comments of your crazy theories of the week. And before I go, I have this crazy theory that I thought about today. You know that I am a cook, right? I don't know how many people know that. But there's this crazy theory I've had in my head that I'm somehow Sanji. I wonder how that would work. Oi. Luffy, have you really been training for 2 years? You know where I've been? You know what hell I've been in? Nami! Nami! Oh, oh, she moves! She moves! I'm not an Okama. Don't suggest such things.
Yeah, it didn't turn out quite how I wanted it to, but I kind of did it on the fly. So let me know what you thought about my video, as well as what you thought about the chapter and your crazy theories. Leave more than one comment if you have to. Just separate them, a crazy theory one. Best to say, this is my crazy theory, that way you'll get the votes, because there were some votes that had higher than 14, but they weren't crazy theories. So maybe in the future I will include a most thumbed up comment also. So leave other comments as well about whatever. And I think that's what I will. Next week I'll have the most popular comment of the week section on here. So yeah, don't forget all the comments and stuff, and tell me what you thought about my half-ass cosplaying I did a minute ago. And also remember to rate the video. Ratings help me out a lot. I appreciate it, guys. And if you somehow love this video, like you love my cosplay of Sanji, then feel free to favorite the video and share it with your friends and tweet it or whatever. All that good stuff. All that helps. And don't forget, if you just happen to stumble across this weirdo, go ahead and subscribe up there somewhere, because I got more One Piece videos coming out every week. And I do other stuff too. And that's that. And don't forget to check my links out. I'm not going to be that active on my blog this week because I got to work a lot and all that. Not that y'all care. Y'all like, shut up, talk about anime, fuck your life. I understand, guys. But I just like to clarify things. There also won't be a Blog TV this week because I have to work. So I can't be here this week, but maybe next week we'll get back on schedule with some more badass stuff. So thanks for watching, and thanks for subscribing. You guys are awesome. And then we cut to Shaky and Rayleigh, and they're like on the shore, and Shaky's sitting there. Not Shaky. I'm retarded. Okay, so now I quit saying okay all the time.
I couldn't sit down this week for some reason. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right to be sitting right now. Well, as you remember last time, I was supposed to be going to Fishman Island with my uncle, but he fracking lied to me. He just took me in his basement, and I just don't remember what happened. We didn't get to Fishman Island, and guess what? Once again, Oda has not taken us to Fishman Island. We're just going on down in the depths. It's ridiculous. I can't fracking believe Oda's doing this to us. Oda, I can't get it. Please get to Fishman Island sometime. Maybe we'll see a fight with Luffy and them, but I don't know. But for some reason, my uncle said I should call him the Kraken now. I don't know. And then on top of all this, we're gonna have a week of break. And we're gonna have a week break, and it's gonna be horrible because we're still one more week without getting to Fishman Island. I can't believe we're never getting there. I don't know. Maybe next time my uncle will let me go to Fishman Island for real. I don't know. And this reviewer guy, he likes this stuff. Why does he like it? I don't know. I wish my uncle would come to his house and take him to his basement. I'm just gonna lay here and go to sleep until next week. Wait, not next week. I had to sleep for 2 weeks again. It's not long enough for cryo, but I'm just gonna go to sleep right here.
Hey everybody, it's time for my One Piece manga review again, and this time it's for chapter 604, entitled Into the Depths. And this week we don't get a cover page, but we get a nice little color spread with all the straw hats, and there's some animals and stuff. And one funny thing is Luffy has Brook's little gold crown on instead of Brook, and Brook's just wearing some ratty looking hat, but it don't look like his top hat like he normally wore, so I don't know what that's all about. And one other thing, looks like we can see Frankie's legs better, and you can see he's got some like metal on his legs too, so maybe that'll come into play eventually down the road. Okay, now into the chapter. And it opens up with everybody's like, wow, look how far we've come down. And Frankie says, well, it's probably on like 1,000 meters. And then they see some whales overhead. And Brooke is all like, Laboon! And Luffy's like, that's old man Whitebeard. But I don't understand that because I would think Luffy knows Whitebeard is dead. But I guess it's just memories or whatever. Because the whale does look a lot like the Moby Dick Whitebeard ship. Doesn't really look as much like Laboon though. Then we cut to Caribou, and he's like, we're going to jump on their ship or whatever. And he's being pulled along by some sort of sea beast, which we'll figure out in a minute what that's all about. And he's like, we're going to go, and we don't want to just destroy them here. We want to capture them, cut their heads off, and take them back with us so we can be like, look, I killed Straw Hat Luffy, so I can get the fame and glory for it. And so they're bumping up against them. I guess they're like getting the bubbles touching. That way you can kind of jump from one bubble to another. Because we know Caribou is a devil fruit user, although we're still unsure, at least I am, whether or not he is Logia or Paramecia or something. I know that Logia was hinted at, but I don't know. I'm still not buying that. So if you're whichever you think, feel free to let me know if you think he's Logia or Paramecia in the comments, because I'm really curious. Because I don't know. I just don't think he's a Logia. I think he's not going to be that strong overall. Then Nami notices the sea beast pulling Caribou's ship, and she's like, Moo? And she's like, you remember Arlong's crew, you remember me, right? And he kind of like remembers, and then he sees Sanji and Luffy, and he just starts tearing up, and he just freaks out, and he like runs away scared like he did that last time when Luffy was fighting him. And as he does, it pulls all the rest of the Caribou ship away. And the only one who made it onto the ship was Caribou. And he's like, ha! I'm going to kill every last one of you. But he didn't realize that nobody else came along with him. And they're all like, oh no, what's going on? We left the captain. And he just makes this crazy face. His eyes are popping out of his head when he realizes that he's the only one who made it to the ship. And he's like, oh, I'm sure he says, oh shit. So Frankie grabs him up and is going to throw him out of the ship. And he's like, no, please don't throw me out of the ship. You can't do that. God's watching, all this God stuff again. And he's like, oh. And Frankie just throws him down on the ground. He's like, let's change the story now. We're all like, we're going to kill the Straw Hats. Now you're begging for mercy. And Zoro's like, who the hell are you anyway? And then the dude like kind of like freaks out. And Zoro's like, oh, I'm not the captain. He's saying he's not the captain. He's like, oh, Roronoa Zoro. So he's kind of scared. And he's saying they've been using him as a human bullet. But it's kind of funny because he's begging for mercy. And then Usopp says, like, he's lying. It's all lies. And Nami's like, what was that pulling your ship? And he's like, oh. And he licks his lip and he's like, ooh, what a cutie pie. You must be the cat burglar, Nami. And at this, Sanji just kicks him in the face. And the aftermath, he looks pretty effed up after all this. And then Sanji's like, it's okay, Nami. And then he has another one of his nosebleed gushers, which almost throws him out of the ship. And they're all like, you're really becoming a pain with that. And then Chopper comes up with an idea. He's like, we should give him rehabilitation with low-intensity photos. So I'm guessing they might just give him, like, women that just normally look without having their boobs hanging out and all that stuff, you know, normally clothed women. That way he can build up a tolerance again. Maybe they will continue with that. A lot of people are like, oh, this nosebleed thing's getting out of hand. Hopefully Oda doesn't continue using it every chapter. And I'm kind of agreeing somewhat because it will get old after a while. Every time he looks at Nami or Robin, he can't do anything but gush out a nosebleed that shoots him rocketing into the air. And then Caribou explains that they call it Moo, or is it Momu? Momu or Moo? Whatever, Momu, that's what I'll call him. And that a lot of ships use it for advanced sea navigation because it can pull the ship along and it makes things a lot better. That's kind of strange. I guess he's that strong that he could beat Momu. But Luffy beat Momu like back in the very beginning of his adventure, so that doesn't really impress me that much overall. And so Luffy's like, oh, he wants one of his own and whatever. And then like Luffy ties up Caribou, and Caribou has this like inner monologue. He's not saying it out loud. He says, damn it, things really took an unexpected turn. What should I do? 1 versus 9 will clearly put me at too much of a disadvantage. I can get out of these ropes anytime, but first maybe I need to watch the right chance and then take them out one by one. Or maybe and he doesn't finish his or maybe thing. But it's kind of strange if he really is as badass and Logia as people are thinking he is, why he would be that scared. That's another reason I don't think he's necessarily Logia. But he's also kind of being smart because he might be realizing how strong they are and he can't just fight all of them. So Nami notices the log pose is not pointing straight down anymore, but it's pointing differently, and they're all like, wow, we should go there in a straight line and stuff. And this is a funny moment a lot of people have been talking about, is when Brooke says, everyone, I think I'm starting to feel a little bit chilly. And then Chopper steals his joke and he says, wow, and you don't even have skin. And when he does this, Brooke is just like, oh, he just faints almost from his skull joke being stolen. And so Nami tries to explain this stuff to Luffy and everything, and she's like, we can't just go straight, we got to go with the currents, because if not, we could be pulled into an undersea volcano and all that stuff. And Nami's just pretty much explaining how the currents and stuff work here, and she's like, well, it's going to start getting colder, so we need to put on our coats and everything like this. And they're just pretty much all like, oh, the bottom of the ocean's colder and all this. And the currents are huge, and you can't see them, blah, blah, blah. They're different from the ones on the surface. It's pretty much just setting up what we learned about Nami before. It's just like, and it's an explanation, and she knows about the currents and everything, and that's how she used. This might actually be why Arlong used her back in the day, because he knew how powerful the currents were, because he came from Fishman Island. And Brooke brings up this whole thing about, like, the deep currents are so hard to get away from that it takes 2,000 years to get back to the surface, and there's monsters and curses and all that stuff. And so Chopper's kind of freaking out, but Luffy's like crazy excited about all this. And so Nami's just explaining, we got to get to the deep current, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, you're so smart, Nami. And then we get Sanji again. He's getting a blood transfusion. And he asks, how are we going to get down there? Then we get a little explanation that apparently the Red Line is like islands. And they have like the winter and the summer and stuff kind of like that. But it's like they're all joined together, which is kind of strange because I always just thought of it as one big mass. But, you know, whatever. So they had to go where it's cold so they can get the cold currents, because those are going to make them flow down to Fishman Island. And Luffy's asking questions about it like he wants to know, and I'm just like, I don't think I should, why you would even care about this. And apparently there's a pun in Japanese with salinity, and Luffy's like, oh, that's a game, right? And Zoro's like, oh, I always wanted a fire sword, so that word's like a play on those two things. And Luffy and Zoro just go over to the side. They kind of just gave up on the whole thing. And Luffy's like, oh, Zoro, how far away were you blown? He's like, oh, well, let me explain. But he doesn't. Yes, and that's disappointment. I want that to come, too. I want them to tell each other what happened to them. And maybe this is Oda just giving us a little taste because he knows that's what people want to hear about, their reactions to where they've been. Although we already know where they've been, so it's not that big a mystery to us. But still, it will be awesome for everyone to know where everyone's been, especially Sanji. Well, they already kind of know where Luffy's been, but nobody else really knows where everybody else has been. But Usopp and Chopper, it looks like they're taking notes about this, and they want to figure it out. And so they're all like, whoa, what's all this about? And she's like, oh, you're so enthusiastic. Okay, so she's trying to explain it some more, and like this whole thing. But then they give up, and it's funny. You get a scene with Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper, and they're all over there, and they're drinking like a cup of tea. And they're like, oh, so mysterious sea current exists, huh? Some mystery. You know, how Luffy's always like, oh, it's a mystery ring, or, ooh, mystery meat. You know, whatever. It's because, like, they can't deal with her explanation. She just gets angry. She's like, I just told you to be quiet anyway. And, you know, they have, like, the knock-up stream to get them to Skypiea. And a lot of people were saying they're going to have a knockdown stream. But apparently what they're looking for, the current, is called a downward plume, according to Nami. And then they say it looks just like a giant undersea waterfall, and that's what it is. And it's just like this giant, like, extremely large, just, you know, current that's like flowing down. It looks like a waterfall. And they're all like, oh, it's so cool, it's so cool. And it's like, it's so dark down there at the bottom of it. And everybody's like, ooh, it's pitch black, how are we going to get down there? And Frankie's all like, oh, the Atom Wood's strong, don't worry about it. And now Caribou speaks up again. He's like, hey, Straw Hats, turn back immediately, this is bad. And they're like, huh? What? Oh, we forgot you were there. And he's like, I've never heard of one of those living in a place like this, never knowing satisfaction where killing is concerned. It is a demon. running about the great deep and preying on ships, the enemy of the human race. That's a Kraken. Yes, Oda has put a Kraken in here, and it's just a super giant squid, and you can see it, and it's holding like ships that it's captured previously, like in its many tentacles, and the Sunny just looks like a tiny little speck compared to the Kraken. So Caribou's like, we can't deal with this, we gotta wait for it to go somewhere else. If it's staying here, we're not gonna be able to get through. Caribou's like, I don't know what it's doing here, I've never heard of anything like this before. We have to turn back, I don't want to die. And then Luffy tells him, you're noisy, shut up. And Luffy ends the chapter by saying, I got a good idea, I'm gonna tame that little guy. And everybody's like, oh. And then we get the little notice that there will be no One Piece chapter next week. So this week we had some cool moments. Didn't get to Fishman Island. I know a lot of people were disappointed by that. We didn't really get a fight with Caribou and the Straw Hats, although Caribou got onto their ship, so that's kind of cool. We got reintroduced to Momu, and we got some explanation of how they're getting there, but most of that was like too much for us, really. Like, the reactions from the other crew was kind of hilarious, though. Even the ones who usually try to learn something were like, oh, mystery current. So that was kind of funny. We got to see that either Caribou isn't as strong as he wants you to believe, or he's more tactful and stuff like that. Plus, we got to see the Kraken. How's Luffy going to tame the Kraken? What's the deal with that? Let me know what you think about the Kraken. Do you think the Kraken's cool? Do you think the Kraken's stupid? Whatever. A lot of people... And no, wait, that'll be in another section. But overall, I thought the chapter was cool. A lot more interaction with the crew, and Chopper stealing Brook's joke, the mystery current, you know, old school jokes, stuff like that, new school jokes, everything like that. The crew interactions here, that's what really matters. And then Caribou coming in and acting like he does, because we really ain't got to see much of his personality so far, except for his like murdering and burying and oh, God forgive us stuff. So we kind of got to see his reactions to being in trouble. And like I said, I don't know if he's a Logia or what, but I don't think he's a Logia. But he might be. I don't know. We're going to see how this ends. I just don't think it's going to be a good idea to fight in this bubble ship. And what's going to happen to Caribou's ship? Is Momu going to come back or what? I imagine that they'll wait till they get to Fishman Island before they start fighting them. Then the Straw Hats are going to beat them. A lot of people are speculating that that Caribou's fodder. And yeah, I don't think he's going to be a big arc villain. Like, I don't think he's going to be like the villain of Fishman Island, really. Maybe he works for the villain of Fishman Island. Like, that villain down there is like somebody super powerful is trying to take over Fishman Island or something like that. And he's working for him or something like that. We'll find out. Next time, I was always thinking that we would get the Flash around the world, but maybe not. Next time we might just get on to Fishman Island or the battle with the Kraken or whatever's going to happen with that. And maybe we won't get the Flash around the world kind of stuff until after they get in Fishman Island and run into like Jinbei or Hachan or ever who, and they're like, oh, we heard about you, you were on the news and stuff, and then it'll flash to other people. But I'm pretty sure Oda's going to do that because they're back and we really haven't seen that much from the other people. And as it was going into the time skip, we were getting all the around the world people and what everybody was doing, so I imagine we'll get one soon after this. Now, that's about all I had to say about the chapter. Not much happened, but it was still a cool-ass chapter. And now on to your guys' favorite part of my reviews, and the only thing y'all ever give a shit about. It's time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And this week, because the chapter came out so early, I didn't have that much time to prepare. And so some of the crazy theories are like a little lackluster. Okay. Oh yeah, the big thing, and it was mainly in the spoiler section, but and when the chapter came out, like some of the same people, they're just in love. There's one guy who's just like in love with the idea that Caribou is going to be the next crewmate of the Straw Hat Pirates. He's got it all like lined out and everything. Why? But to me, I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe they'll part on friendly terms eventually, even though I doubt that just because of the way he's been acting. But Oda's done other things that make no sense before that end up making sense later down the road.
But I don't see him joining because he's got his own crew and his brother and all that crap, so I don't see that happening. It makes no sense to me at all, no matter what, no matter how much you want him to be there. Another one is that Brooke is going to somehow, you know, control the Kraken by using his music to soothe the Savage Beast. Well, that one could be kind of crazy, but also could work. I don't know. Seems like Luffy's going to tame it somehow. If you've got an idea how Luffy's going to tame it, feel free to let me know. And another one is, of course, I think it's a joke, but someone used it and I can't help but say it, is that the Kraken is Sabo. Yes, the Kraken is Sabo. I know. How did that happen? Beats the shit out of me. And another one, which actually is probably not that crazy of a theory and probably in reality is the truth, is that the Kraken is the mystery beast thing we saw in the Thriller bark in the mist that we didn't really know what it was. And then, but I also kind of explained how Caribou is shocked that it would be here because it's not normally here, or, you know, it stays in the Florian Triangle, and that would make sense as it destroys ships and everything. And maybe it had to leave the Florian Triangle for some reason. But it also makes sense that it would be here near Fishman Island too, so I don't know. But that's only a semi-crazy theory. I kind of like that, because you know how Oda is. He'll show us a little hint of something that he's got in his mind, and then bam, bust it out 200 chapters later sometimes. So the Kraken could definitely be what we saw at the end of Thriller Bark and the Florian Triangle. So that's about... Oh, there was one other crazy theory that I saw, was that somehow Sanji is a rocket man now, and he ate some devil fruit, but he didn't realize it, and that's what the whole nosebleed thing's about. And I think some other people will speculate he was a blood Logia that one time, but of course not, because he needs blood put into him. But maybe that's his power. He can propel himself using bodily fluids, so maybe he can use other bodily fluids. I don't necessarily think that's true, but that's just one crazy theory. And of course, it's going to be time for your crazy theories to be shown in the video now. So let's get started with that. And I know last week I said that I was going to pick my favorite comment of the day thing. And there wasn't that many comments that were like, woo, but there was like a theory that I liked. And so I had to pick a theory that I thought was kind of cool sounding. So I picked that theory, and it comes from John387. He says, my crazy theory is Fishman Island isn't just an island in the sea. Maybe it's an island inside of a freaking fucking giant fish. So that would be kind of cool. How likely that is to happen, I don't know. But it's kind of cool idea, I thought. So also, on top of leaving your fantastically insane crazy theories below, which people will vote on, and that's how you vote. Make sure you vote a thumbs up on the comment if you like their crazy theory. I appreciate it, and I'm sure the people who are putting the effort into making these crazy theories are appreciating it. And if yours is in the top 3, then I will put you in the video next week. And also, any comment that I see, the funniest comment overall, doesn't have to be a theory, something I like, thought was cool, I'm going to pick to put in the thing myself, one that I choose. But the 3 crazy theories are going to be chosen by you, the subscribers, the watchers, the viewers, whatever you want to call yourself, the fans. The fans. So make sure you're posting your crazy theories below, and make sure that you people who are watching the video and reading the comments are thumbs upping ones you think are cool or funny, whatever reason you have, and who has the most will get featured in the videos. Just going over that, so make sure. That's how I pick them, okay? Good. Now on to the top 3 crazy theories for last week, and now we get at number 3 from Slow Dude with 10 thumbs up. Crazy theory: Luffy is Goldie Roger. At the end of the series, Luffy teleports back in time and becomes Goldie Roger for some reason, thus making Luffy Ace's father in a twisted, messed up reality. And he actually put a bunch, so I'll read them all. Crazy theory 2, the bubble bursts next chapter and the series is over. Number 3, Sanji kills Luffy once Sanji finds out Hancock wants to marry Luffy. Okay, try to limit your comments to, like, just put another comment. Don't put 3 in 1. That way, I guess you could technically win more than one. Alright, now number 2 is from Moonchips with a Z, and it has 13 thumbs up in his crazy theory, or hers. My crazy theory is that the ghost of Bon Clay infects Nami and makes her an Okama and a ballerina. She becomes aggressive towards Sanji, and Sanji gets aroused and thinks that Nami's in love with him, so he brags to the crew, which obviously know that Bon Clay has infected her. Try to snap him out of it, but then Sanji dies of blood loss due to too many nosebleeds. Now that's a real crazy theory. This is the kind of stuff you need.
come up with something creative and funny and weird. And if you want, you get your votes, you know, so do that. These are fun to read sometimes, especially when I don't have that many crazy theories in the forums and everything. And of course, these aren't really taken seriously here. Now, some people take crazy theories and make them serious, but, you know, let's not do that. And then finally, the winner this week is Card 9790 with 15 thumbs up. And his crazy theory is, my theory is One Piece is Goldie Roger's captain's log. And that would be kind of cool, but I don't know how much that would be valuable to them, because if they made it there, why would they need the captain's log? One of the greatest mysteries is, what is One Piece? Is One Piece anything? So that has been the Crazy Theories of the Week section for this chapter 604. Now on to my favorite section of my videos, the Whoring Out section. So don't forget to make your crazy theories, or comment on my review, or comment on the chapter, or whatever you want to comment about. Tell me how great I am. I love hearing that. Makes me feel special. Makes me want to be somebody, because one day I will be the king of the YouTube anime manga reviewer thingamabobbers, and that's what I'll do. I'll be the manga king, like Luffy's will be the pirate king. It's my dream, it's my treasure, all that good stuff, you know. But yeah, just feel free to say what you want and do what you want and all that. But the crazy comments, crazy theories are what's selling, and you post yours. And if you don't post one, make sure you thumbs up one at least, and all that good stuff. And speaking of thumbs up, the video, there's a little thing down here where you can thumbs up the ratings, because the ratings really help me feel special too, and I need all the special feelings I can get. Also, if you seem to like this video for some strange reason, make sure you can favorite it as well, because that also is great. Yes, so comment, rate, favorite, and the coup de resistance, or I don't speak French, but the whatever, the coup d'etat, the top it off, whatever. The a la mode is make sure you subscribe if you haven't. I do One Piece reviews for manga and anime, and those are my most popular, as well as I do Bleach reviews for the manga, because I do, okay? So deal with it. And I also do other ones, but as a little announcement, I'm not going to do those anymore, because nobody seems to give a shit about those. So I'll just do my One Piece video a week and be done with it, because all the other videos aren't getting any views or ratings, and I'm not making any money off of it. So it's not worth my time to do, guys. I might as well move on to doing something else. And unless there's a real big heartache about it, you know, so let me know about that. And don't forget, I got a bunch of links down here. The Facebooks and the Twitters and my other blogs and stuff. Check that stuff out. Nobody checks that stuff out, so I'm going to quit doing that too, because it's wasting my time and your time, me spending in the video talking about it. Nobody gives a fuck, then I'm not going to give a fuck anymore. If that's what y'all want, then fine. Don't tell me. If you don't want me to, make sure you let me know. So that's the only way I can get feedback on it. Let's see what else. There will be no Blog TV tonight, Wednesday. I don't even know if this video will go up whenever. I gotta work again. They're fucking killing me at work. You see this, guys? They're killing me at work. I need a way to get out. That's what I'm trying to do. I appreciate all your help and all your support and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong. I just need it, you know, more consistently, and it'll be great. And then I can continue on, because, you know, I got all this stuff to do. Alright, guys. Sorry for the extra long whoring out section, but you have a great week and all that good stuff. And remember, next week, no One Piece. I'll come up with a special video. Oh, if you're still watching here at the end, you could also comment what you would like me to make a video about, you know, in filler of the One Piece manga being on break. Something One Piece-ish oriented would be cool to fill in the break for not having a manga next week. So, yeah, if you're still watching right now, you can comment that, and you might pique my interest. I have some ideas, but if it's really good, I might do it. Alright, guys, take it easy. Hey, everybody. Yes, it's been 2 weeks since I've done this, but I think I remember how. This is going to be my One Piece manga review for chapter 605, entitled The Kraken and the Pirates. And this week we get another one of Oda's fan service, if you will, without being boob fan service, and giving recommendation cover pages with Chopper being drawn by 2 raccoons, and Chopper imagining that they're drawing a cool reindeer, but turns out they're just drawing themselves. Now on to the story. And we get a cool first page with a big spread of looking at the Kraken. And Luffy's still on that, oh, we're going to tame it. But Usopp and Chopper are like, no, 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 no. Luffy taming the Kraken is what he wants to do. It's like no stopping him once he gets his mind set on something. And it seems like Luffy and Frankie and Robin and Zoro are all calm about the situation. And Usopp and Chopper and Nami are all kind of freaking out like it always was, even though they've had growth. And a lot of people are pissed about this because everybody's like, Usopp should be a man now. But even Usopp kind of has some common sense, if you will. And it's funny because Robin's like sketching the Kraken, and I don't remember her doing that before. Maybe that's something else she picked up on her travels. She now sketches stuff. And then we also see that Sanji's gotten a little bit better, and he isn't going to have the super nosebleeds anymore. And Chopper says, oh, it's due to the therapy, plus Nami has a coat on. And then you get this little panel with Caribou, and I'm probably going to read it because it's kind of interesting to realize. This is what Caribou says.
What's with these people in this situation? This is the kind of situation where all of them agreeing to hightail it out of here as fast as possible would be the obvious choice. They have to protect themselves. The ship is in danger.
So Caribou's like, these guys are idiots. What are they doing? And then Corbu and the ship has come back for Caribou, and they're like, bro, we're going to save you. But at that moment, the Kraken grabs them up and pretty much just crushes the bubble and crushes the ship. And we get another one of Caribou's crazy faces. It does seem like Caribou has some crazy shock faces in this. And then they all just start floating up to the surface, and Zoro's like, they look like jellyfish. And Caribou's like, shut up! And so I guess Corbu will not be joining them on Fishman Island, so we're going to have to deal with Caribou here now. A lot of people are speculating things about Caribou, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then the Kraken's coming for the Straw Hats, and everybody's like, oh, what are we going to do? And Luffy and them's going to fight it at first, but then Usopp's like, no, you can't do it, you'll burst the bubble. And they use Chicken Voyage to kind of escape. And then Nami's like, why can't we use Coup de Burst to get out of here? But Frankie tells her, no, if we do that, we might collapse the bubble. And they're like, oh, what are we going to do? And Caribou's like, God, these guys are idiots. If I don't do something, they're just going to get me killed. So Caribou comes up with the idea to encase Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji in their own little singular bubbles so they can go out in the ocean and fight. It's kind of like a diving suit is what they call it. And so they head out in their little bubbles. And it's kind of funny because Usopp's like screaming at Caribou, who asked you, you stranger? Nobody asked you for your advice. And he's like, what do you want me to do? You want to fight here? They're going to destroy things. And then Usopp's like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. And he's like, Luffy, go fight them out there, but get far away from this ship as you can. And then Nami tells them to tie these ropes around them so they can pull them back in. But Luffy's like, these are getting in the way. So they cut off the ropes and run out without the ropes. And Luffy says, I'm going to take them out in one hit. But Zoro's like, not if I do it first. So out of all this, we're going to start getting to see some of the new found powers and abilities of the Straw Hats as the Kraken starts to attack. And it's coming for him again. And so Frankie shoots out missiles from his big, ginormous, shoulders that he has now as a rocket launcher. And it repels the thing back. And it's funny because Usopp and Chopper and Luffy's eyes all light up when it happens. Like, so that's one cool power we know that Frankie has this time. And then it's coming again, and so Chopper's like, crap, and he's like, eats a rumble ball, and he does guard point. But it seems like he's gotten a lot bigger with it, and he blocks one of the tentacles of the Kraken. And I don't know, it's kind of interesting because a lot of people are upset because Chopper, it seems like he hasn't really shown anything different yet, even with this. But the guard point is obviously larger than I can remember. But he still also had to use a rumble ball. So a lot of people were really upset about him. Oh, he still uses rumble balls, blah, blah. Well, I think we're just seeing like a little bit at a time of what everyone can do, and we haven't seen as much. I think overall we've seen the most that Luffy can do, but I think he's still got some more that he can do. Whereas some of the other ones we've only seen like little bits and pieces. And then again, the ship's about to crash into like an undersea mountain, and we get to see Robin use some of her newfound abilities, if you will. And she uses her powers and she blossoms out these like giant hands, but they're not giant hands, they're like made up of like thousands of tiny hands, kind of like she did at Thriller Bark where she had the tree, and I think it's what they called it, like the gigantic tree, and she hit Oars in the head and helped break his neck that time. So, but she uses it underwater, and she doesn't seem to be as stressed as she was, because a lot of people were wondering what her power-ups would be, so maybe she's like worked on her stamina and stuff. Plus, you have to take into account she uses this underwater, and that being a devil fruit power underwater is really hard to do, so if she was able to do that, then that's pretty damn impressive. And then we get Luffy, who's going to go with a gear third, because it actually kind of makes sense, because it's a giant fucking Kraken. So he does it, then he adds to it calling out color of armaments hardening, and his giant fist turns like black, and a lot of people were wondering, what's up with that? Why does it change the color? And I'll talk about some of the theories behind that later, so be ready for that. And he's going to go and he's going to hit it, but before he can hit it, he's like weakened by the sea, because, you know, no matter what, Luffy's still kind of weakened by the sea. And at this point, Sanji like jumps out of his bubble and does this move called Blue Walk, where he like moves, and they say moving almost as fast as a fisherman through this, and he does Diablo Jamba, and without the spinning and stuff, and then kicks the Kraken and leaves like marks on it because he calls out Grill Shot. And he's talking about how he gotten so much faster because he had to run away from all the Okamas for those 2 years. And it's also strange because his foot lights up underwater, plus he still has a cigarette underwater. Now, I don't know if the cigarette's still lit up or not, but that could be a little bit of a flaw in Oda's logic on this, but, you know, whatever. And you can tell that it messed the Kraken up a lot, because the Kraken's like, oh, even with this one kick from Sanji. So you kind of see what Sanji can do. It seems like Sanji can move a lot quicker, too. And this is underwater. Think about on land how much quicker he can move. And then Zoro cuts off, like, one of the tentacles. I think it's just one, or it could be, no, it's just one tentacle of the Kraken using a new secret technique called Crossing of Six Paths. And Luffy's kind of pissed. He's like, Zoro, Sanji, quit taking its legs off. And then Luffy's calling out his move, Goma Goma no Elephant Gun. And he just punches the fucking Kraken and just knocks it the hell out. And everybody's like, crap, he sent it flying, whatever. And then we get like this shark shows up. And I think it popped out of his mouth is what it kind of looks like, or somehow. A lot of people were speculating. I'm not really sure. It's coming out of something. And it's a big shark, and it's got one of the Kremen shirts that Kami is the designer for. So remember that. Then they all start getting pulled in the downstream after that. The Kraken's getting pulled in, Luffy and all them are getting pulled in. Then the Sunny's starting to get pulled in as well. So Nami takes over and she's trying to tell him what to do so the ship doesn't get destroyed going down the downstream. And it's cool how he's drawn it, because you can see it's like, and you can see how the Kraken is just like falling without no. It's kind of like the whole knock-up stream with Skypiea. There's been a lot of stuff and a lot of speculation. I'll talk about something else here on the next page with that. How it's kind of, you know, if you will. A lot of people were talking about how this kind of has a parallel to how they were going to Skypiea. They couldn't find out how to get there. Same thing happened. They're going down. They got to use a certain stream to get there. Things like that. And I'll talk about something else in the crazy theory about that as well. And then they get down there, and they're down there, and Frankie tells them that they're at 7,000 feet below the sea level, and they have another 3 before they get to Fishman Island. So this is also a parallel with Skypiea, because when they first got to Skypiea, they were in the White Sea, which was 7,000 meters above the White Sea, which was 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, and to get to the White Sea was 3,000 more meters. So it's kind of another parallel, so they still got to go further to get there. And it's just, you get to see all these crazy like fish and jellyfish and stuff in the background, and like all these sunken ships, and there's even like a skeleton down there, and everybody's all like, what about Luffy and them? And it's like, it's so dark down here and everything. And Robin says, hopefully they weren't ripped to shreds by some monster. And Usopp's like, your imagination is scary. And it's the same old Robin stuff, because she would always say some horrifying thing about stuff like that, and it would always upset everybody. And then we get maybe the coolest thing a lot of people have been so excited about with Frankie and all his new upgrades and stuff. They're all like, oh, we can't find them, it's dark down here. And Usopp says, well, even if they survive, their bubbles only have a limited air supply. And I'm just like, I told them to try the lifeline and stuff.
And Frankie's like, well, what the hell? We got to look for him no matter what. He's like, I got light capabilities. And Chopper's like, ooh, because he's raising his sunglasses. And Chopper's like, ooh, in your eyes? And he's like, no. He's like, I got nipple lights. Yeah, he has nipple lights. Eat that, Batman. Remember when Batman had the nipples on his armor back in the day? Frankie's got lights on his fucking nipples. Yes. A lot of people were talking about in the threads about how Frankie's new toys are going to be so awesome, and they're going to be so super hyped about it because it's going to be such a rush to buy them now because you're going to have all this new cool stuff. Maybe that's why part of it was there. Maybe they gave Oda this. They're like, Oda, you know what you need to do? You need to make Frankie a little cooler so he has like selling points for robots and stuff. I'm like, that's a good idea. And then we get a little narration at the end. This is the deep sea where light does not penetrate, where not even normal creatures are allowed to exist. The underworld of the sea. Dun-dun-dum. And that's pretty much the end of the chapter. So, what about the chapter as a whole? Well, a lot of things happened. They did confront the Kraken. They did pretty much defeat the Kraken. It didn't go on for too long. But now, Luffy and Sanji and Zoro are all lost. And Caribou is stuck on the ship with the rest of the Straw Hats. So, is Caribou going to try to do something now? Because he was kind of scared and impressed with what Luffy and the other two could do. So is he going to think, well, maybe I can take on these two? But you also have to realize that Robin and Frankie are still there, and even if they aren't, I imagine Usopp and Nami and Chopper have improved somewhat. We might get to see that if Caribou tries something. So is he going to try something now? What's he going to try to do? His brother's gone. Is his brother dead? A lot of people are like, they're dead, but they didn't sink, so I don't think Caribou has a devil fruit power because they seem like they floated up. And if you remember correctly, when Luffy or any of them falling into the sea, they just sink because they're hammers. So obviously they don't have devil fruit powers, and they're all just floating up to the surface. So if they're alive, I don't know. And if they are, when's Caribou going to get back with them? What's going to happen with that? Let me know what you think about all that stuff. So that's what's that. What are they going to do? How are they going to find Luffy? Or is somebody going to come and help Luffy? Is Jinbei going to show up, or Kami, or somebody like that and rescue them? And the shark. What's up with the shark? Oda would not show us the shark and make a commentary on it if he didn't have some intention for the shark. So do you think anything's up with the shark? You think he knows Kami? You think he's bad guy, good guy, what? He doesn't look like a fisherman shark, but he looks like a regular old shark. If you remember in the Foxy Pirates, they had a shark with them at one point. I'm not saying it's the same shark, but it could be a kind of a shark like that. And it's not a fisherman, but it's just a regular old shark. So we'll see what's up with that. Is it going to help them? Whatever, did they rescue it? Was it inside the Kraken? Things like that I'm still not sure about. But I doubt it has no meaning now. Well, what's up with the Kraken? Is the Kraken tamed now, or is the Kraken destroyed? What's up with the Kraken? I want to see that. And what did you think about Luffy's new move in the Gear 3rd with using the color of armaments Haki? And a lot of people are probably pissed because he calling out, it's like he gonna call out Haki every time. I don't think he did when he destroyed that Pacifista that time. I don't think he even said anything about Haki, but I don't know, he might have. So yeah, the chapter overall, I thought it was a pretty good chapter. It's moving the story on. We get a little fighting, a little cool scenes with some of the new Straw Hat powers that they have. We get to see how Caribou's fitting in. Is it going to be permanent? New Nakama. There's a lot of talk about that. I really don't know. I really don't know unless Oda can really change my opinion of Caribou right now. I just don't see it happening. Feel free to let me know what you think. He's becoming a little more helpful and a little more interesting as it's going on. He's separated from his whole crew now, so that's that. But if he cares about his brother, ain't no way he's going to want to join. He's going to want to go back and search for his brother. I don't know. All the art and all that is cool. I like the undersea where they come down on the last page. You get to see some of the weird fish in the background and stuff like that. So what's up with all that? So maybe next week, maybe we'll actually get to Fishman Island, but I'm doubting it. I think we'll have a search for the Straw Hats, and then they'll head on the last 3,000 meters and finally get to Fishman Island, or either Jinbei or Kami or someone else, maybe the shark, will come in and show them how to get the rest of the way, because I think they're going to need a little more help. Because even back in the day, Kami and Hachan said they were going to show them how to get there, so obviously it's not as simple as you may think to get there. Plus, what do you think's up with the Kraken? A lot of people had speculation about that. So, yeah, let me know what you thought about the chapter as a whole, and feel free to comment on anything else you want to talk about. Alright, now guys,
We all know what time of the week it is. I know you hate this, but I'm going to do it, because I got to do it. So now it is time for Crazy Theories of the Week. And I was reading some, but I've forgotten a lot of them because where I normally check the forums, it's down right now. And since it's Thanksgiving, they haven't fixed it. So I'm going to go from memory as best I can, and let's get into this. Alright, first of all, is that Caribou is going to be the next Nakama. Yes, I think that's kind of crazy because I really don't think it's going to happen, but hell, who knows. Otis turned a lot of the villains into crew members. If you think about it, Frankie started as a villain. What's her name started as a villain? I can't think of her name. I feel sad. Robin started as a villain. A lot of them, and a lot of allies of Luffy has started as kind of villains, if you will. Even Nami was kind of a villain, if you will, a little bit, 'cause she was using Luffy, and then she was with Arlong, but she wasn't a real villain. So who knows, maybe he has some sad backstory that'll make him sympathetic. I don't know. Another thing is all about the Kraken, and this may not be as crazy as it sounds, but a lot of people are saying maybe the Kraken was placed there by the fishermen to help protect Fishman Island, because after Whitebeard was killed, they were worried that everybody's going to try to come down there and take over and make it hectic like it used to be, and that the shark was either there to watch, or the shark was there to help, or he was working for the shark, or the shark's a bad guy. Stuff like that. That's kind of the crazy theories I was getting about it. Another crazy theory is like Sanji is using Geppo or Saru, or maybe a combination of both. Or maybe he just created his own, but it's very similar to either one of those, so who knows with that. Oh, I remember now. One of the craziest theories I saw was that people were saying that if you use like the Haki, where you can affect the devil fruit, and you can even use it underwater, or that you can swim with it if you have a devil fruit, and it's opened up a lot of crazy things like, ooh, maybe Shanks has a devil fruit and he used Haki to make him be able to swim or something like that. I really don't think that's going to happen. I think that would be too cheap for Oda to do. At best, it might help strengthen it. It doesn't take away the effects, obviously, because Luffy commented, and so did Robin, that even though they were undersea, they used their powers, but barely were able to do it, and it was a lot tougher than it would be on land. So that's probably out of the book, but that's what some people were trying to speculate. Oh, one more that I can really think about was a lot of people were talking about like the whole parallels with Skypiea, and when they went up to Skypiea, they ran into Inaru, who was the god of the sky and lightning and all that stuff. And so maybe when they come down here, they're gonna run into Davy Jones, and he's kind of like the god of the undersea world or something, and they're gonna have to fight him. And that does sound kind of interesting, and it wouldn't surprise me if Davy Jones doesn't show up in One Piece, especially since he's let the Kraken show up. And Oda's encompassing a lot of mythology from across the world and everything, and real world stuff. So it being there wouldn't really shock me that much. It would be kind of cool, but also it's kind of crazy as well. So let me know what you thought about those crazy theories. And don't forget, as always, to leave your crazy theories in the comments below. And they will be chosen based on people's thumbsing up of your comments. The ones with the most thumbs up will get chosen to be featured in the next video. And I will also pick one of my own personal choice as either a crazy theory, an interesting comment, something. It doesn't have to be a theory, but whatever I feel is the most interesting comment I get before next time I make a video, I will put it in the video as well. And don't forget, the earlier the better you put your comments in. And I'm also worried that people were just coming back and revoting their own comments, so if you could avoid doing that, I don't think there's any way around it, but if you could avoid doing it, then don't do that. That's kind of cheating and cheap. But whatever, and as I said, they're chosen by you guys, so if you have a problem with them, then, make sure you're thumbsing up the ones you like, or leaving your own and telling your friends to thumbs them up, but don't come and vote many times on your own ones. That's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. And now it is time for your featured crazy theories from last video, and here they will go from the third to the first, and let's begin. The third most thumbs up crazy theory of last week was from Ace III86, and it got 6 thumbs up, and it is, my crazy theory is that after Luffy will tame the Kraken, it will become a new Nakama or pet and start following them everywhere from now on. Well, that is a possibility, and we don't know yet. And it may be crazy, and it may be a good theory, so we'll have to wait and see. And the second most thumbed up